In? Really go in? Sure, Jingshan and Fang Wen's best friend were stunned. It was the first time they had seen each other since they had grown up so much. An ordinary person, without a ticket, easily entered the concert. In front of all the security guards. Don't say they haven't seen it, they haven't even heard of it. Only. After Fang Wen was in a daze for a while, a happy smile appeared on her face. This little brother is really a treasure boy, more and more invisible, more and more mysterious. With the concert tickets, Fang Wen entered the concert second. Sure, Jingshan and the others also slowed down, walked in one after another, and then looked at Chu Chen in unison. Little brother, why can you come in without a ticket? Yes, why? Fang Wen's two best friends asked in a very puzzled way. Well, maybe they let me in because I'm so handsome? Chu Chen shrugged innocently. To be honest, they don't believe it. Is that so? Fang Wen's two best friends looked surprised. They had to admit that the little brother was really handsome. But when handsome can also enter for free as a ticket? Amazing. Looking at Chu Chen, the two girls were even more curious and admiring. Bragging? Sure, Jingshan was full of black lines. If you look good, you can come in for free. Isn't this nonsense? Kill him, he doesn't believe it. What do you say? Chu Chen shouted to several security guards. Yes, it's because Mr. Chu is so handsome. So it's free to come in, no tickets required. Several security guards quickly agreed. The boss just said to keep a low profile, so they should be right. Hearing the answers from several security guards, sure. Jingshan staggered and almost fell. A few security guards, did you take his money, or what? Why do you cooperate with him so much? Sure, Jingshan's heart collapsed. No, even if Chu Chen can come in, he has no tickets. And can only watch it with those who bought standing tickets. However, she was able to sit in the 11th row with the goddess Fang Wen and her two best friends, watching leisurely. We are still different. Thinking about it. Sure, Jingshan kept up with Fang Wen and the others. When they came to the 11th row, Fang Wen suddenly realized that Chu Chen didn't have a ticket, so he didn't have a seat. Even if the security guards let Chu Chen in just now because Chu Chen was too handsome, it was impossible to arrange a seat for Chu Chen. What should we do? Little brother, why don't I stand with you and watch? Fang Wen took the initiative to say. So are we. Little brother, we are also willing to accompany you. This little brother is so handsome. Fang Wen's two best friends also want to be by Chu Chen's side. Sure, Jingshan spoke quickly, wanting to stop all this. Brother Chu is a man, how can you let the girls stand with him? Brother Chu will definitely feel sorry for this. Isn't it right, Brother Chu? Sure, Jingshan asked Chu Chen. Yes, it's really unreasonable for you girls to stand with me. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Hearing what Chu Chen said, sure, Jingshan breathed a sigh of relief. Therefore, I want you to sit with me. However, Chu Chen's next sentence made sure Jingshan even more confused. One of Fang Wen's best friends reacted first, and then looked at Sure Jingshan embarrassedly. Seeing the appearance of their best friend, the remaining two girls also understood and looked at Sure Jingshan as well. Student Sure, you are such a gentleman, so good, why don't you give Chu Chen your seat? Are you going to stand by and watch? Fang Wen's best friend suggested. Although Fang Wen and another best friend didn't speak, but looking at their expressions, they were very much in favor of this proposal. What? Sure, Jingshan was completely stupid. What's the situation? He finally bought a ticket and invited Fangwen to come. They actually asked themselves to give the seat to Chu Chen. This is not like some licking dogs, knowing that the goddess borrowed money from herself to meet her boyfriend and stay in a hotel, but still smiling and giving the money to the goddess? How is this different from neuropathy? I'm definitely not that kind of dog licking. Although he denied it loudly in his heart, sure Jingshan still didn't know how to refuse? How to do it. Why does he always lift rocks and hit himself in the foot? Seeing Sure Jingshan's tangled sweat dripping out, Chu Chen smiled. Actually, he didn't mean it that way. But Sure Jingshan was always targeting her, and he didn't mind watching the show. All right. I mean, we don't sit here, we go to the front and sit together and watch the concert. Chu Chen explained. How? Many Fangwen did not understand what Chu Chen said. Don't sit here, go and sit in the front? What does it mean? Boy, you don't have a ticket, so naturally you don't have a seat. Sure Jingshan asked sarcastically. You still want to sit in the front, where are you going? Row 5, row 3, or row 1? No, if you say after the 5th row, outsiders may still have the opportunity to buy a seat. In the first 5 rows, ordinary people have nothing to do, and it is impossible to get tickets. You, who don't even have a ticket, still want to sit in the first 5 rows and daydream? Congratulations, you guessed right again, but unfortunately, there is no reward. Chu Chen said with emotion. Trust me, just follow me to the front. After all, Chu Chen took the lead and walked forward. Looking at Chu Chen, Fangwen was stunned for a moment, and immediately followed. Her 2 best friends, after hesitating for a while, also followed. Only Sure Jingshan stayed where he was, sneering. Are you going to sit in front? What a fool's dream. He was very convinced that Chu Chen and Fangwen would be kicked out by the security guards as insane. He just watched here, waiting to laugh at Chu Chen. Chu Chen, Fangwen and others came to the first row, and Chu Chen sat directly in the middle. Fangwen looked around and sat down nervously. Will they be kicked out? At this time a staff member came over. Seeing this, Fangwen's heart beat faster, and they were extremely nervous. Sir, do you need anything? However, the staff's words made Fangwen stunned. Give me a glass of juice. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Okay, how about those ladies? The staff asked again. Unnecessary. Fangwen and the others were frightened and shook their heads. Okay. After all, the staff left. Seeing this scene from a distance, Sure Jingshan was extremely proud. He guessed that the staff member just now went to check Chu Chen and their tickets. In the end, they didn't, and now the staff member should be calling for the security guard to prepare Chu Chen to blast away. Thinking about it, Sure Jingshan laughed happily. In front of countless audiences, you were kicked out, boy, you're a shame, a big shame. The more he thought about it, the more excited Sure Jingshan became, and finally almost jumped up with excitement. Soon, he found that the staff member came out from the background just now. Sure Jingshan immediately widened his eyes, waiting for the exciting scene to appear. Hey, he seems to have a glass of juice in his hand? From a distance, Sure Jingshan was a little surprised. Why is there no security behind this staff member? Under Sure Jingshan's gaze, The staff slowly walked towards Chu Chen. "Sir, your juice." The staff handed the juice to Chu Chen, and then withdrew respectfully. Looking at the staff who left, Fang Wen and the others were still confused. What's the situation? It was the first time that they had heard of it, watching the concert, and the staff took the initiative to ask what they needed and brought it up. Under the surprised eyes of the three girls, Chu Chen drank the juice leisurely. From the back, looking at Chu Chen's indifferent appearance, Jingshan exploded with anger. How did that happen? Not only did the staff member not drive Chu Chen away, but even gave him a glass of juice? Could it be that for some special reason, they didn't dare to check the tickets of the people sitting in the first row? A bold idea appeared in Jingshan's mind. Thinking about it, Jingshan got up and strode towards the first row, pretending to be calm. It's just that he was stopped by the staff member just now before he reached the first row. "I'm in the front row of the audience." Jingshan spoke domineeringly, thinking that this would scare the staff member, and there would be no need to check tickets. "Hello sir, please show your concert ticket?" The staff spoke directly. Jingshan frowned and slowly took out the ticket. After taking the tickets, the staff took a look. "Hello, you are a spectator in row 11, please go to row 11 and sit. Please. Don't disturb our order, otherwise, we have the right to kick you out." Hearing this, Jingshan was extremely angry. "Why doesn't that kid have a ticket? You don't check him, let him sit in the first row." "I have a ticket, but you want to kick me out. Why is he treated differently from Chu Chen? It's not fair." "It's not fair, I'm going to the first row too." "He?" Following what Jingshan pointed at, the staff sneered. "Sir, you are no longer a child, and you should also know that there is no fairness or injustice in this world. Mr. Chu is qualified to sit there, but you are not." Finally, the staff simply said, "If you break in, I'll call someone to throw you out." After receiving the ultimatum, Jingshan did not dare to force his way. "We are different at this time," a song came. "We are different for a time," Jingshan really wanted to cry. "Not the same, they are really different." Hearing the quarrel, Chu Chen glanced here. Jingshan is so naive. The first row of the concert, the middle position, was reserved for the management of Angel Entertainment Group. Chu Chen, the president, is well-deserved to sit here. In the end, Jingshan was in the 11th row, looking at Fang Wen, who was sitting in the first row, chatting with Chu Chen enthusiastically. At the end of the concert, Chu Chen sent Fang Wen and the others back. Time flies. The next day, Donghai Film Academy called all the teachers and students. Today is the ribbon-cutting ceremony of their new library. Headed by the principal, Xiao Zimin, all teachers and students gathered. Fang Wen and Jingshan were among the crowd. Because they are in the same class, Jingshan and Fang Wen are not far apart. "Brother Shan, this time you are going to be famous in the whole school." "That's right, Brother Shan, you donated 500,000 by yourself, that's awesome. Brother Shan, countless young ladies and sisters will be chasing after you crazily." Next to Jingshan, many classmates said enviously. Before the school built the library this time, it had raised donations from the whole school. Most of the teachers and students donated a little to express their hearts. After all, it's the library where it's really good for students, not superficial. Jingshan donated 500,000 yuan by himself. The whole college dare not say it, but it is definitely their department that donated the most. Hearing these compliments, Shi Jingshan waved his hands indifferently. Little money. Although he said so, Shi Jingshan was still looking forward to it. After a while, the principal, Xiao Zimin, stood on the podium and thanked himself for his donation. At that moment, he was definitely the focus of the whole school. Even if it can't attract Fang Wen's attention, it will definitely attract the attention of other beauties. That's enough. Isn't it 500,000? At this moment, how much? He hoped that Chu Chen would be there. When he heard his name, he didn't know what Chu Chen's expression would be. Surprised, shocked, or what? Here, I would like to thank the students who have donated money. On the stage, Xiao Zimin spoke. What Shi Jingshan never expected was that Xiao Zimin just passed by, without naming him at all. Let alone thanking him in front of the whole school. Shi Jingshan was extremely angry. His 500,000 was spent in vain? After talking for a few minutes, Xiao Zimin finally came to the point. Finally, we invite the main donor of our new library, the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group, Mr. Chu Chen. We give a grand welcome. Pop. Pop. After that, Xiao Zimin took the lead in applauding. The next second, thunderous applause came. After all, after graduation, most of them will enter the Angel Entertainment Group to work. When their future boss comes on stage, it is natural to be warmly welcomed. At this moment, everyone stared at the stage intently. Most of the people present have not seen this mysterious chairman. They are all very curious about what their future boss will look like. In the audience, upon hearing the words of the principal, Xiao Zimin, Shi Jingshan, Fang Wen, and Fang Wen's two best friends were dumbfounded. What did they hear? Did you invite Mr. Chu Chen, the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group, to come to power? Chu Chen? Is it the little brother Chu Chen they just met? Fang Wen and two girlfriends stood on tiptoe and looked forward nervously. No, no, no. Shi Jingshan's expression changed greatly, and he quickly shook his head. It must be the same name, it must be the same name. Shi Jingshan kept comforting himself. If Chu Chen is really the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group, that would be a coincidence. Although his family is also very rich. Compared with the Angel Entertainment Group, which has a market value of nearly 30 billion, it is nothing. Under everyone's attention, Chu Chen in a suit slowly appeared. Countless girls in the audience went crazy. My God! He's the chairman of Angel Entertainment, Chu Chen? So young, such a handsome chairman? How can he be so handsome, Mom? I'm in love. Countless girls were talking wildly. Fang Wen and the others were extremely shocked. As for Shi Jingshan, his eyes were dull, as if struck by lightning. There are two more updates, which will be updated later, but not less. The chairman of the dignified Angel Entertainment Group, Chu Chen. It was really the Chu Chen he knew. Shi Jingshan looked at it stupidly, only fuck left in his heart. At this moment, he understood the reason for some unexplainable things yesterday. What luxury yacht belongs to one of his handsome friends? That pretty boy is you. Only the owner of a luxury yacht is qualified to make a phone call at will, and let people enter and leave the yacht at will. And Yao Yu's concert. Yao Yu is an artist under Angel Entertainment Group, and the organizer of that concert is Angel Entertainment Group. As the chairman of Angel Entertainment, isn't it a matter of course to sit in the first row without a ticket? The more he thought about it, the more afraid Shi Jingshan became. That is, Chairman Chu is generous, otherwise, I am afraid that he would have died 100 times yesterday. I'm done. Finally, Shi Jingshan sighed. A big man, worthy of being a big man, low-key, with bearing, he really can't be compared. I didn't expect this little brother to be the president of Angel Entertainment. One of Fang Wen's best friends said with emotion. Speaking of which, they suddenly thought of something. Before, Chu Chen seemed to have vaguely revealed his identity from the side. Chu Chen said that the concert here was held by his family. At the time, they didn't think so. No one believed that Chu Chen was bragging. But now that I think about it, people tell the truth, but I don't believe it. Hey. I just missed it. If something happened yesterday, maybe I'll be the proprietress of Angel Entertainment now. Fang Wen's two best friends are very sorry. Wen, although we missed it, you didn't. This is a rare opportunity. For such a boy, if you miss it, you will miss it. You have to seize it. Amid the cheers of countless girls, Chu Chen came to the stage and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group, Chu Chen. Hearing this, the audience burst into cheers, and all the girls were boiling. Mr. Chu, I love you, do you love me? Boss, I want to be your life assistant. Little brother. People don't want to work hard. Faced with the explosive appearance of Chu Chen, all the girls have spoken their hearts out. If you don't say it again, this little brother won't be able to hear it. Looking at Chu Chen, the girls couldn't help but think of a classic story. The overbearing president fell in love with me. He is very handsome and very rich, so few people don't like him. After graduation, I must go to work in Angel Entertainment Group. Even if I can't become the boss of Angel Entertainment Group, it is a very happy thing to see such a handsome boss every day. Moreover, such a handsome boss must be very kind and treat them very well. With the appearance of Chu Chen, most of the girls present thought this way. Invisibly, Chu Chen gained a large number of people and employees for Angel Entertainment. Chu Dong, please cut the ribbon. Xiao Zimin and Chu Chen cut the ribbon together. Under the stage, countless applause came. In order to thank Director Chu, Angel Entertainment Group's strong support for us, I decided that this library will be called the Angel Library in the future. Finally, Xiao Zimin announced. After staying at the Donghai Film Academy for a while, Chu Chen left. What else does he have today? Before, Chu Chen made an appointment with Chen Chongqing, the president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. Today, he went to the headquarters of the Jiangnan Musicians Association to let the old-fashioned old directors recognize him as the honorary president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. The honorary president is to hang a name in the Jiangnan Musicians Association, only enjoy various benefits, and does not need to participate in anything. Generally speaking, the honorary presidents of various associations are all-powerful figures with great identities. In this way, the association will be able to promote it to the outside world. XXX is the honorary president of our association, come and participate. Before arriving at the headquarters of the Jiangnan Musicians Association, Chu Chen got out of the car and met with Chen Chongqing. Mr. Chu, you are here. Brother. Chen. After saying hello, Chen Chongqing went straight to the topic. I've told the old folks about it, and they should all be here by now. Mr. Chu, what song are you going to play? Chen Chongqing asked, curiously. However, Chu Chen's answer surprised Chen Chongqing. Knight's Piano Song 5. Knight's Piano Piece 5 is the most basic piece of music. In order to be recognized by these old antiques, shouldn't Mr. Chu choose a very difficult piano piece? How did you choose such a song? Although it felt inappropriate, Chen Chongqing didn't say much, so he took Chu Chen into the headquarters of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. Chen Chongqing wanted to talk to those old-fashioned people first, so he let Chu Chen walk around the headquarters by himself. After all, now Chu Chen is also the honorary vice president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. Separated temporarily from Chen Chongqing, Chu Chen visited the headquarters. A piano sound caught Chu Chen's attention. Chu Chen walked over curiously. In a huge room, there are many young people. Looking at their clothes, they look like they are engaged in music. At this moment, everyone is watching a young man play the piano. It plays really well. He can definitely occupy one of the two places this time. It's very good, and with time, maybe he can become a piano master before the age of 50. Looking at the young man, many people said with emotion that they admire the young man's piano level. Chu Chen walked in, causing a sensation. Wow! What a handsome little brother. I don't know what he studied. Many girls are very curious about Chu Chen. Soon, Chu Chen was surrounded by many beautiful girls with temperament. They asked Chu Chen curiously. Seeing that his audience was getting smaller and smaller, the face of the young man playing the piano became ugly. Who is this kid? How did you steal his limelight? Feeling that his limelight was all robbed by Chu Chen, the young man was very angry. It wasn't even when the other party was playing, but he just showed his face and took away most of the audience. It's really hateful. He must get his face back and humiliate this kid severely. After playing the last point, the young Liang Wenluan stood up and walked towards Chu Chen badly. You also came here to apply for membership and become a member of the Jiangnan Musicians Association? Liang Wenluan asked with a hint of hostility. After all, there are only two places this time. Do not. Chu Chen shook his head. Seeing this, other people are very surprised. Not to apply for membership, to become a member, then what are you doing? I'm here to be the president. Chu Chen told them the truth. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What did you say? Chu Qingyu was shocked. Are you all here to apply for membership? And it's also very difficult. Among so many people, only two can stand out. You actually said that you came to be the president? What a joke. Everyone looked at Chu Chen, not knowing what to say for a while. You are amazing. Why don't you go to heaven? Liang Wenluan spoke first and sneered at Chu Chen. You applied to be a member by yourself, but you actually want to be the president as soon as you come up. That is. You are really cool. Don't talk about the president. Before you were 40 years old, it was already very powerful to be a director here. After Liang Wenluan finished speaking, some other young people in the room also spoke up. They all looked at Chu Chen, very displeased. You are bragging, you are blowing it to the sky. As for those beauties with temperament, they also shook their heads at this moment, and some even stayed away from Chu Chen. They regarded Chu Chen as a lunatic. Arrogant lunatic. Little brother, are you kidding me? Little brother, keep a low profile. The president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association, let alone in the East China Sea, even in the south, the whole country, is a big man. Chu Chen sighed softly. He is so difficult. Why don't they believe me every time I tell the truth? At This time, Chu Chen's cell phone rang, and Chen Chongqing sent a message asking Chu Chen to go to the #1 concert hall. You don't believe it. Chu Chen turned around and prepared to leave. Don't go, after bragging. Do you want to go? How can it be so easy? You must apologize to us for the arrogance just now. Hearing Liang Wenluan say this, others agreed. They also felt that Chu Chen's words had caused them deep damage. Liang Wenluan sneered and said, as the president, do you have to prepare for more than 10 years, decades, or hundreds of years? In 10 minutes, you can call me the president. Chu Chen faintly agreed. For today's performance, Chu Chen made preparations. Before, he practiced the piano song 5 of the night at home for a whole time. After that, Chu Chen left and headed towards the concert hall #1. Liang Wenluan and the others immediately caught up. They wanted to see, what is this kid doing? 10 minutes? In 10 minutes, can I call you the president? I call you uncle? In the end, Chu Chen entered the concert hall #1, while Liang Wenluan and others were stopped outside. Let's wait outside, wait for this kid to come out and let him apologize to us. He still wants to be the president, it's a fool's dream. In concert hall #1, Chen Chongqing and the old-fashioned directors of the Jiangnan Musicians Association were sitting there. Chu Chen saw that the average age of these directors was at least 60 years old. This is why Chen Chongqing called them old antiques. When Chu Chen watched these directors, the directors were also watching Chu Chen. Is this too young? Although they heard from Chen Chongqing, they were already mentally prepared. But after seeing Chu Chen for real, he was still taken aback. He is only in his 20s. He is actually a piano master, and he is also a master of masters? How is this possible? Not to mention the master of the masters, even if Chu Chen is the master, they don't quite believe it. That kind of top pianist must be at least 40 or 50 years old. As far as they know, the youngest piano master, who started learning from a young age, is now almost 40 years old. Chu Chen is only half his age. How can you be a pianist? These directors began to doubt Chen Chongqing's judgment. Not to mention the honorary president. I am afraid that even the honorary vice president, this young man can't be the honorary vice president. Play. Let us recognize that you are the honorary president of the association. A director opened his mouth and went straight to the topic. Night's piano song 5. After saying a word, Chu Chen sat in front of the piano. If you want to show your true strength, you shouldn't play those super difficult pieces. Instead, play those very simple pieces. With that kind of complicated piece, even if there is a real problem during the performance, it can sometimes cover up the past. But that kind of simple tune, don't say anything wrong, even the slightest mistake is easy to be discovered. Hearing the tune that Chu Chen chose, the directors who had been deeply suspicious of Chu Chen just now really took it seriously. The next second, the melodious piano sound came. The directors listened carefully. Slowly. They got hooked. Chu Chen's movements are smooth, without the slightest flaw. In the end, there was only shock and amazement on the faces of all the directors. After Chu Chen finished playing, the directors who had questioned Chu Chen just now stood up and applauded enthusiastically. Sure enough, a hero comes out of a boy. So young. With such strength, I admire. Looking at Chu Chen, these old-fashioned people couldn't help but talk. Mrs. Counselors, does the council now agree that Mr. Chu Chen will be the honorary president of our Jiangnan Musicians Association? Chen Chongqing asked. Agree. I have no opinion. In the end, more than a dozen directors agreed. Unanimously approved by the council. Now, Mr. Chu Chen is the honorary president of our Jiangnan Musicians Association. After all, Chen Chongqing took Chu Chen out of the concert hall, preparing to tell the rest of the headquarters the news. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the concert hall, Chen Chongqing met Liang Wenluan and the others. They naturally knew Chen Chongqing, so they greeted each other politely. Liang Wenluan couldn't help but wanted to sue Chu Chen in front of Chen Chongqing. I want Chen Chongqing to drive Chu Chen out of the Jiangnan Musicians Association. However, without waiting for Liang Wenluan to speak, Chen Chongqing took the lead in announcing to the crowd, "It's all here, and I tell you something very important. From today, Chu Chen, Mr. Chu, is the honorary president of our Jiangnan Musicians Association." Hearing this sentence, everyone was completely stunned. Glancing at the time, only 8 minutes have passed, less than 10 minutes. Did Chu Chen really become the president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association? It was like a dream. These people who had questioned Chu Chen just now and clamored for Chu Chen to apologize to themselves did not dare to speak. Especially, Liang Wenluan was even more embarrassed. In the end, Liang Wenluan didn't apply for any membership anymore, and ran away in despair. Soon, the matter of Chu Chen becoming the honorary president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association was known to some big figures in the East China Sea. They all expressed their desire to meet Chu Chen. After all, the Jiangnan Musicians Association had a lot of connections. After leaving the Jiangnan Musicians Association, Chu Chen was going to find a place to eat. As soon as he got out of the car, Chu Chen heard a surprised voice. Chu Chen turned back and looked at the person walking towards him, and was equally astonished. When it comes to doing it, 10 more are offered. After writing so much, the author feels that his body has been hollowed out. Ask for support. It was none other than Wei Jia, the mother of Yan Luoshui, whom Chu Chen had known before. "Auntie, why are you in the East China Sea?" Chu Chen greeted him and asked, curiously. "It's not for business," Wei Jia said helplessly. Yan Luoshui's father was obsessed with research and did not care about the family business at all. As a wealthy family, the Yan family had stricter family rules. Yan Luoshui's uncles and uncles are all working for the family. It is impossible for Yan Luoshui's family to do nothing and take money for nothing. Therefore, Wei Jia also works in the group, but her position is far less than that of Yan Luoshui's uncles and uncles. "I have a business to discuss recently, so I came to the East China Sea," Mother Yan told Chu Chen the general situation. "Xiao Chu, do you have time at night?" "Have." "Okay, there is an entertainment tonight, you can go with me," Wei Jia spoke. In the future, after Chu Chen and Luo Shui get married, these businesses will also be handed over to them, so it would be better for Chu Chen to get acquainted with them earlier. "Okay, Auntie." Chu Chen nodded. In the evening, the two came to a small reception. Wei Jia's arrival also caused a small stir. After all, behind her was the wealthy Yan family. But with the arrival of more big names, Wei Jia has received less attention. Among these big men, there are even tens of billions, nearly 100 billion CEOs. This is a reception for the top people in the East China Sea, and none of the people present are worth less than 10 billion. "Yo, isn't this President Wei?" I accidentally saw Wei Jia, a rich woman weighing 200 pounds, and wearing a precious pearl necklace, walked slowly over. Mr. Wu is here too. Wei Jia answered coldly. The relationship between the two was not good. Is this your assistant? Looking at Chu Chen, the middle-aged rich woman asked what she was referring to. He's my daughter's boyfriend, Chu Chen. Wei Jia explained. So that's the case, a handsome young man. Hey, what a pity. The middle-aged rich woman shook her head and said with emotion. What do you mean? Nothing. Nothing? The middle-aged rich woman sneered. I don't know if President Wei has bought a ticket for tomorrow? Suddenly, the conversation changed, and the middle-aged rich woman asked. Tomorrow's ticket? Wei Jia was a little puzzled. After the bidding ends. Tomorrow, you're going to leave in a daze, so you'd better buy a plane ticket early. With a sneer, Mr. Wu, the middle-aged rich woman, turned around and left. Wei Jia was very angry. Aunt, who is she? Chu Chen asked. She is the general manager of Wu Yue Group. This time she came to Donghai for the same purpose as me, to bid for Weiran Group. Wei Jia explained to Chu Chen that she and the rich middle-aged woman were competitors, and the advantage of this rich middle-aged woman was greater than that of Wei Jia. So, Chu Chen nodded slightly. With the appearance of the big people one after another, the reception was also lively. At this moment, a middle-aged man with glasses slowly appeared in everyone's field of vision. After seeing him, whether it was Wei Jia or the middle-aged rich woman and the others, their eyes lit up. This middle-aged man is the chairman of Weiran Group, Chen Xian, who is worth nearly 50 billion. With the appearance of Chen Xian, many people who want to cooperate with Weiran Group stepped forward to greet Chen Xian and toast. Wei Jia also stood up. Tomorrow's business must be negotiated, otherwise, their family's situation will be more difficult. As an old-fashioned wealthy family, the Yan family is very traditional and has a patriarchal mindset. Because Father Yan was obsessed with research, Wei Jia served in the family business instead of him, which has caused a lot of criticism and made Yan Luoshui's uncles very dissatisfied. Moreover, the branch that Yan Luoshui is currently in charge of is relatively large among all the branches of the Yan family. This aroused the jealousy of many people. Not long ago, Yan Luoshui's second uncle suggested to Mr. Yan said that Yan Luoshui was a daughter and was not suitable to manage such a large company, and wanted to recall Yan Luoshui to the Yan family and let his son take over the branch. If Yan Luoshui was called back, the Yan Luoshui family, who had been at a disadvantage in the struggle between the rich and powerful, would probably make things worse. The worst result is that Yan Luoshui is broken into marriage with other wealthy families under the arrangement of the family. This is the last thing Wei Jia wants to see. But as a wealthy family, Wei Jia has nothing to do. Only when the giants fight, gain the upper hand, or win the final victory, can everything be solved. If the business is not negotiated tomorrow, and she returns to Yan's house, Yan Luoshui's second uncle will probably attack directly. Let old Master Yan, who was a little shaken, bring Luoshui back to the Yan family. Wei Jia also stepped forward to greet Chen Xian. Seeing Wei Jia's expression, Chu Chen had already vaguely guessed something. After all, which wealthy family had no struggle within? Yan Luoshui also talked to Chu Chen about the Yan family. Mr. Chen. Wei Jia greeted Chen Xian. Chen Xian replied politely, but before Wei Jia could continue to speak, the middle-aged rich woman, Mr. Wu, came over just now. Long time no see, Mr. Chen. After seeing President Wu, Chu Chen smiled and replied, "It's been a long time indeed, Mr. Wu. The two have worked together before and are old friends." Chu Chen chatted with the middle-aged rich woman and left Wei Jia directly aside. Seeing this, Wei Jia's face changed slightly, and she finally understood why President Wu was so confident just now. "Mr. Chen, let's sit down there and talk slowly about cooperation," the middle-aged wealthy woman Mr. Wu suggested. "It is good." Chu Chen nodded, glancing at Wei Jia next to her proudly. The middle-aged wealthy Mrs. Wu and Chu Chen walked to the side. Hearing this, Wei Jia was completely desperate. "It's over, the bidding tomorrow will definitely fail, and cooperation is naturally impossible." Wei Jia's face paled slightly. She had even imagined the scene where Luo Shui was recalled to the Yan family later. At that time, their family was really on the brink of desperation. Although there can be no danger to life, the right to speak in the Yan family will be completely lost. After talking with Chu Chen for a while, the middle-aged rich woman walked towards her with a smile. "Mr. Wei, you still don't believe me, now you understand." The middle-aged rich woman, President Wu, looked like she was showing off. "You can still leave." In the distance, watching the middle-aged rich woman Mr. Wu showing off there, Chu Chen did not say anything. He is indeed ready to cooperate with President Wu. After all, he can obtain the maximum profit by cooperating with President Wu. What friends are not friends? The business world, interests are the most important. The young man likes you very much. What are the women of the Yan family? I have a daughter who is as beautiful as me. How can I introduce it to you? The middle-aged rich woman, President Wu, threw an olive branch to Chu Chen again. "Do you have a daughter as beautiful as you?" Hearing this, Chu Chen suddenly had black lines all over his head. "Do you really think the contract is guaranteed?" Hearing Chu Chen's words, the middle-aged rich woman Mr. Wu was stunned and couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Chen and I have discussed the specific details, and we will sign the contract tomorrow. Do you think that your future mother-in-law is still at all possible?" The middle-aged rich woman, President Wu, disapproved of Chu Chen's words, and sneered at Wei Jia and Chu Chen. Just then, another big man appeared at the reception. "Mr. Zhang, long time no see." Mr. Zhang is still so low-key, dressed simply. Mr. Zhang's business is booming recently, and his net worth has increased by tens of billions. Seeing Mr. Zhang appearing, many bosses who were worth tens of billions stepped forward and said enviously, "Mr. Li is joking. How can there be tens of billions? It's just a small project, and it only earns a few billions." President Zhang said regretfully. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Just a few billions? If someone said that, they would definitely think it was pretending. But what Mr. Zhang said was definitely not coercion, but real disgust. No way, who made Mr. Zhang's worth as high as 12 figures? Billionaires. What? Just when President Zhang was chatting with everyone, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance. President Zhang immediately left the crowd and walked forward. "You guys are really hard-mouthed." In the face of Chu Chen and Wei Jia, the middle-aged rich woman, President Wu, was ridiculed. "I can't help it. Tomorrow is the time when you give up." Just after Mr. Wu finished speaking, a surprised voice came. "Are you Mr. Chu?" President Zhang came over and asked curiously. In an instant, Wei Jia and President Wu all looked at President Zhang, who was approaching. Xiang Tang? Chairman of 100 Billion Group. Dingxing Real Estate, Xiang Tang, a famous real estate tycoon in Tian province? How did he come here? Among all the guests at the reception, Xiang Tang, who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, is definitely the top boss. You are? Chu Chen asked, curiously. Forgot to introduce myself, I'm the chairman of Dingxing Real Estate, Xiang Tang, the father of that stinky boy Xiang Xian. Xiang Tang, dressed in a low-key manner, spoke. Oh. Hearing this, Chu Chen suddenly realized that it was his younger brother's father. At this moment, Chu Chen finally understood why Xiang Xian didn't find out that his father was rich before. Xiang Tang's dress is even more low-key than his. It is the kind that is absolutely unrecognizable when placed in a crowd. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Chu Chen said politely. What's your name? Mr. Zhang? If you don't dislike it, just call me Brother Zhang. Xiang Tang said. He had heard his son talk about Chu Chen before. At a young age, he owned several groups, numerous industries under his name, and his worth reached 100 billion. Probably about the same as myself. But how old is Chu Chen? Only 21 or 2 years old, and his worth has reached a terrifying 100 billion. Brother Zhang? Next to him, Wei Jia and the middle-aged rich woman Mr. Wu were stunned. Not to mention them, the other guests at the reception were also extremely surprised. Is this the President Zhang they once knew? What surprised them even more, after Xiang Tang finished speaking, Chu Chen also said, okay, Brother Zhang. They never imagined that Chu Chen would really dare to call him that. This is Xiang Tang, a billionaire and a famous real estate tycoon in Tian province. Although Mr. Zhang is not that old-fashioned, do you really dare to call it that? Brother Zhang? Not far away, Chen Xian, who was sitting there leisurely, almost spit out the sip of wine he just drank. Xiang Tang's words surprised him. Chu Chen's words shocked him. Do you really dare to call me Brother Zhang? People are dignified billionaires, is that your name? Are you worthy? Are you Mr. Chu? Another elegant and easygoing middle-aged man also spoke in surprise. You are? Chu Chen asked. Mr. Chu, I am a member of the Jiangnan Musicians Association, He Xingye. The elegant middle-aged man spoke. Hello. He Xingye actually called him Mr. Chu, so polite? The crowd was even more confused. Who is he? Xingye? It's Tiannan province, no, it's a famous musical instrument manufacturer in the south. At least 1/5 of the musical instruments in the entire south are produced by He Xingye's company. Although He Xingye was not worth as much as Xiang Tang, it was still as high as 80 billion. This Wei Jia looked at Chu Chen in surprise, wondering what happened. Chen Xian is also trembling, isn't he a young man? As for Xiang Tang, He Xingye is so excited and attached to it. The middle-aged rich woman, President Wu, is also confused now. Why is he Xingye and Xiang Tang like this? The other guests at the reception were curiously spinning around Chu Chen, Xiang Tang, and He Xingye, not knowing why. President Zhang, isn't he the future son-in-law of the Yan family? It's not a big man. Are you so? The middle-aged rich woman Mr. Wu couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, both Xiang Tang and He Xingye showed deep disdain on their faces. What do you know? Xiang Tang said with a look of disgust. What is the Yan family? Even if it is the helm of the Yan family, Mr. Yan, maybe he is not as rich as Brother Chu. Zhang Tang explained, Brother Chu, it's our Tian province, no, maybe even the youngest billionaire in the country. Is Chu Chen a billionaire? Hearing this, everyone was really frightened. How old is he? Already have 12-figure assets? Hundreds of billionaires, 21 billionaires? Terrible. These tens of billions of bosses who have seen strong winds and waves on weekdays are completely shocked. What? The middle-aged rich woman, President Wu, almost jumped up in shock. Billionaires? This young man she doesn't care about, the future son-in-law of the Yin family, is actually a billionaire? Most importantly, so young? How can that be possible? At this moment, the middle-aged rich woman Mr. Wu finally understood what Chu Chen said. Do you really think the contract is guaranteed? As a billionaire, it is natural to have the confidence to say so. In the distance, Chen Xian suddenly stood up when he heard that Chu Chen was a billionaire, with an unbelievable shock. Billionaires? How terrible is his background for such a young billionaire? Chen Xian couldn't imagine it. Originally, he thought that Wei Jia was the wealthy Yin family, but now he realized that he was wrong. Wei Jia is not relying on the Yin family, but her billionaire son-in-law of her age. No, you must not sign a contract with President Wu. In an instant, Chen Xian regretted it. Even if he had agreed with President Wu before, but he didn't sign the contract, the red-mouthed and white-toothed one had no proof, and he repented. What could President Wu do? Chen Xian came over quickly and said to Wei Jia, Mr. Wei, I've thought about it. It's the best choice to cooperate with you. You see, when it is convenient for you, I can sign the contract at any time. Chen Xian changed his normal behavior and spoke very politely. The Chen Xian, who didn't take Wei Jia in his eyes just now, has long since disappeared. Instead, it was Chen Xian who looked ingratiating. Befriending Wei Jia is equivalent to befriending this young billionaire. Although he may earn a little less, it is definitely worth it. Such a young billionaire has unlimited potential. Who knows if he will become a trillionaire, a millionaire in the future? No one can tell what will happen in the future. What? Hearing Chen Xian's words, the middle-aged rich woman President Wu's face changed greatly. She just had a good talk with Chen Xian. Chen Xian changed his mind? Although she was very angry and helpless in her heart, Mr. Wu, a middle-aged rich woman, still did not dare to show it. No way, in front of Chu Chen, a young billionaire, she didn't dare. In particular, she had ridiculed Chu Chen and Wei Jia before, and now she is even more afraid. A billionaire. This makes Zhang Tang and He Xingye very polite and friendly billionaires. You don't even need Chu Chen to do it, as long as he opens his mouth. The rich woman, Mr. Wu, believed that many people would take action against her company in order to please Chu Chen. Even if her company is worth nearly 40 billion, it is definitely not a match for so many people. Billionaires. Looking at Chu Chen, there was only horror in the hearts of everyone present. Horrible. Hello Mr. Chu, I am the chairman of Paco. Mr. Chu. I am the president of Lingqi Group. Soon, all the bosses walked towards Chu Chen and toasted Chu Chen one after another. Chu Chen responded one by one. At the party, in addition to Zhang Tang and He Xingye, Chu Chen also met 3 other billionaires, or billionaires with assets of nearly 100 billion. Several people left contact information for each other. As for those billionaires, Chu Chen also knew a lot. There are from the East China Sea, from other cities in Tiannam province, and from other provinces, too many to count. Chu Chen's network of contacts suddenly increased. Several times. Mr. Chu, enjoy the glory tomorrow and play golf? At this time, a billionaire, Brother Zhong suggested. It's a good idea. What does President Chu think? Another elder brother agreed. At the warm invitation of several people, Chu Chen nodded in agreement. Okay, let's meet tomorrow at my Guanyin golf course. Brother Zhong suggested. This old Brother Zhong, who runs the top 5 golf clubs in the country, owns more than 100 golf courses all over the country. And his worth is not weaker than Zhang Tang. He is one of the top leaders at the party. I'm sorry, Brother Zhong. People are so polite, Chu Chen will naturally not refuse. After all, reach out and don't hit. The smiling person. People take the initiative to befriend you, why do they refuse? Don't need to spend anything? Brother Chu, then it's a decision. It's a word. Don't forget it tomorrow. Brother Zhong and others said. In order to have a good relationship with Chu Chen, the other billionaires and the bosses of the group also said that they would also go tomorrow. Make an appointment with these big guys. Chu Chen and Wei Jia left the reception. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Xiao Chu. On the way, Wei Jia couldn't help feeling emotional. Originally, after going to Jiangzhou last time, Wei Jia and Yan Luoshui's father both thought that Chu Chen should be a billionaire. But it never occurred to me that Chu Chen was actually a billionaire. This can already be compared with the Yan family. Even if Mr. Yan saw Chu Chen, he should be polite and treat each other with courtesy. My future son-in-law is too powerful. Thinking of those bigwigs who were not weaker than the old man just now vying to toast Chu Chen, Wei Jia couldn't help but feel proud. With the son-in-law of Chu Chen, their family stood up. Even if they fail in the internal struggle of the Yan family, they don't have to be afraid. Luoshui's future happiness will not be any problem. What's more, with Chu Chen, a billionaire, can they still fail in the Battle of the Giants? Failed, is that a joke? No matter how powerful Yan Luoshui's uncles and uncles were, those cousins and cousins performed very well. In the future, Chu Chen will go to the Yan family compound to show his identity, not to mention them, even the old man Yan will greet him grandly. Wei Jia, who has always been in a weak position in the struggle of the giants and is often suppressed by Yan Luoshui's uncles, thinks of this at this moment and is looking forward to it. Little Chu, after a while, it will be the grandfather's birthday. All the Yan family will return to the Yan family compound to congratulate. At that time, it is also the day when the old grandfather tests the younger generation and decides the future head of the Yan family. That day, can you go back with Luo Shui? Wei Jia asked Chu Chen. Is it okay? Chu Chen nodded and agreed. He had heard Yan Luo Shui say something before. He just went on a trip, a little thing. That's great, Wei Jia said happily. The day when their family was proud of the family was coming. After sending Wei Jia to the hotel, Chu Chen also left and returned to a villa under Angel Entertainment Group. The next day, Chu Chen drove his Mercedes-Benz leisurely and headed for Guanyin Golf Course. I think Brother Zhong and the others should come too. Stopping the car, Chu Chen walked into the golf course. In the distance, looking at Chu Chen, a surprised voice came. What? It's him? In the parking lot, a young man was a little surprised when he saw Chu Chen walking into the stadium. Lao Liang, who is it? A companion next to him asked, curiously. The young man who discovered Chu Chen was Liang Wenluan, whom Chu Chen met yesterday at the Jiangnan Musicians Association. It's all right. A boy who plays the piano better. Liang Wenluan naturally couldn't tell what happened yesterday. What a shame. That kid provokes you? The companion asked, curiously. Yeah. Liang Wenluan nodded. What? He dares to provoke you? Old Liang, this matter can't be ignored. Where can we put the face of our brothers? Seeing Liang Wenluan nod, several other companions spoke. They are all fresh-clothed angry horses, lawless young masters, and they are usually the ones who provoke others. Today, my brother was actually provoked by others. When this matter spreads, where do they put their face? How can they hang around in the East China Sea? Today, the brothers are going to give you back your face. In other places, we might have to hesitate, but today, in Laogua's territory, what are we afraid of? Yes, this is on Laogua's territory, and we have nothing to fear. The companion spoke. It turned out that the first person to ask Liang Wenluan's companion Laogua, his father, is the general manager of Guanyun Golf Course. They usually play here. And of course this is their territory. On their own territory, they are not afraid of anyone. After saying that, a few people pulled Liang Wenluan and walked towards Guanyun Golf Course, ready to trouble Chu Chen. Suddenly, a companion thought of something and quickly stopped everyone. Slow. Take a break today, add more tomorrow. Hearing his companion's words, the others looked at him one after another. What's the matter, are you cowardly? Laogua. Guowenla said dissatisfiedly. On his territory, there is nothing to be afraid of, they are the bosses here. Of course it's not cowardly, but have you thought about something? What if the kid just now had some background? The youth who asked everyone to stop asked a few people. This question has stopped others from asking, and I don't know how to answer. Impossible. Have you ever seen a person with a big background who drives a Mercedes-Benz? Of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan? Some people retorted that they also noticed Chu Chen's car just now, but it was just a Benz. I'm still a little worried, so how about we ask Laogua to check? Youth advice. Anyway, as long as you look at this kid's membership level, you can roughly know his identity. Guanyun Golf Course is a famous high-end golf course in the East China Sea. Which well-known person in the East China Sea has never been here? As long as it is a guest here, Guanyun Golf will evaluate the relevant membership level according to the identity and assets of the guest. The higher the membership level, the higher the authority. Just look at this kid's membership level to determine his identity. Yes, this method is good. Old Gua, go check it out. Several other people urged Guowenla one after another. All right. 5 minutes later, Guowenla came back. How about it? What level of member he is? Don't tell me what platinum or diamond member he is? Several people asked quickly. The diamond members here are worth around 10 billion yuan, and even platinum members are worth 1 billion yuan. Hee, what do you think? Return platinum, what about diamond members? Guowenla sneered and said with great disgust, he's not even an ordinary member. Ordinary members here are worth around 10 million. Not even 10 million? It turned out to be a poor man. Everyone laughed, and even Liang Wenluan breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Chu Chen was a big man, and it would be bad if they kicked the iron plate. It turns out that he is a poor man who has no waist even 10 million. Walk. Let's tease this Mr. Chu. Under the leadership of Guo Wenla, a group of sons and brothers went towards Chu Chen. As soon as Chu Chen entered the Guanyin golf course, Brother Zhong suddenly called and said that the company was in a hurry and would be 15 minutes late. So Chu Chen wandered around the Guanyin golf course. Because it was the first time I came here and I wasn't a member, Chu Chen came to the general area and played with him first. Because of the appearance of the explosion, Chu Chen attracted the attention of many female customers, and some temperamental beauties surrounded Chu Chen. As a result, Chu Chen couldn't even hit the ball, and was very distressed. It's such a hassle to be handsome. We want this place, you can go elsewhere. A domineering voice came. Not far away, Guo Wenla and Liang Wenluan walked over swaggeringly, extremely arrogant. Why? What right do you have to let us go? Hearing Guo Wenla's words, other guests expressed their dissatisfaction. Why, just because my dad is the general manager here? Guo Wenla sneered and said proudly. Just because my dad is the general manager here. A very simple sentence, but these guests could not refute. Your dad is so cool, we can't afford it. In desperation, these guests had no choice but to leave. Only Chu Chen stood there calmly. Little brother, let's go. Let's go play in another area. Little brother. His father is the general manager here, we can't afford it, let's go first. Several beauties persuaded Chu Chen that the hero would not suffer the immediate loss. They invited Chu Chen to play elsewhere. Seeing this, the young masters became even more angry. Why do so many beauties invite him? Although they have also soaked in a lot of girls, they all used money to get them, and they took the initiative. From childhood to adulthood, aside from money worshipping women, they have never been posted upside down by beauties. You are looking at this poor guy. It's just that he looks handsome, and those beauties almost leaned on Chu Chen's body. And so much more. The more these boys think about it, the more angry they are. No. He can't go to another area to play. As the landlord, Guo Wenla stood up first and ordered Chu Chen domineeringly. You have no choice but to leave Guanyin golf course. Yes, get out. You are so poor, you don't deserve to play here. Several other sons and brothers agreed. You are too domineering. Can't be here, can't go to other areas. A bunch of scumbags. Those beauties became unhappy and began to scold Guo Wenla and the others. The more they listened to these beauties, the more Guo Wenla became jealous of Chu Chen. If you don't get out, I'm going to find security to throw you out. Guo Wenla gave an ultimatum. Go away, roll. Liang Wenluan was also very arrogant. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. I'm here waiting for my friend. Are you sure you want to kick me and my friends out? Chu Chen's words were not taken seriously by these young masters. Your friend? You are a poor pen, and your friends are probably also some poor pen. I kicked you out today, what's the matter? This is Lao Guo's territory, he is the boss here. He has the final say. Several sons and brothers sneered. Guo Wenla did not speak, but directly took action. 3 or 4 security guards were called. Guo Wenla pointed at Chu Chen and ordered, you guys, throw him out too. Me. The next second, 3 or 4 security guards moved forward, ready to drag Chu Chen out. Seeing this, Guo Wenla and several people showed playful expressions on their faces. Now they are waiting to see how embarrassed Chu Chen is being driven out. Or Chu Chen didn't want to leave, and was chased around by security guards in a panic. The second is what they most want to see. It felt like a lion playing with its prey. 1 word. Cool. I see who of you dares to move. A majestic voice came. A group of bodyguards rushed over and directly subdued the 3 or 4 security guards. Then, 2 middle-aged men came over. They were also known to Chu Chen yesterday. Although they are not as valuable as brother Zhong, each of them also has assets of 70 to 80 billion yuan. They have been here for a while. Originally, after they came in, they were going to go directly to the place arranged by President Zhong. But when passing through the ordinary area, he found Chu Chen. Seeing that Chu Chen was surrounded by beauties, they waited in the distance, not wanting or daring to delay Chu Chen's good deeds. It's just that I didn't expect to wait for a while, but I waited for this group of young masters. After seeing the 2 middle-aged people, Guo Wenle was stunned. Although I don't know these 2 middle-aged people, but looking at their clothes and these capable bodyguards, they are not ordinary people at first glance. Who are you? Guo Wenle asked sharply. After all, in his territory, and in front of so many brothers, he couldn't admit it. Just after Guo Wenle finished speaking, a companion behind him whispered in Guo Wenle's ear, "Old Guo, the 2 of them seem to be rich businessmen. I seem to have seen them on TV before, but I can't remember the specifics. Don't be careless." Hearing this, Guo Wenle and Liang Wenluan were stunned. Having trouble? They really kicked the iron plate? For a time, several people were at a loss. The 2 middle-aged men asked several bodyguards to confront Guo Wenle, while they came to Chu Chen to say hello. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu is good. Even though their worth is less than 100 billion, these 2 bosses did not dare to call Chu Chen brothers and sisters, so they took the initiative to lower their level. Hello you 2. Seeing Chu Chen greet these 2 not simple middle-aged people, the beauties next to him were a little stunned. What is the identity of this little brother? Originally, they thought that Chu Chen was playing in the ordinary area and should be an ordinary person, but they did not expect that Chu Chen would actually know these 2 not simple characters. Is this handsome little brother more powerful than the general manager's son? I don't think it's possible. Although these 2 middle-aged people are not simple, they are just customers here. Several beauties discussed in a low voice, not very optimistic about Chu Chen. Looking at a few brothers who were at a loss, Guo Wenle's face changed slightly, and he said, "Don't worry, don't you just know 1 or 2 rich businessmen? It doesn't matter, I'll call my dad." At this point, Guo Wenle is even more unlikely to give in. On his own territory, he found trouble with others, but was frightened away by others, and this matter spread. How is he messing around? How can I raise my head in this group of sons and brothers? Guo Wenle called his father, Guo Ji, directly. On the phone, Guo Wenle was extremely aggrieved, as if he had been bullied on his own territory. The other party wanted to humiliate him because he knew 2 wealthy businessmen. What? He still wants to hit you? Hearing his son's words, Guo Ji, who was working, frowned. He is the general manager of Guanyin Golf Course. If his son was beaten here, then his general manager is too rubbish. After returning home, he will definitely be scolded by the wife who dotes on her son. After Guo Wenle assured that there was no big man on the opposite side. Pay attention to them, I We'll bring someone to rush right away. Hanging up the phone, Guoji summoned people and went to the general area aggressively. At the same time, an atmospheric Rolls-Royce Wraith drove into Guanyin Golf Course. Sitting in the car is the real owner of Guanyin Golf Course, chairman of the top 5 golf clubs in the country, Zhong Wanghui, Mr. Zhong. Boy, my dad, the general manager of Guanyin Golf Course, will be here soon. Don't think that there are so many of you that I am afraid of you? Guo Wenle restored the information after knowing that his father was coming soon. Boy, don't be mad. Let's see in a while. The guilty young masters also spoke up, gaining some confidence. Hearing this, let alone Chu Chen, even the 2 middle-aged bosses sneered. What is the general manager of Guanyin Golf Course, just a little guy? Soon, a large group of people rushed over. Guo Wenle quickly ran over. Boy, see, our people are here. Anyway, you will be kicked out today. Looking at the 20 or 30 security guards, these young masters immediately gained confidence. There were more of them, and they were not afraid of anything. And they provoked Chu Chen one after another. Dad, it's that kid, help me drive him out. Coming to Guo Wenle pointed at Chu Chen and said. Before there was time to ask his son's specific situation, Guo looked forward. Do not know. He had never seen Chu Chen. It's fine if you don't know him, he shouldn't be a big man. On the way here, was he worried that his son would get into trouble? Now he is relieved. How many of you, with a sigh of relief, Guoji was ready to let someone take action and throw Chu Chen out. But before he finished speaking, his eyes inadvertently noticed the bodies of 2 middle-aged men not far from Chu Chen. This, in an instant, Guoji's heart hung up. Because Chu Chen was surrounded by some beauties, as soon as he came up, Guoji didn't notice the 2 middle-aged people. But looking closely, Guoji was instantly shocked. Dad, Guo Wenle urged his father. Guoji walked straight forward as if he didn't hear Guo Wenle's words. Mr. Liu, Chairman Su Guoji greeted the 2 middle-aged people very politely. These are 2 big guys, worth tens of billions? I heard that you are going to drive Mr. Chu out. Chairman Su said to Guoji with a sneer. Mr. Guo, that's okay. President Liu also spoke. Guoji stood there awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. Seeing Guoji's actions, Liang Wenluan was stunned. Uncle Guo, what happened? Even Guo Wenle was very puzzled and was about to ask his father. Brother Chu, where are you? I said why Mr. Chu didn't come. So there are beauties here. There were a few more voices in the distance. Accompanied by a group of 3 or 4 middle-aged people, they slowly walked towards here. Mr. Zhao, Dongli, Mr. Gu? These few people are similar to the 2 President Liu just now, and they are all worth a lot of money. Mr. Gu? That is the helm of the Gu family, a wealthy family in the East China Sea, a veritable billionaire. No. Mr. Chu? Recalling the words of Mr. Gu and Mr. Liu just now, Guoji had a terrible guess in his mind. The next second, Guoji looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. Let Mr. Gu call the younger brother. And Mr. Liu and several people respectfully call Mr. Chu. The identity of this young man, Guoji, was deeply shocked and did not dare to guess. Patriarch Gu? Chairman Li? Looking at the few people who came over again, Guo Wenle and the young masters finally found someone they knew. This is the top boss in the East China Sea. Under the shocked gazes of Guo Wenle and the others, Mr. Ge, and others came to Chu Chen's side. One after another, to greet him. Look at the big guys who are very polite to Chu Chen. Guo Wenle, Liang Wenluan and the others were all blacked out and almost fainted from fright. What just happened? Why are these bosses being so polite to Chu Chen? What's wrong? The irritable voice came. Zhong Guanghui happened to pass by and found that there were so many people gathered here, so he walked over. Today, he invited Brother Chu to play, and there must be no accident. Walking into the crowd, Zhong Guanghui happened to see Chu Chen. Brother Chu, why are you here? Zhong Guanghui walked towards Chu Chen enthusiastically. Brother Zhong, I also want to go to the place where I made an appointment, but unfortunately, someone wants to drive me and my friends out together. Chu Chen replied helplessly. Zhong Guanghui's face changed instantly. Brother Chu is his guest, who is so bold. Brother Zhong? This Mr. Chu calls his boss, Brother Zhong? Hearing Chu Chen's address to Zhong Guanghui, Guoji instantly confirmed his terrible guess. This Mr. Chu is definitely a billionaire. President Zhong? Guoji said to Zhong Guanghui with trembling all over. Looking at Guoji, who was extremely nervous, and at the 2 or 3 security guards around, Zhong Guanghui understood in an instant. How dare you do this to my guest? Zhong Guanghui scolded Guoji sharply and was extremely angry. Beside him, after seeing Zhong Guanghui, Guo Wenle's eyes became even darker, his legs were weak, and he was about to fall to the ground. Old Guo. The companion next to him quickly helped Guo Wenle up. Others may not know Zhong Guanghui, but Guo Wenle certainly does. This is a super boss, a billionaire. Chu Chen was actually Zhong Guanghui's guest? Liang Wenluan. The bastard Liang Wenluan made him offend such an important person. At this moment, Guo Wenle even had the heart to kill Liang Wenluan. Gudong. The next second, Guo Wenle took the initiative to kneel on the ground. Seeing this scene, the surrounding sons also knelt down one after another, and they also realized that something was wrong. So many big guys are related to Chu Chen. This time they really got into super big trouble. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. It's all my fault, I shouldn't listen to Liang Wenluan's instigation. Please forgive. Guo Wenle took the initiative to apologize, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. President Chu, I'm sorry, it's all because of Liang Wenluan. Kneeling on the ground, several young masters quickly apologized. Brother Chu, this matter is my fault, how to deal with it is left to me. Zhong Guanghui said to Chu Chen. After seeing Chu Chen nod, Zhong Guanghui directly fired Guoji. Do not. After hearing Zhong Guanghui's decision, Guoji screamed. Dude, his son is too dubious. The next second, under Zhong Guanghui's gesture, several bodyguards came to Guoji and the others, and slapped them hard, and notified their families. 10 minutes later, all the family members of these sons came over and quickly apologized to Chu Chen. Finally, Chu Chen and Zhong Guanghui left and went to play. Ding, check-in task, go to Meiyuan to check-in, time, 6 hours, quest. Reward, 1 garden, plum garden, plum garden? Chu Chen, who was playing, couldn't help but murmured when he heard the system's mission. Plum garden, Brother Chu is interested in plum garden? Next to him, Zhong Guanghui couldn't help but ask when he heard this. I've never heard of it, and I wonder if Brother Zhong knows about this plum garden? Chu Chen asked, curiously. Next to him, when Mr. Gu heard plum garden, he was also interested and came over. Mei Yuan, let Brother Gu speak, he knows best. Seeing Mr. Gu coming over, Zhong Guanghui opened his mouth. Brother Gu has been coveting Mei Yuan for decades. Hearing this, Mr. Gu said, Plum garden, that is the treasure of southern gardens. In the garden, there are stone paths circling on the hills, lush ancient trees, covered with bamboo, vines hanging. Wild plants, simple and natural, and the scenery is lush and natural. The entire plum garden has a dense and natural layout. It is characterized by water as the main component. The water surface is broad, and the scenery is plain, innocent, and natural. It is centered on the pool water. The pavilions are built around the pool. Beautiful. When the plum garden was first built, it was a royal palace. Later, because of the change of dynasties, it fell into the hands of a wealthy family surnamed Mei. After transformation, it became the current plum garden, which has a history of hundreds of years. Hearing this, Zhong Guanghui also spoke, the modern villas and mansions cannot be compared with these garden mansions. Only garden mansions like Mei Yuan can symbolize wealth and status. For these billionaires, villas and mansions are nothing, and they don't look down on them. Only this kind of gardens and houses with hundreds of years of history can make them look at them. Houses and gardens with a long history of precipitation can match their worth and status. Just like those long-standing courtyard houses, now they can easily cost hundreds of millions. If Brother Chu is also interested in Mei Yuan, brother doesn't mean anything else, Brother Chu should give up as soon as possible. Zhong Guanghui tells the truth, through the East China Sea, there are countless rich people who covet the plum garden. But its owner doesn't sell it. To be honest, even he was drooling over Mei Yuan. Brother Zhong is right. Brother, I fell in love with the plum garden 20 years ago. I have been in contact with the owner of the plum garden for so many years. Even if the price is 2 billion, no one will sell it. Mr. Gu also spoke up. The words were full of helplessness and emotion. The owner of Plum Garden, who now lives overseas, has countless assets, and is probably worth hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't want to sell the house. Hearing the words of the two billionaires, Chu Chen was also very interested in Mei Yuan. The value of this plum garden is extremely terrifying. After playing the ball, Chu Chen drove away and went straight to Mei Yuan. Arrived at Plum Garden. Whether to check in or not, pick the card. Ding, check-in successfully. Congratulations, you have become the new owner of Mei Yuan. From now on, this garden coveted by billionaires will belong to Chu Chen. Plum Garden, covering an area of 32 acres, has a total area of nearly 30,000 square meters, including pavilions, small bridges and flowing water, which are very beautiful. Perhaps this plum garden should be renamed Chu Garden now. Chu Chen muttered softly. Now that the system has rewarded him with a huge garden, will he be rewarded with a set of Yanjing's super courtyard in the future? If that's the case, he has the two different styles of gardens. Thinking about it, Chu Chen came to the plum garden and opened the gate of the plum garden. From now on, in the East China Sea, he also has his own mansion. If the news of him becoming the new owner of the plum garden spreads, I am afraid it will shock the rich people in the East China Sea again. The mansion that they can't afford, they just need to check in easily, and they can get it in their pockets. It's cool to have a system. An open life is so cool. In order to express his apology, before Chu Chen left, Guanyin Golf Course, Brother Zhong mysteriously gave him a gift. In a hurry to punch in, he put it in the car, and now he can open it and take a look. After all, Zhong Wanghui is a billionaire, so the gift should not be simple. Thinking about it, Chu Chen took out the gift from Zhong Wanghui from the car. This is a long brocade box, beautifully packaged, and the outside brocade box alone can sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chu Chen opened the brocade box, and when he saw the contents, he nodded slightly, as he had guessed. It should be a calligraphy. Looking at the yellowed frame, this should be hundreds of years old. Gently opened, it turned out to be a painting. The painting is of bamboo, with an inscription next to it. Autumn wind, bamboo and stone? Chu Chen murmured the original name of this ancient painting was Bamboo and Stone in the Autumn Wind. Looking down, Chu Chen was even more stunned when he discovered the name of the artist. Xing Banqiao. This is actually Xing Banqiao's Autumn Bamboo and Stone picture? This painting actually has a history of 300 years. Chu Chen said with emotion. According to Chu Chen, at a large auction before, Xing Banqiao's A Pride of the Autumn Wind sold for 13.8 million yuan. Chu Chen estimated that the price of his Autumn Wind bamboo stone should also be around 15 million. It's a coincidence, let's take it as a gift. Chu Chen's grandmother and grandfather lived in the East China Sea and came to the East China Sea. Naturally, Chu Chen wanted to visit the two old people. My grandfather likes antique calligraphy and painting, so I went by myself, just to take this bamboo and stone picture in the autumn wind as a gift. The next day, Chu Chen drove to the community where his grandfather and grandmother lived. Taking the autumn wind bamboo stone picture, Chu Chen walked upstairs, knocked on the door and entered. Looking at the people in the room, Chu Chen was a little stunned. Why are there so many people today? Second uncle, third uncle, Chu Chen called out one by one, and finally came to the grandfather and grandmother. Xiao Chen is here. Grandma was very excited, she hadn't seen Chu Chen for a long time. Grandpa also came over happily. As soon as Chu Chen asked, he realized that the cousin of Chu Chen's second uncle's house, Tang Shizhen, was going to bring her boyfriend. It is said that Tang Shizhen's boyfriend graduated from a famous university. He is young and promising. He was already a department manager in his 20s and earned a monthly salary of 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. Out of curiosity, most of the relatives came to see what Tang Shizhen's boyfriend looked like. Grandpa, Grandma, I brought you a present. With that said, Chu Chen took out the autumn wind bamboo stone picture. Xiao Chen, come here, what gift do you bring? Grandma was a little unhappy. Chu Chen slowly opened the autumn wind bamboo stone picture, and other relatives also looked here. Xing Banqiao? When my grandfather saw the inscription of this painting, he was very surprised. Is this Xing Banqiao's painting? All relatives were equally astonished. Although they have never seen Xing Banqiao's paintings, they have heard of them. It is said that a random pair of Xing Banqiao's paintings will cost millions. Everyone knows the situation of Chu Chen and his family, almost the poorest among them. Now, how could Chu Chen just give away millions of gifts? Xiao Chen, how much does this painting cost? I estimate it should be 15 million. $1,500. Everyone took a deep breath. God, this is the amount of money they can't imagine in their entire lives. Xiao Chen, why do you have so much money to buy it? Grandma asked worriedly. Grandma, I didn't buy this painting of bamboo and stone in the autumn wind. It was given to me by a friend. Chu Chen told the truth. From a friend? What friend can send 15 million things? Such a friend, I want, give me a stack. This painting must be fake. At this time, Chu Chen's second aunt spoke up, very confident. Mother was right, it must be fake. My cousin Tang Shizhen agreed. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. Yes, just now they were all stunned by Jing Banqiao and 15 million. After thinking about it, Chu Chen. Or can Chu Chen and their family have so much money? And Chu Chen said that this painting was given by a friend, who believed it. Why don't they have such friends? Xiao Chu, they are all from their own family, so why bother to show off? Chu Chen's fifth aunt also spoke up. I don't see the painting as fake. Grandpa has been collecting these antique calligraphy and paintings for some years, and he has some experience in identification. Dad, you must have misunderstood. Grandpa had just finished speaking, and the second aunt spoke directly. Originally, she wanted to say dark eyes, but she felt that it was a little inappropriate, so she read it wrong. Grandpa, this is a 15 million painting, can Chu Chen afford it? My cousin Tang Shizhen also spoke up. Chu Chen had a bad relationship with this cousin since he was a child. I think the painting is real, it's so well done. At the scene, apart from grandparents, only cousin Tang Miao Miao, who had learned to draw since childhood, spoke to support Chu Chen. Miao Miao, you are too naive. Tang Shizhen shook her head. Tang Miao Miao still wanted to refute, when Grandma spoke up. I don't care whether it's real or fake, as long as it's from Xiaochen, it's the best. Yes, I'll hang the painting right now. Having said that, Grandpa carefully hung up the painting. After listening to these relatives, Chu Chen was too lazy to explain. The painting thing came to an end. Chu Chen chatted with his cousin, and the others also chatted. Tang Shizhen received a message. In 10 minutes, Kong Xing is coming. Tang Shizhen announced to everyone that she was very happy. Is Shizhen's boyfriend coming? So fast? Shizhen, I heard that your boyfriend is a manager in a big company, is it true? Chu Chen's fifth aunt couldn't help but ask. It's not a big company, it's just on UN Group, and the monthly salary is not much, only a mere 100,000. Hearing this, Chu Chen's second aunt spoke up with a showy look. What, on UN Group, that's a tens of billions group, isn't this a big company? A monthly salary of 100,000 is already a lot. Second sister-in-law's requirements are still too high. Shizhen found a boyfriend. Other relatives said enviously. Hearing these words, the second aunt and Tang Shizhen showed faint smiles on their faces. Although they didn't say anything, their hearts were filled with joy. Xiaochen, you will learn from your brother-in-law in the future. The second aunt spoke up and educated Chu Chen. Yes, Xiaochen, your parents will be very happy if you can have 1/10 of your future brother-in-law in the future. Chu Chen's fifth aunt also agreed. Chu Chen, is he okay? Tang Shizhen sneered, disdain for Chu Chen. Tang Miao Miao, a cousin who has always admired Chu Chen, wants to speak for Chu Chen. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, a handsome young man walked in. It was Tang Shizhen's boyfriend, Gu Xingkong. After seeing Gu Xingkong, these relatives walked up one after another and greeted him with great enthusiasm. Gu Xingkong responded one by one. Suddenly, Gu Xingkong inadvertently noticed Chu Chen, who was sitting They're chatting with Tang Meow Meow, and his expression changed drastically. Why is Mr. Chu here? The next second, under the surprised eyes of all relatives, Gu Xingkong walked quickly to Chu Chen. Hello Mr. Chu. I am Gu Xingkong of An Yuan Group. Gu Xingkong introduced himself to Chu Chen. He also met Chu Chen yesterday. Of course, it was unilateral. Yesterday at Guanyin Golf Course, he was playing golf with a client, and he didn't expect to encounter that scene. Chu Chen is actually a billionaire, Zhong Guangwei's friend. Hello. Sitting there, Chu Chen nodded slightly to Gu Xingkong. Chu Chen, why are you talking to Xingkong? Don't you stand up quickly? Seeing that Chu Chen was sitting there talking to Gu Xingkong, the second aunt instantly became angry and scolded Chu Chen loudly. At this time, before Chu Chen spoke, Gu Xingkong turned around and scolded his future mother-in-law. Why are you talking to Mr. Chu? Seeing the angry Gu Xingkong, everyone present was stunned. Especially the second aunt and Tang Shizhen are even more stupid. They are obviously helping Gu Xingkong to speak. Why does Gu Xingkong scold him in turn? Gu Xingkong, what are you doing? Tang Shizhen angrily questioned Gu Xingkong. What are you doing? How can you be disrespectful to Mr. Chu? Gu Xingkong didn't save face for Tang Shizhen at all, and refuted it directly. How can you be disrespectful to Mr. Chu? Gu Xingkong's words confused everyone. Chu Chen, what's wrong with being disrespectful to Chu Chen? For a junior, they need to be respectful? Chu Chen is not a big man? I'm disrespectful to Chu Chen. So what, isn't he just an ordinary person? Tang Shizhen asked inexplicably, how did you meet Chu Chen, ordinary people? Is Mr. Chu an ordinary person? Gu Xingkong sneered in his heart, what a group of people with no eyeballs. I was fortunate enough to see Mr. Chu and Mr. Zhong playing at Guanyin Golf Course yesterday. That's how I met Mr. Chu. Mr. Zhong, what is Mr. Zhong? The owner of Guanyin Golf Course, a billionaire, Zhong Guangwei, president. Zhong. Although they had never heard of Zhong Guangwei, they all knew about Guanyin Golf Course. And the status of a billionaire is enough to scare everyone. Chu Chen actually played with a billionaire? OMG. Everyone was frightened. What identity was Chu Chen, and what qualifications did he have to play with the unattainable billionaires? The autumn wind bamboo and stone picture was sent by Zhong Guangwei. Chu Chen added. Autumn wind bamboo stone was sent by Zhong Guangwei? It is naturally impossible for 100 billionaire to send a fake. That autumn wind bamboo and stone picture is an authentic work worth 15 million. Everyone was taken aback by this conclusion. Terrible. Everyone looked at the autumn wind bamboo and stone picture hanging there, their eyes filled with awe, and they almost worshipped. 4a. While they looked at Chu Chen and didn't know what to say. After learning that Chu Chen was actually Tang Shizhen's cousin, Gu Xingkong was more respectful to Chu Chen, and his heart was even more excited and joyful. He was fortunate enough to have a relationship with Mr. Chu, so lucky. Xiaochen, there is no place to stay in the East China Sea. Don't stay in any hotel, just stay here. Grandpa's advice. He thought that Chu Chen had stayed in the hotel before. Grandpa, I bought a house in the East China Sea and have a place to live. Chu Chen explained. The crowd was even more surprised. Chu Chen actually bought a house in the East China Sea? Where does he live? Xiaochen, you must be careful when buying a house. No, I'll go to the house you bought later to see if there is any problem. Grandpa is not worried. For most ordinary people, buying a house is a super big thing, and you must be cautious. Grandpa was afraid that Chu Chen was young and would be tricked by others. Xiang Chuchen, your grandfather is right. Now those developers are only concerned with making money and have no conscience. Grandma will also go in a while, to help you with the staff. Grandma also spoke. No problem. Chu Chen nodded. Brother Chen, count me in. I also want to know where you live, so that I can find you to play with. Cousin Tang Meow Meow volunteered. It's one of us. We also want to take a look. Those other relatives also spoke up. They all wanted to go to the house that Chu Chen bought. Although they said they were helping Chu Chen's staff, they actually wanted to see what the house that Chu Chen bought looked like. Where is it worth it? They still didn't believe what Gu Xingkong said just now. How could Chu Chen be qualified to play with billionaires? Hundreds of billionaires also give Chu Chen things? To them, this is simply a fantasy. Maybe something can be seen in the house that Chu Chen bought, or Chu Chen can be exposed. All right. Chu Chen finally agreed. After eating, they set off. Chu Chen took his grandfather and grandmother and Tang Meow Meow to the Mercedes-Benz and walked in front. Benz? Seeing Chu Chen's car, Tang Chuchen looked sarcastic. I don't believe it anymore. Chu Chen and the billionaire are friends, and they still drive a Mercedes-Benz. A mere Mercedes-Benz is a garbage truck for the rich. I also think Shin Kong admits the wrong person. The second aunt shook her head and said, Does Chu Chen have that qualification? Seeing his house in a moment, everything was revealed. Soon, under the leadership of Chu Chen, everyone drove towards the house that Chu Chen bought. However, looking at the direction of Chu Chen Kai, everyone was very surprised. There doesn't seem to be a residential area where? I don't understand. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Chen parked the car in front of the plum garden, and the grandfather and grandmother came down. Tang Meow Meow, her grandfather and grandmother, looked at the plum garden in front of her with amazement. Several other relatives followed closely, got out of the car, and looked at the plum garden in front of them. A puzzled look appeared on their faces. Chu Chen, why did you bring us here? Yes, this plum garden is a private garden and is not open to the public. If you want to visit Xiang Chuchen, you should go somewhere else. Tang Chuchen even questioned Chu Chen, aren't you going to take us to see the house you bought? Why did you bring us here? Don't think about diverting your eyes. The second aunt agreed. Even the grandparents were very puzzled. Why did Chu Chen bring them here? Chu Chen didn't answer them, just came to the plum garden and opened the lock. This is the house I bought in Donghe. Welcome to my home, the former plum garden, the current Chu garden. Turning around, Chu Chen introduced to everyone. In an instant, there was only horror left in the hearts of everyone. Plum garden? Chu Chen actually bought the former palace, the famous big garden, the plum garden? How much does it cost? Hundreds of millions, billions, or billions? Although they have never been in it, as people from Donghai, they have all heard the story of Mei Yuan. Grandpa, Grandma, come in quickly. With that said, Chu Chen welcomed his grandfather and grandmother in, followed by Tang Meow Meow. Others, watching Mei Yuan's hair for a while, stayed there. After a long time, they carefully walked into the plum garden with excitement and nervousness. Mei Yuan is famous in the East China Sea, but no one has ever entered it. Several of Chu Chen's relatives walked in cautiously, for fear of breaking something. Chu Chen was in front, introducing the scenery in the plum garden to grandparents. Looking at the pavilions and pavilions inside, the bridges and flowing water, my grandparents exclaimed from time to time. As for those relatives of Chu Chen, their eyes widened and they looked amazed. Xiaochen, did you really buy Meiyuan? As an old Donghai native, Grandpa naturally knew the price of plum gardens, and the sky-high price was beyond description. Chu Chen nodded. The scenery here is very beautiful. If my grandparents like it, I will stay here for a few days. Cousin, you are amazing. Tang Miao Miao was very emotional, her eyes were full of admiration for Chu Chen, and her cousin was amazing. As for Chu Chen's other relatives, they were not talking at the moment. Bought the plum garden. OMG. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid it will shake the entire East China. See? It's crazy. Looking at the huge plum garden, they were shocked. It is said that at the earliest time, this was a royal palace. Chu Chen actually bought a palace? Is this still the Chu Chen they knew? As for Tang Shizhen and his second aunt, they were even more dumbfounded. Now, they no longer have any doubts, nor dare to have any doubts. If Gu Xingkong may have read it wrong, but now in the plum garden, what else can they doubt? Not the owner here. Can Chu Chen bring them in for a tour? This is not a residence, it is simply a palace. Only ancient princes and ministers are qualified to live there. Too big, too shocking. At this moment, both Tang Shizhen and the second aunt bowed their heads in shame. They really looked at people through the cracks in the door. Xiaochen has developed and actually became the owner of the plum garden. I used to think that Xiaochen is not simple, but I didn't expect that Xiaochen has really soared into the sky. Now, not only have I become friends with billionaires, but also such a big house. Xiaochen is amazing. The relatives opened their mouths, with a look of admiration and envy for Chu Chen, among which the second aunt praised the most. Chu Chen didn't say anything when he heard these compliments, but just concentrated on accompanying his grandfather and grandmother. On that day, my grandparents stayed here for one night, and of course my cousin Tang Miao Miao also clamored to stay. There are dozens of rooms in Chu Chen here, no matter how many people are not afraid. The next day, Chu Chen drove to the airport. Just sent his grandfather and grandma home, and grandma asked him to pick up someone at the airport. The grandmother said that the granddaughter of the neighbor Grandma Lu came back today. Grandma Lu was too old to come pick him up, so I asked Chu Chen to do me a favor. Chu Chen agreed. After Chu Chen waited for a long time, a woman with a face value of around 80 wearing sunglasses walked over slowly. What a broken place, the air quality is so poor, let alone the United States, not even the devil. As she walked, the woman complained. In the distance, she found Chu Chen. You are Chu Chen? Walking over, the woman rudely looked up and down Chu Chen, and the first impression was not bad. Lu Monroe? Chu Chen opened his mouth. At this moment, he understood a little what his grandmother meant. This may be the idea of Grandma and that Grandma Lu. The old people hope that the younger generation will get married and have children sooner. Knowing that the other party has suitable juniors, I want Chu Chen and Lu Monroe to get to know each other. You don't take the initiative to help when you see the lady saluting so much? Lu Monroe stared at Chu Chen and asked. She was used to being touted by her suitors and licking dogs, causing Lu Monroe to become very proud. If you think you look pretty, you can do whatever you want. Without that obligation. The car is outside. Chu Chen didn't like Lu Monrong, he said something lightly, and walked out. Looking at Chu Chen, who had no intention of helping him at all, Lu Monrong's expression became worse. So ungentleman, no wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend. Lu Monrong murmured in a low voice, and had no choice but to walk outside with a salute. When she saw Chu Chen's Mercedes-Benz, she disliked it even more. What kind of broken car, even if it's not a Lamborghini, a Ferrari, it should be a Porsche or something. Lu Monrong complained in his heart, I really don't know why Grandma introduced this Chu Chen to her. What kind of shitty car is she driving? It's incomparable with her ex-boyfriend's. After all, Chu Chen had to take him home, and Lu Monrong restrained himself and didn't speak his mind. Chu Chen was driving in the front, Lu Monrong sat in the back, and when he came up, Lu Monrong went straight to the point. What do you do? I have worked on Didi and delivered takeaways, but I don't have a stable job at the moment. Lu Monrong's expression changed slightly, and he asked more directly. Do you have any savings? Hearing this, Chu Chen thought for a while. I don't have much savings, but I shouldn't be poor. His assets are all the shares of major groups, luxury houses, luxury cars, and the like, and there are really not many deposits. Not much deposit? Not poor yet? Hee, you can really talk big. Lu Monrong sneered. All your money, I am afraid you have bought this Mercedes-Benz. What bothers me the most is the kind of poor people who have money. Lu Monrong said sarcastically, of course, if the rich pretend to be poor, she doesn't care. Just after Lu Monrong finished speaking, Chu Chen suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lu Monrong asked in dissatisfaction. The car seems to be broken. After all, Chu Chen got out of the car. Lu Monrong also walked down curiously. At this moment, while Lu Monrong was not paying attention, Chu Chen took Lu Monrong's suitcase out of the car and closed the door. The next second, Chu Chen walked away. He left Lu Monrong on the spot. The bitch is hypocritical. He hasn't disliked Lu Monrong yet, so she has the right to dislike herself? Seeing Chu Chen leave himself behind and walk away, Lu Monrong exploded with anger. Asshole, you bastard. Staying in place, Lu Monrong cursed. Scumbag. Poor man, are you still looking for a girlfriend? You're not even a spare tire for me. Looking at the empty surroundings, Lu Monrong was trembling with anger. Chu Chen just left himself in the suburbs? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Lu Monrong picked up the phone and questioned his grandma why he found a poor guy to know her. On the phone, Grandma Lu was also very angry when she heard Lu Monrong's questioning. He actually left his granddaughter on the road, or is he still a poor man? Thinking, Grandma Lu went to question Chu Chen's grandmother. My nephew is not poor, even the plum garden belongs to him. Grandma defended. Someone said that Chu Chen, of course she was not happy. Saying that, she showed Grandma Lu the photo she took in Meiyuan yesterday. What, that plum garden is your nephew's? Grandma Lu was surprised. When she got home, Grandma Lu immediately called Lu Monrong. Grandma, what did you say? Meiyuan belongs to Chu Chen. Hearing Grandma, Lu Monrong was stunned. Plum Garden, isn't that a famous garden in the East China Sea, even in Tian province? Meiyuan was actually bought by the poor bastard that she despised and left her in the suburbs? Lu Monrong's worldview completely collapsed. Didn't Chu Chen have no savings or money? It took a long time for Lu Monrong to recover from the deep shock. Not quite right. Grandma, how did you know that the plum garden was bought by Chu Chen? Lu Monrong asked. Curiously. I heard from Chu Chen's grandmother. She also showed me the photos, which were taken in Meiyuan, Grandma Lu replied. Photo? Only saw the photos? Just now she was frightened and her mind went blank, but now she understands. In today's society, can photos still be trusted? If nothing else, the selfies she posted are two different people from the real person. What a photo, it's just a lie. The photo in the plum garden must have been processed by PS. Absolutely false. Grandma, you've been lied to, that photo was made up. Lu Monrong said confidently. How could Chu Chen, the poor hanging silk, buy a plum garden? Meiyuan, without billions, can you afford it? Joke. Grandma, I'll take a taxi and apply for a job at Angel Entertainment Group in the afternoon? Lu Monrong said. Before, when she traveled to the United States, she accidentally heard from her best friend that Angel Entertainment Group was going to recruit, so she rushed back. In the afternoon, wearing a professional attire, Lu Monrong went straight to Angel Entertainment Group. Half an hour later, Lu Monrong came to Angel Entertainment Group and exhaled a long breath. Lu Monrong smiled and walked towards Angel Entertainment Group. Not far away, a pretty boy also came over. Chu Chen? As soon as he entered the Angel Entertainment Group, Lu Monrong found Chu Chen and screamed. Because of what happened in the morning, Lu Monrong was extremely resentful towards Chu Chen. This was the first time she was abandoned by a boy and left in the suburbs. Not only that, but he actually deceived his grandma, which is really hateful. You? After seeing Lu Monrong, Chu Chen raised his brows. I didn't expect to meet her again so soon. You're not here to apply, are you? Lu Monrong asked sternly. Just a liar like you, can a bastard be admitted? In her heart, liars, scumbags, bastards, etc. have become the symbols of Chu Chen. I advise you to leave early, otherwise, I will announce that you are a liar. Liar, what liar? Before Lu Monrong's voice fell, a surprised voice came from inside. Soon, a man in a suit in his 40s walked out. Although Lu Monrong didn't know the man in the suit, when he saw his outfit, Lu Monrong guessed that it was the manager of Angel Entertainment Group or something, so he quickly prepared to say hello. Chairman, here you are, the documents have been placed in your office. Before Lu Monrong could speak, the man in the suit came to Chu Chen first and said respectfully. It is good. Chu Chen nodded. He came today because there are several important contracts that must be signed by the chairman himself. Chairman? Hearing what the man in suit addressed to Chu Chen, Lu Monrong froze in place as if struck by lightning. What did you say? Chu Chen is the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group? Lu Monrong asked with a trembling voice. Don't come to this conclusion, even just thinking about it, Lu Monrong was quite frightened. Terrible. Yeah, what's wrong? The man in the suit asked in confusion. Right. He answered yes. Is Chu Chen really the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group? At this moment, only shock remained on Lu Monrong's face. The bastard, she thought was a poor man, was actually the chairman of the Angel Entertainment Group with a total asset of nearly 30 billion? Lu Monrong froze and stood there stupidly. Ignoring her, Chu Chen and the man in the suit walked forward. By the way, if there is any important contract in the future, I will send it directly to Meiyuan. I live in Meiyuan now, Chu Chen said to the man in the suit. In the future, it will be sent directly to Meiyuan for him to sign, and he will have to work hard to come to the company. Isn't it just a few 100 million contracts? This little goal is too small. Plum garden? Later, hearing this word, Lu Monrong suddenly realized. Real. The photo grandma saw was real, not a composite picture. Plum Garden, the former palace, a huge garden, is now Chu Chen's. Lu Monrong was full of despair. The chairman of Angel Entertainment Group, the owner of Meiyuan, so young. How much assets does Chu Chen have? Tens of billions, or hundreds of billions? Missed it, just missed it? Do not. Lu Monrong's heart was bleeding. After signing the contract, Chu Chen happened to meet Xiao Mingqi. Xiao Mingqi has been busy with work these past few days, and it was not until today that it was almost done. You bought a house in the East China Sea again? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Xiao Mingqi was very surprised. There is no humanity in the trenches, there is no humanity in the trenches. Xiao Mingqi looked at Chu Chen and couldn't help shaking her head, feeling very emotional. Is this the real tyrant? Wherever you go, you don't even bother to live in a hotel, you just buy a house. And it is definitely a villa, an ordinary house, how could Chu Chen like it? With curiosity, Xiao Mingqi and Chu Chen left together. That's it. Parking the car in front of the plum garden, Chu Chen introduced it to Xiao Mingqi. This is a mansion, a manor? Looking at the quaint plum garden in front of her, Xiao Mingqi was deeply shocked. Is the life of a rich person so unpretentious? Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi walked in and happened to meet Tang Miao Miao playing in the plum garden. My cousin, Tang Miao Miao. Chu Chen introduced Xiao Mingqi. Before Chu Chen could introduce Tang Miao Miao suddenly jumped up excitedly. Xiao Mingqi, my God! I actually saw a big star. Tang Miao Miao was very excited. She was also one of Xiao Mingqi's fans and liked Xiao Mingqi very much. What? When Tang Miao Miao noticed that Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi were standing together, a strange expression suddenly appeared on her face. Hello. Unexpectedly, cousin Chu Chen was actually his fan, and Xiao Mingqi was also very happy, feeling very proud, and the two greeted him. While Xiao Mingqi was visiting the plum garden, Tang Miao Miao came to Chu Chen and asked in a low voice, Cousin, how did you hook up a big star like Xiao Mingqi? Hearing this, Chu Chen's head was full of black lines. How did he hook up? Chu Chen helplessly rubbed Tang Miao Miao's head. When you were young, what were you thinking about? Besides, with your cousin's charm and good looks, what girl doesn't take the initiative to chase? If someone else said that, Tang Miao Miao would definitely refute it, thinking it was bragging. But when her cousin said so, she could only nod in agreement. What my cousin said makes sense. After watching Xiao Mingqi for a while, and Chu Chen for a while, Tang Miao Miao spoke again. It's actually the cousin that Xiao Mingqi took the initiative to chase, he's awesome. Looking at Chu Chen, Tang Miao Miao's eyes were full of admiration and admiration. Cousin is really awesome. Little girl, play while you play. Chu Chen waved his hand helplessly. Time flies, and the next morning, Chu Chen woke up from his sleep. Ding sign and task. Whether to sign in a familiar voice came to my ears. This is Chu Chen's favorite voice, if it appears every day, that's fine. Sign in. Ding sign in successfully, congratulations, a Hennessy Viper GT, priced at 80 million, has been parked in front of Meiyuan. Please pay attention to check, Hennessy Viper? Hearing the reward from the system, Chu Chen muttered and was very happy. Unexpectedly, the sign-in reward this time is actually a fast supercar like the Hennessy Viper. Hennessy, a supercar brand, may not be as famous as Lamborghini and Bugatti in China. But when it comes to speed, it's the undisputed leader. This brand is built for speed, and madman is perhaps their best synonym. The Hennessy Viper accelerates from 0 to 60 miles per hour, 96 kilometers per hour, in just 2.4 seconds, to 100 miles per hour, 160 kilometers per hour, in 5.3 seconds, to 150 miles per hour, 241 kilometers per hour, in 8.9 seconds, and to 200 miles per hour, 321 kilometers per hour, in just 2.4 seconds. It takes 14.3 seconds. Perfect interpretation of what is called speed and passion. The title of world's fastest production car, which once belonged to the Bugatti Veyron, was won by Hennessy Venom GT with an amazing speed of 435.31 kilometers per hour, becoming the latest Guinness World Record. Perhaps only the world-class supercar that is custom-made can surpass the Hennessy Viper. However, the price of such a world-class supercar is absolutely astonishingly high, and even if you are rich and do not have a strong network of contacts, you may be able to order them from these supercars. Chu Chen couldn't help but came outside after seeing the Hennessy Viper parked there. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction, as expected of a legendary muscle sports car, full of explosive power and shock. At noon, Chu Chen received a call from the head of the wealthy Ge family, Mr. Ge, who he knew before. Brother Ge wants to visit the plum garden, no problem. Chu Chen nodded in agreement. The gate of the plum garden is open. Brother Ge can just come in a while. I'll be waiting for you at any time. Before Guanyun Golf Course, Chu Chen heard Zhong Wanghui say that Mr. Ge had coveted Meiyuan for decades. But he had never been able to get it. Now, knowing that Chu Chen bought the plum garden from the owner of the former plum garden, he couldn't help but want to visit it. In the Ge family compound, Mr. Ge was very excited when he heard that Chu Chen agreed. After many attempts, he could not get the plum garden, so Mr. Ge spent a lot of money to imitate the layout of the plum garden to build the current Ge family compound. However, for various reasons, this Ge family compound, whether in terms of area or otherwise, is not as good as 1/10 of the plum garden. After hearing Chu Chen's reply, Mr. Ge walked out of the room excitedly, preparing to go towards the plum garden. At this time, the granddaughter Ge Yun happened to pass by. Evian, wait a moment. Mr. Ge stopped his granddaughter. This granddaughter has been smart since she was a child. She is outstanding in both appearance and temperament. She is his most beloved granddaughter. Evian, accompany Grandpa to the plum garden. Hearing this, although Ge Yun was a little surprised, he still got into the car with Mr. Ge. On the way, Mr. Ge said to his granddaughter, in addition to visiting the plum garden this time, Grandpa also introduces you to a young hero. Hearing this, Ge Yun's face changed. Grandfather, Ge Yun said with some dissatisfaction, she didn't want to have a boyfriend for the time being. Listen to Grandpa first, the young handsome man you are going to see today will never disappoint you, whether it is his appearance or his temperament. Mr. Ge spoke up. Brother Chu is a young man, and there should be many topics in common between Evian and him. Even if we can't be together, it's good to be friends. Brother Chu, he is young, he is already a billionaire, and he is worthy of it. Guiyun closed his eyes, not wanting to listen to Grandpa's nagging. Billionaires? Such a young billionaire is either a nouveau riche or the super-rich second generation. Because he was born in a wealthy family and loved by Mr. Guiyun didn't care about money or anything. She likes that kind of connotative boys. And listening to grandfather like this Chu Chen is definitely not the kind of boy with connotation. Definitely. Just a nouveau riche or a rich second generation. After a while, I must find a way to escape. On the way, Guiyun took out her mobile phone, opened Douyin, and clicked on a video she had watched countless times. A delivery boy with a handsome back is playing the piano. Although the video is only 20 seconds long, she has watched it back and forth hundreds of times. She is a loyal fan and admirer of the back male god. As for that Chu Chen, can he be compared with the male god behind him? Soon, the car stopped in front of Meiyuan. Looking at the Hennessy Venom parked in front of the plum garden, Guiyun was even more disgusted. She has no interest in luxury cars, especially sports cars. Driving from the car alone, she was even more certain that Chu Chen was either a nouveau riche or a super-rich second generation. Just when she was trying to escape, Mr. Gu grabbed her and walked towards the plum garden. Not long after entering, a piano sound came. Hearing this, Guiyun was stunned. What level of piano is this? Master level? There is actually a master pianist hidden here? I don't know who is more powerful than my back male god. Thinking about it, without the supervision of Mr. Guiyun took the initiative to walk inside. Seeing this, Mr. Gu could not laugh or cry. The granddaughter of duplicity. After saying that, Mr. Gu also quickened his pace and kept up with his granddaughter. Eventually, the two stopped in front of a room. Seeing Chu Chen playing the piano, Mr. Gu was so intoxicated that he couldn't bear to disturb him. As for Guiyun, there was only shock left at this moment. Is this back so familiar? Is it a bold idea appeared in her mind? Is he the back male god? Thinking about it, Guiyun took out his mobile phone tremblingly and opened the video of the male god behind him. Regardless of temperament, height, hairstyle, etc., they are all the same. The back male god, he is the back male god. Looking at Chu Chen's back, Guiyun was extremely excited. OMG! She is so lucky to have met her idol. If it wasn't for Grandpa, Guiyun would have jumped up excitedly and rushed in. 2 minutes later, Chu Chen finished playing the piano and heard applause. Brother Chu plays very well. Mr. Gu spoke up. I didn't expect Brother Chu to be a piano master. Chu Chen shocked him again, it was amazing. Brother Chu? Is he the Chu Chen that Grandpa said? Chu Chen is the back male god? Hearing Grandpa's address to Chu Chen, Guiyun was stunned. She was wrong. She was really wrong. Wrong? Is she wrong? She is right. Chu Chen may be a nouveau riche, a super-rich second generation, if there is no connotation. Has she said it? No, obviously didn't say it. Is she that kind of person? And the supercar parked outside is really handsome, only a pianist like an idol is worthy of it. As for the dislike, just now, that was what Guiyun said just now. Look for Guiyun just now. The current Guiyun is Chu Chen's little fangirl. Little brother, are you the back male god who made the internet fire before? Guiyun came to Chu Chen, his eyes glowed with light, and asked. The back male god? Because of various things, Chu Chen didn't pay much attention to Douyin and the like. Is that the little brother who wore the takeout uniform and played to Alice? Guiyun explained. Hearing this, Chu Chen nodded slightly. It should be his back. Male god, what back male god, he should be the almighty male god. Male god, I like you, I'm your fangirl. Guiyun said excitedly. Just like that, again, double, was confessed by a beautiful woman? Chu Chen was a little surprised, but he didn't feel it suddenly. Because he is so handsome, he grew up from the confessions of a group of girls. Don't say that I saw myself playing the piano, so I confessed to him. There was even that, just because he looked at Chu Chen one more time in the crowd and couldn't forget Chu Chen's face again, he tried so hard to find a confession from Chu Chen. There are many troubles. Just when Chu Chen sighed, his eyes suddenly lit up. No, this girl confessed herself, not because of his appearance. Just now, she only saw her back, and didn't see her face at all, so she didn't confess, because of her looks. Because of his talent, his connotation. At this moment, Chu Chen was so excited that he was about to cry. Finally, a girl confessed to him not because she coveted his looks and body. She was the first person who was attracted by her own talent and connotation and confessed. He knew that one day, he would not be able to rely on his amazing looks, but rely on his own connotation and talent to eat. Sister, I'm optimistic about you, Chu Chen said to Guiyun. Look good on me. The male god is optimistic about me? Guiyun jumped up excitedly, she was so happy. Does this prove that there is still hope? Next to him, Mr. Gu, who was so excited to see his granddaughter for the first time, was also helpless. Sure enough. Women's colleges don't stay. Mr. Gu sighed with emotion. On the way here just now, my granddaughter was still very unhappy, but as soon as I saw Brother Chu, it was like this. Brother Chu, let me introduce, this is my granddaughter, Guiyun. Introduced by Mr. Gu. Under the leadership of Chu Chen, Mr. Gu and Guiyun visited the plum garden. Finally, adding Chu Chen's WeChat in reluctance, Guiyun and Mr. Gu left. Time passed, and at night, Chu Chen suddenly received a call from Sun Yan, the vice president of Angel Entertainment Group. It's not good. President, something big has happened, and Yixuan Entertainment has started a war with us. Yixuan Entertainment is an entertainment company with a market value of 30 billion. It has always been a rival to Chu Chen's Angel Entertainment, and many businesses overlap. Both want to kill each other. Originally, the two families were the same, but now hearing Sun Yan's phone call, it seemed that something big had happened. Sun Yan said that all the high-level officials of Angel Entertainment had gathered and were waiting for Chu Chen. Chu Chen drove on the Hennessy Viper he just got and went straight to Angel Entertainment. When he came to the conference room, Chu Chen saw the senior members of Angel Entertainment with sad faces. Chairman, you are here. Yixuan Entertainment is really hateful. Chairman, think of a way, come up with an idea. After seeing Chu Chen, these high-level officials opened their mouths one after another. Chu Chen was their last hope. If Chu Chen can't do anything, I'm afraid Angel Entertainment will be in danger. Don't worry, tell me the specific things. Chu Chen opened his mouth. After listening to the introduction of Sun Yan and others, Chu Chen generally understood. A year ago, Zhang Zimo, the former president of Angel Entertainment, signed a movie contract with Qing Rantao, a popular first-line meat. A movie with a lot of investment. Chung Rantao is a hot first-line fresh meat in China. In recent years, after signing the contract, Angel Entertainment spent a lot of money to promote the film. Angel Entertainment made a lot of preparations and spent a lot of money for this movie. Unexpectedly, halfway through the filming, Chung Rantao suddenly announced that he would not be participating in the film. Instead, he cooperated with Angel Entertainment's nemesis, Sun Entertainment. Chung Rantao is not in the role, so not only is the money spent on promoting the movie in vain, even half of the film will be scrapped. As a result, Angel Entertainment suffered a huge loss. Even the capital chain can have problems. A little careless, there may be the risk of bankruptcy. After listening, Chu Chen was helpless. This Zhang Zimo has been written down, and actually let a little fresh meat with no acting skills and no credibility be the male lead? Didn't this Chung Rantao sign with us? He has now announced that he will not participate in the movie. He is not afraid that we will sue and ask for a breach of contract. Fee? Chu Chen asked. This breach of contract fee is very expensive. Hey, this time, Sun Entertainment has spent a lot of money to pay Chung Rantao liquidated damages. Sun Yan said helplessly. Just when Chu Chen was thinking about countermeasures, there was a knock on the door. Chairman, it's not good, Lingxian Group will stop cooperating with us. Group also an employee walked in and said several bad news in a row. 4 or 5 companies that cooperated with Angel Entertainment Group before, not because of their cooperation. For a time, Angel Entertainment was everywhere. Really in a big crisis. Needless to say, all this is the ghost of Sun Entertainment. In order to completely bring down Angel Entertainment, they made a lot of effort and money. At this moment, the phone at the desk rang. When Sun Yan picked it up, his expression changed drastically. The chairman is Zhu Tonghua, the president of Yishuan Entertainment. Chu Chen pressed the speakerphone. Is it President Chu? On the phone, Zhu Tonghua's proud voice came. Mr. Chu is very anxious now, ha ha ha. Without Chung Rantao, your movie would be in vain. At the end, Zhu Tonghua even laughed excitedly. This time, Angel Entertainment lost miserably. Chung Rantao doesn't act, can't I change to another actor? Chu Chen asked lightly. He already has a solution. Ha ha ha, to tell you the truth, I have already made a plan, and you can't invite any popular little fresh meat now. Zhu Tonghua disagreed and said wildly. It's okay if you want new people to play, but the possibility of the movie losing money will be very big. With such a tossing, Angel Entertainment will lose twice as much money. As for those veteran big stars with acting skills, you can't hire them at all. Now, just wait and go bankrupt slowly, ha ha ha. Just when Zhu Tonghua was complacent, a faint voice came. Who said I can't hire veteran stars with acting skills? Thanks to the book friend Y Jojo for 10,000 coins. This is the first reward for this book, thank you for your support. Chu Chen responded to Zhu Tonghua. Don't forget, Chu Chen is also the honorary president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association, which ranks among the top in the country. He also has a high status in the entertainment industry. Chen Chongqing, the former president of the association, once told him that Chu Chen was the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group in order to befriend him. If you have anything in the entertainment industry, you can find him. He has been the president of the Jiangnan Musicians Association for so many years and has a wide network of contacts. As long as it's not a big deal, he can usually settle it. Haha, just blow it, and invite those veteran acting stars. Can you invite those movie stars? Zhu Tenghua didn't believe it at all. There are only a handful of actor-level male stars in the entertainment industry whose acting skills exploded. They've all made a name for themselves and have high demands on the movies they star in. Ordinary people, even them, would be hard-pressed to invite such a person. In particular, Chu Chen, who had just taken over Angel Entertainment, was just a novice, and he wanted to hire a movie king-level character. It was a daydream. Chu Chen, stop dreaming? On the phone came Zhu Tenghua's sarcasm. Not to mention Zhu Tenghua, the directors present did not believe that Chu Chen could hire a moving actor. In fact, at the very beginning, Zhang Zimo, the former president, had also invited top-level stars, but after asking several times, Zhang Zimo was stunned. At that time, most of the male protagonists of major movies and TV dramas were starred by popular little fresh meat. Although they did not have acting skills, they had fans. Therefore, Zhang Zimo finally chose Chen Rantao. Even Zhang Zimo, who has been in the entertainment industry for 20 to 30 years, hasn't invited a movie star. Is Chu Chen okay? Just when everyone was suspicious, Chu Chen made a phone call. Brother Chen, it's like this. I have a movie here and I want to invite 1-inch. Chu Chen told Chen Chongqing the general situation. Cost is not an issue, of course. Chen Chongqing thought for a while and said, Brother Chu, I've thought about it. For a while. Can you watch Gao Jingqi, who is suitable for your movie? I happen to know each other. And the relationship is not bad. Gao Jingqi, a veteran actor, a double actor, a real acting school, has a very high status in the entertainment industry. Yes. Chu Chen nodded. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. Hanging up the phone, Chu Chen looked at the shocked people in the room. Gao Jingqi? The chairman wants to invite Gao Jingqi to play the male lead? OMG. Gao Jingqi is really a powerful actor, and he is also one of the few. When Xiaoshanro is rampant, he is still a popular star and a real actor. But if you want to ask Gao Jingqi to play the role, it is as difficult as the sky. How could the chairman ask to move? Ha ha ha. On the phone, Zhu Tenghua sneered endlessly. You also invite Gao Jingqi? Do you have that qualification? An actor like Gao Jingqi has a very wide network of contacts. He has been in the entertainment industry all the year round, and he is very familiar with the executives of those big entertainment groups. Even if you see him, you have to be polite. Chu Chen still wants to invite him? What about dreaming? When Zhu Tenghua wanted to be sarcastic, Chu Chen's cell phone rang. Hello, I'm Gao Jingqi. Is it Mr. Chu? I was introduced by Brother Chen. Chu Chen picked up the phone, and Gao Jingqi's voice came from inside. In an instant, the entire conference room was dead silent. Real. It's really Gao Jingqi. The chairman actually invited Gao Jingqi. Are they dreaming? All the senior executives were stunned and frightened. Hello, I'm Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, I have some things to deal with tomorrow. I will fly to the East China Sea the day after tomorrow. Let's talk to you about the performance. Gao Jingqi asked. Can. After chatting with Gao Jingqi for a while and determining the meeting time, Chu Chen hung up the phone. Wow, the chairman is amazing. The chairman is so powerful, he really invited Gao Jingqi. In the conference room, there was a burst of applause, and all the high-level executives looked at Chu Chen with admiration and admiration. On the other end of the phone, Zhu Tenghua was completely dumbfounded. Are you really invited? Are you kidding me? Mr. Zhu, do you have anything else to say? Chu Chen spoke lightly. Zhu Tenghua was speechless for a while. Chu Chen actually invited Gao Xingqi. Humph, even if you invite it, all the previous shots you have shot are invalid. If you want to reshoot, at least 300 million to 500 million yuan, or even more. Now that's so. Many companies have stopped working with you, do you still have money? In the end, Zhu Tenghua still didn't give up and asked, with a sneer. Am I like someone who can't even get 500 million yuan? Chu Chen reluctantly responded. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door came again. Enter. Mr. Chu, 1 billion has just been received from the company account. A beautiful woman dressed as a secretary said. 1 billion. Originally only needed 500 million, and they could almost make a comeback, and now they have 1 billion. Hearing this, Zhu Tenghua froze completely. 1 billion. Where did Chu Chen find the billion? Zhu Tenghua roared in his heart. The market value of Angel Entertainment Group is only 28 billion, and Chu Chen accounts for half of it, which is about 14 billion. Now all this money is trapped. How could Chu Chen take out 1 billion easily? Zhu Tenghua was completely speechless. Bastard, bastard, piss me off. Zhu Tenghua cursed and slammed the phone to the ground. Originally, he also hoped to bring down the Angel Entertainment Group this time or make it seriously damaged. For this, he paid a huge price. In the end, Angel Entertainment Group had nothing to do. But the money I spent, large and small, has already added up to 2 or 3 billion. And he has to pay Qing Rantao's huge breach of contract fee. This time, he will have to pay at least 500 million yuan. Zhu Tenghua was blown up. In the conference room, hearing Zhu Tenghua scolding, all the senior executives cheered. At this moment, the high-level executives of Angel Entertainment are really completely convinced by Chu Chen. Their chairman is so awesome. One phone call, the actor Gao Xingqi was invited, and he took out 1 billion yuan, casually, alleviating the economic crisis of the group. Awesome, the chairman is awesome. Don't think this. Time is over. Just when they ended, Chu Chen spoke. Chu Chen's words made them a little confused. Not over yet? The 5th is more, thank you for your reward, and ask for a monthly ticket. Chu Chen looked at everyone and announced, although Yixuan Entertainment's attack on us is over, our attack on Yixuan Entertainment starts now. You guys have worked hard these days. After discussing how to attack Yixuan Entertainment, write a report to me. Hearing this, everyone instantly became high-spirited. The chairman turned the tide and they are safe and sound, but Yixuan Entertainment has paid a huge price. Why not take this opportunity to get rid of Yixuan Group, or even annex it? Once annexed, the market value of Angel Entertainment may soar to 350, or even 40 billion. Soon, these high-level executives began their busy work. That night, Chu Chen announced that Angel Entertainment would not blindly choose to cooperate with the popular Xiao Shanrou in the future. Looking for actors, acting is the first. The next day, under the command of Chu Chen, Angel Entertainment began to fight back against Yixuan Entertainment. Not only that, Angel Entertainment completely eliminated and blocked the first-line fresh meat Qing Rantao. Shocked, popular A-list star Qing Rantao beat up fans. Shockingly broke the news that Qing Rantao had an improper relationship with several male sponsors. Several pieces of news quickly rushed to The hot search list, with pictures and truth. In less than half an hour, Chu Rantao was blocked by the entire network. This popular first-line fresh meat without the slightest acting skills has completely fallen. Not only that, he will also face a lawsuit from Angel Entertainment and compensate over 100 million liquidated damages. And spending a huge amount of money to sign Chu Rantao's Xiang Entertainment, this large amount of money was also lost. Because in the future, Chu Rantao will not bring them any benefit, but only endless negative news. When Zhu Tonghua, who was sitting in the office, saw it is revealed every day that Chu Rantao has an illegitimate relationship with several male sponsors. After this news, he was so angry that he vomited blood, leaving the rest to the top executives of Angel Entertainment. Chu Chen drove the Hennessy Viper to leave the group. When Chu Chen stopped in front of a store to buy something. What a coincidence, man. Old Man Ji's granddaughter, Gu Yiyun, a little fangirl attracted by Chu Chen's talent, came out of another store and happened to see Chu Chen, so she ran over excitedly. Meet again. Chu Chen nodded. This is the first little fangirl who is convinced by his talent and connotation, and Chu Chen still cherishes it. It's not easy. Finally, there is a girl who worships him not because he covets his unbelievable looks. Where Gu Yun was going and Chu Chen dropped by, Chu Chen took Gu Yun with him. After getting in the car, Chu Chen and Gu Yun left. Looking at the distant sports car, the mysterious man hiding in a corner took out his mobile phone. It's not good, Brother Xiang is not good, there is an accident. Hearing this, an anxious voice came from the phone. What happened? Tell me now. That's right, after Gu Yun left the store, he got into a sports car he didn't know and left. The man replied. Going in the direction? It should be in the direction of Huili Road. Hearing this, the young man on the other end of the phone hung up. What's the matter? I managed to prepare so much, but I was taken first by others. After hanging up the phone, the young Qin Feizhong cursed. At this moment, around Qin Feizhong, more than 20 supercars, large and small, were parked, all red and extremely conspicuous. Qin Feizhong is Gu Yun's suitor, but Gu Yun has never paid much attention to him. So Qin Feizhong thought of this. He tried his best to put together so many red supercars, and the trunks of all supercars were full of roses. Qin Feizhong wanted to play romance, shocked Gu Yun, and then took the opportunity to confess. Unexpectedly, just when it was about to start, Gu Yun was picked up by someone else. It's also a sports car. It looks like he is a rich boy. What, isn't it? A sports car? I have more than 20 cars here, I will take a look today. In the East China. See, who dares to touch the girl I like? Qin Feizhong cursed. Brother Zhang? What should we do? Seeing Qin Feizhong's anger, his younger brothers spoke one after another. Everyone, get in the car, follow me to Huili Road, and find a sports car with a license plate number of. Glancing at his younger brothers, Qin Feizhong spoke domineeringly. After seeing it, I stopped the car and smashed the car directly to me. What happened? I'm worried. At this moment, Qin Feizhong was burning with anger. Yes. Listen to Brother Zhang, let's smash the car. Fuck him. Soon, his younger brothers got on the red supercar prepared by Qin Feizhong. Qin Feizhong got on his Lamborghini Aventador. This Lamborghini Aventador. But Qin Feizhong's luxury car sells for more than 8 million. The next second, Qin Feizhong started the car, stepped on the accelerator to the end, and rushed out first like a sharp arrow. More than 20 other supercars followed aggressively. Soon, Qin Feizhong and his younger brothers came to Huili Road like a racing car. With the arrival of their supercar team, the entire Huili Road was shocked for a while. The roar of a supercar resounded all around. Go! More than 20 supercars are still red. This supercar team is awesome. Have you seen the car in front? It's a Lamborghini Aventador, 8 or 9 million? Looking at Qin Feizhong's supercar team, countless passers-by exclaimed. Found it. In the end, Qin Feizhong found Chu Chen. Qin Feizhong rushed towards Chu Chen first, flicked his tail, and directly slammed the car across the place where Chu Chen's car must pass, forcing Chu Chen to stop. And Qin Feizhong's younger brothers rushed over and surrounded Chu Chen, who had stopped the car. Fortunately, Huili Road is relatively remote, and there are almost no vehicles coming and going. Otherwise, I am afraid that more than 20 supercars will not be able to stop. More than 20 supercars surrounded Chu Chen's car, and there was no possibility of going out. The next moment, when all the supercars got on, Qin Feizhong's younger brothers walked down with wooden sticks and iron sticks. Then he aggressively surrounded Chu Chen's car. Seeing this, Gui Yun, who was sitting in the car, became nervous. He had met someone. Don't be afraid, a bunch of bastards, you stay in the car, I'll go down and see later. After all, she was Brother Ji's granddaughter, and she was also his own little fangirl, so Chu Chen specifically told her not to go out. What kind of sports car is this? Never seen it. I don't know either. Looking at Chu Chen's Hennessy Viper, Qin Feizhong's younger brothers didn't know such a high-end sports car at all, and they all whispered. What about it? It doesn't matter what kind of sports car, Brother Xiang is here to support us. What are you afraid of? Everyone smashed this car. Soon, the younger brothers started to smash Chu Chen's Hennessy Viper. Qin Feizhong's younger brothers each raised their wooden sticks and iron sticks, ready to smash the car. Wait a moment. A loud shout came, but it was not Chu Chen who spoke, but their boss, Qin Feizhong. Hearing this, the younger brothers holding up wooden and iron rods stopped immediately and did not dare to move. Qin Feizhong pushed the younger brothers aside and rushed over. Looking at Chu Chen's Hennessy Viper, he was stunned. Although he didn't know Chu Chen's car either, but with his experience, he was sure at first glance that this supercar was not easy. At least it's about the same as his Lamborghini Aventador. Under the puzzled eyes of the younger brothers, Qin Feizhong looked around Chu Chen's Hennessy. Eventually, the Hennessy logo was found. Hennessy, this is Hennessy. My God. After seeing Hennessy's car logo, Qin Feizhong screamed and was shocked. As for his younger brothers, they looked at each other in dismay. Hennessy. What brand is that? Most of the people present had never heard of Hennessy. Brother, what about him? Isn't it just a sports car? We have more than 20 of them. Break it? The little brothers opened their mouths and asked. Smash your uncle? Qin Feizhong turned around and scolded the younger brothers. This Hennessy, at least 32. 40 million. However, what model is this? Qin Feizhong muttered strangely. I don't know what model it is, come and read to me, Hennessy Viper GT. A voice came and Chu Chen slowly got out of the car. Hennessy Viper GT. Hennessy Viper GT? Hearing this sentence, Qin Feizhong subconsciously read it, but he reacted instantly. turning around suddenly, looking at Chu Chen's Hennessy Viper. Qin Feizhong's face was full of astonishment. Is this the legendary Hennessy Viper GT? Although I haven't seen it before, Qin Feizhong has heard of it. Understood, then smash it, I'll watch, Chu Chen said to Qin Feizhong lightly. Smash? Hit your uncle? Qin Feizhong complained in his heart, this is a super sports car. Worth 80 to 90 million yuan. And it's not something you can buy with money, it's a limited edition. If it is broken, at least it will be accompanied by hundreds of millions. Moreover, what is the identity of the person who can drive the Hennessy Viper? How could he provoke it? This kind of big guy can kill him with just one finger. Brother, don't be shy. Shut up, Big Brother has always said one thing, and would rather die than give in. Qin Feizhong didn't say anything. The younger brothers behind him started to discuss. In their eyes, Qin Feizhong is that kind of a rich boy. After being with Qin Feizhong for so long, Qin Feizhong is domineering. Not afraid of the sky, not afraid of the earth. The big brother's motto is to be strong and strong, rather die than yield. The more they talked, the more excited Qin Feizhong's younger brothers became. They would rather die than yield. However, in the next second, Qin Feizhong's actions surprised them. I saw their eldest brother who would rather die than give up, knelt directly in front of Chu Chen with a thud. Brother, I was wrong. Qin Feizhong apologized humbly to Chu Chen. Would rather die than yield, he is still the Qin Feizhong who would rather die than yield. However, it's not dead yet, so as for that point, let's talk about it then. Gu Yiyun, who was about to call his grandpa for help in the car, stopped. Qin Feizhong, isn't this Qin Feizhong? Gu Yiyun was a little stunned. Isn't Qin Feizhong very powerful? Why did he kneel down when he glanced at Chu Chen? Looking at the elder brother kneeling on the ground, Qin Feizhong's younger brothers were dumbfounded. Big brother, is their big brother kneeling? Is this still their great big brother? Big brother is atrophied. The younger brothers trembled with fright. Gudong. The next second, they all knelt in front of Chu Chen. Even the eldest brother is kneeling. What else can they do? Big brother, I have no eyes, and I offended you. You must not remember the villain's deeds. Qin Feizhong begged for mercy. You are a talented person, erudite, talented, rich in 5 cars, selfless, handsome in appearance, quick in thinking, both civil and military, majestic and strategic, and extraordinary in conversation. Certainly. You don't know me in the same way, do you? Qin Feizhong said all the idioms he could think of. As for Qin Feizhong's younger brothers, they also opened their mouths one after another, hurriedly calling Big Brother Chu Chen. And kept begging for mercy. You seem to be smashing my car. Chu Chen looked at Qin Feizhong playfully. 4. This kind of stubborn person, who would rather die than give in, Chu Chen will naturally use his own way to heal his body. What? Qin Feizhong instantly understood what Chu Chen meant. But for a while, he hesitated. Although his Lamborghini Aventador was far inferior to Chu Chen's Hennessy Viper, how about 8 million? Not long after he got it. He didn't have time to go out and pretend? Qin Feizhong wanted to say something, but after glancing at Chu Chen, he got up immediately, took the iron rod from one of his subordinates, and turned around and walked away. Which car did you get out of? I saw it. Chu Chen reminded Qin Feizhong specially. Hearing this, Qin Feizhong, who wanted to fool Chu Chen and smashed a car at random, wanted to cry without tears. In the end, he could only come to his Lamborghini Aventador. He closed his eyes and slammed down hard. At this moment, his heart is bleeding. Seeing that the big brother smashed the car seemed to be very laborious, Qin Feizhong's younger brothers came over to help him kindly. In the blink of an eye, the Lamborghini Aventador worth 8 million was scrapped. Look at the sensible brothers, and the completely scrapped Lamborghini Aventador. Qin Feizhong felt that his heart was broken. The world seems to have little to do with him. I didn't expect you to have this habit of smashing sports cars. Come on, old iron, Ollie, I support you, puff. Qin Feizhong vomited blood, feeling the broken heart. He was stomped hard again. Do you have this hobby of smashing sports cars? How rich are you, and you like to smash sports cars? After all, Chu Chen got in the car. Seeing this, Qin Feizhong's younger brothers quickly moved their car away to make way for Chu Chen. Chu Chen drove and walked away. In place, only Qin Feizhong and his younger brothers who were messed up in the wind were left. When they arrived at the place, Guiyun got off the car, and Chu Chen returned to Meiyuan. As soon as he entered, Chu Chen was surprised to find that his little cousin, Tang Miao Miao, had disappeared. Chu Chen called her. Cousin, someone wants to demolish my grandfather's house, and all of us are here to stop it. Tang Miao Miao said anxiously. It turned out that Tang Miao Miao's grandfather lived in the suburbs. Not long ago, the developer bought all the land there and was going to build a building. However, for each 1 square meter, only 500 compensation is given, which is equivalent to a few tenths of the house price. If you don't agree, the developer will forcibly demolish it. Today, it happened to be Grandpa Tang Miao Miao's turn. Where? Chu Chen asked worriedly. He wanted to go in person. This kind of forced demolition by developers usually finds some idle people in the society and violently demolishes them. Chu Chen was afraid that Tang Miao Miao would be in danger. After getting the specific address from Tang Miao Miao, Chu Chen first contacted Angel Entertainment Group. Let them send some bodyguards. After all, they may have to face some gangsters, just in case. Driving on the Hennessy Viper, Chu Chen went straight to the suburbs. Tang Miao Miao's grandfather and grandmother are both primary school teachers. After retirement, the two old people lived in a small courtyard in the suburbs. They usually grew flowers and fish, and lived a peaceful life. But such a rare tranquility was also broken not long ago. Some time ago, the developer brought a group of people to Tang Miao Miao's grandfather's house and asked the old man to sell this small courtyard to them at a price of 500 per square meter. The old man is not the kind of unreasonable person, but 500 per square meter is too little. Even with this amount of demolition money and their lifetime savings, even the down payment for an urban house is not enough. Moreover, the old man has lived here all his life and has deep feelings. He was reluctant to leave, so he refused. The opener left that day. Unexpectedly, the next day, a group of gangsters came to the door. The gangsters rushed in, smashed it for a while, and even threatened that if they didn't move out, they would be sent to the hospital tomorrow. Today, it is even more excessive. The developer directly brings the gangsters and 2 excavators to the door. Regardless of the 3721, I directly want to demolish it. Several sons and daughters of the old man, the whole family came. Wanting to stop the developer did not speak, but directly called out the group of gangsters with sticks. Your family is immortal. Get away from me now. Brother Yu, the boss of the little gangster, was clamoring wildly. In the end, he even let his subordinates do it directly and drove Tang Miao Miao and others to the corner. Manager Lu, there is no one inside. Brother Yu, the boss of the little gangster, said to the representative of the developer. It is good. On the excavator, level this place directly. The pot-bellied manager Lu ordered. No. Why do you demolish our house? Do you still have Wang Fa? Dare to do this in broad daylight. Tang Miao Miao's relatives scolded them one after another. Shout, whatever you want. The little gangster, Big Brother Yu, sneered disdainfully. Excavator, come on. Hearing the orders of Brother Yu and Manager Lu, an excavator slowly drove towards the small courtyard. Seeing this, the eyes of the two old people were darkened, they almost fainted, and their hearts hurt. Where they lived their whole lives. Hey! It's all over. This is society. Without money or power, we can only watch. Tang Miao Miao's relatives sighed one after another, their language full of helplessness. They can only watch their homes being shoveled down at the moment. There is no way, now people are knives, I am fish, these little gangsters are holding things, as long as they dare to move, the little gangsters will fight. Just now, Tang Miao Miao's eldest uncle was severely beaten by a gangster. In the end, I couldn't bear to see that scene, and everyone closed their eyes. There are also some onlookers around. They are residents here, and they were all called by the developer. The purpose of the developer is to kill the chickens and warn the monkeys, and let these onlookers hand over the house obediently. Damn it, these people. It's simply lawless and unreasonable. Seeing all this, these onlookers spoke in a whisper, and they were extremely angry. But there is nothing but to watch it all. The excavator slowly stepped forward, ready to start. At this moment, a black figure suddenly rushed out. Chu Chen drifted and stopped the Hennessy Viper directly in front of the small courtyard. After seeing Chu Chen's Hennessy Viper, the excavator that was just about to dig stopped in an emergency. Sports car. It's a sports car. If he accidentally scratches it, he can't afford to lose his family. After seeing Chu Chen's sports car, everyone present was stunned. Although they don't know what brand it is, but a sports car, which one doesn't cost millions. Suddenly found that there was no sound. Tang Miao Miao and others who were rushed to the side opened their eyes, one after another. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was equally stunned. Under everyone's attention, Chu Chen slowly got out of the car. Go ahead, Chu Chen said to the excavator driver. Hearing this, the excavator driver not only did not continue, but stepped back. Can't be bothered, can't be bothered. Nice job, young man, great. Seeing this, those onlookers couldn't help clapping their hands and cheering, and felt very happy. The representative of the developer, Manager Lu, frowned. As for Brother Yu, he directly brought a group of gangsters to Chu Chen. Little one, what are you doing? Quickly move the car to Lao Tzu. Relying on the crowd, Brother Yu shouted loudly and threatened Chu Chen. Under Brother Yu's gesture, the gangsters stepped forward one after another, holding their weapons and staring at Chu Chen badly. What if I don't move the car? Chu Chen spoke calmly. If you don't move the car, ha ha ha, then I will hit you. To move the car. Brother Yu had a gloomy expression on his face. When to move the car and when to stop. Give me a hand. Give me this kid. The next second, Brother Yu waved his hand and ordered. his subordinates loudly. Hearing this, these little gangsters clenched their weapons and prepared to shoot. The onlookers spoke up one after another. Leave now. Boy, run. You can't provoke them, run away. These onlookers spoke kindly, fearing that Chu Chen would be injured. Xiang Chuchen, leave quickly. Brother Chen, run away. After seeing Chu Chen, Tang Miao Miao's father, that is, Chu Chen's third uncle, and Tang Miao Miao hurriedly shouted to Chu Chen. It's too dangerous, these little gangsters are really ruthless. Seeing that, these dozen or so vicious little gangsters were about to rush in front of Chu Chen. At this moment of incomparable crisis, 10 black Land Rover galloped and stopped suddenly. The next second, 70 or 80 bodyguards in black suits and agile bodyguards rushed down. These bodyguards are all carefully trained by Angel Entertainment Group. Although it can't be said that there is a dozen or so, it is not a problem for one to deal with 3 or 4 normal people. The purpose is to ensure the safety of Angel Entertainment, protect various artists, and maintain the order of the concert. You know, the entertainment industry is very messy, anything can happen, and everything should be just in case. 70 or 80 bodyguards in black suits got off the bus and stood up. Boss. 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 After seeing Chu Chen, all the bodyguards bowed. For a time, the voice was shaking, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Seeing this, everyone was frightened and completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? What's going on? Brother Yu and his dozen or so gangsters were pale and shivering at the moment. They can also bully ordinary people. In the face of really well-trained bodyguards, they are like a mouse meeting a cat, and they are extremely afraid. Without further ado, Chu Chen saw a look in Chu Chen's eyes. 70 or 80 bodyguards swarmed up, and it took less than 20 seconds. Brother Yu and his dozen or so younger brothers were all lying on the ground with bruised faces, screaming incessantly. Nice job. The guy is awesome. Brilliant. Those onlookers who had been forced to come here and were very aggrieved screamed, shouting loudly, admiring Chu Chen to the extreme. Tang Miao Miao's family looked at Chu Chen in shock at this moment. Oh my god, what kind of identity is Chu Chen? Actually, called so many skilled bodyguards. As for the representative of the developer, Manager Lu, he was also quite frightened at the moment. But soon, he slowed down. Who is he? He is the manager of Hongyuan Real Estate. Who dares to do anything to him? Thinking of Hongyuan Real Estate behind him, Manager Lu instantly straightened his back and walked straight towards Chu Chen. Boy, who are you? Dare to meddle in your own business? Manager Lu scolded Chu Chen. Give you a chance and get out of here immediately, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. To tell you the truth, I'm from Hongyuan Real Estate. Manager Lu took out Hongyuan Real Estate to scare Chu Chen. Hongyuan Real Estate? Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. He had never heard of this company before. But yesterday, 4 or 5 companies, under the influence of Yishuan Entertainment, took advantage of the big crisis in Angel Entertainment and terminated their cooperation with Angel Entertainment, making Angel Entertainment even worse. Among them, there is this Hongyuan Real Estate. Hongyuan Real Estate is a real estate company with total assets of less than 10 billion yuan. However, unlike ordinary real estate companies, the main business of Hongyuan Real Estate is the construction of various studios and small and medium-sized film and television bases. Today, Chu Chen declared war on Yishuan Entertainment, and the first thing to clean up was the 4 or 5 companies that fell into trouble yesterday. Hongyuan Real Estate is one of them. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Manager Lu thought that Chu Chen was frightened and was even more proud. It seems that this kid also knows that their group is very good. Boy, hurry up and get your people out. Otherwise, I will call the boss immediately and ask him to send more people. Hongyuan Real Estate has raised a lot of thugs. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it can't stop me. Today, I have to dismantle it. Whoever dares to stop it will be against Hongyuan Real Estate. Manager Lu is arrogant and domineering. Hearing this, those onlookers sighed with emotion. Hongyuan Real Estate is indeed very good, and the relationship is very strong. Ordinary people are ants in front of Hongyuan Real Estate. Forget it, little brother, you better go. Leave quickly. Hongyuan Real Estate, we can't afford it. These onlookers reminded Chu Chen not to mess around. Without the gangster blocking, Tang Miao Miao and others also came to Chu Chen. They also persuaded Chu Chen that Hongyuan Real Estate was definitely a behemoth to them. Chu Chen didn't answer them, just looked at Manager Lu and asked lightly, "Your group is awesome?" "Certainly." Manager Lu answered with great pride. "A large group with a total market value of 7 or 8 billion, you say that it is not awesome? Very good, your group is about to go bankrupt. This morning, he has used all the resources in his hands to start targeting these companies." After hearing about this incident, the brothers that Chu Chen knew in the East China Sea, Zhang Xian's father and others, also took action. The first target is Hongyuan Real Estate. Come to think of it, it should be almost there. Bankrupt? Little bastard, how old are you? If you say bankruptcy, our company will go bankrupt. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Manager Lu burst into laughter, as if he had heard a big joke. Why don't you go to heaven? However, before he could finish his words, the phone suddenly rang. The company is bankrupt, come back soon. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard the words of his immediate boss, Vice President Tian. Bang! Manager Lu's face changed instantly, and for a while, he didn't hold his phone. The phone fell to the ground and shattered in half. Bankrupt, really bankrupt? Manager Lu muttered in despair. At this moment, he was really frightened. Just because of what that kid just said, their company with total assets of 7 or 8 billion. Such a great company, went bankrupt? Manager Lu's mind was blank at the moment, like a walking corpse. Hongyuan Real Estate has gone bankrupt. Listening to Manager Lu's muttering, everyone present was also frightened. Hongyuan Real Estate is really bankrupt, we don't have to be forced to move. Brilliant. Boy, you are amazing. All the onlookers went crazy. Chu Chen is their savior. They all gathered around and thanked Chu Chen from the bottom of their hearts. And those relatives of Tang Miao Miao looked at Chu Chen with gratitude and awe. Miao Miao cousin, who is he? Terrible. Just let the dignified Hongyuan Real Estate go bankrupt? Hearing that the company went bankrupt, Manager Lu's men dispersed, and the gangsters were thrown into the distance by Chu Chen's bodyguards. After a while, Chu Chen drove away with the bodyguards. The bodyguards returned to Angel Entertainment, while Chu Chen went straight to Jiujian Pavilion. Jijianj is a well-known high-end Chinese restaurant in the East China Sea. Today, Zhong Guanghui invited Chu Chen to dinner. Said to apologize to Chu Chen for what Happened last time, after all, it happened on his territory. In fact, Chu Chen didn't care too much, but he couldn't stand Brother Zhong's enthusiastic invitations again and again, so he agreed. When he came to Jiujian Pavilion, Chu Chen stopped the car and walked inside. Chu Chen? In front of Jiujian Pavilion, Chu Chen met a young man with gold-rimmed glasses. After seeing Chu Chen's, the young man made a voice of amazement. Wan Jingying? Chu Chen was also a little surprised. Wan Jingying was Chu Chen's college classmate, but Wan Jingying only went to school for half a year, so his family arranged for him to study abroad. Wan Jingying's family is notoriously rich. Why are you here? Wan Jingying asked, curiously. My grandfather's house is in the East China Sea. What about you, didn't you study abroad? Why are you in the East China Sea? Chu Chen asked in confusion. It's me. Hearing Chu Chen's question, Wan Jingying showed a faint smile. I just returned to China, and I actually met an old classmate. How can I do it without pretending to be a force and showing off? At the school, Chu Chen's limelight overshadowed him. Now is a good time to raise your eyebrows. I was studying at Stanford University in the United States, and I got a doctorate not long ago, and then I came back. Wan Jingying is serious about bragging. It seems that Wan Jingying has only 2 or 3 years since he went abroad. In 2 or 3 years, he got his doctorate degree? Chu Chen was a little surprised. Wan Jingying continued, actually, I don't want to go back to China. It's so good to be abroad, but there's so much garbage in the country. But there is no way. A big man has invited me many times to be his chief advisor. Wan Jingying was very helpless. He is in the East China Sea. You may know that he is the billionaire, chairman of the Zhong Group. Mr. Zhong Guanghui. I don't want to come, but I can't stand Mr. Zhong's many invitations. In fact, Wan Jingying returned to China because she couldn't stay abroad and was dropped out of school. The family finally trusted him and found a department manager of the Zhong Group. Today he came to invite the department manager to dinner. I didn't expect to meet Chu Chen, so Wan Jingying said this. As for Zhong Guanghui's invitation, it was completely phony. He didn't even know what Zhong Guanghui looked like. Is that so? Chu Chen muttered. By the way, Chu Chen, how are you doing recently? Wan Jingying asked Chu Chen proudly. So. Chu Chen answered casually. You can't do it. Keep trying. Wan Jingying looked like someone who had come over, educating Chu Chen. You learn from me and continue to work hard in the future. At this moment, Zhong Guanghui just came to the door. Brother Chu is here. Too? After seeing Zhong Guanghui, Chu Chen nodded slightly. I'll accompany my friend and leave first. Chu Chen said to Wan Jingying. You're busy, I'll wait for President Zhong to eat. Wan Jingying waved his hand and continued to pretend. Mr. Zhong? Zhong Guanghui was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask anything, turned around and walked inside with Chu Chen. Chu Chen can't do it, it's too bad. Looking at Chu Chen's back, Wan Jingying spoke in disgust. Xiao Wan, you are actually there, did you see it just now? Wan Jingying and other department managers also came. After seeing Wan Jingying, the department manager asked. See what? Wan Jingying was very puzzled. Chairman, our chairman, Zhong Guanghui, President Zhong. The department manager explained. I didn't expect President Zhong to eat here today. Zhong Guanghui, President Zhong. Where are you? Wang Jingying was instantly refreshed and asked anxiously. Isn't it there? The department manager pointed to Wang Jingying. Following the direction pointed by the department manager, Wang Jingying looked. The next second, Wang Jingying was dumbfounded. Isn't that person Chu Chen's friend? Is he Zhong Guangwei? You're right? Wang Jingying didn't believe it, so he pointed to the middle-aged man next to Chu Chen and asked again. Yes, that's our President Zhong. Looking at it again, the department manager said confidently. After working in the company for more than 20 years, how could he even admit that the chairman was wrong? What? The department manager's words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Wang Jingying fiercely. Really, that friend of Chu Chen is Zhong Guangwei, the billionaire. At this moment, there was only horror in Wang Jingying's heart. I just blew it for a long time and it ended up like this? He just wanted to pretend, but he didn't expect the car to overturn just after the installation. Wang Jingying felt hot on her face. He also pointed out Chu Chen just now, didn't expect Chu Chen and Zhong Guangwei to be friends. Wang Jingying felt ashamed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Chu Chen and Zhong Guangwei walked towards the private room. By the way, Brother Chu, I'll introduce you to a friend today. On the way, Zhong Guangwei said. When I came to the private room, there was already a young man in a suit waiting. Uncle Zhong, you are here. After seeing Zhong Guangwei, the young man spoke. Xiao Wang is here. Zhong Guangwei nodded. Let me introduce you to each other, Wang Xingyun, who just took over the Win Group from his father, and is now the new president of the Win Group. Win Group is also a well-known enterprise in the East China Sea, a billion-dollar group. Chu Chen, Brother Chu, a new billionaire. After the introduction, Chu Chen and Wang Xingyun greeted each other. Although he didn't say anything, Wang Xingyun was a little dissatisfied. In his heart, his name is Uncle Zhong Guangwei, and Zhong Guangwei calls this Chu Chen, Brother Chu? Then, wouldn't he be one generation lower than Chu Chen? Under Zhong Guangwei's gesture, several people took their seats. Brother Chu, what happened last time was all my fault, brother, and I used people improperly. If you accept this card, you will enjoy the same treatment as me in all the stadiums, clubs, etc. under the Zhong Group in the future. While speaking, Zhong Guangwei handed a black card with a golden crown painted on it to Chu Chen. Brother Zhong is too polite. A card came up, and Chu Chen did not refuse. Beside, looking at this card, Wang Xingyun was dumbfounded. Crown card. This is the crown card of the Zhong Group. With this card, all clubs, golf courses, etc. of the Zhong Group can enjoy the top treatment. This is the top membership card of the Zhong Group. Don't talk about him, even his own father doesn't have such a card. It is said that Zhong Guangwei only sent out 3 such cards. 2 were given to a big man in Yanjing, and 1 was given to a super rich man in Magic Capital. Unexpectedly, today, he actually gave out the 4th crown card. In an instant, Wang Xingyun was extremely jealous of Chu Chen. Of course, Wang Xingyun was also very curious about Chu Chen's specific identity. Which school did Mr. Chu attend before? Wang Xingyun asked, and wanted to use this to speculate on Chu Chen's identity. Jiangzhou University. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Jiangzhou University? It's a pity. I graduated from Harvard, so I thought I was in the same school as Mr. Chu? Wang Xingyun said regretfully. Jiangzhou University, what a rubbish school. How can you compare to your own Harvard? What's the name of Mr. Chu's company? There will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. Wang Xingyun asked again, this time a little more direct than the last time. Angel Entertainment Group. Angel Entertainment Group? Wang Xingyun frowned, even more disdain for Chu Chen. Angel Entertainment Group, isn't that a small company with a mere 30 billion? It seems that this Chu Chen should have a lot of industry, add up, have a worth of hundreds of billions. Such billionaires are not comparable to those who only have one company and whose assets exceed 100 billion. Rubbish. Wang Xingyun tagged Chu Chen. After that, Wang Xingyun didn't pay any attention to Chu Chen, and directly ignored Chu Chen and talked to Zhong Guanghui. As they talked about yachts. By the way, Uncle Zhong, do you know who is the new owner of the Rising Sun, which is currently parked in the East China Seaport? Wang Xingyun asked curiously. You must know that the former owner of the Rising Sun was the general manager of Oracle Corporation, a Fortune 500 company. I can buy the Rising Sun from the general manager of a dignified Fortune 500 company. The identity and connections of the new owner of the Rising Sun are terrifying. If you are lucky enough to get to know such a big guy, Wang Xingyun will definitely be so excited that he can't sleep. The Rising Sun? Zhong Guanghui thought for a while, but didn't know. Isn't it a cruise ship, what's wrong? Zhong Guanghui asked inexplicably, after all, he is only a rich man in the East China Sea, and it is impossible to know everything. Wang Xingyun just came back from Harvard and just happened to know about the Rising Sun uncle. Zhong, this Rising Sun was custom built by the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, that is, the general manager Mr. Riley. I heard before in the United States that Mr. Riley sold the Rising Sun. I didn't expect to go back to the East China Sea to find that the Rising Sun was parked in the port. Wang Xingyun introduced to Zhong Guanghui. It would be fine if it was anywhere else, but the mysterious owner of the Rising Sun is in the East China Sea. If you can get to know him, it will be of great help to his future development and enterprise improvement. What? After listening to this, Zhong Guanghui was completely restless. Originally, he thought it was a private yacht, and he had it too. No matter how expensive they are, they can afford it. But I never imagined that the former owner of the Rising Sun was so powerful. Bought the Rising Sun from the general manager of a dignified Fortune 500 company. The connections of this mysterious rich man are a bit terrifying. In that case, you must check it out. Zhong Guanghui nodded. Such a mysterious rich man really wants to make friends in the East China Sea. I think so too. Wang Xingyun nodded. Zhong Guanghui saw Chu Chen sitting there a little distracted, so he asked curiously, Brother Chu, do you have any clues? Seeing Zhong Guanghui actually asking the president of a mere angel entertainment group, Wang Xingyun's face was full of disdain. He knows ghosts. What clue? Chu Chen received news from Yan Luoshui just now, and said that for a few days, he hoped that Chu Chen would go to Yan's house with her to deal with Mr. Yan. Chu Chen agreed, thinking about what to do, but did not notice Zhong Guanghui and Wang Xingyun's conversation. Hearing Chu Chen's answer, Wang Xingyun showed a sneer on his face and shook his head helplessly. A clue to the owner of the Rising Sun? Zhong Guanghui explained. Xiao Wang and I both want to check, who is the mysterious owner of the Rising Sun? What Chu Chen thought. He said casually, you don't need to check, it's far away, and it's right in front of you. Far in the sky, close in front of you? Zhong Guanghui and Wang Xingyun were immediately stunned. Neither of them was the owner of the sunburst, it was only as Chu Chen, the owner of the rising sun? Thinking of this conclusion, Zhong Guanghui and Wang Xingyun were extremely shocked. Zhong Guanghui was the first to react and laughed loudly. I didn't expect the owner of the rising sun to be Brother Chu, what a coincidence. To be honest, Zhong Guanghui befriended Chu Chen and gave him a painting of Xing Banqiao, a crown membership card. It's just that he is more optimistic about Chu Chen, thinking that Chu Chen is already a billionaire at a young age, and he may be able to go further in the future. Of course, he didn't think too much about it. Between 100 billion and 200 billion, although there is only one word difference. But if you want to change from 1 to 2, it is as difficult as the sky. He is hopeless in this life, and as for Chu Chen, he thinks there is a few % chance. It was because of this few % chance that he was so good to Chu Chen. But now Brother Chu can buy the rising sun from Mr. Riley, it's amazing. Zhong Guanghui really accepted this time and said from the bottom of his heart, Brother Chu has such a strong network, and the assets will become 200 billion in the future. I am afraid it is just a matter of time. At this moment, Zhong Guanghui was extremely grateful for his previous actions and spared no effort to befriend Chu Chen, which was absolutely right. Where? Chu Chen spoke modestly. What, Mr. Riley? He had no idea who it was. The rising sun was obtained from the system by himself. As for its previous owner, Chu Chen didn't know at all. But he couldn't tell the system, so he spoke humbly. Chu Chen's modest words shocked Wang Xingyun even more. Listening to Chu Chen's tone, is it common to buy the rising sun from Mr. Riley? What the hell? Wang Xingyun was completely dumbfounded. Awesome, so awesome. Wang Xingyun suddenly realized. What is the president of Angel Entertainment Group? This is Chu Chen's identity in disguise. Chu Chen is definitely a young master who came out of that kind of super wealthy family to train. Otherwise, how could there be such a powerful network? Chu Chen didn't say anything, but Wang Xingyun made up a lot on his own. Chu Chen's background, identity, how awesome. He was wrong, he was really wrong before. He is still too young, his eyesight is not good at all, and Uncle Zhong is still very good. Thinking about it, Wang Xingyun picked up the wine glass and said humbly, Brother Chen, I admire you so much. Little brother. Toast you a glass of wine. Facing the extremely polite Wang Xingyun, Chu Chen couldn't refuse. Even the rising sun can get it, my brother is really convinced. If Brother Chen has anything to do, just say hello, I will definitely help. Wang Xingyun quickly made up for his previous mistakes and tried his best to please Chu Chen. At this moment, Wang Xingyun is completely the appearance of a younger brother. You're welcome. Chu Chen responded. The dinner ended with Wang Xingyun's constant praise and praise of Chu Chen. A new day has come. Chu Chen opened his eyes and heard the familiar and kind voice again. Ding, sign in task, whether to sign in, it's only been a few days, and there is another sign in task. The system is really good. Chu Chen said without hesitation, sign in. I don't know what the reward for signing in this time is. The last time was the top supercar. The amazingly fast Hennessy Viper. What is it this time? Chu Chen was extremely looking forward to it. Ding, congratulations. For signing in successfully, system prompt. Today is the 88th day after the host got the system, and the system will provide super prizes, super jackpot? Even the system said so. This time the reward will be shocking. Chu Chen rubbed his hands in anticipation. Reward, lucky wheel draw once, with the sound of the system appears. In front of Chu Chen's eyes, a lucky wheel with countless options appeared. Looking at the various rewards on the lucky wheel, Chu Chen was stunned. He subconsciously read it out, reward assets of 10 billion. Rewarding 20% of the shares of 100 billion Airlines Group. Reward to become the third largest shareholder of Didi. A reward for one of the top science and technology research institutes in the country. Looking at these rewards, Chu Chen's heart beat faster and he looked forward to it. Truly a super prize. Start. Click on the lucky wheel. The draw has officially started. Chu Chen stared at the big lucky wheel, looking forward to the reward for a while, and became nervous. Slowly, the speed of the lucky wheel slowed down. Finally, the lucky wheel finally stopped. I go. Looking at the reward corresponding to the pointer of the lucky wheel, Chu Chen's expression changed. The system rewards this time are too big. Reward, 12% stake in Hilton International Hotel Group. Congratulations on becoming the third largest shareholder of Hilton International Hotel Group. Shares in Hilton International Hotel Group? The system is awesome. Chu Chen said with emotion. Hilton International Hotel Group, one of the top 10 hotel groups in the world, is equivalent to super luxury brands such as LV and Hermes in the hotel industry. It owns high-end 5-star hotel brands such as Hilton Hotel, Conrad Hotel, called Conrad Hotel in Hong Kong, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, and so on. Hilton has 4,080 hotels in 84 countries, including more than 672,000 rooms and more than 70,000 employees. The total market value is nearly 140 billion. Chu Chen has now become the third largest shareholder of Hilton International Hotel Group. 12% of the shares, worth 16.8 billion. In an instant, Chu Chen's worth increased by more than 10 billion. In fact, what excites Chu Chen the most is not the assets of more than 10 billion yuan, but the identity of the third largest shareholder of Hilton International Hotel Group. This is equivalent to one of the vice presidents of Hilton International Hotel Group. All the major hotels under the Hilton Group are all over the world, and there are many in China. The flow of people is huge, and the network of people has accumulated to a terrifying level. Now as a vice president, the resources and connections that Chu Chen can mobilize are quite terrifying. A network is an intangible asset. Chu Chen became the third largest shareholder of Hilton International Hotel Group, and the network resources obtained far exceeded the funds obtained. Just when Chu Chen was shocked, the sound of the system sounded again. System reminder, every 88 days. In the future, the system will arrange a lottery for the host. For each subsequent lottery draw, the rewards will increase. Following the sound of the system, several other lucky wheels appeared in front of Chu Chen's eyes. The reward in it is more than the big turntable that Chu Chen had just pumped. Reward Meituan's second largest shareholder, reward Ali shares, incentive to be president of the Rolls-Royce Group, rewarding Louis Vuitton, LV, Group shares award to a world-class biological institute. Seeing the dazzling array of rewards, Chu Chen's eyes were dazzled. Any one of these rewards is worth more than 100 billion. At this moment, Chu Chen was looking forward to the next lottery 88 days later. This time, they are all the shares of the world's top 10 hotel groups. I don't know what will happen next time? With Chu Chen becoming Hilton's third largest shareholder, Hilton headquarters and president's office. The photo of Chu Chen was placed on the desk of the current Hilton president, Jesse. What a young Chinese. Jess was surprised. The young Chinese was so rich that he bought 12% of the shares of Hilton International Hotel Group in one fell swoop and became the third largest shareholder in one fell swoop. James, come here, Jess said to the secretary. Very seriously. He is too old to travel long distances. You set off immediately, go to Huaxia, visit this young gentleman on my behalf, and bring his appointment letter and documents as vice president. Okay, sir, James said. Help. You carry your luggage, okay. Chu Chen received a call from Xiao Mingqi. After coming to the East China Sea, Xiao Mingqi temporarily stayed in a hotel. Today, when the hotel expired, Xiao Mingqi changed to another hotel. Because the salute was a bit too much, she asked Chu Chen for help. She is not a rich and inhumane rich man like Chu Chen. It has not yet been determined whether she wants to buy a house in the East China Sea. Half an hour later, Chu Chen helped Xiao Mingqi carry the luggage to his car. Where? Chu Chen asked. Hilton East China Sea. Xiao Mingqi spoke. Oh? It was actually the Hilton Hotel. It just so happened that he could take a look. After all, he was now the third largest shareholder of Hilton. Xiao Mingqi got in the car, and Chu Chen went straight to the Hilton Hotel. 20 minutes later, they arrived. Chu Chen and Xiao Mingqi walked inside. At the front desk of the hotel, they met a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds. And a girl wearing a mask. Xiao Mingqi? Yu Shuang? Although Xiao Mingqi and Yu Shuang both wore masks, they recognized each other at first glance. Being recognized, Yu Shuang simply took off her mask, revealing an internet celebrity face. With a pointed chin like an awl. Yu Shuang is also a star. She became famous earlier than Xiao Mingqi. She was once owned by a company. About a few months ago, their company was going to hold a large-scale concert. The original finale program was from Xiao Mingqi. But because Yu Shuang hooked up with the company's vice president, he directly replaced Xiao Mingqi on the day of the concert. Since then, the relationship between the two has deteriorated. Wow. Suddenly noticing Chu Chen next to Xiao Mingqi, Yu Shuang's eyes lit up. Such a handsome little brother. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mingqi found such a handsome boyfriend. Yu Shuang was extremely jealous. The man next to him is simply a pig. As for his appearance, it is simply negative. Although she was extremely disgusted in her heart, Yu Shuang still kept a smile on her face. No way, who made this man rich, and very rich? When Yu Shuang looked at Chu Chen, Yu Shuang's boyfriend Yang Dai also noticed Xiao Mingqi, who took off his mouth, and saliva almost came out. So beautiful. Yu Shuang in her arms is definitely not comparable to her. In an instant, Yang Dai began to think about how to get Xiao Mingqi. Listening to Shuang's tone, this beauty seems to be a star too. Celebrities are good, rich, what kind of stars can't get? For example, for Shuang in his arms, when he first saw him, Yu Shuang was extremely disgusted. But after he proposed a maintenance fee of 2 million a month, he immediately gave up and smiled. Glancing at Chu Chen again, Yang Dai was even more disdainful. Isn't it just a little white face? She was rich, and she was afraid that Xiao Mingqi would not break up with this little white face. Money doesn't matter to him at all. Dig a few truckloads of coal and have everything. Beauty, how? About 4 million a month? Yang Dai opened his mouth to Xiao, looking like he was rich. Hearing this, Yu Shuang in Yang Dai's arms was dumbfounded. What do you mean, Yang Dai is going to abandon himself? You're sick. Xiao answered coldly. Xiao didn't have the slightest sympathy for this kind of person who thought that if they had money, they could act recklessly. This is an insult to her. After all, Xiao and Chu Chen came to the front desk. Slow. It was actually rejected, which made Yang Dai very angry. Is this doubting his financial resources? Today, this hotel is covered. Yang Dai spoke domineeringly. Money is a number to me. Tell me. How much do you want? You've packed, have you asked me? Chu Chen said. Yang Dai said this to his friend in front of his own face, which is a bit too much. Aren't you rich? Make you bleed today. Chu Chen is about to dig a hole. Oh? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Yang Dai instantly became interested. I didn't expect this little white face to be so hard-hearted. Well, very good. My husband wants to book a room, can you handle it? Before Yang Dai could speak, Yu Shuang was the first to scold Chu Chen. In order to keep Yang Dai's position here and not let Yang Dai kick him away, Yu Shuang worked hard to please Yang Dai and satirize Chu Chen. Boy, did you hear that? Yang Dai asked, with a sneer. Today, I'm going to book a room. If you have money and self-will, you should get out. You are not welcome here. 3 million packages for the entire hotel. For one night, it should be enough. Yang Dai said to the waiter at the front desk. The East China Sea Hilton Hotel has about 500 rooms, and if it is calculated at 2,000 yuan per room, it is only 10 million, if you add anything else, up to 2 million. It is enough to pay 3 million for the whole hotel for one night. Enough, enough. It was the first time the front desk clerk had seen such a local tyrant, and nodded again and again. They were so frightened that they paid 3 million for the entire hotel, which is too rich. Hearing the waiter's words, Yang Dai looked at Chu Chen with a frantic expression. I'll pay 5 million. The next moment, Chu Chen's words surprised Yang Dai. After all, Chu Chen took out a black gold card from China Merchants Bank. This kind of card is only issued by China Merchants Bank to customers with an annual deposit of more than 20 million. Yo, I didn't expect to be a little white face and still have some money? Seeing this, Yang Dai spoke. Chu Chen's deliberate actions made Yang Dai feel provoked. I gave 8 million, 10 million. Chu Chen continued. $1,500. 200,000,000. 50 million, including one night at the Hilton Hotel. Chu Chen opened his mouth, and through his expression, he seemed to be able to tell that he was approaching the limit. Seeing this, Yang Dai, who was also a little sore at first, gritted his teeth. 60 million. 65 million. Chu Chen hesitated for a long time as if he had reached the limit. 70 million. Yang Dai's last fight was his limit. Do you have so many? Chu Chen asked. Including Hilton one night, 70 million credit cards. Having said that, Yang Dai domineeringly handed his card to the waiter to prove his financial strength. Compared with money, he has never lost. Handing over the card, Yang Dai looked at Chu Chen arrogantly, triumphantly. "Boss, are you allowed to book the hotel?" The front desk clerk spoke and asked Chu Chen. The girl at the front desk also just joined the work group and knew Chu Chen's identity. "Can." Chu Chen smiled and nodded. "Boss?" "What boss?" Hearing what the front desk called Chu Chen, Yang Dai was stunned. The person who competes with him is Hilton's boss? What a joke. So why did you compete with him just now? This person is the owner of the Hilton Hotel, and it doesn't matter at all. But he spent 70 million on a hotel that was only worth more than 2 million a night? Thank you, sir. One day has added 2 or 3 months to our Hilton's sales. Chu Chen said to Yang Dai kindly, and after that, he took Xiaomingqi and walked outside. Since you can't stay in a hotel, why don't you live in your own plum garden? But there are more rooms in place. Only Yang Dai and Yu Shuang were left dumbfounded. I got scammed. He used to cheat others, but he didn't expect to turn around today? My 70 million. Yang Dai screamed and his heart was bleeding. Tonight, Xiaomingqi temporarily stayed in Chu Chen's plum garden. Chu Chen informed Angel Entertainment Group and asked them to find a suitable villa to use as an apartment for Xiaomingqi. East China Sea, in a certain matter. A middle-aged man was sitting at the desk, looking at the materials just handed over by his subordinates. On the first page of the information, there was a photo of Chu Chen printed. Jiangzhou people, their parents are ordinary people, and now they are the president of Junlin Tianxia, the director of Snow Shadow Catering Group, the owner of Shilan International Hotel, and Angel Entertainment Group. In the information, the identity of Chu Chen was written in detail, and nothing was missed. It turns out that this is Zhong Guanghui, brother Chu, whom old man Ge and the others admire so much. After reading the information, the middle-aged man scornfully threw away Chu Chen's information. The middle-aged people investigated Chu Chen's parents, grandparents, and other relatives. All of them were ordinary people with no mysterious background at all. Although this Chu Chen has a little more title, what kind of president, what kind of boss, sounds very bluffing. The result is a few billion, tens of billions of small companies. The most powerful is the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group. Altogether, Chu Chen, a young billionaire, was barely created. But this is far less than a person who has become a billionaire just because of a big company. Although their worth is similar, their personal connections and social circles are quite different. After thoroughly clarifying Chu Chen's identity, the middle-aged man made up his mind. The middle-aged man stared at a photo on the table in a daze. That photo is the plum garden. The middle-aged man's name is Jing Qingping, a real estate tycoon. In the early years, he was just a small contractor and raised a group of thugs. With the soaring housing prices, Jing Qingping, who invested in real estate, has skyrocketed in value. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a nouveau riche. In terms of worth, Jing Qingping is even higher than Zhong Guanghui and Zhang Xian's father, who is also a real estate boss. Like many bosses, Jing Qingping has been staring at Meiyuan for many years. But because the owner of the former plum garden insisted not to buy it, Jing Qingping had no choice. Now, hearing that Meiyuan has changed hands, Jing Qingping is moved. Although his worth is high, Jing Qingping still has the sign of upstart on his body, which makes Jing Qingping, who wants to develop into a wealthy family, very unhappy. Not to mention anything else, just talking about the mansion, his own manor, is not comparable to those rich and powerful courtyards. But if you get the plum garden, it will be different. The house symbolizes the inheritance and history of a family, as well as its own background and strength. If he gets Meiyuan, he can definitely get rid of his status as a nouveau riche. It can even help your real estate development to a certain extent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Meiyuan to change its owner. You know, there are only a handful of gardens in China that can be bought and sold like plum gardens. He must seize this opportunity. But he didn't dare to mess around. What if Chu Chen had any hidden identity? Therefore, Xiang Chuchen sent someone to collect Chu Chen's information. Looking at the information, Xiang Chuchen made up his mind. One has no background, and the other has no connections, just a little money. This Chu Chen can't keep the plum garden. Thinking about it, Xiang Chuchen got up and walked out. Lao Lin, call 50 brothers tomorrow and come with me to the plum garden, Xiang Chuchen said to his housekeeper. Xiang Chuchen's family history is actually a bit of color, but later, Xiang Chuchen slowly washed white. But even now, Xiang Chuchen has raised many subordinates. Bringing some more people tomorrow can set off his identity, or you can beat Chu Chen and give Chu Chen a slap in the face. Hearing this, the housekeeper Lao Lin nodded and turned to prepare. No, bring 80. Xiang Chuchen spoke again. Yes. Seeing Lao Lin leave, Xiang Chuchen was very excited. The plum garden he had always dreamed of, is finally close at hand. Tomorrow, you will be mine. Xiang Chuchen put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance with the attitude of a big boss. The next day, Xiang Chuchen got on his extended Rolls-Royce and went straight to the plum garden. Following Xiang Chuchen were 20 black Autos, and the huge motorcade was driving mightily on the road. No matter what he does, Xiang Chuchen likes to bring a lot of people and play with style. Today, Xiang Chuchen is wearing a black tunic, suit and looks like a top boss. Eventually, Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the plum garden. Wearing a black tunic, suit, Xiang Chuchen walked down with a white jade wrench. Behind him, 20 Audi cars directly blocked the water in Meiyuanwei. Boss. After getting off the bus, everyone bowed respectfully to Xiang Chuchen. Brother, I'm going to smash the door. At this time, a younger brother of Xiang Chuchen stood up and was eager to try. Their eldest brother came. But the door was still closed, and he didn't come out to greet him in person, which was outrageous. After all, the younger brother is ready to bring someone forward to smash the door. Slow. Xiang Chuchen stopped him. What? If I broke my door? Xiang Chuchen looks like the owner of the plum garden. As if the plum garden was already his. Even this gate is probably 100 or 200 years old now. Looking at the huge garden with a long history in front of him, Xiang Chuchen was very satisfied. No matter who comes today, nothing can stop him. In the East China Sea, he has never been afraid of anyone with the same identity. The younger brother knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Hearing the sound, the little girl Tang Miao Miao ran over and opened the door. Seeing the scene in front of the plum garden, the little girl's face changed dramatically. She quickly closed the door and rushed in to find Chu Chen. In this way, Xiang Chuchen, who was wearing a black tunic suit, and his 80 brothers were locked out by a little girl, and they were close to the door. Xiang Chuchen's face changed slightly. Before he gave Chu Chen a horse, Chu Chen gave himself a closed door? Cousin, it's not good, it's not good. There's a bad guy coming. Tang Miao Miao rushed inside to find Chu Chen. Bad guy? In the room, hearing Tang Miao Miao's voice, Chu Chen raised his brows. After seeing Chu Chen, Tang Miao Miao told Chu Chen what she saw. Are there any gangsters making trouble now? Don't be afraid. Chu Chen walked outside. Opening the door, Chu Chen just met Xing Jinping's eyes. Chu Chen was calm, but Xing Jinping was a little surprised. This kid looks younger than the picture. Mr. Zheng, come to meet Mr. Chu. Xing Jinping opened his mouth. Please. Looking at Xing Jinping's outfit, Chu Chen had already guessed it. This should be a local snake in the East China Sea. As the saying goes, a strong dragon doesn't overwhelm the snake, but Chu Chen doesn't believe it. If a local snake comes to your door, whether to fight or not depends on your mood. Xing Jinping entered the plum garden with his housekeeper, Lao Lin. I want to buy a plum garden, tell me how much. As soon as he came up, Xing Jinping went straight to the point. After all, Chu Chen is also a billionaire. He couldn't go too far. He only gave tens of millions and sent Chu Chen away. Not for sale. Chu Chen answered him with just two simple words. 2 billion, I will give you 2 billion, give me the plum garden. Xing Jinping didn't intend to listen to Chu Chen's opinion at all, and spoke directly. 2 billion, a lot. Today, if you don't agree, I'm afraid this matter will not end. Xing Jinping said to Chu Chen with the attitude of a boss. Hearing this, the housekeeper Lao Lin was about to turn around and call someone outside to threaten Chu Chen. Xing Jinping, you are going too far. At this time an old man rushed in, it was Mr. Gu. With Mr. Gu, there is also Gu Yun. Xing Jinping's posture today is too big, and it's not enough for others to want to know. The closest to the plum garden, Mr. Gu came first. Meiyuan already belongs to Brother Chu. It's not good for you to come and grab it. After entering, Mr. Gu confronted Xing Jinping. Whoever explained the robbery, I, Xing Jinping, are a kind and reasonable person. I gave him 2 billion, which is already quite a lot. Xing Jinping gave Mr. Gu a disdainful look and retorted, Old man Gu, today, I advise you not to mind your own business. Others are afraid of you and think you are a billionaire and the helm of the Gu family. I'm not afraid. I know everyone you know, and I know everyone you don't know. Xing Jinping said wildly. You'd better go back to your old age and try to live a few more years. After you die, the Gu family will be torn apart. Although Mr. Gu is not simple, he is the helm of the Gu family. But the second generation of the Gu family did not have a single one. The sons of Mr. Gu were all trash. Once the Gu family is handed over to them, in a few years, the Gu family will disappear. Xing Jinping had nothing to fear. You hearing this, Mr. Gu was very angry. You are too much. Gu Yun also angrily rebuked Xing Jinping. Ha ha. Xing Jinping sneered, not caring what Mr. Gu said at all. Directly turned around and threatened Chu Chen, if you are acquainted, agree early to save anything. Xing Jinping's younger brothers rushed in and stared at Chu Chen badly. Seeing this, the little girl Tang Miao Miao was extremely frightened. Just when Xing Jinping wanted to continue threatening Chu Chen, a voice came from outside. Hilton International Hotel Group, assistant to the president and general manager of the Asia-Pacific region, came to visit Mr. Chu Chen. Is there anyone? Hearing this, Xing Jinping, who was arrogant, suddenly became honest. Hilton International Hotel Group? Assistant to the president, general manager of the Asia-Pacific region? What does such a person do? Because he made his fortune in real estate, Xi Jinping knew Hilton International Group very well. Although Hilton International Hotel Group is one of the top 10 hotel groups in the world, this cannot make Xi Jinping nervous. The reason why he is so nervous and attached to it is because the Hilton International Hotel Group has a superpower standing behind it. Super Chaebol Blackstone Group. Just when Xi Jinping was thinking, people from Hilton Group came in. Is Mr. Chu there? The assistant to the president asked in very fluent Chinese. Blackstone Group, perhaps most people have never heard of it. But those who have heard of it will definitely never forget it for a lifetime. Blackstone Group is a world-leading alternative asset management and financial advisory service provider, and one of the largest independent alternative asset management institutions in the world. 3 years ago, it managed more than $200 billion in assets. Note that it is US dollars. As for how many billions Blackstone Group manages now, no one knows. Blackstone Group can be called a super chaebol, and it has its presence in countless large international companies, such as Apple, Citibank, BlackRock, Berkshire Hathaway, McDonald's, etc. Blackstone Group has a lot of shares. Hilton International Hotel Group is a subsidiary of Blackstone Group. It's just a Hilton International Hotel Group, and it's not enough to shock Xi Jinping, but the Blackstone Group behind it is a behemoth. Although Hilton International Hotel Group is not prominent among all the subsidiaries of Blackstone Group, no one dares to provoke it. Blackstone Group is enough to shock everything. Seeing the two foreigners walk in politely, Xi Jinping stood there stiffly, as if facing a great enemy. Is Mr. Chu there? The assistant to the president of Hilton International Hotel Group spoke. As an assistant, he can speak 8 languages, and Chinese is naturally among them. Exist. Chu Chen stood up. Hello, Mr. Chu. After seeing Chu Chen, the assistant to the president stepped forward respectfully. I'm the secretary to the president, James. This is the general manager of the Asia-Pacific region of Hilton International Hotel Group. The assistant to the president introduced the middle-aged man next to him. Vice President. Hello. The middle-aged man in the suit stepped forward and said respectfully. As the third largest shareholder of Hilton International Hotel Group, Chu Chen's position corresponding to the company's position is Vice President. Vice President? Master Ge and Gu Yun looked at each other. This name? Does Chu Chen still have such an identity? Next to him, after hearing what the general manager of Hilton Asia Pacific called Chu Chen, the whole person became stupid. What? Chu Chen is the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group? Xi Jinping was stunned as if struck by lightning. No, he had investigated Chu Chen's identity before. The most powerful is the president of Angel Entertainment Group. How could he become the vice president of the world's top 10 hotel groups again? Under Xi Jinping's astonished gaze, Chu Chen shook hands with the general manager of Hilton Asia Pacific. Facing Chu Chen, the general manager, whose status was higher than the assistant to the president, was even more respectful. Who made Chu Chen the person with the highest stake in Hildo International Hotel in the Asia-Pacific region? Even a word from Chu Chen can make him be replaced. Mr. Chu, this is a letter written by the president to you, and some documents, please accept it. The assistant to the president handed some documents and a letter to Chu Chen. Okay. Chu Chen took the document and the letter and read it. You too, please sit down. I still have some things to deal with. After that, I will entertain the Two of you. After all, Chu Chen looked at Xing Jinping. Seeing Chu Chen's gaze, Xing Jinping's whole body trembled. And cold sweat broke out on his back. Looking at Xing Jinping and his younger brothers, the general manager of the Asia-Pacific region raised his eyebrows. Vice President, do you need me to contact some people? The general manager politely asked Chu Chen that Hilton's Asia-Pacific headquarters is located in Modu, and he has been in Modu for 7 or 8 years. Because of his identity and the Blackstone Group, he knew a lot of big people. There are all over the country. With just one phone call, the big man he called out can scare Xing Jinping to death. No. Hearing this, before Chu Chen said anything, Xing Jinping's face turned pale, and he spoke quickly. He naturally knew that the general manager was terrible. A phone call, I'm afraid he's finished, so he quickly begged for mercy. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. The next second, Xing Jinping begged Chu Chen for mercy. Snapped. Xing Jinping slapped himself directly. It's because I have eyes, but don't know Mount Tai, and I didn't recognize you. I still want a plum garden. I'm a fool. After all, Xing Jinping slapped himself again. Actually, the purpose of my visit today is just to give you money. Look, there are 2 billion here, please accept it. Xing Jinping respectfully took out the 2 billion he had prepared to buy the plum garden and handed it over to Chu Chen. At this moment, he finally understood that the information he had investigated before must be false. Many special people have a disguised identity. Standing behind the Blackstone Group, Chu Chen's true identity is not something he can find out at all. I haven't apologized to Mr. Chu yet. Xing Jinping hurriedly scolded his younger brothers. Gudong. The next second, all the younger brothers knelt down and kept slapping their ears. The 2 billion is your compensation for offending me, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Putting away the card, Chu Chen glanced at Xing Jinping's younger brothers, and said to Xing Jinping if he had something to say. In an instant, Xing Jinping understood what Chu Chen meant. He really doesn't look like kneeling, but after thinking about the Blackstone Group behind Hilton. Gudong. Xing Jinping also knelt in front of Chu Chen. Not much, 100. Chu Chen spoke lightly. Pop. Xing Jinping gritted his teeth and started rumble. At the same time, another large group of people rushed into the plum garden, led by Zhong Guanghui and Wang Xingyun. Like Mr. Ge, they heard that Xing Jinping was leading people and went to the plum garden aggressively. If it was before, they might still hesitate. But after knowing that the rising sun belonged to Chu Chen, they were even more respectful to Chu Chen. Therefore, after knowing Xing Jinping's action, the two of them also gathered their own group of bodyguards and hurried to Meiyuan. Because it is far from the plum garden, they came a little later. Brother Chu, are you all right? Big brother, little brother is here. Zhong Guanghui and Wang Xingyun took the lead and rushed in. However, looking at the scene in front of them, both of them were stunned. I go. Xing Jinping, as well as countless Xing Jinping's younger brothers, were all kneeling in front of Chu Chen at this moment, slapping himself constantly. They were right. Is this the lawless and reckless Xing Jinping? Zhong Guanghui and Wang Xingyun rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. However, when they opened their eyes, what they saw was the same scene. No, even if both of them came, originally, they just hoped to let Xing Jinping stop temporarily. It was impossible to shock Xing Jinping, or make him give up completely. But now Xiang Chuchen actually knelt in front of Chu Chen, and even slapped his face and kept apologizing. What the hell? Nyobi. Mr. Chu is too arrogant. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it was true. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid it will surprise countless rich people in the East China Sea. In the East China Sea, Xiang Chuchen is notoriously ruthless, his methods are brutal, and he doesn't give anyone any face. Today, I am afraid it is Xiang Chuchen's only failure. Brother Zhong is here. After seeing Zhong Wanghui and Wang Xingyun, Chu Chen nodded and invited them in. In shocked eyes, Zhong Wanghui and Wang Xingyun walked in past Xiang Chuchen. After seeing Zhong Wanghui and Wang Xingyun, Xiang Chuchen immediately felt ashamed. Today is really a shame. Seen again. In the future, in the East China Sea, where should his face be placed? After slapping the face, Xiang Chuchen and his younger brothers left in despair. When he left, Xiang Chuchen was covered in dust, and his face was even more swollen and embarrassed. And when I came before, it was simply two extremes. Brother Chu is amazing, even Xiang Chuchen can easily subdue him. Brother Chu, you are awesome. Zhong Wanghui and Wang Xingyun said with great emotion. Even if they meet Xiang Chuchen, they should be polite. It's not that Xiang Chuchen's identity and background are terrible, but that Xiang Chuchen is even more crazy. After all, Xiang Chuchen relied on fighting and killing to get to where he is now. He has a madness in his bones, and he does not know how high the sky is. Let me introduce to you, this is the assistant to the president of Hilton International Hotel Group, this is. Chu Chen introduced them to each other. What? Is Chu Chen still the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group? After knowing Chu Chen's identity, Zhong Wanghui and Wang Xingyun were shocked again. Especially Zhong Wanghui, his heart is even more emotional. Every time he encounters Chu Chen, he can be shocked by Chu Chen. How many identities does Chu Chen have that he does not know? In the end, Chu Chen sent Zhong Wanghui and his party and Hilton's people away. Before leaving, the general manager of Hilton Asia Pacific gave Chu Chen his contact information. He said that if Chu Chen needed help with anything in the future, he would definitely help. Ding, system experience task, experience the work of a clerk for 5 days, task reward, Michelin 2-star restaurant, Manny restaurant, 2 Michelin star restaurant? After seeing the mission, Chu Chen muttered. I used to see 3-star Michelin restaurants on the internet. Many people thought that 3-star Michelin restaurants were great, while 2-star Michelin restaurants were ordinary. Actually not. There are only 68 Michelin 3-star restaurants in the world, and there is only one in the mainland. As for Michelin 2-star restaurants, there are only 9 restaurants in the country. This time, the Michelin 2-star restaurant awarded by the system is 1/9 of those. It is also the only restaurant with 2 Michelin stars in Tian province, located in Donghai. Actually, the per capita consumption is more than 1,300 yuan, which shows the degree of luxury. The price of a meal is almost the food cost of some ordinary families for a month. Clerk? Chu Chen murmured, and he couldn't help thinking that when he was in college, he had a work-study program and worked as a clerk in a milk tea shop outside the school. The daily work is relatively easy, and most of the customers are girls. That's it. Chu Chen took out his mobile phone and checked the nearest school to Meiyuan. After getting in the car, Chu Chen went straight to the East China Sea Art Institute. The university was the closest to Meiyuan, and it only took Chu Chen 11 to 12 minutes to drive there. In the end, Chu Chen bought a ready-made milk tea shop directly in front of Donghai Art Institute. It only cost 90,000 yuan. For Chu Chen, it was a drop in the bucket. After all, he just got 2 billion. Once everything is done, the mission can start tomorrow. After checking the store, Chu Chen closed the door and was about to leave. Doubletree Hotel? Inadvertently, Chu Chen noticed a huge building nearby, which was actually a Doubletree Hotel. Doubletree Hotel, the full name is Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, is also a subsidiary of Hilton International Hotel Group. Everywhere is your own industry. Chu Chen sighed and drove away. The next day, in order not to cause too much sensation, Chu Chen drove his Mercedes-Benz very low-key and came to the milk tea shop. He is both a store manager and a store clerk. The first day of the mission, start. Chu Chen began to wait for business in the store. After a while, Chu Chen's first group of guests walked in. It was 3 girls who had just left get out of class. Wow! What a handsome little brother. Xiaotong, I'm in love. Just looking at Chu Chen, the 3 girls went crazy. This is the first time they have seen such a handsome little brother, not crazy. Originally, in their art school, there were few boys, and there was no such handsome man at all. After buying milk tea and sitting in the store for a long time, the 3 girls reluctantly left. As soon as they went out, they quickly sent a circle of friends in a milk tea shop outside the school. The news that the most handsome clerk appeared in the shop quickly spread. Many girls come here. Chu Chen's business became hot. Looking at the long queue of girls, Chu Chen sighed softly, I just want to be a clerk quietly, I don't want to be so hot. He just wanted to be a clerk quietly and complete his tasks in a low-key manner. For this reason, he did not publicize it, nor did he drive the Hennessy Viper. But even though Chu Chen was so low-key, it still caused a sensation. My damn charm and good looks. Chu Chen couldn't help but complain about himself, why is he so handsome and so charming? It's tiring to face so many beauties alone. Are you looking for a shop assistant? While Chu Chen was thinking, 3 or 4 thugs walked into the store. Boy, have you paid the management fee? Just open a shop here? The little bastard questioned Chu Chen. The management fee, to put it nicely, is actually similar to the protection fee. I don't know that. These streets are all our brother Leopard's territory. If you don't pay the management fee, you still want to open a shop here? The gangster threatened Chu Chen. Brother Leopard, what is that? Chu Chen asked in surprise. This year, there are still protection fees? Anyone else dare to pay for his protection? Boy, how dare you say that? Brother Leopard, you are the first. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the gangster got angry at the time. Who is Brother Leopard, you don't even know? Tell you, Brother Leopard has 110 little brothers in his hands, and there are even more powerful figures in the East China Sea behind him. You dare say that, boy, you are dead. With that said, 3 or 4 little gangsters are about to smash and teach Chu Chen a lesson. What are you doing? Dare to do this in broad daylight, believe it or not, I'll call the police. You guys are going too far, you dare to threaten little brother like this. The girls in the store were not happy anymore. After all, there are 20 or 30 girls in the store, of course they are not afraid of these 3 or 4 little gangsters. He was stared at by 20 or 30 people at once, and a few thugs wilted in an instant. There was no need for Chu Chen to do anything at all, and a few thugs were immediately scared away. Seeing this, there were bursts of cheers from the store. I didn't expect that it's a good thing to be attractive. Chu Chen sighed that this saved him from taking action. Not far from Chu Chen's milk tea shop, there is also a milk tea shop. Unlike Chu Chen's popular milk tea shop, this shop is very deserted, not even a single customer. At this moment, looking at Chu Chen's store, the owner of this store, a thin man in his 30s, had a gloomy expression on his face. Good business, I'll let you do business well. When he saw the 3 or 4 gangsters entering Chu Chen's store, the thin man was extremely excited. In fact, it was he who reported Chu Chen as the new boss of the milk tea shop to Brother Leopard. Otherwise, Brother Leopard couldn't have sent someone so soon. Let Brother Leopard's group teach you a good lesson. The thin man said resentfully, he asked for your business to be so hot. The thin man gloated. Just when the thin man thought that Chu Chen was going to be unlucky, Brother Leopard's subordinates ran out in despair. What's going on? The thin man was extremely surprised, so he hurried out and greeted him. Brother, what's the matter? The thin man asked a punk. Because he has been in this street for a long time. The gangster also knows this thin man. So the little gangster told the thin man what happened just now. That's it's easy to handle. Come back at night, when there will be fewer customers, it's easier to do it. The skinny man advises the punk. Besides, you tell Brother Leopard that the kid looks down on Brother Leopard. Brother Leopard will definitely be angry and will bring more people in person. Yes. Hearing this, a few thugs nodded, which made sense. A few hooligans hurried back to look for Brother Leopard. Seeing this, a sinister smile appeared on the thin man's face, like a poisonous snake. Colleagues are enemies, and they are so close, either you die or I die. The thin man naturally hoped that it was Chu Chen who died, the more tragic the better. Once Brother Leopard comes in person, this kid will definitely suffer heavy losses, at least 2,000 or 3,000. This is a devastating blow for a store that has just started. In a few days, the store will be over. Hee hee. I'm watching a good show tonight. After all, the thin man sneered and returned to the store, preparing to watch a play at night. Time flies so fast, and soon it is night. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, 2 vans suddenly stopped in front of Chu Chen's store, and a dozen people dressed as gangsters got off. He rushed into Chu Chen's store. At night, there were indeed fewer people in Chu Chen's store, but there were still 5 or 6 girls who blushed and kept peeking at Chu Chen. It seemed that if Chu Chen didn't chase them away, they would be able to peek at Chu Chen all night. What? Seeing the countless gangsters swarming in, the girls were startled and screamed. In the store not far away, the thin man was also excited when he saw this. The next second, he quietly came to the outside of Chu Chen's shop and peeked at what was happening inside. Boy, no one is here to protect you now, what should I do with you? The leader of more than a dozen gangsters, that is, the gangster who was scared away by 20 or 30 girls at noon today. This little leader gave Chu Chen the impression that he was a ruthless person. It's not how powerful this little boss is, but the color of his hair, which is actually green. And it's not the popular gray-green, it's pure green, green and shiny. How many hats did he wear, so that a prairie was directly dyed on his head? Chu Chen expressed his deep sympathy for him. If this little gangster is willing, Chu Chen doesn't mind spending money to buy him a few cars of green hats and green clothes to match. What a color of nature. Chu Chen was very indifferent, but the girls in the milk tea shop were so frightened that they all hid in the corner. Boy, aren't you very arrogant this morning? After hearing about you, Brother Leopard will come in person to let you know who he is. The little head said frantically. Brother Leopard wants to come in person, and with Brother Leopard to support him, he is not afraid of anyone. You know, behind Brother Leopard, there is a super boss. No one dared to offend Brother Leopard. In this area, Brother Leopard acted recklessly. Brothers, say, how do we welcome Brother Leopard tonight? The little head asked, with a sneer. Break it down here. Yes, smashed here. A dozen or so gangsters screamed behind him. They have never met any big man. In their hearts, Brother Leopard is the most awesome. With Brother Leopard here, even if the King of Heaven is here, don't be afraid. Hearing this, the girls became even more frightened and shivered. Outside, the thin man looked inside with a smile on his face. Let your business be so hot, let you take my customers away. Tonight, just wait for the bottom line. Ha ha ha. The thin man laughed wildly in his heart. You make me a little uncomfortable. Chu Chen said lightly, to scare my customers like this. Hee hee, you are still caring about your customers. You are all a mud Buddha crossing the river. And you can't protect yourself. The little head sneered. Brothers, smash me. The little boss ordered loudly. Hearing this, the little gangster is ready to start. At this moment, a black Cadillac stopped slowly outside. After seeing the car, the little boss hurriedly called his subordinates to stop, stood on both sides, and waited respectfully. After stopping, the driver quickly got out of the car and slowly opened the door. A bald man with a slightly swollen face walked down. Hello, Leopard. Hello, Leopard. Hello, Leopard. Seeing the bald man, the gangsters all spoke in unison, with a good momentum. Is it the people here who don't take me seriously? The bald man with sunglasses put his hands behind his back, snorted coldly, and walked towards the store. However, the next second, when Brother Leopard noticed Chu Chen who was standing there indifferently. Gudong. Brother Leopard was dumbfounded, his body softened, and he fell to the ground in fright. Devil. How did he meet this devil again? Because of him yesterday, is your face still swollen? Brother Panther? Brother Leopard. What's wrong with you? The gangsters hurried forward to help Brother Leopard, but Brother Leopard pushed him aside. Sitting on the ground, Brother Leopard trembled and shivered, respectfully said to Chu Chen, Hello, Brother Chu Chu. It turned out that this Brother Leopard was one of Xiang Chuchen's subordinates. Yesterday, he and Xiang Chuchen went to the plum garden together. After what happened yesterday, Chu Chen was already equal to the devil in the hearts of all Xiang Chuchen's subordinates. Unexpectedly, today he encountered this devil again. Is this God torturing him? Or is it the retribution for his previous bad deeds? Brother Chu? Hearing Brother Leopard's address to Chu Chen, Brother Leopard's younger brothers were stunned. My eldest brother, Brother Leopard, call this kid eldest brother? You are? Chu Chen asked curiously, he didn't know this. Bald head. Big brother, I'm Xiang Chuchen's younger brother. I was fortunate enough to see you yesterday. The bald leopard answered humbly. Oh, you are from Xiang Chuchen. You are very majestic today, with a touch of style like your boss. Chu Chen said. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the bald-headed leopard brother could not stop sweating out. Brother Chu, listen to the villain's slander. The bald-headed leopard brother apologized to Chu Chen, and was extremely humble. Seeing this, the younger brothers of Brother Leopard shivered even more. Even his own boss is like this. The identity of this kid is definitely not simple. At this moment, they looked at Chu Chen in awe, not daring to breathe loudly. When the girls in the store saw this, they also showed a surprised look on their faces. Who is this handsome little brother? Why is even Brother Leopard so flattering? Forget it. Looking at Brother Leopard, who was about to cry, Chu Chen waved his hand. Don't bother me in the future. By the way, your green-haired little brother is very cool. Brother Leopard understood instantly. I know. Brother Leopard nodded again and again. After I go out, I will teach him a lesson. Hearing this sentence, the green-haired thug just now shuddered. Finally, with the help of the younger brothers, Brother Leopard turned and walked outside. What? As soon as he got outside, Brother Leopard saw the thin man. Catch him for me. Brother Leopard immediately ordered his younger brother. If it wasn't for this thin man to tip off the news, he would not have sent someone to collect any management fees. Beat both of them to my death. He pointed to the green-haired bastard again, and Brother Leopard ordered. Bowing respectfully to Chu Chen, Brother Leopard got into the car and left. At this moment, Brother Leopard swore that he would never do bad things again, and that he would be a good person. Once he didn't have a choice, but now he's going to be a good guy. He does not ask God to let him get rich and let him live 100 years. Just don't meet this devil. If Chu Chen knew that because of himself, a boss changed his mind and changed his mind, and wanted to be a good person, he would be very happy. He is also a kind and loving person. You use your strength. Watching Brother Leopard's younger brothers beating up green-haired gangsters and thin men outside, Chu Chen kindly reminded him. Yes. Brother Leopard's younger brothers nodded quickly, daring not to be slighted. The next second, Brother Leopard and his brothers used 200% of their strength to take care of the green-haired gangster and the thin man. Wow. Brother is amazing. You are my Prince Charming. Looking at Chu Chen, the girls were extremely nympho. Ding. System task, experienced store clerk works for 5 days, complete on the first day, 1/5, it's closed. The first day's mission was completed, and Chu Chen was about to close the door. Little brother, let us stay a little longer. I want to see you a little more. Several girls acted coquettishly to Chu Chen, wanting to stay for a while. But as an honest person, how could Chu Chen be ingratiated by these girls who coveted his looks and body, and still resolutely drove them out? Definitely not, because today's system tasks are complete. At the end of the first day's mission, Chu Chen drove back to the plum garden. The next day, Chu Chen came with his own Hennessy Viper. In order to keep a low profile, Chu Chen covered all his Hennessy Viper with a car hood. Little brother, here we come. Little brother, you are handsome again today. After the Chu Chen milk tea shop opened, many well-dressed girls came in one after another. Among them, a very beautiful girl walked directly towards Chu Chen and asked curiously, "Little brother, can you play the guitar?" Chu Chen shook his head. "No, you absolutely will, otherwise. How did you tug at my heartstrings and make me unforgettable for a long time?" The girl spoke directly. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, but was he teased again? Another superficial person who covets his looks and body. Around, hearing the girl's words, other customers were a little stunned. This girl is the famous Bai Fume in their school. Ah, my heart hurts so much. How did that happen? In the crowd, 2 or 3 boys who came to buy milk tea made painful noises. Their goddess, the goddess who disdains all the boys. How did it become like this? Their hearts are broken. Well, cool. This is indeed a society that sees faces. Time passed quickly, and at night when Chu Chen was about to close the door, there was a knock on the door. 3 men are standing outside. Please come in. After getting Chu Chen's approval, a few people came in. Seeing that there were no customers in the store, they said, "We are also one of the owners off this street, and it is inconvenient to say a few words that I don't know." A man spoke. "But it doesn't matter," Chu Chen said. "It's like this. Like you, we all open a milk tea shop near the Art Institute, but the price of our milk tea is the same. Only then can we make more money. Next to the school, in a special location, their milk tea is slightly more expensive than other places. And several unification, be regarded as a kind of monopoly." Seeing that Chu Chen's business was doing well in the past 2 days, they sent someone to take a look. "I don't know if I don't see it, I was startled when I saw it. Chu Chen's prices here are all random, and some are even twice as cheap as them. Individual even, and the cost is about the same. Boss Chu, I guess you should have just started your business, so you can't put a price on it. I want you to raise the price a little bit, like us." Several people expressed their intentions. "Let's all unite and make a fortune together. Only in this way can you make more money, otherwise, it will definitely be a loss." "Yeah, don't you want to make more money?" Several people spoke together. Hearing this, Chu Chen said, "Money, who cares about that? I opened a shop, and I didn't want to make money at all." "How much can you make a day by opening a milk tea shop?" "Hundreds, thousands. Even if Chu Chen did nothing, in the blink of an eye, with his industry, he earned it in a few seconds. His shop just wanted to complete the task and didn't want to make money at all. Of course, it is impossible for Chu Chen to say things about doing tasks. Happiness is the most important, and the price is arbitrary. Money, who cares about that stuff? I opened a shop and didn't want to make money at all?" Hearing these 2 words from Chu Chen, several shop owners were stunned. What's the meaning? Several people walked out of the milk tea shop with Chu Chen. Just when they wanted to persuade Chu Chen, they found that Chu Chen took off the car hood, revealing the true face of Hennessy Viper. Watching Chu Chen sit on the Hennessy Viper, in an instant, their mentality collapsed. First of these today. More tomorrow. Sports car? Is Boss Chu's car a sports car? Although they don't know the Hennessy Viper, they know that this is a sports car. How can a sports car be cheap, and which one doesn't cost millions? In an instant, they understood the meaning of Chu Chen's 2 sentences just now. Money, who cares about that stuff? I opened a shop and didn't want to make money at all? Driving a sports car with millions of dollars really does not look down on the money of opening a milk tea shop. I work hard for a month, maybe not enough for other people's oil money. Under the shocked gazes of these shop owners, Chu Chen launched the Hennessy Viper and galloped away. Several shop owners also suddenly realized. They finally understood that this Boss Chu was a rich second generation, and they didn't expect to open a store to make money. Just come here to experience life, pick up girls and flirt with girls. Can't be bothered, can't be bothered. Several people gave up the idea of making Chu Chen increase the price. Suddenly, several shop owners looked at each other. Can't tell. Yes, definitely not. A few people made an appointment. This boss Chu is a rich second generation, and he must not say anything about driving a supercar. Originally, people's business was already very popular by virtue of their looks. I still have some old customers, barely surviving. But if the news spreads that Chu Chen is Gao Fu Shui, I am afraid they will even run away from those old customers. At this moment, they only hope that Boss Chu will have fun and leave here as soon as possible. On the third day, Chu Chen's business was booming. Yesterday, Bai Fumei, who flirted with Chu Chen and said that Chu Chen touched her heartstrings, came early. At noon, 2 men entered the store. One of them is Xiao Xianro, a little handsome, of course, not as good as 1% of Chu Chen. It looks like a celebrity, or something. The second man, holding a selfie stick and a mobile phone, walked behind the male internet celebrity, carrying a bag and looking like an assistant. So hot. Looking at the crowd of people in the store, the male internet celebrity was very surprised. He is an internet celebrity who specializes in exploring stores, looking for various gourmet restaurants, and the like, and then shoots videos and sends them to short video sites, such as Douyin, to make money. Because he is a little handsome, after a year, he has accumulated nearly 200,000 fans, and he is a little famous internet celebrity. In 1 year, he has also been to many milk tea shops, all kinds. But I have never encountered such a popular shop. It looked like he was right. The male internet celebrity looked around the store and finally locked on Chu Chen. Are you the store manager? Coming to Chu Chen swaggeringly, the male internet celebrity asked Chu Chen arrogantly. If you have something to say, go out. If you have nothing to do. Chu Chen opened his mouth. What? The male internet celebrity was a little surprised. When he usually visits the store, those store managers are polite, for fear that he will say bad things about his store online. But the owner of this shop is unusual. I'm an internet celebrity who specializes in visiting stores. I came to your store today to shoot a video. Tell me, how much should you pay? The male internet celebrity asked Chu Chen aggressively. What? You come to my store to shoot videos. I don't want to ask you for money. You still want to charge me? Chu Chen asked in surprise. At first glance, he is a novice, and he doesn't understand shit. The male internet celebrity opened his mouth. He was the most annoying to encounter this kind of novice. Let me tell you. I'm shooting a video in your store as an advertisement for you. The male influencer explained. As for what I say in the video, how do I say it, whether it is praised or spurned, it's up to you. While talking, the male internet celebrity made a movement of counting money. Plain and simple, it's about money. If Chu Chen gives money, he will tell in the video how the store is so good, everyone is welcome. If Chu Chen didn't give the money, he would criticize the store, saying that the store was such a rubbish. This is also an unspoken rule of some store owners and their online shoppers. Some unconscionable internet celebrities do this. As long as you give money, no matter how bad it is, he can blow you into the sky. In fact, many bosses don't want to give money, but they are afraid of such internet celebrities talking nonsense on the internet. Sometimes A single word from a big internet celebrity and the fanning of mindless fans can make a store go out of business. Even if they knew that this was a form of extortion in disguise, these bosses had no choice but to take the money. Not interested in. Chu Chen shook his head. The male internet celebrity still refuses to give up. Well, since you are a novice, I don't want you much money. I'll give you a discount, 50,000. The male internet celebrity looks generous. In fact, he is simply a lion. Generally speaking, a net celebrity like him is only a few thousand or 10,000 at most. But he bullied Chu Chen as a novice, and he didn't like Chu Chen, so he directly asked for 50,000. For such a small milk tea shop, 50,000 is a lot of money. No money. Chu Chen replied that others are afraid of this kind of internet celebrity, but he is not afraid. After eating a closed door, the male internet celebrity was very angry. Believe it or not, I immediately posted a video and scolded your store on the internet, saying that your store cheated people. I'm a big internet celebrity with 200,000 followers. One word from me can make your store close down. In the end, the male internet celebrity was furious and directly threatened Chu Chen. It's good to leave. Chu Chen replied. Who are you? Don't make trouble here, little brother. Get out. Without waiting for the male internet celebrity to speak, the customers in the store directly drove the male internet celebrity and his assistant out. You wait. The male internet celebrity became angry. With shame. Let the assistant secretly send a short video and leave directly. After going back, the male internet celebrity dubbed it and said how Chu Chen's store was cheating, how expensive the price was, how garbage the materials were used, and so on. It's almost like Chu Chen's shop has become the #1 black shop in a century. After watching the video, the male internet celebrity posted it online. Little thing, just wait to be scolded, close the door and lose money. Thinking of Chu Chen, the male internet celebrity said coldly. This is not the first time he has done this kind of thing. Several small shops have been closed down by him. He believed that within half a day, countless fans would scold Chu Chen's store in his video comment area. What? Isn't that the boss? A super anchor of Shark Live, when he was shopping Douyin, he accidentally saw a video of a male internet celebrity, and happened to see Chu Chen in it. Dare to say that to the boss? Hearing the words of this little internet celebrity, the big anchor instantly became angry. The next second, he immediately started the live broadcast. And in front of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, he denounced the male internet celebrity and cracked down on fakes. Soon, the practice of male internet celebrities spread to the ears of several other big anchors of Shark. These people are the few people who know Chu Chen's identity. They also understood that this was an excellent opportunity, and they started live broadcasts to denounce male internet celebrities. Soon, the whole network exploded. As super big anchors, these people are also top big internet celebrities, and they have a large number of fans on various short video websites. At the same time they started the live broadcast, they asked their assistant to post a short video of themselves condemning the male internet celebrity for being deceiving. 10,000 views, 100,000 views, 1 million views. 1,000 likes, 10,000 likes, 100,000 likes. The various data of these videos are rising rapidly. These big anchors also have their own social circles, and soon, their short videos were reposted by other big internet celebrities. For a time, all the major video sites, these videos condemning male internet celebrities, all occupied the top 3 in the rankings. After posting the video, the male internet celebrity is chatting on WeChat with a proud female fan. Fraud. Scumbag. Pooh. Suddenly, the female fan who had been chatting happily and was about to meet suddenly sent him these messages. What's wrong? The male internet celebrity asked inexplicably. The next second, a red exclamation mark appeared. XX has enabled friend verification. You are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first, and you can chat only after the other party has passed the verification. Send friend verification deleted? He was actually deleted by this female fan who admired him so much. Bitch. The male internet celebrity couldn't help but scolded. At this moment, the male internet celebrity's cell phone rang, and at a glance, it was the boss of the internet celebrity company he signed. The male internet celebrity instantly became respectful. Hello, Boss Joe, the male internet celebrity said humbly. Okay, good. Nima is good. I'm not good. What are you doing? As soon as he came up, the originally friendly boss spit out a fragrance. Because of this male internet celebrity, even his company has been implicated. As soon as he came up, he was scolded by the big boss, and the male internet celebrity was dumbfounded. What's the matter with him? Why? Are the female fans and the boss crazy? You wait for the company to sue. In the end, after scolding a lot, the boss directly said a word to the male internet celebrity and hung up. The male internet celebrity completely changed his face. Can anyone tell him what happened? Not good, not good. The assistant of the male internet celebrity ran in a panic. What's the matter? What's the matter? The male internet celebrity yelled, What are these people crazy about today? He used to be a shop owner, and he was in a good mood, but now his good mood has been destroyed. The assistant didn't say much, and directly opened the ranking list of a short video website. With just one look, the male internet celebrity's face instantly turned white. As soon as he grabbed the phone, the male internet celebrity clicked on all these videos. Not only it, but also Douyin, etc., the assistant added beside him. The male internet celebrity opened several other websites tremblingly. Gudong. After reading it, the phone slipped directly from the male internet celebrity's hand. At this moment, the male internet celebrity's face was pale, and he was sweating constantly, and his eyes were dull. How could this be? These people who denounced him are some high-ranking, untouchable big internet celebrities with tens of millions of fans. Any one of them can crush him into an inhuman form. As a result, dozens of big internet celebrities are now speaking together. Isn't that shopkeeper an ordinary person? The assistant guessed. What? After thinking about it for a while, only this answer is reasonable, otherwise, how could there be so much energy to let so many big internet celebrities denounce him together? Ruined. The male internet celebrity said something lost. Who would have thought that the little boss of a milk tea shop was actually a big man? For someone as big as you, what are you doing selling milk tea when you have nothing to do? At this moment, the male internet celebrity even regrets his bowels. Beep. The male internet celebrity's cell phone rang again. When I opened it turned out to be an electronic lawyer's letter. The above accused him of slandering and framing others, extortion. And extortion, all the bad things he did before are all on it. When the male internet celebrity was stunned, countless letters from different lawyers were sent. In Chu Chen's store, some customers also noticed the changes in the major video websites, and they all spoke up. These big anchors are really good people. No one thought of the relationship between Chu Chen and these big anchors. After all, what kind of energy can the owner of a small milk tea shop have? Chu Chen also understands the meaning of these big anchors. If they are so active, he can't do anything. So he sent a message to the executives of Shark Live, asking them to pay attention to these big anchors and give them more resources. Little brother, have another cup of milk tea. At this time, that Bai Fumei came over again and asked with a smile. After a morning, Chu Chen also knew that this Bai Fumei's name was Chu Yaoyao, a young lady who studied art. This is your 5th cup, right? Are you still drinking? Chu Chen asked in surprise. You can never drink enough milk tea in your life. Chu Yaoyao said shyly. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. He was flirting again? He couldn't be at a loss, just when Chu Chen was thinking about whether he was going to molest him back. Outside the milk tea shop, a Ferrari Portofino with more than $2 million stopped. Behind Ferrari, also followed a few BMW Mercedes-Benz. A young man with sunglasses got out of the Ferrari, and a few young men also walked out of the cars behind him. Hua Taining, Mr. Hua. Why is he here? With so many people, something must have happened. Hua Taining, a student of Donghai Art Institute, is also a well-known playboy in the school. His family runs a company and is very rich. Big brother. This is the place. Chu Yaoyao has been running here for the past 2 days. It is said that he even confessed to the clerk yesterday? A younger brother came to Hua Taining's side and whispered. What, still take the initiative to confess? Hearing this, Hua Taining's face turned green. You know, he has been staring at Chu Yaoyao for a long time and chasing it for a long time, but Chu Yaoyao has no intention of accepting it. For this reason, he even wondered if Chu Yaoyao liked women and not men. She looks so handsome, Chu Yaoyao is not interested? But because of Chu Yaoyao's family, Hua Taining didn't dare to mess around. But I never expected that Chu Yaoyao would take the initiative to confess to a man. Or a clerk in a milk tea shop? This took a deep blow to Hua Taining's self-esteem. You said, am I handsome? Hua Taining asked the younger brother loudly. Handsome? Of course the big brother is handsome, and the invincible explosion of the universe is handsome. Big brother was born to be handsome. Trying not to look at Hua Taining, his younger brothers spoke out against their will. 2. Be honest, eldest brother and handsome have nothing to do with each other, they are completely opposite. Then tell me. Who is the handsome clerk I confessed to Chu Yaoyao? Hua Taining held his head high and asked confidently again. He thought that the younger brothers would definitely praise him again. However, the next second, the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. No one spoke. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, I did not hear any answer from the younger brother. This made Hua Taining frown. What's the matter? These people didn't hear him clearly? Cough, I mean. Who do you think is more handsome than the clerk in that milk tea shop? Hua Taining repeated it, waiting for the younger brother to answer. However, the result was the same as last time, the surroundings were extremely quiet. You are dumb, aren't you? Hua Taining turned back suddenly and scolded his little brothers. Speak. That big brother, are you really not as handsome as him? I have to admit, that kid is the most handsome I've ever seen. No wonder Chu Yaoyao confessed to him that he is really handsome. Several passers-by around heard this and couldn't help Laughing. Puff. Ha ha ha. Has Huataining been slapped in the face by his little brother? LOL. Huataining's face turned blue and yellow. Your uncles. Huataining yelled, extremely angry. Several younger brothers looked at each other. You didn't let them talk. Brother, don't be angry. Although you are not as handsome as him, you are definitely richer than him. If you want, the big brother can kill him with money. Several younger brothers hurriedly made amends and touted Huataining. Huataining's face changed slightly, and he waved his hand to signal them to go in. Looking at Huataining, who came in the Chu Chen milk tea shop, many girls closed their eyes one after another, or turned their heads to look to the other side. You group of blind men, see, these beauties are amazed by my handsome face. Huataining spoke confidently. Don't even dare to look at me. Handsome, just so confident. Behind Huataining, the little brothers had black lines all over their heads. I was amazed by your handsome face. You are too narcissistic. We are afraid of having nightmares at night. The girls who closed their eyes opened their mouths one after another. You are also a group of people with sick eyes. Huataining shook his head and looked forward. But what he saw made him even more angry. At this moment, I saw Chu Yaoyao blushing, holding Chu Chen up, looking like a little girl in love. And neither Chu Chen nor Chu Yaoyao noticed him, as if he was just been ignored. What? Huataining was breathing fire in his heart, and he felt that there was a green prairie on his head. Boy, you are looking for death. Huataining roared. Everyone in the store was startled by Huataining's roar, including Chu Chen. Taking a look at Huataining, who had a green light in his eyes, and another look at Chu Yaoyao, Chu Chen understood in an instant. Okay, I promise you, don't we just hang out together tomorrow? This kid startled him. He is a generous person. It is impossible to startle Huataining. Only to make Huataining greener, Chu Chen agreed to Chu Yaoyao's invitation. Anyway, there is no time limit for this kind of experience task, as long as there are enough days. Really? Great. Chu Yaoyao jumped up excitedly. Looking at the excited Chu Yaoyao, Huataining became even more angry. Damn it, damn it. Boy, believe it or not, I made it impossible for your shop to open here. Huataining scolded Chu Chen with an arrogant appearance. You guys, catch him out for me, and I will educate him well. Pointing at Chu Chen, Huataining took a few steps back and ordered the younger brothers. Yes. Okay, boss. Several younger brothers rolled up their sleeves and slowly walked towards Chu Chen. What are you going to do? Chu Yaoyao stood in front of Chu Chen and yelled at these 3 or 4 Huataining's younger brothers. You dare to touch my male god, believe it or not, I will let you all walk around. Huataining's younger brothers hesitated. Chu Yaoyao's identity is not simple, they can't afford to offend. It's okay, give it to me. What happened? I will support you. Huataining spoke domineeringly. Hit me, beat this kid to death. By the way, remember to slap in the face, I don't feel good. Looking at his face. With Huataining's assurance, the younger brothers had the confidence to not be afraid of Chu Yaoyao and rushed towards Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao hurriedly took out her mobile phone and prepared to make a call. I see who of you dares to move. A loud shout suddenly came, which made most people tremble. The next moment, the bald-headed leopard brother rushed in with 20 or 30 subordinates. He had just received news that Someone was actually looking for trouble with Mr. Chu. In order to make up for what happened before and to please Chu Chen, the bald-headed leopard brother didn't hesitate at all, and brought people here quickly. You dare to move Mr. Chu? Brother Bald Leopard stepped forward and scolded Huataining. Without waiting for Huataining to speak, Brother Leopard's men directly threw Huataining's younger brothers out and beat them hard outside. Hu Bao, what are you going to do? Huataining scolded Brother Leopard. As the son-in-law of the Donghai Academy of Arts, he certainly knew the big Brother Leopard in this area. Originally, the relationship between the two was okay, but Huataining never expected that it was Hu Bao who came out to stop him this time. What are you doing? You dare to disturb Mr. Chu, but you can't. Hu Bao took a step forward and stood respectfully beside Chu Chen. Throw him out too. Me first. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Without waiting for Huataining to speak, Brother Leopard's men also set up Huataining and threw him outside. You are looking for death. He knew about the relationship between Hu Bao and Xing Jinping, but after all, Hu Bao was just a younger brother of Xing Jinping, and he was the elder brother of a rich family. How can you be insulted like this by a little brother? Thinking about it, Huataining called his father directly and asked him to use his contacts to educate Chu Chen. After the phone call, Huataining looked at Chu Chen and Hu Bao with cold eyes, triumphantly. You wait, you will be finished in a while. On the other side, Brother Leopard also sent a message to Xing Jinping. Xing Jinping may not care about other people's affairs, but Mr. Chu, hearing Huataining's threats, the girls in Chu Chen's shop became nervous. Little brother, be careful. Huataining is not simple. It is said that his uncle's position is not low. They all reminded Chu Chen. Even Chu Yaoyao became worried, and quietly sent a message to her father. However, after knowing the matter, Chu Yaoyao's father directly rejected Chu Yaoyao. There is only one reason. It is impossible for him to offend the Hua family for a mere clerk. It is not worth it. He also advised Chu Yaoyao to leave quickly. This clerk offended the Hua family and must be finished. Humph. Seeing her father's words, Chu Yaoyao was so angry that she put away her phone. She didn't want to leave, she wanted to be with the male god. A few minutes later, a Bentley drove up. Dad actually came directly? Huataining stepped forward quickly. But in the next scene, Huataining was stupid. Snapped. Huataining just greeted him, and Huataining's father Huagang slapped him directly. The slap was so powerful that Huataining, who was directly hit, turned around in circles. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. This plot is wrong. Dad, why are you hitting me? Huataining inexplicably asked his father Huagang. Why did you beat you? Your kid still has the face to ask? Huagang angrily scolded his son. If Huataining was not his biological son, Huagang would even have the heart to kill Huataining at this moment. You kid is doing bad things at school, making bubbles, and spending a lot of time drinking. If there is any small matter, he will solve it. But what Huagang never expected was that this little bastard actually provokes a big man. Even Xing Jinping would kneel down to apologize, and Zhong Guanghui and Mr. Ge would be extremely flattering superheroes. This is making a big death. Who asked you to come to President Chu to make trouble here? Snapped. The more he thought about it, the more angry Huagang slapped his son. Hearing Huagang's address to Chu Chen, everyone present was stunned. Isn't Chu Chen a store clerk? How did you become President Chu? Chu Yaoyao and the female. Customers looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. President Chu, what President Chu? Taining still didn't respond. This is President Chu, the president of Angel Entertainment Group, Zhong Guanghui, Xing Jinping's friend, a billionaire. Gang looked at Chu Chen and said respectfully, President of Angel Entertainment Group. Zhong Guanghui, Xing Jinping's friend. Billionaires. Although Gang only mentioned the three identities of Chu Chen, one is more scary than the other. My God. This little brother is a billionaire? President of Angel Entertainment Group? Those onlookers and customers looked surprised, covering their mouths. Inconceivable. Horrible. Chu Yaoyao was even more shocked. With some background in her family, she knew more about the horror of Chu Chen's identities. This is already standing in the East China Sea. No, it is the top of Tiannan province. Impossible. Taining roared. He didn't believe it. These three identities, if you take out any one of them, you can scare people to death. Just after finishing speaking, Taining suddenly thought of Hu Bao next to Chu Chen, and then looked at Hu Bao with trembling all over. This Hu Bao is Xing Jinping's younger brother. Seeing Taining's gaze, Hu Bao nodded. Boom. Taining was completely dumbfounded. Real. This is actually true. You kid, how dare you provoke Mr. Chu? Without Chu Chen and the bald-headed leopard brother, Gang took the initiative to beat his son. This time, Gang was not acting, but real. Gang was mad. If this Mr. Chu is annoyed, let alone Taining, their entire family will not be able to eat and walk around. Seeing Gang beating his son in front of everyone present was dumbfounded. A few minutes later, Taining's nose was blue and his face was swollen. Walk. Pulling on Taining, Gang walked towards Chu Chen extremely nervously and apprehensively. Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. Has no way to teach his son. While speaking, Gang angrily scolded his son. Don't be quick to apologize to Mr. Chu. Chu Xianqing is in step with each other. At this moment, Taining can't say a complete sentence. He lost a few teeth from his father's beating just now. Talk has been leaked. Go away. Chu Chen waved his hand. Okay. Gang nodded quickly. Right in the sound of apology, Gang took Taining away. Little brother is a great pen. Little brother didn't expect you to be rich and handsome? Little brother, are you really a billionaire? For a long time, those girls went crazy. Chu Yaoyao simply sent the matter just now to her father. Seeing this, Father Tian, who persuaded Chu Yaoyao to leave soon, was stupid. The clerk that my daughter mentioned is Mr. Chu, who is now making a lot of noise at the top of the East China Sea? The billionaire, Zhong Guanghui, and other big bosses, Mr. Chu? Father Tian regretted to the extreme. He missed a huge opportunity. Time passed little by little. Fifth night. Ding, system experience task, experience the life of a clerk for 5 days, complete, congratulations, won the Michelin 2-star restaurant Amani restaurant, the sound of the system sounded, and Chu Chen's mission was successfully completed. Not bad. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Manny's restaurant is now his. One last glance at the milk tea shop, Chu Chen left. The next day, Chu Chen came to the airport and picked up Yan Luo Shui, who flew over. Handsome guy and beauty, top supercar. It immediately attracted the attention of countless people. and in the envious gaze, Chu Chen drove away with Yan Luoshui. Previously, Chu Chen had promised Yan Luoshui that he would accompany her to Yan's house, so that Yan Luoshui would gain face. Why don't we fly? Originally, Yan Luoshui wanted to go by plane, but Chu Chen rejected it and let Yan Luoshui come to the East China Sea first. We're going on a yacht. Chu Chen said. The yacht he just got was wasted when he didn't need it. Moreover, since he went to Yan's house this time, since it was to support Yan Luoshui, Chu Chen decided not to keep a low profile. When Yan Luoshui saw Chu Chen's rising sun yacht, even Yan Luoshui was stunned. How much does such a behemoth cost? After a brief tidying up, Chu Chen got on the rising sun and headed towards the wealthy Yan family with Yan Luoshui. The Yan family is located in Hangzhou, one of the most developed areas in the country. The GDP of a city in Hangzhou is almost comparable to that of a province in Tian province. Hangzhou has a long history where all kinds of superheroes gather, and the wind and clouds gather. Hangqing Port, a young man wearing sunglasses, just got off his supercar. Brother Yan, you are here. After seeing the young man, several other people who had been waiting here for a long time spoke up. This young man is the second son of Yan Luoshui's fourth uncle, Yan Lixin. He accidentally got news that Yan Luoshui and her boyfriend might come to Hangzhou by boat. As the third generation of the Yan family, everyone is in a competitive relationship. After all, they are all staring at the throne of the future helm of the Yan family. And Yan Luoshui is a strong competitor. This family reunion, I even brought a boyfriend here. In order to give this Yan Luoshui's boyfriend a slap in the face and let him pay attention, Yan Lixin had an idea. He and a few of his friends have prepared 3 private yachts of around 20 million. How could this scare Yan Luoshui's boyfriend, 60 million? Yan Lixin didn't get all the information, but he just knew that they might come by boat, and Yan Lixin didn't know exactly what kind of boat. Go, get on the boat. Yan Lixin waved his hand and boarded a yacht. Soon, the 3 yachts formed a triangle and drove fast on the sea, riding the wind and waves. Yan Lixin stood on a yacht headed by him, wearing sunglasses and carrying his hands on his back. Ha ha ha. Yan Lixin and a few of his friends burst into laughter. Standing on the bow of the boat, feeling the sea breeze, Yan Lixin was even more proud, and he looked like he was guiding the country. At this moment, in the distance, a behemoth slowly drove over. Looking forward, you can just see 3 words. Rising sun. With the appearance of the rising sun, Yan Lixin and his friends were stupid. What is that? How come there is such a big yacht? Beside Yan Lixin, a young man pointed at the rising sun with a surprised face. This is a yacht, ours, another son-in-law agreed. Although they are rich sons and have seen many big scenes, they have never seen such a big and luxurious yacht. Facing such a behemoth, Yan Lixin hurriedly had their 3 yachts parked on the shore obediently. In front of such a behemoth, what are they pretending to be? Isn't that courting death? After stopping, Yan Lixin and his friends stood at the bow of the boat, staring intently ahead. They wanted to see who the owner of this behemoth was. 7 or 8 minutes later, the rising sun slowly stopped at the port. Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui got out of the yacht and walked to the shore. On the small yachts next to them, Yan Lixin and the others all dropped their jaws. Then isn't that cousin Yan Luoshui? How could it be her? How could she possibly get off this luxury yacht? Everyone was stunned for a while. Looking forward again, this time, they noticed Chu Chen beside Yan Luoshui. I go, so handsome? After seeing Chu Chen, Yan Lixian and others felt a deep sense of inferiority. They all say that they are rich family sons, but after seeing Chu Chen, how do they feel that Chu Chen is that kind of big boy? This yacht must belong to my cousin and her boyfriend. Yan Lixian suddenly realized. This may be the only reasonable explanation. Hearing Yan Lixian's words, everyone was even more shocked. This behemoth belongs to Yan Luoshui's boyfriend, so who is his boyfriend? 2. Own a luxury yacht of this level. Horrible. How much does this cost? Someone couldn't help but ask. Their yacht is 20 million. How much is this yacht that is many times bigger than their yacht? Hundreds of millions? 1 billion? People dare not guess. The more they think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. For a time, everyone began to make up the various identities of Chu Chen. In any case, just 2 words: awesome. Did you see it? This is my brother-in-law, how is it? It's amazing. Yan Lixian suddenly burst out laughing, looking extremely proud. Seeing this, several of his friends turned black. You brought us and got 3 yachts worth 20 million yuan. Don't you want to give your future brother-in-law a slap in the face? As a result, he changed his face faster. Then turning over a book. This is the appearance of a brother-in-law and a little brother? This wall grass. Sister. Brother-in-law, I'm here. Under the surprised eyes of several people, Yan Lixian had a bright smile on his face and shouted loudly to Yan Luoshui and Chu Chen. While talking, Yan Lixian got off the boat anxiously and ran towards Yan Luoshui and Chu Chen. Seeing this, his friends were completely dumbfounded. They got it. In terms of thick skin, Yan Lixian is still awesome. Even Yan Lixian, the leader, is going to kneel and lick his brother-in-law. Why are they still standing there? Thinking about it, these young and old also disembarked one after another and walked towards Chu Chen politely. What? After seeing Yan Lixian, Yan Luoshui was taken aback and explained to Chu Chen. Sister, hello. Brother-in-law. Yan Lixian ran over and spoke politely. Why are you here? Well, I came here with a few friends to play, and I didn't expect to meet you. Yan Lixian was taken aback and quickly made up a reason. This is the future brother-in-law. Yushu is in the wind, with extraordinary aura, and looks like Panan looking at Chu Chen. Yan Lixian praised him for a while, and almost used all the idioms he had learned all his life. You're welcome, Xiaoxian. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Yan Luoshui's cousin is very promising. He likes to tell the truth. So much. Several of Yan Lixian's friends also came over and hurriedly said hello to Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui. Ding, task release, go to Xinguan to check in, task time, within 2 hours, quest reward, 10 Lake Heart Islands. Huh? Seeing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. This time the reward is actually 10 Lake Islands? Is it such a big deal? Chu Chen took out his mobile phone and searched, and Xinguan was stunned for a moment. Xinguan, hidden in a large forest park, is a huge lake with many lake islands. Each island in the center of the lake covers a large area. Even the smallest one needs more than 10 acres of land. Most importantly, Xinguan has now been opened into a high-end villa area. An island in the middle of the lake has only one villa, and the entire island is the area of this villa, like a small world alone, like a paradise. The life of the rich is so simple and unpretentious. You know, this kind of lake island villa is extremely difficult to build. And in places like Hangzhou, the house prices are abnormally high. The price of a villa on a lake island is ridiculously high. The lake center island in the Xinghuan villa area is limited, and a total of 20 villas have been built. The system is really generous, and as soon as it makes a move, it directly gives half of the villa area to itself. It happened that I just came to Hangzhou, and I don't have a place to live? Brother-in-law, you just came here. I recommend you to stay in Siji Lake or Amman Fayun. It's not expensive for a night, only 6 or 7,000. Yan Lixian suggested. No, I have a villa in Hangqing. Chu Chen asked, what hotel is he staying in, and how should he do his check-in task when staying in the hotel? The time limit is only 2 hours. Hearing this, let alone Yan Lixian, even Yan Luoshui was very surprised. Does Chu Chen have a villa here? Brother-in-law, you just came, why don't you drive my car first? Yan Lixian very discerningly handed his Lamborghini car key to Chu Chen. Chu Chen took Yan Luoshui, drove the Lamborghini, and headed for the Xinghebei. Yan Lixian sat in his friend's car and followed closely behind. They were also curious, what exactly did Chu Chen's villa look like? Half an hour later, they came to Xinghuan. I'm going, brother-in-law's villa is in Xinghuan? Huxindao Villa, brother Chu, is too awesome. Following behind Chu Chen, Yan Lixian and his friends were stunned. They never imagined that Chu Chen's villa was actually in the legendary Xinghebei. Any villa on Lake Heart Island here is sky high. The Xinghuan villa area is very famous in Hangzhou. None of them have been here. And their identities are not enough. Money is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you can't buy Xinghuan Lake Island villa with money. There are only 20 villas on Lake Heart Island in Xinghuan. There are many bigwigs in Hangzhou, and the competition is fierce. Chu Chen, a foreigner, was able to buy a Huxin Island villa in Xinghuan. Too many people. They admire to the extreme. After arriving, a few people got off the bus and prepared to visit Chu Chen's villa. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. Xinghuan's Huxindao villa, you have it, my brother has taken it. Brother Chu is indeed a big guy. Walking over, Yan Lixian and his friends said from the bottom of their hearts that they were really convinced. Just when they were about to ask Chu Chen which villa he bought, a supercar slowly drove over a bridge. In order to facilitate the travel of the villa owners, the developer deliberately built exquisite bridges on each island and shore, and asked specialized designers to build them, such as the ultimate handicrafts. What? Isn't this Yan Dashao? You're not staying in the Yan family compound, why did you come here? The sports car stopped beside Chu Chen and the others, and a young man got out of the car. Kong Mo, what do you mean? Yan Lixian was angry and immediately refuted. Kong Mo, also the third generation of a wealthy family, and Yan Lixian and the others are old enemies. What I mean is very simple, are you worthy of this kind of place? Kong Mo asked arrogantly. His uncle spent nearly a year, spent a lot of money, used all his connections, and finally bought a Lake Island villa in Xinghebei at a sky-high price yesterday. Although it is the smallest villa in the Lake Island of Xinghuan, it is proud of it. Today, Kong Mo came to visit. Unexpectedly, when he was about to leave, he met his nemesis Yan Lixian. It's great, it just so happened that he had no place to show off, so Yan Lixian took the initiative to bring it to the door. Are you worthy? Being stabbed in The heart, Yan Lixin, froze instantly. What are you talking about? Kong Mo, you are going too far. Several of Yan Lixin's friends also did not deal with Kong Mo, and spoke one after another. What? Just when Kong Mo was about to continue mocking Yan Lixin, he suddenly noticed Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui. Unexpectedly, the famous beauty Yan Luoshui has a boyfriend. When this matter spreads, many young and old will wash their faces in tears. If they knew that Yan Luoshui had actually found a small white face, those young and old would probably be distraught. Yan Luoshui, I didn't expect you to find a boyfriend who eats soft rice. Kong Mo couldn't help shaking his head, feeling sad for the young and old who liked Yan Luoshui. In addition to being handsome, they are not as good as them in terms of background, connections, and financial resources. As a result, these young and old people who laughed and cursed were still defeated in front of such a small white face. Boy, don't think you can enjoy the glory and wealth when you get close to the big tree of the Yan family. The family struggle of the Yan family is the most ruthless among our families. Kong Mo sneered at Chu Chen and said, one day you will be swept out of the house by the Yan family. However, Chu Chen didn't pay any attention to him at all. At this moment, Chu Chen was busy clocking in. Ding arrived at Xinguan, check in or not? Pick the card. Check in successfully, congratulations on obtaining the Lake Center Island number 1 to 10 of Xinghebei. With the sound of the system, the islands 1 to 10 in Xinghebei, that is, the island villas 1 to 10, belong to Chu Chen. The order of the islands in the heart of the Xinguan Lake is based on the area. Lake Island number 1 to number 10 is the Xinguan Villa area, the top 10 islands, and the 10 largest villas. Now, they all belong to Chu Chen. In terms of the area of the Central Lake Island alone, Chu Chen's 10 Central Lake Islands occupy almost 2/3 of the total area of the entire Lake Island of Xinguan, or even more. You said that to me, then why are you here? Are you worthy? Yan Lixin scolded Kong Mo. Hearing this sentence, Kong Mo smiled and laughed happily. He was waiting for Yan Lixin's words. Yan Lixin, this fool, really fell into the trap. Ha ha ha. Of course I deserve it. I just came out of villa number 20. Do you think I deserve it? Kong Mo proudly answered Yan Lixin. You guys, if there is no villa here, don't force it. Since Yan Lixin didn't believe Kong Mo's words at all. How about Villa 20? Are you going to blow? They can't afford it, and they can't buy the Huxin Island villa here. Can Kong Ma afford it? Do not believe? Little love, tell them. Kong Mo said triumphantly. In the Kong Ma sports car, a woman with a face value of around 80 walked out. Tell you, the villa number 20 in Xinguan has been bought by Uncle Amo. The woman came to Kong Mo's side and opened her mouth delicately. Did you hear that? Kong Mo proudly asked a few people. I'm going, I thought you bought it. It turns out that the next helm of your family bought it? Yan Lixin responded with disgust. Your uncle bought it, not you, or your dad? Kong Mo exploded instantly and retorted, what if it's not my dad, that's my uncle, my elder. What about you, have any of your elders bought a Huxin Island villa in Xinguan? He he he. Our elders don't. Yan Lixin opened his mouth, even more proud. Brother-in-law is their peers. Brother-in-law has a villa here, but Kong Mo and his elders have a villa here, which is worth showing off. This is his brother-in-law. That is, Kong Mo thought that Yan Lishan had finished speaking, and nodded subconsciously, disapprovingly. My elders don't have them, but my brother-in-law has them. Yan Lishan opened his mouth. What? Kong Mo was stunned. Yan Lishan said that his brother-in-law has a villa here. What are you kidding? Isn't that a little white face who eats soft rice? Even if he is not a little white face, how can he be able to buy the Huxin Island villa here at such a young age? You said, which villa did your brother-in-law buy? Kong Mo didn't believe it at all. He wanted to expose Yan Lishan's lies. Dare to act in front of him and fight. Yan Lishan couldn't answer, so he hurriedly asked Chu Chen. Brother-in-law, which Huxin Island villa did you buy? Chu Chen looked around, pointed to an island in the center of the lake in the distance, and replied, that villa is mine. Everyone invariably looked in the direction Chu Chen pointed. Island in the heart of the lake number 10? Kong Mo opened his mouth in surprise. Isn't that villa 10? You said you bought villa number 10? Kong Mo turned his head and asked Chu Chen in disbelief. No, no, no. Chu Chen shook his head, ready to correct Kong Mo's mistake. Hearing this, Kong Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out not to be. And that lake island, that one, Chu Chen pointed to the island in the center of the lake, in the distance, and said the past in turn. That seat, seeing that Chu Chen kept pointing at the lake island after another, everyone present was stunned. How much is this? How many lake islands did you buy? Kong Mo subconsciously asked Chu Chen. Well, not much, just 10 lake islands, Xinghuan Villa area, half of them are mine. 10 lake islands? Half of the Xinghuan Villa area? After listening to Chu Chen's words, everyone present was shocked. Did you hear it right? Brother-in-law, are the 1010 lake islands all yours? Yan Lishan asked Chu Chen with a shocked face. Even he didn't dare to hear what he just heard. If it is said that Chu Chen has a lake island villa in Xinghebei, they believe it. 2 seats are also acceptable. 3 sat barely. But now, brother-in-law said that the 10 lake island villas are all his? Well, numbers 1 to 10 are mine. At this moment, Chu Chen is looking into the distance, thinking which villa will he live in the future. So a very random answer. Hearing Chu Chen's casual response, the shock in everyone's heart increased even more. Yan Lishan and a few friends look at me, and I look at you, they are all dumbfounded. Because of Chu Chen's rising sun yacht. They knew that Chu Chen was a big man and a rich man. But I never imagined that there would be so much. 1 to 10, the best and largest 10 lake islands, 10 villas are all Chu Chen's? This is half a villa area. How many connections, backgrounds, and financial resources do you have to be able to buy these? They asked themselves, even if their old man came forward, he would not be able to buy a villa with 100% confidence. Beside him, Kong Mo was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that his uncle could buy a villa. Although it was the smallest in Xinghuan, it was also very powerful. But I never thought that when I came out, I would meet such a great god. When others buy villas, they buy them one by one. You directly bought half a villa area. Is this what people do? Are you the devil? Looking at Chu Chen, Kong Mo shivered. Who is this brother-in-law of Yan Lishan? Yan Jing? The legendary hidden giants? Or a super chable? Terrible, terrifying. I had just ridiculed others for being a little white face who blows soft rice. As a result, they are unattainable bosses. At this moment, he finally understood why Yan Luoshui didn't look down on those young men in Hangqing. Compared with the current boyfriends, those big and young are all happy garbage. Let's go. In the end, Chu Chen chose the largest island in the center of the lake, number 1. After getting in the car, Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui went straight to the number 1 island in the heart of the lake. Yan Lixian and several others followed. Only Kong Mo, who was stunned and shivering, was left in place. When Chu Chen, Yan Luoshui, and others visited number 1 Lake Island, the developer of Galaxy Enterprise Company, Limited, also known as the chairman's office of Galaxy Properties, the general manager, is reporting to Chairman Chao Qiankuan. What? Someone bought all the lake islands from No. 1 to number 10 in Xinghebei? And the full amount? Even Chao Qiankuan couldn't sit still. To be honest, he is also very rich, with total assets of hundreds of billions, but most of the money is in the company. Even he can't come up with so much liquidity in one go. Now, the general manager actually told him that someone bought all the villas 1 to 10 in Xingyuan with all the money. So how much liquidity and assets does this mysterious rich man have in his hands? Even Chao Qiankuan, one of the top 10 real estate tycoons in Hangzhou, can't imagine it. Is there any information on the specific identity of this mysterious rich man? Chao Qiankuan asked. No, I only know his name is Chu Chen and his contact information. Apart from these, I don't even have a photo. The general manager replied apologetically. No, it's a big loss if you don't know such a big guy. Chao Qiankuan thought. Entrepreneurs are the most sensitive to opportunities. They know how to seize opportunities at any time and not let any opportunity slip away. Otherwise, they would not be able to succeed. Seizing all opportunities is what Chao Qiankuan is best at. Yan Lixian and the others were even more surprised when they circled around the huge lake island number 1. This number 1 lake island is too big, I don't know how many times bigger than their compound. It is more than enough to rebuild a new villa area above. But the developer only built a villa like a palace. There are mountains and water on this island in the middle of the lake, which is almost equivalent to an independent small world. The life of the rich is really unpretentious. Yan Lixian sighed with emotion. It was almost time. They did not dare to disturb Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui here, so they all said goodbye. When he came outside, Yan Lixian deliberately stopped everyone and warned, "You guys, today's affairs, especially the identity of my brother-in-law Chu Chen, must not be said." Today, he overturned the car. Fortunately, he did not provoke his brother-in-law, but instead became his brother-in-law's loyal younger brother. He definitely made a profit. In the future, he will no longer participate in the family struggle, but will support his cousin Yan Luoshui. These third generations of the Yan family have a very delicate relationship with each other because of competition. Among Yanjing's third generation, Yan Lixian was regarded as the middle and lower class, and he was often bullied by those cousins. This is a good chance. He first met his brother-in-law, Chu Chen, and knew his brother-in-law's horror. But those other people don't know. Moreover, Yan Lixian didn't want those people to know. After seeing Chu Chen, those people will definitely target Chu Chen, an outsider. At that time, there was a good show. Let you go crazy and wait for your brother-in-law to slap you in the face one by one. After listening to Yan Lishan's explanation, several people nodded, indicating that they would not say it. If we don't talk about it, what about Kong Mo? Someone asked. Kong Mo will never say it. This time it's a big shame, Kong Mo will definitely keep his mouth shut. Yan Lishan believed that Kong Mo would not publicize such a shameful thing. Time passed by, and the next day, Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui went to see her parents together. After seeing Chu Chen, both of them were very happy. Just after walking out of the house, Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui happened to meet several juniors of the Yan family. Wow, this is Sister Luo Shui's boyfriend, so handsome. The face value is too high. After seeing Chu Chen, Yan Luoshui's cousins were very maddened. As for the others, they looked at Chu Chen curiously. Sister Luoshui, we are going to the Sands Equestrian Club, shall we go together? Brother-in-law, what do you think? The little cousin wanted to take Yan Luoshui and Chu Chen along. Yeah, let's go together. There are so many people. Others also agreed, and they wanted to take this opportunity to test Chu Chen, to see how much he weighed. What accident happened at the family gathering in the past 2 days? If possible, they will kindly remind Chu Chen that it is better not to participate in some things. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. All right. Chu Chen was fine. At the request of Yan Luoshui's little cousin, Chu Chen agreed. And he seemed to have heard someone talk about the Sands Equestrian Club, but couldn't remember it for a while. Half an hour later, they came to the Jinsha Equestrian Club on the outskirts of Hangqing. The Sands Equestrian Club seems to be able to go to different horse farms and choose different horses according to the membership level. In front of the Sands Equestrian Club, a junior from the Yan family spoke up. We are not members here, it seems that we can only go to the non-member area. What a pity, this is the first time I have come to such a high-end equestrian club? Others sighed. Don't be sad, everyone, what do you think this is? A young man slowly took out a golden membership card from his pocket. This young man is Yan Tao, the son of the second uncle of Yan Luoshui. At the beginning, it was for Yan Tao, Yan Luoshui's second uncle, who suggested to Mr. Yan to call Yan Luoshui back and let Yan Tao take up the position that Yan Luoshui used to do. Gold card? Gold card of the Sands Equestrian Club? The other people were extremely surprised. They didn't expect Yan Tao to have the gold card here. I'm going, as far as I know. I want to get the gold card here, at least a billionaire, or something else. Some people sighed that they were all juniors of the Yan family, and some were even still in school. Brother Tao is so amazing that he can actually get the gold card here. Definitely the first of us. Everyone opened their mouths and boasted how powerful Yan Tao was. A smug smile appeared on Yan Tao's face, and he pretended to be successful. In fact, he was the one who first proposed to come to the Sands Equestrian Club. As for the reason, of course, he just got an extremely precious gold card. Not to mention that among these people, even some of the young masters in Hangqing he knew did not have a gold card. Yan Tao glanced at Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui proudly, seeing that neither of them spoke, and felt even more happy. It seemed that the two of them were frightened by themselves. Finally, under the influence of Yan Tao's gold card, they came to a vast horse farm. Because of the gold card, Yan Tao chose a thoroughbred horse. The others are not members and can only choose ordinary mixed breed horses. For those who do not know how to ride an equestrian, Yan Tao also specially selected a few intermediate coaches. Brother Tao, how do you charge here? Someone asked curiously. Ordinary people, the fee is 4,888 per hour. Per saddle. I am a gold member, and I can get a discount. It's about 4,000 per hour per saddle. Yan Tao responded that the equestrian club charges by the saddle hour, which is 45 minutes. Hearing this, everyone was even more surprised. It was so expensive. Ding, arriving at the Jinsha Equestrian Club, check in or not at this moment, the sound of the system sounded in Chu Chen's ear. It turned out that before he came, Chu Chen received a new check-in task, which was to come to the Jinsha Equestrian Club. Pick the card. Check-in successfully. Task completed. Congratulations on getting top equestrian. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge about equestrianism and horse racing flooded into Chu Chen's mind. Now, he is a well-deserved equestrian master. Yan Tao chose the horse, and the others began to choose. Yan Luoshui and Chu Chen also walked over. After looking around, Chu Chen shook his head. None of these horses caught Chu Chen's eyes. Neither did Yan Luoshui. Wow! Look at that horse. You look so good. Beautiful. In the distance, a staff member passed by with a pure white horse. The high appearance of the white horse immediately attracted everyone's attention. Beautiful. What if I could ride it? I'm so envious. Especially a few little girls. Their eyes are even more yearning. Even Yan Luoshui next to him was a little moved. Want to ride? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Simple, I'll go to the staff. Chu Chen's words immediately caught everyone's attention. In addition to the Yan family, several other guests at the Gold Member Racecourse also looked at Chu Chen. If they read it right, the place where the white horse appeared just now should be a special area for Platinum members. Naturally, only Platinum members can ride that white horse. Ha ha ha, you made me laugh to death. What do you think? Several Yan family juniors burst out laughing. Tell you, that white horse is one of the top horses in the Sands Equestrian Club, and it is said to have a quarter of the blood of a sweaty BMW. Even those Platinum members may not be able to ride sometimes. Boy, stop dreaming. Yan Tao opened his mouth with disdain. At the very beginning, he thought that Yan Luoshui had found a young master. I didn't expect to be a country bumpkin who didn't know anything. I really don't know how high the sky is. Chu Chen asked Yan Luoshui to wait here with peace of mind, and he walked towards the place where the white horse passed by just now. In fact, helping Yan Luoshui to bring back the white horse was just one of Chu Chen's goals. There is another purpose. That is, he also wants to find a reasonable horse. After all, he had just obtained top equestrianism, and Chu Chen also wanted to ride a horse. It's just that the horses here are so bad that Chu Chen didn't like them. On the spot, there were also two beautiful guests with outstanding appearance. At this moment, looking at Chu Chen, who was leaving, a long-haired beauty shook her head. With such a high appearance, it is considered white. You still expect that white horse? Beside her, a short-haired beauty also gloated over her partner. I'm curious, what does he look like when he comes back in a daze? Anyway, it's watching a play, so what about Schadenfreude? 5 minutes later, Chu Chen's figure slowly emerged from the top of a hill. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Chu Chen. At this moment, Chu Chen was riding a black horse, slowly walking towards here. Cut. Sure enough, I didn't get that white horse. Only got a dark horse, what kind of bragging? Everyone laughed. It seems that Yan Luoshui is no longer a threat. Yan Tao opened his mouth. In his heart, Chu Chen has been labeled with an unfamiliar name. The two beautiful guests also looked sarcastic. Just when everyone lost interest and was ready to do their own thing. Suddenly, at the top of the hill, a white figure slowly appeared. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. The white figure slowly walked out from behind the hill and appeared in front of everyone little by little. White horse. It's that white horse. At this moment, the white horse was following behind Chu Chen, and because there was no one to lead it, it all walked slowly. Did he get it? Did he really bring back the white horse? With the blood of a quarter-sweaty BMW? How is this possible? In the shocked eyes of everyone, Chu Chen rode a handsome black horse, followed by the white horse, and walked slowly towards here. In fact, not long after arriving at the Sands Equestrian Club, Chu Chen thought of where he had heard of it. Brother Zhong told him. Before that, under his group, there are not only golf courses, but also various equestrian clubs. This Jinsha Equestrian Club is owned by Brother Zhong. As the top crown member, getting a horse is naturally a piece of cake. Seeing Chu Chen approaching, all the people present gathered around in an instant. This is one of the top horses at the Sands Equestrian Club. It is said that it has a quarter of the blood of the sweaty BMW. They are not qualified to see the sweaty horse, but it is not bad to be able to see a horse with a quarter bloodline in person. The long-haired beauty who mocked Chu Chen just now was shocked. Did she lose sight of it? This handsome little brother is a big guy? As for the Schadenfreude, the short-haired beauty, who wanted to see Chu Chen make a fool of herself. How did that happen? He really brought this white horse. Although equally surprised, the two beauties still walked over. They have been here for a long time, and they have not observed the white horse up close. Yan Tao stood there, staring blankly at Chu Chen, who was riding over. Is he dreaming? Chu Chen, a country bumpkin, actually brought the white horse here. With questions, Yan Tao came over. I go. It's amazing, I'm over it. Around Chu Chen, countless people spoke. How did you bring the horse here? Yan Tao couldn't help but ask Chu Chen. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were once again on Chu Chen. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. In order not to cause a sensation, Chu Chen said. The female staff member gave it to me temporarily after listening to me. Hearing this, everyone was embarrassed for a while. If someone else said that, they would have laughed. How can that be possible? But what Chu Chen said was really possible. The main reason is that he is so handsome that as long as he speaks, it is difficult for a woman to refuse. The female staff member was attracted by Chu Chen's good looks, so she secretly lent the white horse to Chu Chen to ride. This may be the most reasonable explanation. Everyone nodded and understood. At this moment, everyone was not interested in Chu Chen. Isn't it just the face? Because they couldn't do it themselves, they hated Chu Chen even more. Ignoring those people, Chu Chen gave the white horse to Yan Luoshui. Yan Luoshui mounted the horse and followed Chu Chen's side. The eyes of these people were all attracted by the BMW with a quarter of sweat and blood, and they didn't even notice the handsome black horse that Chu Chen was riding. This is a real sweaty BMW. This is just bought by the Sands Equestrian Club from abroad at a high cost. Except for a few people, Other customers have no idea that the Sands Equestrian Club has obtained a real sweaty BMW. Sweaty BMW, it is a national treasure horse. It is almost extinct in China. And most of the domestic sweaty BMWs are obtained from abroad. Every horse is sky high. Chu Chen rides this horse. Can be called the top horse of the Sands Equestrian Club, no one. After seeing Chu Chen's crown card, the people from the Sands Equestrian Club immediately recommended this horse to Chu Chen. With a crown card, let alone riding a horse, even if Chu Chen asked for this horse, they would not dare to refuse. Chu Chen rode a sweaty BMW in the racecourse. Chu Chen, are you interested in a match? Yan Tao came over on a horse and said provocatively. Chu Chen caused a sensation just now, which made him very embarrassed. Yan Tao wants to re-establish his prestige in front of everyone. Not interested. Chu Chen shook his head. How are you, afraid? Yan Tao sneered, thinking that Chu Chen was afraid of him. I'm afraid, I'm really afraid, I'm afraid it's not good to bully you. Chu Chen is telling the truth. He now has the top equestrianism given by the system, plus the sweaty BMW he rides. The hang-up in the hang-up. Chu Chen can absolutely go to world-class horse racing. Chu Chen is an honest person. How could he take the initiative to bully people? Bully me? Who gave you confidence? Yan Tao sneered. Yan Tao has been learning horseback riding and equestrianism since he was a teenager. In the Sands Equestrian Club, Yan Tao is also a famous master. Now it's actually being said by a person who relies on his face. Yan Tao felt provocative. Everyone, come and see. I raced horses with Chu Chen, and Chu Chen actually said that he was afraid of bullying me. Are you kidding me? Yan Tao shouted loudly. Everyone looked over again. They admitted that Chu Chen's looks beat Yan Tao. But equestrian racing, they don't think so. Many guests here, or people from Yan's family, know that Yan Tao's equestrian skills are very high. I'm asking you in front of everyone, do you dare to compare? Yan Tao spoke again. Compare. Since the word said this, Yan Tao is looking for his own death, and he can't blame him. I am already very humble. From here to there, whoever arrives first wins. Pointing to the front, Yan Tao opened his mouth. It is good. The two came to the starting point, ready to start. At this time, the two beautiful guests just now also looked over. This time, I bet this handsome little brother will win. After what happened just now, the long-haired beauty changed her mind. A Hermes bag, bet? Win? What do you think, he can beat Yan Tao? The short-haired beauty who gloated just now asked, with a sneer. Because of what happened just now, the more she looked at Chu Chen, the less pleasing she became. Yan Tao is a famous expert, that kid can't win at all. I bet 5 Hermes bags. The confident opening of the short-haired beauty has increased directly from 1 Hermes to 5. Well, I'll bet 5 too. The long-haired beauty hesitated for a while, then nodded in agreement. Brother, you must win. 3, 2, 1, the game begins. As the race began, the 2 horses rushed out. Almost instantly, Yan Tao was left behind by Chu Chen. Chu Chen's sweaty and bloody BMW was like lightning, rushing forward rapidly, galloping like lightning. Yan Tao's thoroughbred horse was left far behind by Chu Chen. In the end, Chu Chen waited leisurely for a while at the end. Yan Tao just arrived. Looking at Chu Chen, everyone was dumbfounded. Although some people thought that Chu Chen might win, they did not expect a crushing win. Chu Chen simply hoisted Yan Tao up and beat him. He won? How could be? The short-haired beauty who had just lost the bet on Chu Chen was completely blown up at this moment. Crush, Yan Tao was crushed. Make no mistake. I won, 5 Hermes bags. Oi. The long-haired beauty who eats a bite and grows with wisdom is very happy. As for Yan Tao, his eyes were dull at this moment, and he was frightened. If he won, Chu Chen really won him, and he was still crushed. He can't accept it. Really can't take it. Especially seeing the crowd constantly touting Chu Chen. Yan Tao was even more envious. The original position of Chu Chen belonged to him. In the distance, 3 or 4 young men and women on horseback slowly passed by. What? Suddenly, the leading young man suddenly noticed the sweaty BMW that Chu Chen was riding. How come a horse like that is in the gold member area? That's an insult to it. After all, the young man walked straight towards Chu Chen. Seeing that the youth had all walked over, the others had no choice but to turn around and keep up with the youth. Anyway, in the golden member area, even if something happens, it can be settled in one sentence. The more he walked towards Chu Chen, the more the young Jiang Feilong frowned. This is that so originally, Jiang Feilong thought that Chu Chen might be riding a horse with a quarter or half of the blood of a bloody horse. But the more he walked in, the more shocked Jiang Feilong became. At this moment, Jiang Feilong is 80% sure that this black horse is a real sweaty horse, not a mixed race. This horse is a sweaty BMW? Walking over on a horse, Jiang Feilong asked Chu Chen. Sweaty BMW? Hearing this word, everyone at the scene immediately froze. For most people, the sweaty BMW is just a legend, and there are very few opportunities to see it in this life. Following Jiang Feilong's gaze, everyone looked at the handsome horse that Chu Chen rode, and were extremely curious. Right. Chu Chen nodded naturally. He was indeed riding a pure-blooded, sweat-blooded BMW. What? At this moment, there was only horror in the hearts of everyone. Sweaty BMW, really sweaty BMW? OMG. They heard it right. It turned out to be a sweaty BMW? With his head down, Yan Tao, whose self-confidence was deeply hit by Chu Chen, raised his head sharply. Even if he is a master, he is by no means the opponent of the legendary pure-blooded BMW. Not far away, several of Jiang Feilong's companions who were walking over agreed to be extremely surprised. They are all people who like to ride horses, and they know more about the horror of sweaty horses. This is a national treasure horse breed. When did the Sands Equestrian Club have a real sweaty BMW? And let a gold member ride it? Really, is it true? Jiang Feilong stared straight at Chu Chen's handsome black horse, unable to calm down for a long time. Quick, give me the horse, give me. The next second, Jiang Feilong spoke in an incomparably overbearing manner and ordered Chu Chen. He couldn't help it anymore, and wanted to personally ride the sweaty BMW that countless people yearned for. If you want to ride a horse, let's queue up later. Chu Chen didn't want to come down for the time being, and waved his hand. Hearing Chu Chen's refusal, both Jiang Feilong and Jiang Feilong's companions' expressions changed. This kid actually rejected Jiang Feilong. I am a platinum member. Jiang Feilong spoke impatiently and directly revealed his identity. Here, membership levels work best. This young man is actually a platinum member. And many onlookers around him were shocked when they heard this. Platinum members, only those who are worth 1 billion. Or have a strong background are eligible to become. Chu Chen, quickly give up the horse. Yan Tao immediately scolded. Chu Chen, feeling extremely nervous. Platinum member, this person who is no more than 2 or 3 years older than him is actually a platinum member. You must know that even his golden membership was obtained through his father's channels. With great difficulty. This young man is a platinum member, and his status is definitely not something they can offend. Riding a horse to Chu Chen's side, Yan Tao scolded, "Don't be brave, you know how you got the horse. If you mess up, don't say it's you, we, and the female staff member who secretly lent you the horse. We'll all be involved. Platinum members can't afford to provoke them." Hearing Yan Tao scolding Chu Chen, Jiang Feilong looked proud. Platinum member, is it amazing? Without paying any attention to Yan Tao, Chu Chen asked, curiously. Chu Chen didn't know the specific division of membership levels here, only that his crown members seemed to be the top ones. Platinum membership, is it amazing? Hearing this sentence, everyone was shocked again. Jiang Feilong thought that Chu Chen was provoking him. And his face became worse. Are you rejecting me? Jiang Feilong asked Chu Chen with a half-smile, but not a smile. The anger in his words was already obvious. Yan Tao hurried over to apologize to Jiang Feilong. Sorry. This is the first time I came here, I don't know anything, so I don't know the horror of platinum members. Yan Tao humbly explained to Jiang Feilong. Wait a minute, I'll order him to give you the horse. Beside him, several of Jiang Feilong's companions spoke in surprise. First time? So you're not even a member anymore? How dare a boy who is not even a member dare to despise a platinum member? Who gave him the guts? Chu Chen. Yan Tao scolded sharply. Give the horse to this gentleman. A platinum member who wants me to give up the horse is not enough. Chu Chen responded. What if you add me? I am also a platinum member. One of Jiang Feilong's companions spoke up. Me too. Plus me. Several others also spoke up. Looking at Jiang Feilong and several people, many onlookers could not calm down. Are they all platinum members? It's still not enough. Chu Chen shook his head. With the increasing number of onlookers here, the management of the Sands Equestrian Club was also alarmed. A man dressed as a manager hurried over. Jiang Xiao, what happened? The manager asked respectfully, This is young Master Jiang. It's nothing, I met a boy who knows nothing. Boy, you said that the platinum membership is not eligible. I am curious, what kind of membership is eligible? Diamond membership? Jiang Feilong asked. Diamond members don't seem to be enough. Diamond membership is not enough. Chu Chen's words even frightened Jiang Feilong. Diamond members are generally worth tens of billions or more senior bigwigs. This kid can't say enough. Jiang Xiao, stop talking nonsense with him. Can't you just ask the manager to get the horse back? A kid who isn't even a member is not worth wasting our time here. Jiang Feilong's companion spoke impatiently. The manager nodded, turned and walked towards Chu Chen, ready to speak. Are you a member? I seem to have a membership card here too. With that said, Chu Chen slowly took out a black card and gave it to the manager, who came over. Originally a very light membership card. But the moment the manager took it over, as if he was holding a heavy object in his hand. His body almost fell. This is beside him. He looked at Chu Chen's black card. The expressions of Jiang Feilong and his companions changed drastically. Those onlookers didn't know what card it was, and they acted calmly, but they knew it. Of course, they have only heard of this kind of card and are not qualified to see it. Is this kid's picture real? Holding the card, the manager looked at it and handed it to Chu Chen with trembling hands. Dear sir, it is our huge mistake to disturb you, please forgive me. The manager bowed humbly to Chu Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Feilong and the others were completely determined. That card, it's real. Crown card. Is this kid a legendary crown member? Make no mistake. Jiang Feilong looked at each other, embarrassed to the extreme. They thought they were platinum members, and they were already amazing. In the end, they were the legendary crown members. Platinum members are generally worth 1 billion, higher-level diamond members are worth 10 billion, and the most senior crown members are probably worth 100 billion. And crown membership cards, like the Sands Equestrian Club, are not eligible to be issued at all. It is said that only the chairman of Zhong's group is qualified to give it. With that said, Chu Chen is not a billionaire. Thinking of this, Jiang Feilong almost fell off his horse. They actually clamored to get the horse they rode from the hands of a crown member, a billionaire. Isn't this a tiger's mouth pulling a tooth? In an instant, Jiang Feilong's faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. As for the other onlookers, they didn't know the legendary crown card at all. In their consciousness, the diamond membership was the most advanced. I didn't even know there were crown members. Jiang Feilong shivered and did not dare to ride a horse in front of Chu Chen, so he hurried down and walked towards Chu Chen, ready to make amends to Chu Chen. However, Yan Tao didn't know what Jiang Feilong and others thought, nor did he know that Chu Chen was a member of the crown. Yan Tao thought that Jiang Feilong's popularity had exploded, so he was going to come over and show Chu Chen some color? So even more scared. Chu Chen, hurry up and give the horse to others. Yan Tao said to Chu Chen hysterically. Chu Chen didn't seem to hear Yan Tao's words, which made Yan Tao extremely angry. You just kill yourself. Don't implicate them. This is a platinum member. Want to fix them, a word thing. The more he thought about it, the angrier Yan Tao became. He turned his head and prepared to start. It's not enough to reason with someone like Chu Chen, who doesn't know how to live or die. He can only use his fists. However, just as Yan Tao was about to dismount, a few voices came and he almost fell to the ground. Mr. Chu, it was we who were presumptuous, we didn't know how high the sky was. And collided with you. Please forgive me. Mr. Chu, we were wrong. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, we are frogs in the well, and we have no knowledge. Jiang Feilong came to Chu Chen's side and bowed to apologize to Chu Chen. Their attitude was extremely humble. Looking at the humble actions of Jiang Feilong, who was still arrogant just now, everyone present was dumbfounded. What's the situation? Didn't Chu Chen just take out a black card to frighten a few dudes into this? As for Yan Tao, who just got off the horse, it was more like being struck by lightning, standing there foolishly. Mr. Chu, we bumped into you, and we should apologize. Jiang Feilong naturally knew that it would be impossible to just apologize. Mr. Chu, there will be an international auto show tomorrow. In order to apologize, the luxury car you saw at the international auto show, you can take whatever you like. It doesn't cost a penny, no matter how much Jiang Feilong knew that he had bumped into a big man, so he gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Feilong's family owns nearly 1/3 of Hangzhou's auto city, and has assets of 100 billion. Today. He said so, at least a few 100 million, or even a dozen billion, and more. But in order to let Chu Chen calm down, let's bleed a lot. Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. He came to Hangzhou just in time without a car? Unexpectedly, Jiang Feilong actually sent it on his own initiative. Since he said so, then Chu Chen is also welcome. He just got 10 villas on Lake Island, all of which have huge garages. It is safe to say that one garage can hold 6 cars. 10 garages are full of 60 luxury cars, which is the least. Jiang Feilong was too polite. He is also a generous person, and he will never be greedy for cheap. After going to the auto show, he saw only 59 cars. Let's start. After that, my father and I will come to the door to apologize in person. Jiang Feilong spoke. Chu Chen waved his hand. Seeing this, Jiang Feilong breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a big boss, this kind of attitude impressed. I am far superior to myself. In the end, with repeated apologies, several people left. The manager also left with the staff of the Sands Equestrian Club respectfully. Only the onlookers who were stunned and did not respond were left. It's too much of a reversal. Looking at the black card that Chu Chen put away, everyone suddenly realized. Got it, they got it. It was all because of that card that the platinum members, young master Jiang Feilong and others became extremely humble and apologized to Chu Chen. I am afraid that only the diamond members can make an apology from the platinum members. Could it be that Chu Chen's card is the legendary diamond card? Most of the people here are gold members, or the companions of gold members, and they have only seen platinum membership cards at most. As for the diamond membership card, they have no chance of encountering at all. Therefore, they mistook Chu Chen's card for a diamond membership card. A diamond member, isn't that a billionaire? Is this Chu Chen a billionaire? How old is he? Already a billionaire? Everyone took a deep breath and sighed. It's so scary. As for Yan Tao, he was even more frightened at the moment. Diamond membership. Yan Luoshui's boyfriend is a diamond member? Let the platinum member apologize, and easily get the sweaty BMW and the white horse. Only diamond members have this qualification. How did that happen? Do not. Yan Tao roared in his heart. I'll go, brother Chu is amazing. Sister Luo Shui has really found a good husband. Brother Chu is so arrogant, yet so low-key, admire. There are a few grassroots juniors in the Yan family. At this moment, with a flattering smile on his face, he kept complimenting Chu Chen. The more he listened, the more angry Yan Tao became, and finally his eyes darkened. Yan Tao was immediately stunned. Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui rode for a while before leaving. The next day, Chu Chen ate breakfast and took a walk on his island in the heart of the lake. Ding, pick in task release, go to the top 10 Tianyun Jewelry Company in the national jewelry industry to check in, time, 3 hours, system reward, 22% of Tianyun Jewelry Company, Limited, becomes the second largest shareholder. Chu Chen was instantly refreshed. The national jewelry industry ranks in the top 10, and the total assets are hundreds of billions. 22% of his shares are worth at least 200 billion. What happened to the system this time? I actually gave myself such a super reward. The system is awesome. The System is mighty, Chu Chen shouted in his heart. Without hesitation, Chu Chen set off, directly. More than half an hour later, Chu Chen came to the outside of Tianyun Jewelry Company. As soon as he walked in, Chu Chen instantly attracted the attention and madness of countless beautiful employees. At this moment, a long-legged beauty came over and said to Chu Chen with a smile, "Brother, come with me." Chu Chen curiously followed the long-legged beauty and left. Because most of the employees of Tianyun Jewelry Company are women, the appearance of Chu Chen caused a sensation in an instant. Soon, Chu Chen followed the long-legged beauty to a studio. There were a lot of people in the studio. It looks like it's testing male models. Please wait a moment, I'll go up and tell the director, beg for mercy, it's all right later. The long-legged beauty smiled and said to Chu Chen. She obviously regarded Chu Chen as a male model for the exam. After all, the long-legged beauty walked forward. This little brother is so handsome, he must add his WeChat in a while. The long-legged beauty walks and thinks. If he asks for mercy for the director, he probably won't refuse to add a WeChat. Chu Chen didn't care too much. Now he is busy punching in. Ding system prompt, when you arrive at Tianyun Jewelry Company, do you need to check in? Pick the card. Check in successfully, congratulations on acquiring 22% of Tianyun Jewelry Company and becoming the second largest shareholder, with the success of Chu Chen's check-in, he successfully won 22% of the shares of Tianyun Jewelry Company. At this moment, Chu Chen looked at Tianyun Jewelry Company, very pleasing to the eye. After all, he is now the second largest shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Company, holding 22% of the shares. Chu Chen was not in a hurry to leave. No. In the studio, a young woman waved her hand and let the male model above go down. Director Jiang, I think the model just now is better. A man next to him said to the young woman. He's the deputy director. Here, which one? It's that Ma Kai-shue. The deputy director pointed to a young man who was waiting not far away. But he received 50,000 yuan from Ma Kai to learn, and after he promised to do it, he still had 100,000 yuan? In order to 100,000, the deputy director naturally spared no effort to recommend Ma Kai to learn. He's handsome, fair-skinned, and has a good temperament. The deputy director praised Ma Kai for a while. The young woman. Director Jiang turned to look. Seeing that the director was looking at him, Ma Kai-shue showed a gentleman's smile on his face. He was very nervous, after all, he spent a lot of money on the relationship. Director Jiang, I also think he's good. Next to it, a female model opened her mouth to suggest. This female model is called Lu Yishan, a long-term contract model of Tianyun Jewelry Company. LV Yishan is also Ma Kai-shue's girlfriend. It was Lu Yishan who suggested that Ma Kai learn it. This time, Tianyun Jewelry Company designed a couple necklace and a couple ring. For publicity purposes, they have to find models to take photos and videos. The female model is Lu Yishan. And now the male model is chosen. Hearing that Lu Yishan and the deputy director recommended Ma Kai-shue, the young woman sighed lightly. Other models are not very good, anxious to promote, so be it. At once, the young woman spoke, ready to agree. Seeing this, Senior Ma Kai let out a long breath and showed a smug smile. Director. Another model came and accidentally arrived a minute late. The long-legged beauty came over. Because the director of the young woman and the long-legged beauty have a good relationship in private, the young woman turned her head to look when She heard this. The next second, the young woman was shocked. Very handsome. It simply killed that Ma Kaishua and all the male models. In an instant, the young woman was moved. At this moment, everything that is late is overshadowed by Chu Chen's good looks. Let him come over to the mirror, the young woman said excitedly. Hearing the young woman's words, Ma Kaishue, Lu Yishan, and the deputy director were dumbfounded. How did you kill such a person? Halfway through? Let's go. Coming to Chu Chen's side, the long-legged beauty spoke. At this moment, Chu Chen had already guessed the general matter. It's my own company anyway, so it's natural to be a model myself. Who made him so handsome? You have to take some responsibility. Chu Chen walked over. Start the sight glass. Seeing the arrival of Chu Chen, the eyes of many female employees in the studio lit up. This model brother is too handsome, love. Love. As for the young woman director, she walked forward excitedly at this moment. Chu Chen put on the men's necklace, made a few movements, and put on the men's ring. Soon, the test will be completed. Perfect. So perfect. It was literally tailor-made for him. After the shoot, even photographers with many years of work experience couldn't help but admire it. Chu Chen's shot is so perfect. Director Jiang, I suggest signing him, and that kind of long-term. He's a natural model, no matter what kind of jewelry, he's definitely the best model. Finally, the photographer suggested to the young woman. Needless to say, the photographer, the young woman has already thought about it. Just him. It must be signed, and it is a long-term contract, no matter how much money. The perfect male model, without the slightest flaw. His whole being here is like a work of art. Just when the young woman said that she was going to sign Chu Chen, the deputy director couldn't help it. Director Jiang, I think we should think about it. Using Ma Kai to learn, does he have 100,000 yuan? With Chu Chen, he has nothing. The deputy director naturally wanted to kick Chu Chen out and chose Ma Kai to learn. This person appeared too suddenly, we still don't know his information, we should know about it. Director Jiang, I also think it should be considered. Lu Yishan spoke quickly. She naturally didn't want her boyfriend to be replaced. At this moment, Ma Kaishue looked at Chu Chen even more viciously. As if his wife had been robbed by Chu Chen. This person is probably a newcomer who has just entered the industry and doesn't understand anything. And Ma Kaishue is an old model. After the test of the market, he is very famous. This kid, who knows how he is? Will consumers like him? The deputy director repeatedly questioned, and Lu Yishan echoed by the side. I don't think it's good for him to stand with me. It's not as good as Ma Kai's matchmaking. Before their voices fell, there was a commotion outside. Everyone, look at it. It's that little brother, so handsome. This is simply the beauty of a fairy. If he endorses something, I will definitely buy it. Many female employees of Tianyun Jewelry Company came here, wanting to see Chu Chen's amazing appearance. Hearing these words, the deputy director and Lu Yishan were embarrassed. I'm sure. This time, I'll sign, the young woman spoke, but she didn't know Chu Chen's name. Sir, what's your name? Chu Chen. I'm sure, Mr. Chu Chen is the chosen male model. The young woman announced. Also, didn't you say you wouldn't get along with Chu Chen? I thought about it. And it really doesn't fit. After thinking deeply, the young woman said to Louis Shan, so, I decided to replace you. This time the female model is not you. What? Hearing this, Louis Shan was dumbfounded. Just now, Louis Shan suggested not to use Chu Chen, saying that Chu Chen does not match her. As a result, the director directly replaced her in the next second? Lu Yishan's mentality exploded immediately. Ma Kaixue also collapsed. In the end, not only was my money wasted, but I failed to sign a contract, and even my girlfriend was brushed off? In an instant, Ma Kaixue looked at Chu Chen, resentful to the extreme. At this moment, Ma Kaixue even had the heart to strangle Chu Chen. No. Certainly not. The advertising fee this time is as high as several 100,000. Even if she is not selected, her girlfriend Louis Shan must not be brushed off. Thinking of this, Ma Kaixue secretly sent a message to the deputy director. As long as Louis Shan's position is kept, the 100,000 will still be given to you, and an additional 50,000 will give you 150,000. Seeing the news of Ma Kaixue, the deputy director, who didn't want to speak, was moved. 150,000. This time, I am afraid that I will be opposed to Director Jiang. 200,000, the deputy director secretly returned the message. If it was 200,000, he could still agree to go against Director Jiang. Okay, 200,000 is 200,000. However, you must keep her, otherwise, there will be no money. Ma Kai gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on the deputy director's face. Director Jiang, I don't think Louis Shan can be replaced. The deputy director spoke, this time with a much tougher attitude. The deputy director is the confidant of the general manager of Tianyun Jewelry Company. With the support of the general manager, he still has the courage to compete with his boss. Hearing the deputy director's words, the others were stunned. Deputy Director Liu, what do you mean? The young woman asked. Means nothing. Deputy Director Liu was not to be outdone. Louis Shan is an excellent female model in our company. She has also seen mirrors before. She is very suitable for this product. I don't approve of replacing her. The young woman still wanted to speak, when Deputy Director Liu said again if he had something to say. If Director Jiang has any opinion, we can go to the general manager to discuss it. Deputy Director Liu moved out his backer, the general manager of Tianyun Jewelry Company. The young woman stopped talking. She is just a director. She really can't provoke the general manager. In the studio, the other employees were also filled with righteous indignation at the moment, and they couldn't bear to see Deputy Director Liu, who was a fox and a tiger. But they dared not object. Now, does Director Jiang have any comments? Deputy Director Liu asked proudly. Louis Shan also had a smile on her face, and looked around, extremely arrogant. I have an opinion. A faint voice came. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. The next second, they were surprised to find that it was the handsome little brother, Chu Chen, who spoke. However, he is just a model, it seems that words are useless. I have an opinion. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Just now, Deputy Director Liu and Louis Shan deliberately pushed him out, and Chu Chen naturally saw it. Although he doesn't care what to choose or not. But these two people targeted him, making Chu Chen unhappy. Oh? Deputy Director Liu sneered. This may be an opportunity, he can also take the opportunity to kick Chu Chen out and let Ma Kai learn. In this way, Ma Kaishue will definitely give himself more rewards. Do you have any opinion? Deputy Manager Lu raised the corners of his mouth, crossed his arms, and asked Chu Chen. I think she is not only inappropriate but also inappropriate with Tianyun Jewelry Company and should be fired. Chu Chen replied. Is it? Then who do you think is suitable? Deputy Manager Lu questioned Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked around and replied, she's not bad, she is 100 times better than this Lu Yishan. Chu Chen pointed to the long-legged beauty, no matter in temperament or appearance, the long-legged beauty was better than this Lu Yishan. It's just that long-legged beauties are not professional models. What? Hearing Chu Chen's words, the long-legged beauty was very excited. Does this little brother really think he is so good? That's it, Lu Yishan is fired and uses this long-legged beauty. Chu Chen finally spoke and finalized the candidate. The other employees were dumbfounded. Although they all admitted that Chu Chen was quite handsome, he was just a model. How did he get involved in the internal affairs of the company? Even Director Jiang was very surprised. Ha ha ha, why should we listen to you? Deputy Director Lu sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you think the company is yours? Deputy Director Lu questioned Chu Chen loudly. In a way, this company is really mine. Chu Chen thought about it for a while, and spoke very seriously. Ha ha ha. Deputy Manager Lu laughed heartily. The others had disbelief written all over their faces. At the scene, almost no one believed Chu Chen's words. Is the company his? What are you kidding? Their president, Lu Ruobing, is still sitting in the office? At the scene, only the long-legged beauty believed Chu Chen's words. Chu Chen thought that she was capable of being a model, and she was naturally willing to believe in Chu Chen. In addition to the long-legged beauties, there is also Director Jiang, who has the slightest suspicion. Take me to see your president. Chu Chen said, anyway, here, his second largest shareholder should also meet with the president. Hearing Chu Chen's words, no one answered at the scene. Okay, I'll take you there. Finally, the long-legged beauty, risking her dismissal, replied. The long-legged beauty is the secretary just selected by President Lu Ruobing. After all, the long-legged beauty took Chu Chen to the president's office. Deputy Director Lu and others followed behind, ready to take a look. What is this male model doing in a high-end villa in Hangqing? An old man in his 60s. Read a document. Mr. Chu, who is this mysterious Mr. Chu Chen? The old man murmured very curiously. It is such a mysterious person who just bought 22% of his company's shares and became the second largest shareholder after him. This made the old man pay great attention and be vigilant. This thing is not simple. Although he has now retired and handed over the company to his daughter, he is still the largest shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Company after all, and the shares are still in his hands. Thinking, the old man called Tianyun Jewelry Company, Limited, in the president's office. A woman with a super-looking and perfect appearance answered the phone. Ruobing, something happened. The old man told his daughter Lu Ruobing about the change of the company's second largest shareholder. What? After listening, Lu Ruobing's pretty face was slightly cold. You know, she has just taken over the top 10 big companies in the national jewelry industry from her father. There are too many things, especially many old people in the company refuse to accept her. And there are many contradictions. Now there is actually a mysterious rich man, a stranger who only knows his name, and becomes the second largest shareholder? This made Lu Ruobing, who had a strong personality, not help thinking. Is this a signal? Just when Lu Ruobing was thinking, there was a knock on the door. The long-legged beauty walked in. Mr. Lu, there is a gentleman who wants to see you. After coming in, the long-legged beauty spoke up and briefly explained what happened in the studio before. Not see. Lu Ruobing waved his hand. Now she is thinking about Chu Chen, who bought 22% of their company's shares. I don't want to see anyone at all. Just a male model actually ordered the company's personnel changes? Hearing Lu Ruobing's answer, the long-legged beauty sighed in her heart and prepared to leave in disappointment. Slow. At this moment, Lu Ruobing suddenly recalled the details of the long-legged beauty just now. The male model seems to have said, in a sense, this company is his? What's his name? Lu Ruobing asked. Curiously. Chu Chen. The long-legged beauty replied. In an instant, Lu Ruobing's face changed. She and her father just finished chatting about this mysterious rich Mr. Chu Chen, and now he has appeared? So fast? Lu Ruobing was extremely surprised. Also, in Lu Ruobing's subconscious, he thought that Chu Chen was a boss about the same age as her father. Or about 50 years old. How did you become a model? Come in quickly. Lu Ruobing opened her mouth. No. I'll go out myself. Lu Ruobing got up. Outside, after waiting for a while, the long-legged beauty didn't come out. And said to let Chu Chen in. Boy, stop bragging here. Deputy Director Lu spoke impatiently. What about the president? To tell you the truth, I have already contacted the general manager. You should go to see the general manager. With me. Deputy Director Lu said sarcastically. This time, he must replace Chu Chen. Laughing boy. Lu Yishan also sneered. Was she still a little scared? It turned out that this kid was really bragging. What kind of thing is he? To fire her? Hey. Director Jiang sighed, a little helpless. The last hope is gone. A slightly fat middle-aged man walked over from a distance. He is Gao Hui, the general manager of Tianyun Jewelry Group, and the third largest shareholder. Seeing his backer coming, Deputy Director Lu was even more arrogant. In the early years, Deputy Director Lu was the secretary of the general manager. The general manager thought he was good and promoted him little by little. He was an absolute confidant. As long as he speaks, isn't he a model? General Manager Gao Hui will definitely agree. Originally, Gao Hui was thinking about things in the office, but Deputy Director Lu contacted him. Now is the time for him and Lu Ruobing to seize power, and he has to try his best to get the support of most of the company's management. Deputy Director Lu, after all, is his confidant. He can't just sit back and watch now. Isn't that a male model? Gao Hui came and was about to order Director Jiang to replace Chu Chen. However, before Gao Hui could speak, the door of the president's office opened. President Lu Ruobing came out in person, followed by the long-legged beauty. This is Chu Chen, Mr. Chu. The long-legged beauty introduced to Lu Ruobing. After seeing Chu Chen, Lu Ruobing was extremely shocked. She was mentally prepared, but she still didn't expect Chu Chen to be so handsome. Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm Lu Ruobing, the president of Tianyun Jewelry Group. Lu Ruobing spoke politely. Everyone may not know that this Chu Chen, President Chu, is now the second largest shareholder of our company. Lu Ruobing announced to everyone, from today, Mr. Chu is also the vice president of our company. Vice president? Second largest shareholder? Hearing Lu Ruobing's introduction, everyone present was dumbfounded. Great. The long-legged beauty had a smile on her face and was very happy. Director Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief and was shocked. This male model is actually the second largest shareholder of their company, the vice president? President Chu is too low-key. President Chu is so handsome. With a boss like President Chu, I feel motivated to work again. After hearing that Chu Chen was actually the second largest shareholder of the company, the female employees' onlookers went crazy instantly. These female employees began to make up their minds. Like crazy, what overbearing president fell in love with me? The president's husband brought home, the president's husband, please restrain. Lu Yishan, who still had a bright smile on her face, froze completely. Vice president? Did she offend the vice president of the company? The more she thought about it, the more scared Lu Yishan became. Ruined. Really finished. As for Deputy Director Lu, his face was pale and his body trembled. Second largest shareholder? Is this company really his? How can that be possible? As for the general manager, Gao Hui, he is even more fortunate at this moment. Oh my God, almost, just a little bit. If he had opened his mouth earlier, he would have offended President Chu by now. This is the company's second largest shareholder. If they could pull Chu Chen to their side, the Lu family and their daughter would be in danger. In an instant, Gao Hui's thoughts changed. Gao Hui walked up quickly and scolded him sharply. However, it was not Chu Chen who reprimanded, but Deputy Director Lu. You people are the assholes of the company. From today, you, and you, have been fired from the company. Pack up and leave. In order to please Chu Chen, Gao Hui fired Deputy Director Lu and Lu Yishan in front of everyone. Do not. Deputy Director Lu screamed and was extremely sad. He just wanted to be greedy for 200,000, but he lost himself. In the end, the dust settled, Deputy Director Lu and Lu Yishan were fired, and the long-legged beauty became a temporary model. In the office, Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing talked for a while and left the office. After taking the photo, the long-legged beauty Lu Feifei asked Chu Chen to WeChat, so Chu Chen added her WeChat and then left. Standing in front of the office window, looking at Chu Chen, who was leaving downstairs, Lu Ruobing's eyes were deep and she didn't know what she was thinking. The next day, Chu Chen went to the International Auto Show that Jiang Feilong mentioned earlier. Does he have no car yet? And since Jiang Feilong was so polite, Chu Chen didn't buy dozens of cars, so I'm sorry for him. You still have 10 huge garages, which are empty. This auto show, almost all major international luxury cars, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce. Chu Chen looked at each other leisurely. On the Audi booth, a medium-looking female car model with heavy makeup spotted Chu Chen and immediately showed a flattering smile. Brother, this car is not bad. The female car model pointed to the Audi RS5 worth 800,000 to 900,000 beside her and said, if my little brother buys it, they can add you to WeChat to chat more? Glancing at the car and the person, Chu Chen shook his head. I don't want to buy it. Chu Chen spoke very firmly. Don't want to buy? Hearing this, the face of the female car model changed instantly. It turned out to be another poor hanging wire who only looked at it but couldn't buy it. In today's society, no matter how handsome you look, you are nothing without money. If you don't buy it, then please look elsewhere. The car model spoke coldly. You can't even afford an Audi, what kind of man are you? The fifth offer. The car model sneered, "Can you be a meal, because you are so handsome these days? Just like her, she looks like a fairy, isn't she here to laugh?" Some men around passed by, and when they heard the car model's words, they were instantly furious. "Why can't you afford an Audi? You're not a man." To be honest, how many ordinary families can afford Audi? What do you mean? A young man couldn't help scolding the model car. However, the next second, the young man's girlfriend slapped him directly. "What do you mean, isn't she right?" Girlfriend scolds young man. "You can't even afford an ordinary car like an Audi. Who will marry him?" While speaking, the girl glanced at Chu Chen with disgust in her eyes. Even if he was beaten, the young man still took the initiative to apologize to his girlfriend. On the booth, the car model sneered, "Don't buy and go." Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. He didn't buy an Audi because the Audi wasn't good enough. The next second, Chu Chen walked directly to the Ferrari auto show next to him. This one, Chu Chen was quite satisfied with the cars at the Ferrari auto show, and Chu Chen pointed to 5 or 6 cars in a row. "I bought them all. Except for a series of luxury car booths such as Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, and Bentley," Chu Chen swept them all. In the end, Chu Chen bought 57 or 8 luxury cars in one go. When Jiang Feilong knew that Chu Chen was coming, he came out in person and took the initiative to pay all the money. At the Audi Auto Show, another car model changed shifts with the one who satirized Chu Chen just now. "Have you heard that a handsome super-rich appeared at the auto show and bought 50 or 60 luxury cars in one go?" The car model who changed the shift said with great emotion. "What? How can that be possible?" The car model, mocking Chu Chen, shook his head, not believing it at all. "How much would it cost? A few $100 million. Or how much?" "Don't believe it, look, he's there." Suddenly, the car model who came to change shifts saw Chu Chen and Jiang Feilong walking over, and spoke quickly. "He? You said it was him?" Looking at the person pointed by his companion, the mean car model who mocked Chu Chen was dumbfounded. "Yes, it is said that he is the son of our Motor City boss, Jiang Shao's eldest brother. Jiang Shao directly helped him pay all the money." "What?" The mean car model turned black and almost fainted. What did she just do? The next day was the day when the Yan family would meet, and it was also the day when Mr. Yan decided to take the helm of the Yan family, based on the various achievements of the third-generation descendants. Mr. Yan has several sons, but none of them are very successful, and none of them satisfy Mr. Yan. Therefore, Mr. Yan directly skipped the second generation and had to choose the heir in the third generation. Today, the Yan family is extraordinarily lively, and people from the Yan family all over the country have come. Everyone's focus is on the young and promising juniors of the Yan family. Among them, the most striking ones are Yan Qingya, the son of Uncle Yan Luoshui, and Yan Zai, the eldest son of the fourth uncle. The third is Yan Luoshui. But because of the Yan family's preference for sons over women, many people are not optimistic about Yan Luoshui. "Brother Yi, Yan Luoshui is not easy. This time come prepared." Several juniors of the Yan family gathered around Yan Qingya to discuss. They are supporters of Yan Qingya. "It's okay." Yan Qingya seemed to have some trump card and didn't care too much. "Isn't he a billionaire?" Yan Qingya sneered. "I still want to take the heir position from me, but Yan Luoshui can't do it. That Chu Chen doesn't deserve it." On the other side, there is also a group of people surrounding another young man. He is Yan Zhe and Yan Qingya are the two major focuses of this competition. Yan Zhe and his supporters were whispering. Looking at Yan Zhe and the others, Yan Lixin, who had become a loyal little fan of Chu Chen, sneered in his heart. Yan Lixin and Yan Zhe are brothers, both sons of Yan Luoshui's fourth uncle. But their relationship is very poor. Yan Lixin grew up in the shadow of Yan Zhe, so he was full of complaints about the big brother Yan Zhe. This time, he did not reveal Chu Chen's terrifying identity. I just wanted to see these people being slapped in the face by Chu Chen. Brother-in-law's arrogance is something these frogs in the well don't know about. When these people were still compared with their peers, the brother-in-law had already competed with the elders of the older generation. At this time, there was a commotion, and Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui came to the Yan family compound. In an instant, the eyes of countless people were all on Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui. Brother-in-law, you are here. After seeing Chu Chen, Yan Lixin ran over like a dog's leg and said flatteringly, "Sit down." Seeing Yan Lixin's actions, Yan Zhe and Yan Qingya shook their heads one after another, and looked down on Yan Lixin even more in their hearts. Looking at Chu Chen, Yan Qingya was still extremely arrogant, and obviously did not take Chu Chen seriously. Soon, a silver-haired, spirited old man walked in. Dad. Grandfather. After seeing the old man, everyone present spoke up. The old man is the helm of the Yan family, Mr. Yan. A group of people went up to say hello. Yan Luoshui also walked over with Chu Chen. After seeing Chu Chen, as the helm of a wealthy family, Mr. Yan opened his mouth slightly, but didn't care too much about Chu Chen. In his eyes, Chu Chen is nothing, not worthy of his excessive attention. The most important thing today, everyone knows what it is, and I will stop talking nonsense. Mr. Yan glanced around. Today, whoever has the best results will be the future heir to the Yan family. Before, Mr. Yan sent all his juniors to work in various branches. After nearly 3 years, there have been certain achievements. Today, whoever has the best grades and who brings the most profit to the Yan family will be the next heir. It's relatively fair. Grandpa, let me come first. A young man stepped forward and said, in 3 years, I have completed more than 20 large orders, bringing nearly 30 million contributions to the company and family. Having said that, the young man handed some documents to Mr. Yan. Good. After looking at these documents, Mr. Yan nodded with satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, many people went up to report their results. Grandpa, I'll come. Finally, the much-anticipated Yan Zhe went up. 3 years, after my unremitting efforts, I have completed several large orders and annexed a competing company. A total of 100 million profits have been brought to the family. After all, Yan Zhe proudly looked around, holding his head high. Wow! 100 million. Yan Zhe manages just a branch, and actually made a net profit of 100 million? Countless people discussed. This is by far the most accomplished junior of the Yan family. Beside Chu Chen, Yan Luoshui also became nervous and felt threatened. Her grades are similar to Yan Zhe's. In fact, at the beginning, Yan Luoshui Company only made a profit of 60 million. After getting to know Chu Chen, some bosses in Jiangzhou signed a contract with Yan Luoshui in order to please Chu Chen, allowing Yan Luoshui to make another 40 million profit. Yan Luoshui had no choice. At first, when Yan Luoshui took over the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. In 3 years, it has transformed from a company that was almost bankrupt to a company with a profit of 60 million without any family resources. I'm afraid the results have already come out. 3 years, the profit of 100 million is amazing, which is almost equal to the profit of the head office for a quarter. The position of the heir will be taken by Yan Zhe. Everyone sighed with emotion, and even Mr. Yin felt that it was almost the same. And many more. A voice came. But this time, it wasn't Chu Chen or Yan Luoshui who spoke up, but another key figure, Yan Qingye. After all, Yan Qingye got up and walked to the front. Grandpa, Ozawa has finished speaking, it's up to me. Yan Qingye said confidently. Seeing the confident Yan Qingye, everyone was curious. Grandpa Yan also nodded. Could his grandson bring him any unexpected joy? In 3 years, the profit of the branch I manage has reached 80 million. Yan Qingye opened his mouth. 80 million? Everyone shook their heads. Only 80 million, what shocking news did they think Yan Qingye could bring to them? However, after I returned to Hangzhou, I negotiated 2 more contracts in the past 2 days. I will sign the contract today. The profits from these 2 contracts will be as high as 70 million. Yan Qingye's words changed. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What, 70 million? So adding up, isn't it a profit of 150 million? But is what Yan Qingye said true? Can he receive such a large profit list? Just when everyone was suspicious, a hearty voice came. Yang Hao, chairman of Xiaohu Company, has taken the liberty to come here. Mr. Yan, please forgive me. A middle-aged man walked into the Yan family compound. Hao Company is a well-known large enterprise in Hangzhou, with total assets of nearly 50 billion yuan, and it is still rising slowly, with the possibility of breaking through 100 billion yuan. After seeing Yang Hao, everyone got up immediately. Even Mr. Yan stood up. The chairman of the 50 billion company is enough to put him on the side. At the scene, only Chu Chen sat there calmly, eating grapes leisurely. I'm here to sign a contract with Yan Qingye today. Yang Hao explained. It was clear that Yang Hao was invited by Yan Qingye to support the scene. Real. Is what Yan Qingye said just now true? Everyone was shocked. That the chairman of the 50 billion company actually came in person. Yan Qingye is so awesome. Enjoying the admiration of the crowd, Yan Qingye proudly looked around at the crowd, especially Chu Chen. What billionaires can compare to 50 billion? After reading it, Yan Qingye glanced at his watch, looking at the time. The real boss should be here. Yang Hao is not the most powerful person he has invited. Gao came uninvited. Another chubby man walked in. Let me introduce myself. I, Gao Hui, the general manager of Tianyun Jewelry Company, came to sign a contract with Yan Qingye and Yan Xian's nephew today. This slightly fat man is none other than the backer of the former deputy Director Liu, the general manager of Tianyun Jewelry Company. Tianyun Jewelry Company? Isn't that one of the top 10 largest companies in the country in the jewelry industry? Hundreds of billions of large groups. The general manager of Tianyun Jewelry Group is already a big man. Everyone was extremely surprised that Yan Qingye actually wanted to sign a contract with such a big man. After seeing Gao Hui coming, Mr. Yan walked over to greet him in person. The general manager of Tianyun Jewelry Company, This status is enough for Mr. Yin to treat each other with courtesy. His killer came, and the smile on Yan Qingye's face became brighter, even arrogant. Yan Zhe gave up completely. When such two big men came, he was completely defeated. Gao Hui and Yang Hao chat with Mr. Yin. Mr. Yin really has a good grandson, Yang Hao said. Yup. Gao Hui agreed. A young hero like Yan Qingye will surely lead the Yan family to the top in the future. It's just around the corner. There is something in Gao Hui's words. Nephew Yan is definitely the first person in the younger generation of the Yan family. Mr. Yan made a decision in his heart. In this way, Yan Qingye is indeed the best choice, and he is also the most profitable. Junior. At the scene, no one spoke to refute. Cough cough. A soft cough came. I do not think so. While eating the grapes, Chu Chen spoke cynically. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Chen. Many elders of the Yan family changed their expressions. Although you are a billionaire, it is too much to be so presumptuous in front of the old man and the two big men. Shut up, when is it our Yan family's turn to speak? Yan Luoshui's uncle, also Yan Qingye's father, got up and scolded Chu Chen. Presumptuous. You are a foreigner. And you are not qualified to speak now. Some other Yan family elders also spoke up. Yan Luoshui, take care of your boyfriend. Yan Luoshui's second uncle scolded Yan Luoshui. Even the old man Yan's face was not so good. It doesn't matter what the occasion is, it's just so presumptuous. The boyfriend Luoshui found is not very good. At the scene, only Gao Hui opened his mouth wide in surprise. President Chu? Why is President Chu also here? Thinking of what Yan's parents scolded just now, and Yan Luoshui next to Chu Chen, Gao Hui instantly understood. The next second, he almost lost his footing. Mr. Gao, what's wrong with you? Yang Hao quickly supported Gao Hui. Is this kid mad at you? Want me or not? Yang Hao didn't like Chu Chen, a young man who dared to interrupt them. Boy, are you the boy? How do you talk to President Chu? However, before Yang Hao's words were finished, Gao Hui was instantly furious and yelled at Yang Hao. Yang Hao is confused? Is it wrong for me to lick you? The others present looked at each other in dismay, wondering what happened to Gao Hui. The next second, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Gao Hui respectfully walked to Chu Chen's side and apologized. I didn't expect President Chu to be here. It was Gao who was negligent and didn't notice President Chu. President Chu, forgive me. Seeing this, everyone was even more surprised. The general manager of Tang 100 Billion Group actually apologized to a young man? Who is Chu Chen? Also, Mr. Chu, what Mr. Chu? Old man Yan and the elders of the Yan family looked suspicious. Geek. Yan Qingye also felt uneasy in his heart, and a bad premonition emerged. Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Gao Hui was extremely surprised. Don't these people know the identity of President Chu? At this time, Gao Hui opened his mouth and introduced to everyone, this is the second largest shareholder of our Tianyun Jewelry Company. Vice President, Chu Chen, Mr. Chu. Tianyun Jewelry Company's second largest shareholder? Vice President? After listening to Gao Hui's words, everyone present was stunned. Didn't he say that Chu Chen was just an ordinary billionaire with no background? How did he suddenly become the vice president of a 100 billion group? And is it the second largest shareholder? Yan Qingye was dumbfounded. This accident came too suddenly, and Yan Qingye was at a loss for a while. Vice President of 100 Billion Group? This identity alone is enough to crush the two big men he invited. The Yan family members, who scolded Chu Chen and Yan Luoshui just now hadn't had time to sit down. At this moment, they are standing there, embarrassed. Chu Chen is the second largest shareholder of the 100 Billion Group? They looked surprised and ashamed. They just said that Chu Chen is not qualified to speak here. But now Gao Hui told them that Chu Chen was the second largest shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Company? This identity has already made them look up. Grandpa Yan was also surprised. The second largest shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Group, this identity also makes him attach great importance. Although the Yan family is a wealthy family, after several generations of struggle, various companies large and small have added up, and this has accumulated hundreds of billions. And Tianyun Jewelry Company is different. It is the top 10 largest group in the national jewelry industry. It is thriving and the future is limitless. Did he see Chu Chen wrong before? I take back what I just said. Gao Hui wanted to make amends, so he hurriedly said, in my opinion, Miss Yan Luoshui is the most suitable choice for the younger generation of the Yan family. After everyone listened, they did not speak. With the help of Chu Chen, the second largest shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Company, Yan Luoshui's advantage instantly surpassed that of Yan Qingye. Makes sense. I also think Yan Luoshui is pretty good. It is undeniable that Yan Luoshui's ability is very strong. Everyone was talking quietly. Hearing this, Yan Qingye's expression changed. At this moment, Yan Qingye looked at Mr. Yan, but was surprised to find that Mr. Yan was also thinking, as if he was hesitating. Do not. This time, we choose the future heirs of the Yan family based on the profits brought by their respective branches to the family, not the connections. Yan Qingye didn't want to give up. In order to invite Gao Hui and Yang Hao, he and his father paid a huge price. Yan Luoshui, what's your current profit? Yan Qingye asked Yan Luoshui. 100 million. Hearing Yan Luoshui's answer, Yan Qingye felt confident in his words. Have you heard, 100 million, only 100 million? Yan Qingye spoke anxiously. And I am 150 million, so the future heir of the Yan family should be me. Chu Chen slowly stood up. As far as I know, your 150 million and 70 million are just about to sign a contract. Just when Chu Chen was about to add a few more contracts to Yan Luoshui. Outside the Yan family compound, a Maybach stopped. A father and son walked down. The young man was Jiang Feilong, whom he met at the Sands Equestrian Club before, and the middle-aged man was Jiang Feilong's father, chairman of Tingji Group, Jiang Hua. Jiang came to see Mr. Chu. Walking into the Yan family compound, Jiang Hua spoke. Before Jiang Hua was out of town talking about business, he just returned to Hangzhou. After hearing his son talking about the Sands Equestrian Club, he hurriedly brought Jiang Feilong to apologize. Of course, Jiang Hua also wanted to make friends with this young billionaire. Jiang Hua, chairman of Tingji Group? After seeing Jiang Hua, there was another commotion at the scene. Even the old man Yan became very polite. Welcome to President Jiang. Tingji Group is more powerful than Yan family. Hello, Mr. Yan. Jiang Hua nodded slightly, and stopped paying attention to Mr. Yan. He didn't care about Mr. Yan at all. On the way here, he had already investigated the Yan family's affairs, and knew what was going on in the Yan family now. I came today, and I also want to sign a 3 billion cooperation order with Miss Yan. Luo Shui. Jiang Hua said loudly. 3 billion? Such a big deal. 3 billion orders, no matter how bad it is, earning tens of millions is enough. In addition to the previous profit of 100 million, Yan Luo Shui completely defeated Yan Qingye. After all, Jiang Hua walked up to Chu Chen and apologized to Chu Chen again and again. Mr. Jiang is very polite. Chu Chen opened his mouth. There, Mr. Chu is too outside. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Jiang in the future. Jiang Hua spoke, wanting to get close to Chu Chen. Jiang Hua, chairman of Tingji Group, actually took the initiative to discuss with Chu Chen's peers. Even if Chu Chen is the second largest shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Company, it is a little too incredible. Isn't he a billionaire? As for Yan Qingye asked. Billionaire? What are you thinking? Jiang Feilong opened his mouth with a sneer. Mr. Chu is a billionaire and a crown member of the Sands Equestrian Club. Billionaires. Crown member? Knowing the other two identities of Chu Chen, everyone was immediately stunned. Billionaire. Chu Chen is a billionaire. Yan Qingye, who had been frightened before, now his whole mind became blank, and he kept muttering. Billionaires, what? The old man Yan was also shocked. Luo Shui's boyfriend was actually a billionaire? And let Jiang Hua talk with each other? Chu Chen's status is already higher than his Yan family's helm, and he needs to look up. At this moment, everyone quietly watched Chu Chen and Jiang Hua chatting and laughing, daring not to make a sound. Even Mr. Yan didn't dare to go up and disturb the two of them. After talking with Jiang Hua for a while, and after agreeing to have a meal together, Jiang Hua and Yan Luo Shui talked about the contract before leaving. After watching Jiang Hua leave, everyone did not dare to slack off. A big guy comes, and another big guy is here? Chu Chen is so young, he is already a big boss and a billionaire? Terrible. I announce that the heir to the Yan family is Yan Luo Shui. After Jiang Hua left, Mr. Yan immediately announced. With Chu Chen, a young billionaire standing on Yan Luo Shui's side, things are a foregone conclusion. I'm so sorry, I'm getting old. Coming to Chu Chen, Mr. Yan apologized to Chu Chen for his previous contempt. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Feel sorry, the few people who just stood up and scolded Chu Chen also rushed over to apologize, which was extremely humble. When the Yan family was gathering, Lu Ruobing, the president of Tianyun Jewelry Company, was having dinner with his girlfriend who had just returned to China in the Aman Fayun Western restaurant in Hangzhou. Ruobing, what's wrong with you? Looking at Lu Ruobing with a sad face, her girlfriend asked. With concern. Lu Ruobing told his girlfriend about the company, and now the most important thing is Chu Chen. As long as Chu Chen doesn't have any ideas about Tianyun Jewelry Company, Gao Hui is not Lu Ruobing's opponent. Looking at her best friend, Lu Ruobing's eyes lit up, and suddenly she had a solution. Lu Ruobing laughed. Ji Lan, that Chu Chen is quite handsome and fits you very well, how about I introduce you to him? Lu Ruobing said with a smile. But no matter how Lu Ruobing concealed it, there seemed to be a hint of cunning in her smile. Girlfriends, especially the best good girlfriends, are not ashamed at all. Conscience will never work. If Chu Chen and his best friend know each other and become boyfriend and girlfriend, is Chu Chen his own? To be honest, Chu Chen is indeed very handsome, no, very handsome. If it wasn't for her blindness, she liked the kind of talented, connotative boys who knew music. Otherwise, she wouldn't have introduced Chu Chen to her girlfriends. Want to use the beauty trick? Shen Jilan raised her brows, seeing through the sly best friend at a glance. He asked, why don't you go up? Isn't I as attractive as you? How many suitors do you think you have? Lu Ruobing was stunned for a moment, and then explained, it's enough to circle the earth 3 times. When Lu Ruobing said this, Shen Jilan was a little proud. Indeed, she was very charming. I promise you, Shen Jilan said. However, I have a request. What request? Lu Ruobing asked. Your red Pagani Wara? Shen Jilan pointedly said that. She had been staring at Lu Ruobing's car for a long time. Okay, I promise you. Finally, gritted her teeth, Lu Ruobing replied. It's a word. Actually, Chu Chen doesn't need to be my boyfriend at all. You call him out and see how I conquer him with charm and make him my faithful suitor, Shen Jilan said confidently. As Lu Ruobing's best friend, Shen Jilan's background is also terrifying. I heard from my best friend, isn't Chu Chen rich? No matter how rich he is, can he be richer than her family? Who am I, Shen Jilan, and I've seen countless handsome guys. The Chu Chen you mentioned will definitely not catch my eyes. I've always been chased by people, and I've never chased people back. That Chu Chen will definitely be unable to control himself when he sees me. Finally, Shen Jilan blew up. Okay, I'll contact him right away, see you at noon tomorrow. Lu Ruobing believed Shen Jilan's words. In the Yan family, Chu Chen received a call from Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing asked Chu Chen to meet tomorrow because of something in the company. As soon as Chu Chen heard about the company, he agreed. The next day, Shen Jilan deliberately dressed up for a long time before she came to the coffee shop she had made an appointment with Lu Ruobing. Give. Lu Ruobing took out the car keys of Pagani Wara. Now. It's right. Shen Jilan took it over with a smile, and said confidently, you can look at me in a while. Shen Jilan's voice just fell, and a handsome boy walked into the cafe. He is Chu Chen. Lu Ruobing whispered to Shen Jilan. Where is it? Following the direction Lu Ruobing was looking at, he turned to look. The next second, Shen Jilan's whole body trembled and she was stunned. Very handsome. How can he be so handsome? So handsome, foul okay. Shen Jilan looked at Chu Chen, her heart was full of astonishment. What if Chu Chen could be her boyfriend? Shen Jilan was really moved. What she promised Lu Ruobing before was instantly forgotten by her. Shen Jilan couldn't help but fantasize, and even thought about the name of her child in the future. Little brother. The heartbeat is not as good as the action. Shen Jilan took the initiative to stand up, ran to Chu Chen's side, and pulled Chu Chen over. Seeing Shen Jilan taking action, Lu Ruobing nodded in satisfaction. Girlfriends. Acting skills are online. Lu Ruobing didn't notice the change in Shen Jilan's eyes, thinking that her best friend had started to perform. It seems that my Pagani Wara is worth the money. Lu Ruobing felt a little proud in her heart. Being pulled over by Shen Jilan, Chu Chen was a little surprised. Mr. Lu, aren't we going to talk about the company? Chu Chen asked, curiously. Mr. Chu, the company's affairs have been dealt with, don't worry. Lu Ruobing prevaricates. Looking at Lu Ruobing and the enthusiastic Shen Jilan, Chu Chen suddenly realized and understood Lu Ruobing's thoughts. But if you want to make a routine yourself, the two of you are still too young. Chu Chen sighed. In his heart that he grew up in the flowers, being chased by countless girls, and he had never seen anything. In an instant, the actor Chu Chen went online. The three sat there drinking coffee. Xinjilan couldn't help but speak. Little brother, I think you are so good and handsome. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing instantly understood that her best friend began to flirt with Han. Really? Chu Chen opened his mouth in surprise. Hearing Chu Chen's answer, Xinjilan became nervous. Could it be that this little brother has also taken a fancy to himself? That's great. I'm going to get the account book, let's get the certificate. A faint smile appeared on Lu Ruobing's face. Sure enough, Chu Chen still couldn't stop his girlfriend's offensive. However, Chu Chen's next sentence made Lu Ruobing's coffee almost spit out. I also think that I am very good and handsome. Chu Chen answered Xinjilan. Seriously. Cough cough cough. Lu Ruobing coughed violently, and Chu Chen's answer made her stunned. What the hell? Any such answer? You are so beautiful. Lu Ruobing was surprised. Xinjilan was also very embarrassed, she even got up to get the account book. Little brother, you are really sincere. Xinjilan opened her mouth. If someone said that, she would definitely reply, "Steal straight man." But with Chu Chen's answer, Xinjilan didn't blame Chu Chen at all, instead. She was very excited. In today's society, there are not many people who are as honest as the younger brother. She saw the right person. The little brother is not only handsome, but also very connotative, so perfect. Xinjilan shyly said to Chu Chen, little brother, I'm really happy to see you today. Hearing this, a simple and honest smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Lu Ruobing was stunned, thinking that Chu Chen was moved. I still can't escape the palm of my girlfriend's hand. Lu Ruobing secretly rejoiced in her heart, thinking that her plan was successful. This girlfriend of mine is really reliable. However, Chu Chen's next sentence made Lu Ruobing's mentality explode instantly. Then, you're too happy too early? Chu Chen answered in a serious manner. Then you are too happy too early, right? Lu Ruobing was completely dumbfounded. At first, she thought that Chu Chen was moved, but Chu Chen said this. Don't be so direct. Could it be that Chu Chen is the legendary straight man of steel? Not like Next to Chu Chen, Xinjilan was also embarrassed. Sometimes a word can kill the world. Such as Chu Chen's words. For a long time, Xinjilan comforted herself. Honest? This little guy is so honest. Whatever you think in your heart, you just say it out of your mouth, without the slightest bit of scheming. This kind of boy is just right for her. Xinjilan didn't give up, her eyes lit up, and she thought of another move. Xinjilan took out her phone and found the suitor she hadn't had time to delete. This suitor is very annoying, she texts her from time to time, are you there, are you there? Little brother, I have a very annoying suitor here, keep asking me if I'm here. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend and say I fell asleep to make him give up? Xinjilan said to Chu Chen coquettishly. No problem. Chu Chen nodded. Huh? Beside, seeing Chu Chen nodding, Lu Ruobing's eyes lit up. Have a play? Could it be that Chu Chen just used the trick of acting like a spoiled child? Finally, can't resist the offensive of your girlfriends? Hee, man. Hearing Chu Chen's affirmative answer, Xinjilan was also very excited, thinking that it was finally effective. His own charm is still great, but the little brother still can't stand his coquetry. While thinking proudly, Xinjilan handed the phone to Chu Chen. Thank you, little brother. Taking over Xinjilan's phone, Chu Chen meticulously recorded the voice. I'm asleep. After recording, Chu Chen returned the phone to Xinjilan. What? Holding the phone, Jilan was stunned, just like that? Did she fail to flirt again? She just finished speaking, thinking that Chu Chen understood. Will record she fell asleep, Jilan fell asleep, and so on. As a result, Chu Chen really recorded. I fell asleep, as she said? Straight man of steel. No, it's a RC straight man. Xinjilan was also completely helpless. Lu Ruobing on the side couldn't take it anymore. How did it become like this? Didn't my girlfriend say that conquering Chu Chen is not a problem at all? As a result, it has become like this. I have something to go out for a while. After all, Lu Ruobing came out of the cafe and took out his mobile phone. It seemed that it would not work to match Chu Chen and her best friend together, so she could only change the method. It's not soft, it's hard. If you can't pull Chu Chen to your side, then find a way to scare Chu Chen, such as using your own financial resources or connections. Showing strong financial resources or terrifying connections, let Chu Chen know that he can't bring her down and become the president of Tian Jewelry Company. The financial resources were not easy to show, so Lu Ruobing chose to use her connections to scare Chu Chen. Lu Ruobing thought of her other best friend, Cui Junhui. Like herself, she is also a strong woman. Working in Hilton International Hotel Group, one of the top 10 hotel groups in the world. She was the general manager of the Hangzhou Hilton Hotel before. Because of her outstanding performance, she has now been appointed as the vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group, Greater China. I called her and asked her to pretend to be the president of the Greater China region of Hilton International Hotel Group. The two identities of Hilton International Hotel Group and Blackstone Group can always scare Chu Chen. Blackstone Group, that is a famous super chaebol. Compared with it, Tianyun Jewelry Company is a younger brother. It is good. The phone was connected, and Cui Junhui swore to agree. Small things, wrap them up on me. You must know that the president of the Greater China region of Hilton International Hotel Group is now vacant and no one is there. Even if she pretended to be the president of the Greater China region, it was impossible for her to be exposed. Isn't it just to help you scare a man? I'll be there soon. Cui Junhui guarantees. 10 minutes later, Cui Junhui drove outside the cafe. Cui Junhui and Lu Ruobing meet. Is that okay? Lu Ruobing still asked worriedly. No problem, our last president of Greater China has resigned, and the position is now vacant. As long as I show some performance in the future, the position of president will be mine, sooner or later. Cui Junhui has just been promoted recently, and Cui Junhui is in high spirits. It's not just a man, leave it to me. I promise to scare him a little bit. Cui Junhui held her head high, took out the momentum of the regional president of the world's top 10 hotel groups, and walked in proudly. First. As expected of my good girlfriend. A smile appeared on Lu Ruobing's face, and she nodded with satisfaction. She believed Cui Junhui again. Lu Ruobing turned around and walked in. It's him. Coming to Cui Juanhui's side, Lu Ruobing looked at Chu Chen and whispered, "Look in the direction of Lu Ruobing." The next second, Cui Juanhui's whole body froze. Dumbfounded. President Chu? Isn't that the new vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group, Chu Chen, and President Chu? She also listened to the general manager of the Asia-Pacific region through the Asia-Pacific region management meeting not long ago. Because of Cui Juanhui's sworn guarantee just now, Lu Ruobing is also full of confidence at this moment, so she did not pay attention to the expression of her best friend, who was stunned for a moment. Holding Cui Juanhui, Lu Ruobing walked over with a smile and came to Chu Chen. "Let me introduce, this is my friend, Hilton International." Lu Ruobing proudly introduced Cui Juanhui. "Vice President, hello." However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. Cui Juanhui greeted Chu Chen excitedly and nervously. Seeing Cui Juanhui shaking hands with Chu Chen with a face of sincerity and fear, Lu Ruobing was stunned. "What's the matter, Vice President? Isn't there only one Vice President in Greater China?" Chu Chen is also the Vice President of Hilton Greater China? Lu Ruobing asked, curiously. "Ruobing, talk to President Chu and pay attention to your attitude." Cui Juanhui said to Lu Ruobing seriously, "This President Chu, Mr. Chu Chen, is the third largest shareholder and vice president of our Hilton International Hotel Group." "What?" Hearing this, Lu Ruobing trembled and stood there stupidly. The vice president of Hilton International Hotel Group, or the third largest shareholder? This identity, I don't know. How many times higher than that of the vice president of this area of my best friend? Originally, I wanted to scare Chu Chen. But now, Lu Ruobing was frightened and was terrified. The identity of Chu Chen is too terrifying. Mr. Chu, hello. Cui Juanhui sat down and said to Chu Chen very flatteringly, "I actually met the vice president, how can I do it without kneeling and licking? And the vice president is so handsome, so handsome." Cui Juanhui's eyes flashed a strange light, and she couldn't help but fantasize. Seeing Cui Juanhui's attitude, Xinjilan felt a deep threat. She also fell in love with little brother Chu Chen? A femme. Who doesn't like such a man? Not to be outdone, Xinjilan kept talking to Chu Chen. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruobing froze even more. Not only did he not scare Chu Chen, but he achieved his goal. It seems to have lost 2 girlfriends? After sitting in the coffee shop for a while, Lu Ruobing couldn't stay any longer. This bureau was clearly set up by her, but now she seems to be in the way. How about we go out for a walk? Today, I finally called Chu Chen out. It will definitely not be so easy next time. Lu Ruobing doesn't want to give up this opportunity. What did you say, little brother? Hearing this, Xinjilan directly put aside Lu Ruobing and asked Chu Chen. Lu Ruobing's head was covered with black lines, and it seemed that Xinjilan had already fallen deeply into it, unable to extricate herself. Didn't we agree to let Chu Chen fall under your charm? Result. Now thinking of Xinjilan's confident appearance before, and seeing Xinjilan's infatuated appearance now, Lu Ruobing wanted to cry. Mr. Chu, what do you think? Everyone listens to you. Cui Juanhui also spoke, her voice so soft that she had no friends. After listening, Lu Ruobing even trembled. Eldest sister, the domineering strong woman you said, made Chu Chen stunned for a while? Are you more overdone than Xinjilan now? She's really her best friend. Also coquettish, also. People, these 2 girlfriends. He was still too naive to believe their nonsense easily. But even so, Lu Ruobing couldn't complain about them. After all, she invited them here. Originally, she wanted to cheat on her girlfriend, but she was severely cheated by her girlfriend. Really lift a rock and hit yourself in the foot. All right. Chu Chen nodded. Several people walked out together. In the cafe, looking at Chu Chen alone, with three big beauties, those gentlemen in the upper class, it was simply sour. They would rather eat a pound of lemons than see this scene. It hurts so much. If I can get one of them, I am afraid that I will be thankful, and they will drag three. And also a look of ignoring a few beauties. You don't want it, we want it. Everyone looked at Chu Chen with envy to the point of exploding. It would be great to have some good tea in this weather. It was raining lightly outside, Chu Chen said with great emotion. I have some good tea I just bought in my car. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing replied subconsciously. This is the best product she prepared for her father and sent someone to buy it with great difficulty. A pound cost a full 3 million. If you want to drink tea, I will give it to you. It's not expensive tea, only 3 million per pound. Lu Ruobing pretended to answer casually. She wanted to pull back a game, too much. 3 million a pound? The two girlfriends turned their heads to look. Isn't this expensive? That's about as good as a sports car. Really? That's great, thank you Mr. Lu. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Chu Chen actually thanked him. Lu Ruobing was very happy. After so long, he finally pulled back a game with Chu Chen. It's nothing, I'll get it for you later. Lu Ruobing replied with a smile. Since it's not expensive, I don't have to worry about making tea eggs. Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. I think the tea eggs made from this kind of tea should be pretty good. Thinking about it, Chu Chen couldn't wait. He hadn't eaten tea eggs for a long time, and he missed it. Tea eggs? 3 million kilograms of tea, you actually want to use it to make tea eggs? Lu Ruobing was going crazy. Are you doing this? No matter how rich you are, you can't be so extravagant. His father is the largest shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Company, with tens of billions of assets. But every time I drink this tea, I only take a dozen grams, which is very rare. But when they got to Chu Chen, the sky-high price of 3 million jin of tea was actually used to make tea eggs? At this moment, Lu Ruobing wanted to cry without tears. She just wanted to make a comeback in Chu Chen? Why is it so difficult? What? Little brother can make tea eggs? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Shen Jilan was very excited. I also like to eat tea eggs, can you please invite me to your house to have a taste? I don't know if Shen Jilan really likes it, or if she wants to take the opportunity to stay at Chu Chen's house for a while. Mr. Chu, do people like it too? Cui Junhui also spoke. I also want to go to Mr. Chu's house and taste Mr. Chu's craftsmanship. All right. Chu Chen nodded. Anyway, it's nothing to do now. I'll take you to my house. With that said, Chu Chen was about to leave. Mr. Chu, I brought an umbrella. Cui Junhui quickly took out an umbrella from her bag and took the initiative to help Chu Chen hold the umbrella. Shen Jilan naturally did not want to let Chu Chen and Cui Junhui be alone. Although she brought an umbrella herself, she pretended not to. Shen Jilan came to the other side of Chu Chen and rubbed the umbrella. Several people walked out. watching Xinjilan and Cui Junhui leave with Chu Chen from left to right. Lu Ruobing's mentality completely exploded. She didn't bring an umbrella. I really didn't bring it. Your two best friends just abandoned yourself like this? Hee hee, woman. And you want to eat tea eggs? The tea is with me. I am the most important. The most important. People are ruthlessly abandoned, and they are not ashamed. Not only did he lose 2 good girlfriends this time, but also 3 million teas? Where do you go to make sense? She seems to have become a tool man. Chu Chen. Looking at Chu Chen, Lu Ruobing gritted her teeth. No, how can she admit defeat when she is strong? The tea she sends herself, even if it is boiled tea eggs, no matter how unpalatable the tea eggs are. She will finish it with tears. Thinking about it, Lu Ruobing could only block the rain with her hands and go out. Because Chu Chen had bought too many luxury cars before, the car dealers had not delivered them. Chu Chen came by taxi. This time, Chu Chen got into Cui Junhui's car, while Xinjilan returned the car keys to Lu Ruobing and got into Cui Junhui's car. Compared with little brother Chu Chen, what is 30 million Pagani? Holding the car keys, Lu Ruobing didn't know whether to be happy or cry. I am a tool man. Lu Ruobing muttered, then drove into the Pagani and followed Cui Junhui's car. In the end, the group came to Xingyuan. Because Chu Chen is not only the vice president of Tianyun Jewelry Company, but also the second largest shareholder of Hilton International Hotel Group, who lives in Xingyuan, they are not too surprised. That's it. Chu Chen pointed to the nearest Huxin Island Villa number 10 and said to Cui Junhui, who was driving. When it was raining, Chu Chen didn't bother to go to Villa 1 on Huxin Island, which was far away. Anyway, in order to experience the freshness, in the past few days, I have been living in a villa every day, so I moved to Villa 10 in advance today. Several people came to the villa. Chu Chen took the tea leaves from Lu Ruobing and said disappointedly, it's just £1, it looks like I can only do a little less. Just £1? How many kilos do you want? It is not easy to get 1 caddy of such tea leaves. Lu Ruobing felt a little regretful. She should have given only part of it to Chu Chen just now. As a result, before she had time to think about it, she took out all the tea leaves. Mistake, huge mistake. Lu Ruobing felt a little distressed. Hey, is there a piano here? Does my little brother still play the piano? Looking at the piano in the villa, Xinjilan asked, curiously. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing also instantly became interested. Lu Ruobing is not very sensitive to appearance. She likes boys who have connotation, artistic accomplishment and understand music. It's a pity that so far, she has not met a boy who makes her look at her. Lu Ruobing had ridiculed herself before, and may have to note orphans. Now, seeing that Chu Chen has a piano at home, she is also curious, can Chu Chen play it? Hearing Xinjilan's question, Chu Chen, who was anxious to cook the tea eggs, replied casually, no a little. I remember that Ruobing seems to have learned the piano since childhood. Right? Looking at Lu Ruobing, Cui Junhui said. Ruobing, how about a song? Lu Ruobing nodded, now is not the time to be humble. She wanted to win a game in front of Chu Chen too much. She had failed before, but she had studied music since she was a child. In terms of music, she should not fail. Moreover, Lu Ruobing also wanted to take the opportunity to divert the eyes of Cui Junhui and Xinjilan from Chu Chen. She doesn't see Chu Chen as a good person now. Steel straight man, is there a handsome steel straight man like Chu Chen? After today's events, Lu Ruobing guessed that Chu Chen's steel straight man, no, reinforced concrete straight man, should be Chu Chen's outfit. Chu Chen is a scumbag, a big scumbag. Although she said she was cheating on her best friend, she was still good for her best friend. She didn't want to let the two girlfriends fall into the hands of the scumbag, Chu Chen. She wanted to save the girlfriends. I hope that my own piano music can make them temporarily turn their attention away from Chu Chen. Thinking, Lu Ruobing came to the piano and sat down. In order to calm down the two, Lu Ruobing directly played Lonely, also called March of Broken Love. Accompanied by a touch of sad music echoed in the villa. Even the air was quiet. Listening to Lu Ruobing's March of Broken Love, both Cui Junhui and Shen Jilan thought a lot and sighed. A person is destined to be alone. In order not to be lonely, not to be sad, they all thought of it at the same time. We must seize this opportunity and grab Brother Chu Chen. Brother Chu Chen belongs to him. Cui Junhui and Shen Jilan suddenly looked at each other, and both saw the determination in each other's eyes. The next second, the two rushed to the kitchen to find Chu Chen. And Lu Ruobing, who was deeply immersed in the piano music, did not notice the actions of the two girlfriends. She sighed inwardly. But she couldn't understand the feeling of broken love. She has been single for more than 20 years, and she has not even experienced the feeling of falling in love. Where can she experience the feeling of broken love? If Lu Ruobing knew, not only did her piano music not calm down the two girlfriends, but it had the opposite effect, making the two girlfriends realize that she must seize the opportunity to get Chu Chen's little brother. Lu Ruobing, whose mentality was bursting at first, might really cry. After a long time, Lu Ruobing finished playing the piano music, and after a while of silence, Lu Ruobing turned around. She saw that not only did not have the slightest effect, but instead the two closest friends of Chu Chen were posted. Lu Ruobing was helpless. Chu Chen, you can also play the piano, how do you think I play? Lu Ruobing asked Chu Chen, wanting to hear Chu Chen's praise and pull back around. After all, she has studied piano since she was a child, and now it can be regarded as a certain artistic achievement. Not bad, Chu Chen said. Hearing not bad from Chu Chen's mouth, Lu Ruobing nodded in satisfaction. However, Chu Chen's next sentence made Lu Ruobing feel bad. I'll give you 60 points. 60 points. This just passed her piano level, although not at the level of a musician, should be around 80. Lu Ruobing knew her level, so she was immediately unhappy when she heard Chu Chen's rating. Chu Chen did this on purpose, it must be. In fact, she didn't know that it was already very powerful to get a piano master to say that it was good and give a score of 60 points. Didn't you say you would too? Will you have one? Lu Ruobing didn't want to refute Chu Chen directly, but let the facts speak. She asked Chu Chen to play the piano. Just boiled the tea eggs, now it's fine, Chu Chen nodded. Not knowing what tune to play, Chu Chen also played Lu Ruobing's tune just now. Although it was the first time to play as a master, Chu Chen still had confidence. The sad music played again. Chu Chen sat there, and in the eyes of Cui Junhui and Shen Jilan, Chu Chen seemed to have become a melancholy prince, even more attractive. Little brother Chu Chen is not only handsome, but also plays so well and has meaning. You really didn't see the wrong person. They didn't understand the piano. But one thing was certain, Chu Chen played better than Lu Ruobing just now. They worship and adore Chu Chen. Even more. As for the knowledgeable Lu Ruobing, listening to Chu Chen's piano music, she was stunned. After learning for so many years, Lu Ruobing's expression changed when Chu Chen hit the first key. Grandmaster. Absolute piano master. After only a few seconds of listening, Lu Ruobing was sure that Chu Chen was definitely a piano master. Otherwise, this level would not be possible. Compared with Chu Chen's bombing, what he played just now was nothing. It was too rubbish, too ordinary. Chu Chen gave himself a score of 60, and he was already very proud of himself. Looking at Chu Chen, Lu Ruobing was in a daze. At this moment, Chu Chen's image was continuously enlarged in Lu Ruobing's heart. Turns out he's a pianist. How old is he? And why so low-key? Lu Ruobing thought in his heart that if he was a piano master, he would be very proud, but Chu Chen did not have a trace of pride, but was extremely easygoing. Maybe this is the difference between her and the master. The more she looked at Chu Chen, the more intoxicated Lu Ruobing became, and her heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. At this moment, as soon as he closed his eyes, Lu Ruobing's mind was full of Chu Chen's shadow. Slowly, Chu Chen finished playing. Lu Ruobing shouted in her heart, "What should I do? I seem to have fallen too." The feeling just now is the legendary heartbeat, love at first sight. Is it her first time? Originally, she wanted to save the two best friends, but she didn't expect that she would be conquered by Chu Chen's charm and fall. No. Lu Ruobing shook her head violently, trying to delete the image of Chu Chen Weian from her mind, but no matter what she did, she couldn't delete it. The way Chu Chen played the piano just now seemed to be deeply etched in her mind. Lu Ruobing became extremely tangled. "Little brother, you play very well. It was wonderful, I fell." Shen Jilan and Cui Junhui spoke. This time they were not trying to please Chu Chen, but telling the truth. Chu Chen played very well. I'm convinced, it's really a master performance. Lu Ruobing also lowered her arrogant head and said, with emotion. At this moment, she didn't dare to look directly at Chu Chen. After that, the tea eggs were cooked, and Chu Chen brought them up. A few started eating, and this time, they said it was delicious. Besides Shen Jilan and Cui Junhui, there was another Lu Ruobing who touted Chu Chen. The two girlfriends also discovered Lu Ruobing's abnormality. Shen Jilan and Cui Junhui groaned in their hearts. It's not good to shout, even Ruobing has fallen? Originally, the competition between the two was very big, but now even Ruobing wants to join in? Dangerous. At this moment, Lu Ruobing's mood is also extremely complicated. She was really moved. After a few people finished eating the tea eggs, they walked curiously on Chu Chen's island in the heart of the lake. They have all heard of Xinguan Lake Island Villa, but they have never been there. A few people came today, and naturally they want to visit it. On the shore, a young man and a beautiful woman were passing by. What? The young man accidentally discovered Chu Chen on the shore of the opposite lake island. I go. Especially when the young man noticed Lu Ruobing and Shinjilan, his eyes straightened. Pretty. This is too beautiful. As a young master in Hangqing, he has experienced a lot of beauties, all kinds of them. For example, the beauty next to him is a supermodel. In terms of appearance, he ranks in the top 3 among all his women. But that's it, not even half of any of the three beauties on the opposite side. They are all residents of Xinguan, and they are all about the same age. How can he have such beautiful beauties, and there are only three of them? This is not the blessing of sitting on the same people, but the blessing of three people. Many people can exercise. The more he thought about it, the more the youth envied Chu Chen. It's all neighbors. It's not too much to visit in the past. A mysterious smile appeared on the young man's face. Such beautiful three beauties. Even if you can get one, that's fine. Let's go take a look. Okay, young Master Zhang. The supermodel nodded. To be honest, she really wanted to go there and take a look. The young man noticed Shinjilan and the others, but the supermodel noticed Chu Chen. So handsome, more handsome than the male models she's ever seen. It would be great if something could happen to him and spark love. The youth and the supermodel came to Chu Chen's island in the heart of the lake. Hello, I'm the owner of Lake Island number 16, Xiang Chuchen, come and visit today. The No. 16 Huxin Island was bought by his father, and Xiang Chuchen has always lived here. What are you doing? Xiang Chuchen asked, looking for a topic. Just ate the tea eggs and went out for a walk. Tea eggs? Such cheap food? It seems that this kid should be a nouveau riche, hasn't he adapted to the life of a rich man yet? Or was all the money used to buy this Lake Island villa? Xiang Chuchen thought that at this moment he was confident, and the action of prying the corner began. A few people chatted, and when Xiang Chuchen knew that Chu Chen didn't have a car, his eyes suddenly lit up. I just got my hands on a 28 million Ferrari LaFerrari some time ago, and it drives fine. Xiang Chuchen said proudly. 28 million luxury cars. But very rare. It was because of this car that he took down the supermodel girlfriend. I want to be able to attract the attention of these beauties. However, to his surprise, the eyes of Lu Ruobing and Shinjilan never fell on him. At this moment, several beauties were very disdainful of Xiang Chuchen, who came to show off. Is 28 million worth showing off? What if the Pagani of Ruobing costs 30 million? No, I also bought a few cars. I called just now and the cars are about to be delivered. Chu Chen opened his mouth at will. Xiang Chuchen stood there awkwardly. The first move, showing off the car, fails. Brother Chu, if you are tired of walking on one island, you can go for a walk on my two lake islands. Except for the 16th Lake Island, the 17th Lake Island is also mine. Xiang Chuchen spoke again. Island number 17 actually belonged to one of his uncles, but that uncle never lived there. Now, for the sake of being the best in the world, he deliberately took it out to pretend. 2 islands? Young Master Zhang, do you have 2 lake islands? Next to Xiang Chuchen, the supermodel girlfriends were extremely surprised. She also just found out today, but this time she made a profit. Hearing the shocked voice of the supermodel, a smile appeared on Xiang Chuchen's face. However, when he looked at Lu Ruobing and others again, he found that although they were a little surprised, they were not too shocked. No need. If you don't want to leave here, you can go to my other islands for a walk. Chu Chen replied. How many other islands do I have? Do you have more than one island in the heart of the lake here? Xiang Chuchen was a little stunned. Listening to this sentence, Chu Chen had at least 3 islands in the heart of the lake. How can that be possible? This is Xinguan. It is difficult for some people to buy a Lake Island villa. How many do you have? Lu Ruobing and several others also showed surprised expressions. How many islands does Chu Chen have? I don't know, Brother Chu. How many other seats did you buy? Xiang Chuchen didn't believe Chu Chen's words at all, and wanted to expose Chu Chen's lies on the spot. Chu Chen looked around. What you can see now is mine. Because of the occlusion of several other islands, not all the islands can be seen here. What? What did you say? The island you see is yours? Xiang Chuchen looked around, and from here, he could see at least 4 or 5 islands in the center of the lake. Are they all from Chu Chen? Lu Ruobing and the others were also extremely shocked. How could it be possible? If so, Chu Chen's financial resources are too terrible. Xiang Chuchen still didn't quite believe Chu Chen's words, but before he could refute, a car slowly drove over in the distance. The car stopped in front of them and a man in a suit walked down. Mr. Chu, I brought you your 59 luxury cars together. I'm a little late because there are too many, so I'm very sorry. The man said to Chu Chen very apologetically. It's all right, these are the garage keys of Lake Island Villas 1 to 10. You can park them in and return the keys to me later. Chu Chen handed a few garage keys to the man. Okay, Mr. Chu. After all, the man left and went to instruct people to park those luxury cars. Seeing the man leave, Xiang Chuchen was dumbfounded. 59 luxury cars? Villas 1 to 10? He heard it right. Little brother, villas 1 to 10 are all yours? Shinjilan asked in surprise. Yeah. Chu Chen nodded. If you are interested, I can show you. Lu Ruobing was stunned. They knew that Chu Chen's identity and financial resources were terrifying, but they never expected it to be so terrifying. 10 sets of Lake Island villas, 59 luxury cars? Inhumane. As for Xiang Chuchen, he was frightened. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I have something to do. I'll go first. Xiang Chuchen was so frightened that his face turned pale and shivered. Super boss, he actually met a super boss. After all, Xiang Chuchen left in despair. He swore that he would never come to live in Xinguan again. Such a super boss is terrible. Once encountered, it is the nightmare of a lifetime. Can't be bothered, can't be bothered. In the evening, Chu Chen was too lazy to cook. Although Lu Ruobing and the others were all superb beauties, their cooking skills were either not good or not very good. A few people found a high-end restaurant for dinner. After eating, Chu Chen left the restaurant first and went outside. At this time, a young couple was preparing to enter the restaurant. Chu Chen? The man was the first to recognize Chu Chen. Isn't this the famous handsome guy from their Jiang University, Schoolgrass? Xiang Wenshi? Chu Chen frowned. Xiang Wenshi is also a student of Jiangzhou University, but he is not in the same department as Chu Chen. The two met during a campus singer contest. Because of Chu Chen's extraordinary appearance, although his singing skills were average, he still participated in the singer contest under the strong advice of his teachers and classmates. Xiang Wenshi is also a contestant, and he is considered a seed. In that singer competition, Xiang Wenshi played very well, almost comparable to professional singers. Originally, Xiang Wenshi thought that he would win the championship, but when the result came out, the champion was Chu Chen, who was average, and the votes were almost twice that of Xiang Wenshi. Let Xiang Wenshi's mentality explode directly. That Chu Chen won the championship was entirely due to the credit of countless girls in the Xichen club. In other schools, the admirers and suitors of the school flower form a group, but Jiangzhou University is different. Because of Chu Chen's amazing appearance, countless girls who adore and admire Chu Chen voluntarily set up an association, the Xichen Association. The association swept across Jiangzhou University. At that time, no matter how popular the various fresh meat stars in the outside world are and how many fans, but in Jiangzhou University, there will never be as many people as the Love Dust Club. In that singer contest, Xichen would vote for Chu Chen, but most of the girls in the school voted for Chu Chen, allowing Chu Chen to directly overwhelm the audience. Originally, Chu Chen just wanted to participate in the competition and play, but he did not expect to win a championship at random. This may be the trouble of being too handsome. At that time, Chu Chen said sorry to Xiang Chuchen from the bottom of his heart, who made you look less handsome than yourself? In addition, many competitions in the school are like this. As long as Chu Chen participates, 80 to 90% of the champions are Chu Chens. This made Chu Chen even more troubled, and it was too bad to be handsome. Champion, champion, champion. With so many championship trophies and certificates, he could hardly put it down. And those championships that were not Chu Chen's competitions were not voted for, and were decided by the school leaders. Chu Chen has not seen Xiang Chuchen since the singer contest, but he did not expect to see him in Hangzhou today. Long time no see. Xiang Chuchen greeted with a smile. Although the surface is calm, Xiang Chuchen's heart is full of joy. Because of that incident, is Xiang Chuchen still jealous of Chu Chen? Isn't it just a little more handsome? The current Chu Chen looks the same as before, but he has undergone earth-shaking changes. After all, several old houses of his family in Modu have been demolished. Hello. Introduction, this is my girlfriend Ding Ruru. Xiang Chuchen said boastfully. Girlfriend Ding Ruru, he spent a lot of money to chase after him. The real beauty is said to be a flower? Looking at the current Chu Chen, he is alone, not to mention beauties like his girlfriend, not even an ordinary girl. What about your former suitor? Why, are you still single? Taking a look around, Xiang Chuchen asked knowingly that today he wants to get back the lost face. That's it. Chu Chen replied. That's really a pity. Xiang Chuchen pretended to be regretful and said. In fact, he almost said what was on his mind, that would be great, to say it. It's still good to be single, it's not like someone like me who has a girlfriend is a little restrained. Xiang Chuchen opened his mouth. Although Ruru is beautiful, obedient, and has a good personality, hearing this, Chu Chen smiled without saying a word. Not to mention Yan Luo Shui, Su Chuqing, and others who have a good relationship with him, even some female artists under his company. The female staff are more beautiful than this Ding Ruru. He had already guessed that Xiang Chuchen wanted revenge, and raised his eyebrows. Keep pretending, the higher you float, the harder you fall. How have you been recently? Xiang Chuchen asked. It's still the same as before. Chu Chen replied, too handsome, there are always a lot of troublesome things. Hearing Chu Chen's answer, Xiang Chuchen's face stiffened. Handsome. Handsome. This has become his nightmare, why is he not handsome? But God is fair. Although he didn't give him a handsome appearance, he gave him the status of demolition household, and he was also a demolition household in the magic capital. After waiting for a long time, Xiang Chuchen didn't wait until Chu Chen asked. How are you doing recently? I asked him. According to common sense, shouldn't Chu Chen ask himself? I'm doing well. Recently, my house is being demolished. Chu Chen didn't ask, he just said it himself. He is going to show off to Chu Chen and announce that he is a billionaire. He couldn't wait to see Chu Chen's shocked appearance. However, before he could finish speaking, a voice interrupted him. Little brother, here I come. Xinjilan came out of the restaurant and came to Chu Chen, looking very intimate. After seeing Xinjilan, Jing Wencher's complexion changed, so beautiful. Compared with her, her girlfriend Ding Rura seems to be nothing. This is Chu Chen's girlfriend. Mr. Chu, why don't you wait for others? Cui Junhui also came out, with a coquettish look and a crisp voice. Jing Wencher was shocked when he saw Cui Junhui, who acted like a spoiled child to Chu Chen. Just a girlfriend. You actually have two, one for two, and one is prettier than the other. The next second, Lu Ruobing followed closely behind, and also came out of the restaurant and came to Chu Chen. 3. Looking at Lu Ruobing and the three next to Chu Chen, Jing Wencher was stunned. Let me introduce, these three are my friends. This time, it was Chu Chen's turn to introduce Jing Wencher. Friend? Girlfriend, right? Do you look at the eyes of these beauties looking at you, like friends? He had found a beautiful girlfriend for himself before and was complacent, but when he came to Chu Chen, not one, not two, but three. And the three seemed to be very harmonious. He wanted to hook up with a girl before, but his girlfriend found out that he almost killed him. As a result, now, Chu Chen Jing Wencher felt deeply hurt. Is this the difference between being handsome and ugly? Has nothing to do with money? I am a billion. Jing Wencher was not reconciled, and wanted to show off his billionaire, to Chu Chen. However, before he could speak, Lu Ruobing and others had already got into the car. After seeing Lu Ruobing's car, Jing Wencher's words were swallowed directly by him. Is this Pagani? More than 30 million cars? I am a billionaire and drive millions of cars. So what is the worth of driving a car of more than 30 million yuan? Thinking of this, Jing Wencher was frightened. After eating, several people separated. The next day, Chu Chen was going to visit his uncle. The uncle does not live in Jiangzhou, but settled in Hangzhou for work reasons. The uncle's family has a good relationship with the Chu Chen family, and the uncle's family is also very good to Chu Chen. This time he came to Hangzhou, and Chu Chen was going to visit. Since he went to visit, Chu Chen didn't bring anything, and drove a Bentley directly from the garage, ready to give it to his uncle. Anyway, he has a full 59 luxury cars here. And he can't drive them all. The Shanchuajayuan community was where Uncle Chu Chen lived. Uncle Chu Chen is a doctor and is resting at home today. Old Chu, your chess skills are not good. An old friend of the uncle came to play chess with him today. Because of some matters in the hospital, the uncle was a little absent-minded, and lost several chess games in a row. No more. Finally, the uncle spoke irritably. What's the matter? I'm uneasy. Why don't we go outside for a walk? The uncle's friend Lao Zhao opened his mouth. I just bought a BMW and went for a drive. Lao Zhao has been very proud recently. He has just been promoted to director, and there is still an upward trend. Lao Zhao and uncle are both doctors in a private hospital, and their entry time is not much different. The medical skills of the two are similar, but because Lao Zhao can talk, understand social events, and mix well in the workplace, they have changed several cars. On the contrary, Uncle Chu Chen has been in the position of attending physician for a long time, and there is no change in vision. Although I don't care about these positions, but after a long time, it is inevitable that I am still envious. Lao Zhao got a new car again? Just when I brought the fruit, my aunt was also very envious when I heard that Lao Zhao actually bought another BMW. Yes, a BMW, it's not expensive, more than $500,000. Lao Zhao nodded. Look at Lao Zhao, this is the second car today. One is better than the other. Let's see you again. It's been 7 or 8 years, and it's still the same one. The aunt said to the uncle, with a hint of complaint in her voice. There was an embarrassed expression on the uncle's face. He was not good at socializing, his career was not going well, and there was nothing he could do. Old Chu is indifferent to his aspirations, which is different from a layman like me. Lao Zhao said. The uncle smiled awkwardly. Dong. Dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The uncle opened the door, just saw Chu Chen, and was stunned for a moment. Xiang Chuchen, why are you here? The uncle spoke excitedly. I haven't seen you for more than half a year, come in quickly. Hello, uncle, auntie. Xiang Chuchen is here. After seeing Chu Chen, the aunt was also very happy, and quickly pulled Chu Chen to sit down. This is Lao Zhao stood up and asked, curiously. Let me introduce to you, this is my nephew Chu Chen, how can I show my talent? The uncle spoke proudly. This is my friend, Uncle Zhao. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Hello, Lao Chu, you have a good nephew. Lao Zhao praised. Xiang Chuchen, why did you come to Hangqing? After sitting down, the uncle asked inexplicably. My friend has something to do, let me help. Oh. Uncle nodded. Since you're here, let's have a good time for a few days, and I'll ask your cousin to show you around. Xiang Chuchen, what do you like to eat? I'll make it for you. A aunt with a knife mouth and tofu heart also spoke enthusiastically. It's all right. By the way, Uncle, I remember that your car has been driving for a long time, and I didn't bring anything with me today. I happen to have a car I don't need, and I gave it to my uncle. With that said, Chu Chen took out the car keys. Xiang Chuchen, what do you mean? The uncle's face changed slightly. What car are you sending? I have a lot of cars like this, and I don't need this one either. It's a waste to park it in the garage. Chu Chen insisted. And it's not expensive. In the end, at the insistence of Chu Chen, the uncle thought it was not expensive and accepted it. The uncle and aunt are not very familiar with cars, they only know the most popular car logos. So when they saw the B on the car key, they thought it was BYD. I heard from relatives before that Xiang Chuchen's family was rich and bought a house worth tens of millions, and they accepted it with shame. Exactly, your uncle's car is too old. With this BYD, it is much safer to travel. The aunt sincerely thanked Chu Chen. Bid? Finally, my uncle friend, Lao Zhao, couldn't help but speak. He had long seen that the car keys that Chu Chen took out were somewhat different. BYD's car logo seems to be a bit different from this. Wrong? Little Chu, what kind of car is this? Why do I look at the car logo not like BYD, but a bit like Bentley? The car logo does have a B, but next to the B is a pair of wings. Isn't this the legendary luxury car Bentley? Lao Zhao, who had some research on cars, became suspicious. Well, it's a Bentley. Chu Chen nodded. Bentley? Top luxury cars on par with Rolls-Royce? Hearing Chu Chen's words, several people were stunned. Xiao Chen said it's not expensive? This is a multi-million-dollar car. And Xiao Chen also said that he has a lot of such cars? Thinking of this, several people were even more uneasy. Can we go down and have a look? Lao Zhao asked nervously. The legendary Bentley, hasn't he seen it with his own eyes? The uncle and aunt were also very curious. No problem. Chu Chen nodded. A few minutes later, several people came downstairs, and at this moment a black, nearly 4 million Bentley Bentayga was parked there. There is another one in Chu Chen, a Bentley Mulsanne of 6 or 7 million, but Chu Chen thought about it. The Bentley Mulsanne, which is similar in appearance to Rolls-Royce, is a bit inconvenient for ordinary families to drive. Not as good as Bentley Bentayga, such an ultra-luxury SUV, suitable for family use. Therefore, Chu Chen drove such a car. I'm going, is it really Bentley? Looking at the Bentley parked there, Lao Zhao, who was showing off his BMW just now, almost stared out. Where is this car? This is a walking house. If you buy a Bentley Bentayga, you can buy a nice house in full, or enough down payment for a villa. Who is Lao? Chu's nephew? A random Bentley? It's amazing. Is it the legendary billionaire? At this moment, Lao Zhao was extremely envious of Uncle Chu Chen for having such a nephew. Why aren't his nephews like this? Not to mention a Bentley, even if they send a BYD, a Yachty electric car is fine. Lao Zhao stood there, extremely annoyed in his heart. Why don't you have a daughter? If he was not the son he gave birth to, but the daughter he gave birth to, it would be great now that he could introduce the daughter to Chu Chen. The more he thought about it, the more angry old Zhao became, and he wanted to go home and clean up his son. You say, why are you a man without a daughter? It was too painful. At this moment, he desperately wanted to have a daughter. How much is this car? The aunt murmured in a trembling voice. About 4 million. What? 4 million? Hearing this, the uncle and aunt froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. I can't accept it, Xiao Chen's gift is too precious to accept. Although she wanted so much in her heart, her reason made the aunt calm down and spoke quickly. Xiao Chen, you should drive back this car. The uncle also said to Chu Chen seriously. 4 million luxury cars, they dare not imagine. It's okay, uncle, let's do it. Even if I lend you the car temporarily, there is no need to compensate for the accident. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Finally, at the insistence of Chu Chen, the uncle and aunt agreed. In reluctance, Lao Zhao left. Chu Chen and the others went upstairs, and the aunt was preparing lunch. This time when Chu Chen came, the aunt specially prepared some good dishes. At this time, Chu Chen's cousin, Chu Danyun, went home. As soon as he entered the door and saw Chu Chen, Chu Danyun was very surprised. Chu Chen is here? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you are handsome again. Tell my sister. How many little girls have you harmed during this time? Chu Danyun asked teasingly. What do you mean? I'm a serious person, how could I do such a thing? Chu Chen's face changed slightly, and he denied it righteously. Recently, there have been many more beautiful women who want to harm him. Do you think I believe it? Chu Danyun smiled. By the way, I just saw a multi-million Bentley parked downstairs. Thinking of something, Chu Danyun opened his mouth and sighed with emotion. I don't know which local tyrant it is. They are really evil rich people. I curse them. The uncle and aunt's expressions changed slightly. Chu Chen almost laughed, and he cursed himself. The cousin can do it and has a future. This is our family. The aunt said. What? Hearing this, Chu Danyun was extremely surprised. That $1 million Bentley actually belongs to our family? Chu Danyun looked unbelievable. Mom and Dad, don't tell me that you are trying to temper me, and that's why you concealed the fact that our family is very rich. That was sent by your brother Chu Chen. Uncle explained. Chu Chen sent it? Hearing this, Chu Danyun was even more surprised. Hey. Chu Danyun sighed. In the past, Chu Chen was just a handsome man. Now that he has become so rich and handsome, I am afraid that many beautiful girls will suffer in the future. After eating, under the supervision of the uncle, Chu Danyun prepared to take Chu Chen to play around. Feeling that it was not too lively to go out with Chu Chen, Chu Danyun sent a message in the group of girlfriends and invited them to come out together. Don't go. Isn't it bad to follow dramas at home? However, as soon as the message was sent, Chu Danyun saw the reply from his girlfriend. Chu Danyun was so angry that she had no choice but to release a big move. This time I'm with my cousin. As soon as the news of Chu Danyun was sent out, her best friend group exploded in an instant. What, is that the handsome cousin you mentioned earlier? I saw the photos before, it's so handsome, far surpassing those little fresh meat. Go, I'll go right away. I'm going too. Chu Danyun's two girlfriends spoke uncharacteristically. Danyun, can you push your cousin's WeChat account to me? I want to communicate with your cousin. The best friend who had seen Chu Chen's photo before even took the initiative to speak. You people. I treat you as sisters, but you want to be my younger siblings? Chu Danyun blamed these people. In the afternoon, Chu Chen and Chu Danyun went out. Soon, her two best friends arrived. After seeing Chu Chen, the two of them automatically ignored Chu Danyun and came up directly to greet Chu Chen. The two enthusiastically introduced various snacks and places to play in Hangchun to Chu Chen, and regarded Chu Danyun as a transparent person. After playing all afternoon, they ate at a restaurant in the evening. Why is she looking at a familiar person in the restaurant? Chu Danyun frowned. It was a woman with big waves. Danyun, who is she? The girlfriend asked curiously. I knew a girl studying abroad who had just returned to China. She couldn't be arrogant. Chu Danyun replied. Forget it, don't talk about her, let's eat. Although Chu Danyun didn't want to talk about it, the girl studying abroad also found Chu Danyun and walked over. I didn't expect to meet again. Su Lisa, a student studying abroad, spoke up. She and Chu Danyun met at a recruitment meeting not long ago. As a result, Chu Danyun was admitted, and she, who thought she was extremely good, was instead dismissed. This made Su Lisa very angry. These people in China are blind. She came back from studying in the great United States to apply for the job. They should be very grateful, but as a result, people like her who came back from studying abroad were brushed down. Instead, a person who was studying in China was admitted, and I really don't know what they thought. What? A bunch of blind people. I didn't expect you to have good taste, so you actually chose this restaurant. Su Lisa spoke. Although the dishes made here are far less authentic than those in the United States, they are barely. The faces of Chu Danyun and the others changed slightly. Why did Su Lisha's words sound so ugly? I really miss the days of studying in the United States. Everything was so beautiful, unlike in China, where everything was so rubbish. It was too bad. While Su Lisa complained, she missed it. I don't like the country, and I don't need you in the country. You can go back. Chu Chen spoke directly, and he was very disgusted with this kind of person. You? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Su Lisa reprimanded Chu Chen as if someone had exposed the scandal. To be honest, she didn't want to go back to China either, but her consumption abroad was too high, and she couldn't get that much money at home, so she could only break up with those foreign boyfriends and reluctantly return to China to find a job. Originally arrogant, she thought that she was a dignified student studying abroad, and a returnee girl would be warmly welcomed by all companies. As a result, it was a gray nose. It was suddenly exposed by Chu Chen, which made Su Lisa furious. You are Chu Danyun's boyfriend. What kind of vision does Chu Danyun have? Su Lisa looked disgusted. She likes the kind of tall, muscular man with a strong waist, so naturally she doesn't look down on Chu Chen. It's so thin and small, it's not worth the random punches of my foreign boyfriends. Su Lisa directly sprayed Chu Chen. Hearing this, Chu Danyun was unhappy, saying that she could, but she said that her family, that Chu Chen, could not. Pay attention to your words, he is my brother. Chu Danyun opened his mouth and confronted Su Lisa. Be careful when you speak. This is the country, not the foreign country you admire. Chu Danyun's two best friends also spoke. Hearing this, Su Lisa sneered and didn't care. As you say? Su Lisa replied with a sneer. What I say is my freedom and my right, and you have no right to stop it. Don't think you were accepted by that company, it's amazing. Su Lisa sneered and said to Chu Danyun, that's just a small garbage company, and the top management of the company are a bunch of blind guys. I am now working in a large company with hundreds of billions of dollars. With the skills and abilities I learned abroad, it won't take long for me to become the management of the company. Su Lisa made a vow and was full of expectations for her future. This is a job that her family used countless connections and spent a lot of money to find her. And you, and your weak brother, continue to be the poor people of the lower classes. Su Lisa mocked Chu Chen and Chu Danyun, and turned around proudly to leave. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps. Outside, 3 or 4 people who looked like young masters walked in. Jiang Xiao. Seeing the young man at the head, Su Lisa's face suddenly showed a pleasant smile. I didn't expect to be here, but it was really nice to meet the boss's son, the company's crown prince. She wants to show her charm and take down the prince, so that she can enter the wealthy family and live a rich life. Su Lisa simply cleaned up and walked towards the company's crown prince with a smile. The prince seemed to have discovered her too, with a surprised and excited expression on his face. The next second, the prince left a few friends and walked towards Su Lisa. Did he notice me before? I met me again this time, so I'm extremely excited. Are you coming to confess to me? The more she thought about it, the more excited Su Lisa became. He is so charming that even the crown prince of Tang Tang Company is fascinated by him. In just a few tenths of a second, Su Lisa even began to imagine that she would marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife in the future. All kinds of brand name bags, all kinds of luxury cars, and villas are bought casually, and there are dozens of servants serving them every day. That kind of life is really cool. Thinking about it, the corners of Su Lisa's mouth couldn't help rising, revealing an excited smile. Looking at the prince who came over, Su Lisa slowly opened her arms, wanting to hug the prince. 3, 2, 1. The prince came over. And Su Lisa instantly became nervous. Snapped. However, the next moment, something that surprised Su Lisa happened. When he only met himself with his arms outstretched, the prince unceremoniously beat down the arm facing him. It seemed that he hated himself for standing in the way. Immediately afterwards, the crown prince and Su Lisa passed by without any intention of stopping. Standing there alone, Su Lisa was extremely embarrassed. This is how the same thing? What happened? Su Lisa's mind became blank and stunned. The voice of the crown prince made Su Lisa tremble, and she immediately recovered. Brother Chen. I didn't expect to meet you again, I'm so lucky. Brother Chen? The prince of the dignified company, the future owner of the company, actually called someone else's brother. And calling you, too lucky? For a time, Su Lisa doubted her hearing. Did the dignified prince say such flattering words? With great curiosity, Su Lisa turned to look. In an instant, what she saw made Su Lisa stunned. At this moment, I saw the high-ranking prince, standing in front of Chu Danyan's younger brother, extremely humble. Hello. Chu Chen nodded. This prince is none other than Xiang Chuchen, who Chu Chen met before, and who gave him dozens of luxury cars, very generous. After the incident at the Sands Equestrian Club, Xiang Chuchen admired and feared Chu Chen to the extreme. When he saw Chu Chen this time, he immediately came over to please him, looking like a loyal little brother. Who are these? Xiang Chuchen asked, curiously. This is my cousin Chu Danyun, and her two best friends. Cousin? Is it actually Brother Chen's cousin? Xiang Chuchen immediately greeted politely, hello, Miss Yun. Brother Chen? Miss Yun? Not far away, when Su Lisa heard Xiang Chuchen's two titles, only horror remained in her heart. How could be? Su Lisa thought she was dreaming, so she pinched herself hard. It hurts. Su Lisa muttered. Really, this scene is actually real. This is the prince of their company. In the future, he will inherit a large company with hundreds of billions of dollars and become a boss-level figure. A pair of siblings who actually despised her now, called Brother Chen, Sister Yun? Make no mistake. Seeing Xiang Chuchen and Chu Chen talking, Su Lisa was stunned. At this time, several young masters who came with Xiang Chuchen also came over. Hello Brother Chen. Brother Chen is lucky to meet. From Xiang Chuchen, they heard about Brother Chen's brilliance, and now they are here because of his fame. Seeing that a few dandy young masters actually treated Chu Chen with respect, Chu Danyan's two best friends were also extremely shocked. Who is this cousin of Danyun? Several people chat. Are we just being mocked? Chu Danyan's best friend spoke. What? Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen exploded instantly. After learning about the matter, Xiang Chuchen immediately came to Su Lisa angrily. Jiang Xiao. Seeing Xiang Chuchen, Su Lisa was extremely nervous. Hey. Do you know me? Xiang Chuchen asked in surprise. Yes, I work in your father's company. Su Lisa did not dare to hide it. What? Jiang Feilong was even more angry. After a long time, this bitch is an employee of their company. It's easier to know who I am. Jiang Feilong ordered directly. From today, you are no longer our employee. Come and apologize to Brother Chen and Sister Yun. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't see the sun tomorrow. Jiang Feilong threatened Su Lisa in a low voice. What? Su Lisa's whole body trembled with fright, and her face turned pale. Under Jiang Feilong's fierce gaze, Su Lisa slowly walked towards Chu Chen and Chu Danyun. Under Jiang Feilong's fierce gaze, the arrogant Su Lisa kept apologizing to Chu Chen and Chu Danyun. Go away, don't. You like going abroad, then don't stay at home. If Brother Chen or I see you in China again, then don't blame me for being cruel. Finally, Jiang Feilong said sharply. What? Su Lisa was taken aback. Why, don't you agree? Jiang Feilong said. Agreed. This kind of eldest young master wants to fix her, just a word. Not daring to be slighted, Su Lisa left quickly and booked a ticket that night. After eating, Chu Chen and his cousin Chu Danyun separated. The next day. Ding, pick in task, go to Xingtang auction house to check in, task time. 12 hours, task reward, ownership of Xingtang auction house. Xingtang auction house? This time the reward is actually an auction house? Out of curiosity, Chu Chen took out his mobile phone to check. It's actually ranked in the top 5. Among all the platoons in the country, so powerful? Chu Chen looked at the information of the Xingtang auction house and was very surprised. Xingtang auction house is well known in the auction industry and is known as one of the top 5 auction houses in China. The headquarters is in Hangqing. There are branches in more than a dozen cities across the country. Many famous works of art have been auctioned. A 13-carat natural pigeon blood ruby sold for 60 million. The Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Celadon glazed teacup sold for 83 million yuan. 110 million Dotsai 8. Immortals with lotus pattern celestial ball bottle. The most famous is the handwriting of Sushir in the Northern Song Dynasty, which sold for 400 million yuan. The total transaction price of the Hangzhou Xingtang auction house headquarters alone is as high as 3 billion in 1 year. Plus the turnover of other branches across the country. The total transaction price in a year is probably as high as tens of billions. Moreover, Xingtang auction house is the youngest among the top 5 auction houses in the country. It is thriving and is now focusing on overseas development. Its ultimate goal is to become an internationally renowned super auction house like Christie's and Sotheby's. Not bad. Chu Chen was very satisfied with this reward. Just when Chu Chen was about to take action and went to check in, he suddenly received a call from Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing said that this afternoon, there was a large-scale auction at Xingtang Auction House, which included several well-known jewelry works. So I wanted to invite Chu Chen to take a look together. No problem. Chu Chen agreed. This system task has plenty of time. In the afternoon, Lu Ruobing personally drove to pick up Chu Chen and went to the Xingtang auction house together. Today's auction was carefully prepared by Xingtang auction house. It was the largest auction this year, attracting many rich people interested in antiques and works of art. There is still half an hour before the auction starts, and many guests gather in 2s and 3s to communicate. Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing, the combination of top handsome guys and beautiful women, immediately attracted the attention of many guests. Lu Ruobing? In the crowd, a handsome young man with gold-rimmed glasses spoke up. His name is Fang Gaoxian. He is the president of a large group company with huge assets. He is now cooperating with foreign companies and preparing to explore foreign markets. Can be described as high-spirited. Most importantly, he is a suitor of Lu Ruobing. Fang Gaoxian was very happy when he saw Lu Ruobing, but when he noticed Chu Chen next to Lu Ruobing, his face instantly turned cold. Especially noticing Lu Ruobing's gentle gaze when looking at Chu Chen, Fang Gaoxian gritted his teeth in hatred for Chu Chen. But without knowing Chu Chen's specific identity, Fang Gaoxian did not dare to mess around. After calming down a little, Fang Gaoxian walked over. Mr. Lu, we meet again. Fang Gaoxian had a hypocritical smile on his face, and greeted Lu Ruobing warmly. Mr. Fang. Lu Ruobing nodded, disgusting Fang Gaoxian's hypocritical smile. Who is this? Fang Gaoxian set his eyes on Chu Chen, and couldn't wait to ask Chu Chen's identity. This is my friend, who is also the vice president of Tianyun Jewelry Company, Chu Chen. Lu Ruobing introduced. Vice President of Tianyun Jewelry Company? Hearing Lu Ruobing's introduction, Fang Gaoxian finally showed a happy smile on his face. He thought that this kid was a rich and powerful son, or a young master, from Yanjing or Modu. It turned out to be just the vice president of a mere Tianyun Jewelry Company. You must know that although Tianyun Jewelry Company is a large company with hundreds of billions of dollars, it is a joint stock company. Even the largest shareholder, Lu Ruobing and his daughter, only accounted for more than 30% of the shares of Tianyun Jewelry Company. As for the vice president, this Chu Chen probably only holds more than 20% of the shares. After all, it was only more than 20 billion. And his company is not a joint stock company. The ownership of the company belongs to him alone, and his worth is several times that of this Chu Chen. After knowing Chu Chen's identity, Fang Gaoxian became more confident. Only he is the most suitable for Lu Ruobing. As for this Chu Chen, get out of here. He wanted to take Lu Ruobing away from Chu Chen. Hello. I'm the president of Fang Group, Fang Gaoxian. Fang Gaoxian took the initiative to introduce his identity and wanted to scare Chu Chen. Hello. However, to his surprise, Chu Chen didn't care about his words at all, and only spoke politely. Just ignored? This made Fang Gaoxian even more dissatisfied with Chu Chen. Let's wait and see. I must have left you in the dark. Lu's all face in front of Lu Ruobing. Fang Gaoxian had already figured out how to deal with Chu Chen. Chu Chen was concentrating on punching in at the moment, not paying attention to anything else at all. Ding, arrived at Xingtang Auction House, check in or not, pick the card. Open successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the ownership of Xingtang Auction House and become the only owner here. The sound of the system came. The reward this time is not any shares, but the entire Xingtang Auction House. From now on, the Xingtang Auction House, one of the 5 largest auction houses in the country, belongs to Chu Chen. As Chu Chen became the owner of this place, he added some contact information for the management of the auction house on his mobile phone. Soon, the auction will begin. Chu Chen was not interested in the first 2 items. Until the third item, a set of purple clay teapots, that Chu Chen noticed slightly. 3 million. Chu Chen bid. Not far away, Fang Gaoxian became excited when he noticed that Chu Chen finally made an offer. 5 million. Fang Gaoxian followed closely and spoke without hesitation. Today, he wants to make Chu Chen unable to buy a single thing he likes. Chu Chen said for the second time, 6 million. 8 million. Hearing Fang Gaoxian speaking again, Chu Chen raised his brows, and he understood what Fang Gaoxian was thinking. Want to fight him? A cynical smile appeared on Chu Chen's face, which was fine. 15 million. Chu Chen spoke calmly, and the good show began. 16 million. Fang Gaoxian followed closely. Of course he was not a fool. There are some good collectibles, he doesn't mind buying them at a high price, so that Chu Chen can't buy them. But for some things, he will only drive up the auction price and make Chu Chen bleed. For example, this set of purple clay teapots is worth 3 or 4 million, which is about 5 million. 1,000. Chu Chen was about to speak, but Lu Ruobing next to him couldn't help but stop Chu Chen. To spend more than 10 million, close to 20 million, to buy a set of things worth 3 or 4 million is definitely a huge loss. Look at me. Chu Chen mysteriously said something to Lu Ruobing, and made a direct bid, 17 million. Following Chu Chen's bidding, the rich people shook their heads, one after another. Where is this auction? 1,700 yuan once. 1,700 yuan twice. As the host spoke, he looked at Fang Gaoxian, who was competing with Chu Chen before. But Fang Gaoxian shook his head. It was time to let go. His purpose was achieved. 1,700 yuan. 3 times. Make a deal. As the host's voice fell, Chu Chen got the purple clay tea set. Ha ha ha. A bright smile appeared on Fang Gaoxian's face. Fang Gaoxian was very proud that Chu Chen had more than 10 million extra, and his plan was initially successful. Fight him, boy, you should go home and stay for a few more years. On the other hand, Chu Chen, who spent more than 10 million yuan to buy a set of Zisha teapots, was not only not angry, but very leisurely. Isn't it just an extra 10 million? Trivial. As the saying goes, if you don't give Fang Gaoxian a little sweetness, you will make Fang Gaoxian think that his plan is a success and let him float. In the back, how could Fang Gaoxian take the bait so easily, and how could Chu Chen slaughter him? After a while, Fang Gaoxian won't lose 10 million yuan. Then you do, Chu Chen whispered to Lu Ruobing. Does this really work? Lu Ruobing was a little worried. It's okay. Chu Chen nodded. After all, he secretly sent a message to the general manager of Xingtang Auction House. Seeing that his new boss actually came with an order, the general manager immediately got up and went to execute it. At the auction, Chu Chen bought 2 more things, and spent an extra 20 million. It cost Chu Chen an extra 30 million yuan, which made Fang Gaoxian even more proud and arrogant. He really admired himself more and more. Originally, Fang Gaoxian was a bit blind and arrogant, but now his plan is extremely successful, making Fang Gaoxian even more defiant and airy. Secretly glanced at Fang Gaoxian, who was full of smiles and complacent, and Chu Chen nodded. Very good, the fish has taken the bait and is ready to close the net. In the subsequent auctions, Chu Chen did not participate in any of them until the last 2 finale treasures. The next auction is one of the final treasures of this auction: Yongla blue and white Rui plum vase with dropped shoulders, broken branches, flowers, and fruits. Many people come for it, don't miss it this time. Yongla blue and white Rui plum vase with drooping shoulders, broken branches, flowers, and fruits, starting price of 150 million yuan, and the auction is now open. As the host's voice fell, the finale treasure began to be auctioned. What, 150 million? That's not right, isn't the starting price of this Xiang blue and white Rui plum vase with drooping shoulders, broken branches, flowers and fruits, 75 million yuan? How come it doubled? Many customers commented in surprise and were frightened by the starting price. This Xiang blue and white plum vase is worth more than 100 million yuan. But the starting price is so high now that many people are unsure whether to participate in the auction. At this time a voice came. 160 million. Chu Chen said unquestionably, as if he was bound to win this treasure. 170 million. Chu Chen shot, and the fluttering Fang Gaoxian naturally followed. High price? Very good. This time, he must make Chu Chen bleed and lose hundreds of millions, he. Hearing Fang Gaoxian speak, a mysterious smile flashed across Chu Chen's face. The starting price was suddenly doubled this time, naturally because of Chu Chen. One of the messages he sent to the general manager of the auction house just now was it. In addition to this one, there is one more important one. Chu Chen asked the general manager to buy it from the owner of the two finale treasures at twice the price before the auction started. Since he was going to cheat Fang Gaoxian, the money would naturally fall into his pocket. The main profit of the auction comes from the commission. Generally speaking, the commission is determined according to a few % of the auction price. This time, the two finale treasures were bought by the seller entrusted by the auction house. In addition to this, there is another. That is, the auction house first buys the treasure from the seller in advance, and then auctions it. The risk of the auction, whether it makes or loses, is borne by the auction house. For the sake of insurance, some sellers will choose the second option and sell the treasure to the auction house. Chu Chen asked the general manager to buy it at double the price, and the two sellers immediately agreed when they heard the price. The price is twice as high. It is considered that the auction house is fierce, and I am afraid it is difficult to get such a price. Although the general manager was extremely surprised, he did so. Now, the last two finale items belonged to Chu Chen. Moreover, the starting price has also been doubled, which is similar to the price that Chu Chen bought. 2 billion. Chu Chen opened his mouth. 21 million. Fang Gaoxian spoke freely. He thought that Chu Chen was bound to win, so it didn't matter how much he shouted. Chu Chen spoke again, 28 million. 29 million. As Fang Gaoxian's voice fell, Chu Chen suddenly stopped bidding. 29 million times. 29 million times. 290 million 3 times, the deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for getting the treasure. Chu Chen stopped suddenly, which made Fang Gaoxian come in nervously. Before he could react, the auction had stopped. Fang Gaoxian bought the treasure at a sky-high price of 290 million, which was originally only worth more than 100 million. Looking at the falling auction hammer, Fang Gaoxian was in a bad mood. What? How could this be? Why didn't Chu Chen make a bid? It's not right? Fang Gaoxian's mind was buzzing, his eyes were dull, and he was stunned there. 290 million, 290 million. Just gone? Fang Gaoxian roared in his heart, and it took him a long time to realize that he was trapped by Chu Chen. He cheated Chu Chen 30 million. But Chu Chen pitted him for more than 100 million. Close to 200 million. Do not. On the other side, Chu Chen laughed. He asked the general manager to spend 150 million to buy this Yonla blue and white Rui plum bottle with drooping shoulders, broken branches, flowers and fruits. The final transaction price was 290 million. He netted 140 million, and this was his auction house, without any commissions. Move your mouth, more than 100 million are available. Cool. And isn't the drama over yet? The most exciting thing is coming. Is Chu Chen still waiting for Feng Gaoxian? Only slaughtering more than 100 million yuan is too cheap for Feng Gaoxian. The last finale treasure is ready for auction. The host speaks. Today's last finale auction item is the largest diamond auctioned in China this year, a blue diamond weighing about 16.38 carats. With that said, the rare blue diamond was brought out for display. I'm going, it's beautiful. It's the first time I've seen such a big blue diamond. After seeing this blue diamond, many guests talked and were moved. This 16-carat blue diamond has a starting price of 400 million. As the host's voice fell, the auction began. 400 million? Hearing this, everyone sighed. Originally, they thought the starting price would be around 200 million, but it turned out to be twice as high. If 400 million is shot, I am afraid the profit will be limited. 410 million. A rich man spoke up. 420 million. Another big man in the jewelry industry also participated. He wanted to buy it. Ask top masters to make it, and make it into a brand new piece of art jewelry. 450 million. Suddenly, Lu Ruobing next to Chu Chen shouted. With the appearance of this price, the scene was quiet for a while. Everyone looked over curiously, and when they saw that it was Lu Ruobing, everyone understood. President Lu seems to want to buy it too, and ask the master to make it into a world-class jewelry. For people in this jewelry industry, it has this value, but not for others, and many people give up. Soon, the price of blue diamonds was fired to 500 million. 510 million. Jewelry bosses are reluctant to give up. 520 million. Lu Ruobing gritted her teeth, and seemed to have reached the limit. 530 million. 540 million. Soon, Lu Ruobing's voice was covered up by other people's voices. The price reached 540 million, and at this time, Lu Ruobing gave up. In the end, the price reached 620 million, and everyone stopped talking. Just when the jewelry boss thought he got it, Chu Chen said. 650 million. They didn't know Chu Chen, but when they saw Chu Chen sitting next to Lu Ruobing, they suddenly realized. Except for those who specialize in jewelry, this blue diamond is simply not worth the price. And the young man's bidding was completely trying to please Lu Ruobing. The young people are hot-blooded, and they are angry with the crown, and they understand it. But to be able to out of this price, they served 680 million. The jewelry boss couldn't stand it anymore, and tried it for the last time. 710 million. Chu Chen opened his mouth again, looking like he was dazzled by love. When it reached the sky-high price of 710 million, everyone shook their heads. Young man, he is indeed young and vigorous, without the slightest sense of proportion. After Chu Chen finished speaking, no one was competing, and a smile appeared on Chu Chen's face, looking at Lu Ruobing. 710 million once. 710 million. Twice. Just when the host was about to shout for the third time, a voice came. 750 million. Feng Gaoxian finally spoke. Just now, Chu Chen was trapped by more than 100 million, and it was almost 200 million, which made Fang Gaoxian hate Chu Chen very much. After what happened last time, the last finale auction item was auctioned. Seeing Chu Chen's bid, Fang Gaoxian did not speak directly, but observed it for a while. Watching Chu Chen bid again and again, as well as his expressions. In the end, Fang Gaoxian determined that Chu Chen really wanted to win Lu Ruobing's heart, and rushed to the crown with a rage. After hesitating for a long time, Fang Gaoxian shouted. This time, although he opened his mouth, he only added 40 million. Since Chu Chen has added to 700 million, only 40 million more, Chu Chen will definitely not give up. Although Fang Gaoxian also wanted to cheat Chu Chen for several hundred million, after what happened just now, Fang Gaoxian didn't want to take any risks. To be on the safe side, he called for 750 million. And this time, he decided to call the price once. As long as Chu Chen bids, he won't say it. It's a little bit to cheat Chu Chen, and he's not greedy. However, just when Fang Gaoxian thought he was sure of everything, Chu Chen suddenly stopped talking. 750 million once. 750 million twice. 750 million 3 times, a deal. Seeing the auction hammer falling again, Fang Gaoxian's mentality exploded. Is it over again? Is this the end? Why didn't Chu Chen make a bid? I only shouted once, and only added 40 million. You are willing to pay even 700 million, but are you unwilling to pay 40 million more? Be sick. The host's congratulatory voice exploded in Fang Gaoxian's ears like thunder on the ground. Fang Gaoxian sat there in a daze. Seeing this, Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. The second plan was a success. After the last auction, if Chu Chen still used the previous method, Fang Gaoxian would definitely not be fooled. So in order to make Fang Gaoxian a routine, Chu Chen specially asked Lu Ruobing to play a play with him. In fact, Lu Ruobing was not here for this blue diamond at all, and Lu Ruobing had no interest in this blue diamond at all. Only because Chu Chen spoke, Lu Ruobing did this. With Lu Ruobing's cooperation and Chu Chen's acting like an actor, Fang Gaoxian took the bait again. Chu Chen spent 350 million to buy this blue diamond from the seller. Now, it has been sold to Fang Gaoxian for 750 million yuan, making a net profit of 400 million yuan. In addition to the previous more than 100 million, Chu Chen earned Fang Gaoxian more than 500 million. Just open your mouth, and more than 500 million will be credited, which is cool. Fang Gaoxian is really a good man, eh? Great man. Sitting there, Fang Gaoxian still did not regain his senses. The auction was over, and many guests left. In the noisy voice, Fang Gaoxian woke up. In this auction, he lost 5 or 600 million. Fang Gaoxian was so angry that he even wanted to kill Chu Chen. No, you can't just forget about it. By the way, just now Lu Ruobing seemed to like this blue diamond very much. Then give it to Lu Ruobing, maybe it will win Lu Ruobing's heart. He couldn't help thinking of Lu Ruobing's participation in the auction before. He was willing to gamble. 5 or 600 million has already been lost, and it doesn't matter if you lose any more. What's more, what if the bet won? That person Lu Ruobing, plus more than 30% of Tianyun Jewelry Company's shares, are all his. Thinking about it, Fang Gaoxian came over and said very gentlemanly, Miss Lu, diamonds should match. Beautiful women. I am willing to give this diamond to you. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing just wanted to refuse. Chu Chen said, Mr. Lu, everyone has a heart, so just accept it. After that, when you go to the company, hire someone to design it, and the money you sell will bring a lot of benefits to the company? Hearing this, Fang Gaoxian was taken aback. Yes, this Chu Chen is also a shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Company. If this diamond is sold in the future, wouldn't Chu Chen also get a lot of money? You actually gave tens of millions to your rival in vain? Fang Gaoxian felt very uncomfortable. Although he had lost several hundred million just now, it didn't fall into Chu Chen's pocket. But this blue diamond is different. Fang Gaoxian wanted to slap himself. Boss, this is the transaction details of today's auction, please take a look. At this moment, the manager of Xingtang auction house came over, took a document, and said respectfully to Chu Chen. Fang Gaoxian knew the manager. Boss, what? Boss? Hearing what the auction house manager called Chu Chen, Fang Gaoxian was dumbfounded. Are you the boss here? Fang Gaoxian pointed at Chu Chen tremblingly and asked. Yup. Chu Chen nodded. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What did you say? Fang Gaoxian was roaring in his heart, breathing fire, his face was white with anger. If it wasn't for his image, Fang Gaoxian could not wait to punch Chu Chen at this moment. Uncles, your uncles. I was lucky just now, thinking that the hundreds of millions that I lost didn't fall into Chu Chen's hands, and that Chu Chen didn't make any money. As a result, now, Chu Chen is the boss of the Xingtang auction house, and everyone can get a commission for every auction money. No, don't tell me. The antiques, artworks, and so on just auctioned are all yours, right? Suddenly thinking of something, Fang Gaoxian asked nervously. This auction, the only thing that gave him a little solace, was that he had cheated Chu Chen 30 million. Before. This amount of money should be similar to the commission earned by Chu Chen. Only thinking like this, he can still slow down a little bit. These auction items must not be all Chu Chen's, otherwise he will have no last consolation. No. Hearing no, Fang Gaoxian exhaled slowly. The others are not, only the last two auction items are mine. Chu Chen replied seriously. Only the last two auction items are yours? So, the last two finale treasures are yours? In other words, the two things that cost you hundreds of millions are yours. The hundreds of millions that he lost all fell into Chu Chen's pocket. Cough cough cough. Covering his chest, Fang Gaoxian felt that his heart was broken, shattered. More than 5 billion. More than 500 million of his own fell into the hands of his rival. The more he thought about it, the more Fang Gaoxian collapsed. At this moment, a lyric suddenly appeared in his mind. I know the truth, my tears fall. Taking the document from the manager, Chu Chen looked at it. Boss, this auction has made history. Whether it is the total transaction price or the highest transaction price of the auction, it has broken the previous record of our company. And I'm afraid this year, or even in recent years, has the highest transaction price among all auctions in China. The other auction houses will definitely envy us, the manager said with great emotion. Before, he was very worried that the boss spent so much money to buy two finale treasures, and the chance of losing more than 80% to 90%. As a result, now, these two things alone have made 500 or 600 million. At this moment, he really admired the boss so much. As expected of their new boss, awesome. Listening to the manager's report, Chu Chen nodded, thanks to our President Fang. Without President Fang, we would not have achieved anything. Chu Chen said with emotion. Fang is always a good person. Puff. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Fang Gaoxian, who was in a state of grief, almost spat out an old blood. He felt that he was stabbed by Chu Chen again in his heart. And right in the middle. Brother, stop talking, okay? Let's go. After saying something to Lu Ruobing, Chu Chen was about to leave. Of course, before leaving, Chu Chen did not forget to take the blue diamond from Fang Gaoxuan's hand. I thank President Fang for president. Lu. After saying a word, Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing left gracefully. Puff. Puff. Seeing the disappearance of Chu Chen and Lu Ruobing, Fang Gaoxian felt that his heart was stabbed twice by Chu Chen. Some of the blue diamonds that he had worked so hard to auction became Chu Chen's. He failed the bet, and Lu Ruobing was still very indifferent to him. In this way, he spent 750 million yuan for the blue diamond auction, and he lost 140 million yuan for the Yonla blue and white Rui plum bottle with broken branches and flower and fruit patterns. Adding up, he lost nearly 900 million. 9 billion. Fang Gaoxian felt that his heart was bleeding. Moreover, Chu Chen's words just now seemed to have stabbed a knife into his heart. Why do you want to thank me for president? Lu? What do you mean? Fang Gaoxian felt that not only was his head green, but his whole body was green. Wow. The next second, Fang Gaoxian cried, aggrieved like a 200-pound child. In the car, Lu Ruobing said to Chu Chen in surprise, you are actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Xingtang Auction House? Yes, what's wrong? Why didn't you say it earlier? Lu Ruobing said regretfully. Ah? Chu Chen was a little puzzled. If I knew you were the boss here, I would have called the price a few more times. Lu Ruobing replied regretfully. It's okay. Chu Chen laughed loudly, and then took out the 2 delicate brocade boxes that the manager handed him before leaving. Thank you for today's affairs. Doubtfully, he took the brocade box from Chu Chen's hand, and when he opened it, Lu Ruobing was shocked. I thought they temporarily cancelled the auction? Lu Ruobing said in surprise, very excited. In the 2 brocade boxes, there are 2 exquisite jewelry. Originally, Lu Ruobing came for them, but at the auction, they did not appear, which disappointed Lu Ruobing. I didn't expect to see them now. Send it to you, don't refuse. Chu Chen said. Today, Lu Ruobing helped him and made him a net profit of several hundred million, so Chu Chen naturally wanted to express it. Knowing Lu Ruobing's intention, just in case, Chu Chen sent a message to the general manager of the auction house, asking him to buy the 2 finale auction items in advance, as well as these 2 jewels. These 2 pieces only cost less than 10 million. Very cheap. Okay, thank you. To Chu Chen, this was really nothing, so Lu Ruobing accepted it happily. After all, this is the first time that Chu Chen has given her a present? And this shows that the relationship between the 2 has gone a step further, so they can be considered good friends. In the end, the blue diamond was brought to the company by Lu Ruobing, ready to invite top masters to design it, make it into a world-class jewelry, and come to the treasure of the company of Tianyun Jewelry Company. The next day, Jiang Feilong's father, Jiang Hua, chairman of Tingji Group, invited Chu Chen to drink tea. In the Yan family compound, Jiang Hua was very polite, and Chu Chen agreed. In the afternoon, Chu Chen came to the tea house agreed with Jiang Hua. Although this tea house is not the top one, it is one of the oldest tea houses in Hangzhou. The scenery outside is very good and the environment is quiet. It is Jiang Hua's favorite place. Because there are no private rooms here, Jiang Hua and Chu Chen sat down in front of the window on the second floor, drinking tea and talking. However, not long after Jiang Hua and Chu Chen sat down, the rare tranquility was broken. Oh oh oh. I'm Superman, little Superman, fly, fly. An 8 or 9-year-old boy came up with his mother. As soon as he got up, the boy did not sit down directly, but ran around and shouted in the tea house. He was a real bear boy. Moreover, his mother looked at her son with a connivance and doting look, smiling at her son, without any intention to discipline the child. The tranquility of drinking tea was broken, and many guests, including Chu Chen and Jiang Hua, were very dissatisfied. Whose child is it, don't you care? Don't let him run around and shout, this is a tea house and needs to be quiet. Children's education is very important. This is a public place, so it's not good. Some guests in the tea house opened their mouths. He's still just a child, what do you ask for so much? Faced with so many accusations, the child's mother sneered and responded meanly, not taking it seriously at all. At this moment, the bear boy who was running around on the second floor of the tea house just touched the tea table of Chu Chen and Jiang Hua with his arm. The tea on the tea table spilled a lot. It hurts. The bear child rubbed his arms, extremely angry. In order to vent his anger, the bear boy took the initiative to kick the tea table of Chu Chen and Jiang Hua. Bang! This time, the teacup on the tea table was really poured. Tea spilled over the table. Seeing this, Jiang Hua was first angry. He finally invited Mr. Chu out for tea. He chose a quiet environment and originally wanted to chat. The result is now ruined by a bear child. Jiang Hua is not a stingy person either. If you touch the table by yourself, it is too much to be kicked by someone sitting here. Bear child, you still have to take care of it, otherwise, who knows how lawless it will be in the future. Just when Jiang Hua was about to educate the bear child's mother, the mean woman suddenly rushed over. Xiaohao, what's the matter, does it hurt? The mean woman asked dotingly. She was no longer indifferent now. How did you do it? The next second, the mean woman angrily rebuked Chu Chen and Jiang Hua, looking unreasonable. Ha ha. Jiang Hua sneered and replied, it's obviously your child who kicked our tea table. We haven't said anything yet you are scolding us here? The mean woman looked like a shrew, pointing at Chu Chen and Jiang Hua Sapo. I don't care, you hurt my child. It's your fault. I really don't know how people are like this now. A young man, an old man, has the same knowledge as a child. Mean women are very contemptuous. Hearing this, Chu Chen and Jiang Hua were helpless. It was obviously your child looking for something. We didn't say anything or do anything. You took the initiative to come and pick something up. Now it's our fault. Child, what happened to the child? The bear child should be disciplined. And what makes Jiang Hua most angry is that this woman actually calls him old man. Originally in his 50s, he was about to step into the ranks of the elderly. Jiang Hua is particularly sensitive to his age. As a big boss, Jiang Hua is naturally reluctant to admit that he is old and can't do it. Why are you so unreasonable? Your bear child is too much. You are not welcome here, let's go. Many guests couldn't stand it any longer, and they All stood up and scolded the mean woman. You being reprimanded by so many guests, the mean woman felt a little guilty. You know who my husband is. That's Mercedes-Benz, the general manager of Hangzhou sales, and he knows some big people. You dare to say me, be careful. The mean woman took out her husband to scare everyone. The general manager of Mercedes-Benz Hangzhou sales, this is indeed a figure. Hearing this, many guests stopped talking. Xiaohao, let's go. We don't know these people in general. The mean woman said, you too, be careful in the future. The provinces. Retribution. Finally, the mean woman said something to Chu Chen and Jiang Hua, turned around and took the bear child downstairs. Hearing this, Chu Chen and Jiang Hua were both angry. In today's society, everyone has it. I don't want to get to know this mean woman in general, but in Jiang Hua's heart, he has already hit the general sales manager of Mercedes-Benz Hangzhou with a big X. You must know that Jiang Hua is a big boss in the auto industry. 1/3 of the entire Hangzhou auto industry and Auto City are owned by him. Don't talk about the sales manager of Mercedes-Benz, even the sales manager of Bentley and Rolls-Royce, when they see Jiang Hua, they must be respectful. Because of Jiang Hua's words, it is very likely that their careers will come to an end. Now, I'm drinking tea with Chu Chen here. Jiang Hua is not good. Once he leaves, he will call and the Mercedes-Benz sales manager will get out. Soon, the waiter came up and helped the two clean up. Downstairs, the mean woman and the bear child were about to go out, and a man in his 30s just walked in. Why? Are you only here now? After seeing the man, the mean woman spoke. This man is her husband, the Mercedes-Benz sales manager. It's late, let's go. The mean woman pulled the bear child and wanted to leave, but was stopped by her husband. Don't go yet, I saw a big man's car outside just now. The man was very excited. Such a big man, he usually never wanted to see him. I didn't expect to meet you today. He must seize the opportunity to say hello to the big man and try to make a good impression. Big man? Hearing this, the mean woman also became serious. Let's go say hello and try to get to know the big man. The mean woman took the initiative to speak. Right. Looking around on the first floor, the man did not see the big man. Let's go to the second floor and have a look. With that said, the man walked up to the second floor with the mean woman and the bear child. As soon as he came up, the man noticed Jiang Hua sitting by the window. The big man is indeed here. Walk. The man pulled the mean woman and the bear child towards Jiang Hua respectfully. On the second floor, seeing the mean woman and the bear child actually came back, many guests showed dissatisfied expressions on their faces. Seeing the direction her husband was pulling her, the mean woman's expression changed. No way. The big man the husband said was the young man, or the old man? An ominous premonition rose in the mean woman's heart. Mr. Jiang, hello, I'm Mercedes-Benz, the sales general manager of Hangzhou, Yan Kaiyu. In front of Jiang Hua, the man gave a polite introduction. He didn't notice the wife next to him at all, and his face became ugly. Oh? Both Chu Chen and Jiang Hua looked at the man. Mr. Yan's name, Jiang, is like thunder. Jiang Hua replied coldly. Does a big man like President Jiang know me too? Yan Kaiyu was very excited in his heart. He didn't expect such a big man to know himself. It was a great honor. Wrong? Suddenly, Yan Kaiyu recalled the tone of Jiang Hua's speech just now. Not right, absolutely not right. In an instant, Yan Kaiyu became uneasy. Something must have happened. Respected madam just now, but Mr. Nyan scared us. All again. I'm so scared. Jiang Hua spoke lightly. Yan Kaiyu's face suddenly turned pale, and he became extremely nervous. What? Yan Kaiyu was stunned. This stupid woman usually bullies ordinary people, but today she dares to scare Jiang Hua. Who is Jiang Hua, the chairman of Tingji Group, the real boss? He could be half dead with just a single breath. You actually went to scare him, and still take my identity? It's like borrowing the rabbit's name to warn the tiger to be careful. You are so afraid that you are not crazy. In an instant, Yan Kaiyu's heart was half cold. Did you frighten President Jiang just now? Yan Kaiyu angrily scolded his wife. He was really mad. Originally, he still hoped to leave a good impression on Jiang Hua. No, listen to me. The mean woman was also trembling, frightened, and wanted to quibble. That's right, she scared us just now. And when she was leaving, she also warned the two of them to pay attention to avoid retribution later. I heard that too. And I can testify. Without waiting for the mean woman to speak, other guests in the tea house came forward to testify. Let you just scare us, now see what you do. Let Jiang Hua and Jiang Hua's friends pay attention. The province's retribution? Hearing this, Yan Kaiyu almost fainted from fright. Awesome, you are awesome. You pointing at his wife, Yan Kaiyu was so angry that he was speechless. I don't know their identities either. The mean woman lowered her head. Oh. When Yan Kaiyu and the two were quarreling, the bear child had already run away. And at the moment he was still roaring and dancing in the tea house. You'd better take care of your children. Finally, a guest stood up and told Yan Kaiyu what happened before. The more he listened, the more angry Yan Kaiyu became. It was this little bastard. Because of his work, he had little time at home, so he let his wife take care of the children, but the wife spoiled the children too much. Although he was only 8 or 9 years old, he was already lawless. Not long ago, the bear boy scribbled and doodled on several cars in the community with stones, and he lost tens of thousands of dollars. It turned out to be the same today. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Yan Kaiyu directly grabbed the bear child, put it on the table, and spanked his ass. Make you naughty. Let you do things at a young age. Yan Kaiyu was really angry when he taught his children. Children have been spoiled since childhood. When they grow up, who knows what they will become and what disasters will happen? Let's educate them now. If it were any other time, and everyone saw someone hitting a child, they would definitely stand up and stop it immediately. But now, looking at Yan Kaiyu's approach, they applauded instead. Bear children must be educated. After 5 or 6 hits, Yan Kaiyu put down the bear child. What are you doing? The mean woman asked Yan Kaiyu. Whatever you do, it's all because of you're doting. That's what made the child like this. Yan Kaiyu angrily scolded his wife. Snapped. He slapped his wife directly. I've had enough. If you don't change in the future, we'll divorce. In the end, Yan Kaiyu apologized to Chu Chen and Jiang Hua again and again. After apologizing, Yan Kaiyu took his wife and children away and went home to educate. Chu Chen and Jiang Hua were drinking tea, and a big boss came to Jiang Hua halfway. Lao Luo? After seeing the people who came, Jiang Hua enthusiastically introduced Chu Chen. "Brother Chu, let me introduce you. This is the boss of our Hangzhou media industry, Lao Luo, Luo Yongning. In the Hangzhou media industry, if Lao Luo is the second, then no one dares to be the first." Chu Chen and Luo Yongning got to know each other. The three sat down to drink tea. Rand Hospital is a famous private hospital in Hangzhou. Chu Chen's uncle is the attending physician here. Today, Uncle Chu Chen stayed in the office, distracted, and his clothes were full of scratches. There was a commotion outside. After a long time, it was quiet. Click. The office door opened. And a middle-aged doctor walked in. Temporarily stopped. The middle-aged doctor sighed helplessly. "Old Chu, this time you are in danger. You meet such a group of unreasonable family members." Hearing this, Uncle Chu Chen became more and more angry. The operation was very successful. I told several of their family members many times that after the operation is completed, they will be hospitalized for observation for a period of time. But these people just don't listen. As a result, the old man is now critically ill, but they come to make trouble unreasonably. It was the family members of Uncle Chu Chen's patient who were making trouble outside just now. Before, the uncle performed the operation for the old man. It took a lot of time and energy, and the operation was very successful. He specifically told the family members of the elderly to stay in the hospital for a period of time after the operation to observe the situation. But in order to save money, the family members were forcibly discharged from the hospital regardless of the elderly's condition. As a result, yesterday, the old man's condition deteriorated and he came to the hospital again, where he was given a critical illness notice. This time, the family members went crazy and came to trouble Uncle Chu Chen one after another. If someone hadn't stopped him just now, Uncle Chu Chen might have been beaten by someone. The family members put all the reasons why the old man was in critical condition to Uncle Chu Chen. It is said that because the operation was unsuccessful, the elderly were in critical condition. Not only that, they also threatened Uncle Chu Chen. If the compensation fee of 1 million yuan is not paid, they will take Uncle Chu Chen to court. Came here once the day before yesterday and again today. Things got bigger and bigger. "Chu Sen, come to my office." The phone on the table rang. Uncle Chu Chen answered the phone, and came the words of Vice President Chen. "It is good." A few minutes later, in the office, Uncle Chu Chen was surprised when he heard the words of the vice president. "What, to fire me?" Uncle Chu Chen was very angry, and because of the blackmail of these family members, he was going to be fired. You know, he has worked hard for the hospital for more than 10 years. "Chu Sen, you must know that the reputation of our private hospital is the most important. You're getting old too." Vice President Chen's voice was cold and ruthless. For the reputation of the hospital, Vice President Tian decided to fire Uncle Chu Chen. In terms of the reputation of the hospital and future interests, firing a doctor is nothing. You must know that the old dean is old, and he is the most promising person to become the new dean. In order to avoid major incidents in the hospital during this period, and also for his smooth promotion to the new director, Vice President Chen decided to abandon Uncle Chu Chen and expelled him to suppress this matter. Isn't he just a little doctor without power? What about dismissal? What about bullying? In the end, Vice President Chen issued an order to evict guests, and in desperation, Uncle Chu Chen had to leave sadly. A man came home and had a drink. At home, the aunt and Chu Danyun were furious when they found out about this. How can this be so? Even if the hospital didn't help, he actually fired his father. It's abominable. But their family didn't have power either, so they could only swallow their anger. At this moment, Chu Danyun suddenly thought of his cousin, Chu Chen. Chu Danyun knew that Chu Chen was not the same as before, and that night, several people who looked like sons and brothers kept courting Chu Chen, which made Chu Danyun feel that his cousin was becoming more and more unfathomable. They don't know any big people, and now they have no choice but to look for Chu Chen. Chu Danyun was extremely afraid that the kind-hearted father would become depressed or change something. It was very late today, and Chu Danyun decided to find Chu Chen again tomorrow. The next morning, Chu Danyun called Chu Chen. After learning about what happened, Chu Chen was also very angry, too deceiving. Just because there is no background, in order to preserve the so-called reputation, it is necessary to be a scapegoat. The uncle worked hard for 10 or 20 years, and was just fired? This Vice President Chen is too much. Give it to me. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen thought for a while, and then called Jiang Hua. In Hangzhou, Jiang Hua, the landowner, has the widest connections. Rand Hospital? After hearing Chu Chen's words, Jiang Hua said, I know the chairman of Xingda Medical Group. Leave this to me. Jiang Hua patted his chest and assured. Xingda Medical Group is well known in Hangzhou and even in the south. It is a large medical group. The Rand Hospital, where Uncle Chu Chen worked before, was a private hospital under the Xingda Medical Group. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Brother Chu, you're welcome. 5 minutes later, Jiang Hua called Chu Chen and said everything was done. Not long after, the chairman of Xingda Medical Group personally called and got acquainted with Chu Chen. Such a young billionaire, naturally many people are willing to make friends. After driving to the uncle's house, he picked up his uncle and cousin Chu Danyun, and Chu Chen went straight to Rand Hospital. Xiang, are you really going? The uncle asked. He was afraid of causing trouble to Chu Chen. Vice President Chen is the first vice president of their Rand Hospital. If nothing else, he will also be the next president. His status is not simple. Uncle, we're here to seek justice, we take care of it, it's not us who should be afraid. Chu Chen replied. 20 minutes later, Chu Chen and his party came to Rand Hospital. At this moment, in a conference room of Rand Hospital, Vice President Chen Tian, and several hospital executives were discussing with the family members. Chu Chen is a doctor who has no medical ethics and no conscience. Tian said righteously, with a heartbroken look. At this critical moment, he wanted to resolve this matter quickly to save the trouble. Anyway, Chu Chen was fired, so Tian put all the blame on him. In order to apologize, our hospital will waive all medical expenses for the elderly and compensate 200,000 yuan. Tian wants to use money, so let's end it quickly. That Chu Chen is a bastard. What about medical ethics? Is he worthy of being a doctor? He's a scumbag. After hearing the 200,000 yuan, several family members had light in their eyes, but they still pretended to be sad. To put it bluntly, they all know that the elderly are getting sicker because of their faults, but so what? This is a good opportunity. They can take this opportunity to blackmail a large sum of money from the doctor, Chu Chen, and the hospital. As for the death of the old man, it doesn't matter. Anyway, they are already critically ill, and they will die sooner or later. It is best to die later, so that they are blackmailing more money. Maybe they can get rich overnight? Vice President Chen, we are willing to stop for a while. But after a while, we will sue Chu Chen to court. If we don't come up with 3 million, this matter will not be over. When the time comes, I hope Vice President Chen will come forward and correct Chu Chen, a doctor who has no medical ethics. No problem. Tian promised that things would be casual after that, as long as this period of time passed smoothly and he was promoted smoothly. In the future, it would be a big deal to help them swindle Chu Chen for a sum of money. Anyway, Chu Chen is a little person with no background. At that time, Chu Chen could only smash his teeth and swallow in his stomach. Then many thanks to Vice President Chen. These people reached an agreement. Chu Chen's uncle Chu Chen became the victim, and he may end up losing 3 million. But Chu Chen is no longer a doctor at Rand Hospital, and Tian doesn't care how much he pays. After the talk, the family members left, leaving only Tian and several senior officials of the hospital in the conference room. Just as they were about to leave, Chu Chen came in. Chu Chen? After seeing Chu Chen, several people in the conference room were taken aback. After all, they just betrayed Chu Chen and pushed it out as a shield. When they suddenly saw Chu Chen, they felt a little guilty. Chu Chen, who asked you to come? Tian opened his mouth instantly and scolded, you are no longer the doctor here, leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll have someone drive you out. Sit. Chu Chen didn't take Tian's words to heart at all, and let the two of them sit down. Chu Chen sat on the seat opposite Tian. What you just said was right. Chu Chen said lightly, but it's not us who should be kicked out. Not you? Several people are very puzzled, do not understand what Chu Chen means. It's not you, is it still us? Funny. Tian shook their heads and sneered, not taking Chu Chen's words seriously at all. A young man's gibberish. You betrayed a doctor. Like this, won't your conscience hurt? Chu Chen asked Tian back. Conscience? Tian laughed in his heart. Conscience? What is that? Can it be used for money? Can it become a right? What's the use of having a conscience? Do you think you're going to scare me? If you don't leave, I'm going to contact the security and kick you out. Just when Tian took out his mobile phone and was about to make a call, the door of the conference room was suddenly opened. The old dean walked in with the high-level officials of the hospitals. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Cough, I'm going to retire. Today, a new confession was sent from above, the next director of Rand Hospital. In front of everyone, the old dean opened his mouth. So fast? Tian raised his brows, excited. It's almost time, he can't wait. It is naturally a good thing to become the dean. Sooner. With a proud smile on Tian's face, he held his head high, waiting for the moment when he became the dean. Several confidants of Tian also cast congratulatory glances. At the scene, only Chu Chen sat there. Leisurely, and everything was under control. Holding a document, the old dean said, next, I announce that Jingda Medical Group has appointed Mr. Chu Chen as the new president of Rand Hospital. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Chu Chen? The new dean is Chu Chen? How come? Shouldn't it be Tian? How did you become Chu Chen? Old dean, what did you say? Tian asked. Are you sure you read it correctly? The dean's name is not Tian, but Chu Chen? You know, as the first deputy dean, becoming the next dean is almost a certainty. Moreover, he also has a good relationship with the deputy general manager of Xiang Medical Group. The deputy general manager has promised him that the position of dean belongs to him. Why has it become Chu Chen now? The old dean must have misunderstood it. Yes, it must be so. Tian decided in his heart and comforted himself. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. The old dean spoke coldly. The old dean also disliked Tian. But because of the relationship with the deputy general manager of the group, he was helpless. Unexpectedly, the appointment suddenly came today, and the dean was actually Chu Chen, which made the old dean very happy. Chu Chen is a good doctor with due diligence. He believes that Chu Chen will lead the hospital to a better development. It is the duty of a doctor to help the world and save people. Looking at the appointment letter handed over by the old dean, Tian suddenly took it and his eyes widened. Chu Chen. The appointment letter does indeed say Chu Senior. No, it's impossible. Tian could not accept this fact. For the position of dean, he paid countless time and money. The position that he had been dreaming of for more than 20 years, he was about to get it. Now he tells him that the new dean is not him, but Chu Senior. Fake, this must be fake. Tian spoke confidently. After all, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed the number of the deputy general manager of Xiang Medical Group. Vice President Wang, is the appointment letter really true? Tian said nervously. Isn't it? Okay, is the dean me? Hey. The deputy general manager sighed. I can't help it either. The appointment was made by the chairman himself, and I have no right to interfere. And now I'm not a deputy general manager. I've been demoted to become a deputy director. Click. Hearing the words of the deputy general manager, Tian was stunned. The phone slipped from his hand and was transferred to the ground. In addition to the appointment letter, Tian. Yuan Yingkai, you have already been brought to the court by the group for the crime of embezzlement. Wait for the court subpoena. Finally, the old dean added. What? A thud. Tian didn't stand still and fell to the ground in fright. Not only did he not become the dean, he was instead accused, and he was sued by the group. Ruined. He was very clear about what he had done in the past few years as the vice president, and how much he had greed. Once accused, he is more fortunate than fortune. Do not. Several confidants of Tian also screamed, as if they saw a tragic future. I said, you should be kicked out. A faint voice came. Tian suddenly looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen has no background, how can he become the dean? Absolutely because of him. Who are you? Tian roared. At this moment he was extremely frightened, in his eyes. Chu Chen was the devil. It is terrifying that the chairman of Xiang Medical Group can personally announce the appointment. Who I am? I am a good person. Chu Chen opened his mouth. How can such a person with no conscience and no medical ethics be worthy of being the director and managing a huge hospital? Tian doesn't deserve to be here. Suddenly being appointed as the dean, the uncle was also very surprised and did not come back to his senses. Just when Chu Chen was about to speak, there was another commotion outside. Let's go in and interview. You can't do that. Let's go in. Interview, there is a reporter coming? Finally, the old dean opened the conference room door. "Excuse me, what do you think, Dr. Chu Chen's life-threatening situation? As a doctor who has no medical ethics, how can he work in Rand Hospital for so long? Please give an explanation to the public." As soon as they came up, the male reporter stood on the moral commanding heights and questioned the old dean. The faces of the old dean, Chu Chen, and the others changed slightly. Why is this male reporter speaking so ugly? It turned out that while those family members were talking to Tian, another family member outside quietly contacted the media for money. What? The male reporter suddenly noticed Uncle Chu Chen in the conference room, and was immediately excited. "Isn't that Chu Chen? That scumbag doctor? Excuse me, Mr. Chu Chen, why do you have the face to stand here?" The male reporter questioned Uncle Chu Chen. Beside, two cameramen kept taking pictures of Chu Senator. They come from a media company and usually rely on some fake news to gain attention. Sometimes, in order to create heat and attract audiences, they do not hesitate to confuse black and white and deliberately conceal the truth of the matter. Anyway, even if the truth is finally announced, they only need to come forward and apologize. As for the cyber violence against innocent people after publishing news online, they don't care? After receiving this news, the male reporter rushed over immediately. The unscrupulous doctor wastes life. Why do unscrupulous doctors work in the hospital for 20 years, and what is hidden in it? These two titles will definitely attract a lot of people's attention. As for the truth of the matter, does he not care? On the way here, he has already written most of the news, standing on the commanding heights of morality and scolding Uncle Chu Chen. In order to attract the audience, he even found some hateful incidents from other news over the years, and arranged them all on Uncle Chu Chen, making Uncle Chu Chen even more hateful. He thought that as soon as this news came out, it would definitely arouse the anger of many internet enthusiasts and internet trolls. In this way, the popularity of the news will surely rise. Correct this gentleman. Chu Chen didn't care about human life, and he didn't take any responsibility for this incident. We will confirm it later. And, now, Chu Chen has been appointed as the director of the hospital. The old dean opened his mouth. Chu Chen actually became the dean? The onlookers outside were very surprised. Dean? The male reporter was even more excited. Great! That is really good. The doctor who took his life not only was not punished, but was promoted to the dean. What is the relationship behind him? It's so terrifying. How can this society become black and white? This news is definitely more exciting and more eye-catching. Excuse me, why does a doctor with no medical ethics, like Chu Chen, become the dean? Today, Rand Hospital must give the public an explanation. The male reporter opened his mouth with righteous indignation. Most of the old dean's words were directly ignored by him. Which company are you a reporter for? Chu Chen stood up, and was extremely disgusted by such scumbag reporters and unscrupulous media. Are you threatening me? The male reporter sneered. There seems to be one more piece of news. Rand Hospital staff threatened reporters. Not bad. This news is good. Of course not. Chu Chen said. Hearing this, the male reporter sneered. He had already guessed what Chu Chen would say. However, Chu Chen's next sentence made the male reporter's face turn ashen. Let me threaten, you are not qualified enough. Is this despising yourself? Although he is not A big man and has no background, he is a journalist. In today's society, people's words are terrifying, and cyber violence is even more terrifying. Great, you say so. I will definitely let you leave a strong mark in Chuchen's news. It doesn't matter if I tell you, I'm from Tian Media Company. The male reporter said confidently. He is not afraid that Chu Chen will report his fake news to their company, because their entire company started out with fake news to gain eyeballs. If you don't get some fake news, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in their company. You make fake news, aren't you afraid of exposure? Chu Chen asked. Fake news, what fake news? The male reporter looked like he was righteous. Their boss has a huge network, otherwise, Tian Media may not survive. Now, you ask the patient's family, is this fake news? The male reporter pointed to several family members of the patients and said, it is because of this unethical doctor, Chu Chen, that the old man is in critical condition. Pointing at Uncle Chu Chen, the male reporter spoke confidently. I hope you'll be so confident for a while. Chu Chen replied lightly. Not long after Chu Chen's words fell, another large group of reporters came. This included reporters from many large media companies, as well as reporters from many TV stations, and even reporters from provincial TV stations. May I ask you to say that the old man was seriously ill because of Mr. Chu Chen's operation? Do you have any evidence? Hello, this Tian Media colleague, why did you say that Dr. Chu Chen wasted life as soon as you came up? What do you know, or do you have any evidence? As soon as they came up, these reporters asked the family members of the patients and the male reporters of Tian Media. In the conference room. Just now, Chu Chen heard that a reporter was coming, so he sent a message to Luo Yongning, the boss of the Hangzhou media industry, whom he had known over tea, and asked him to help. Sure enough, brother Luo was very fast. In less than 10 minutes, so many reporters came. Don't they want reporters to expose Uncle? Well, then he will invite more reporters to come and expose it well. Faced with questions from many reporters, neither the family members of the patients nor the male reporters knew how to answer them. They really have no evidence. They could only insist that it was because of Uncle Chu Chen that the old man was seriously ill. Dean. The old man wakes up. At this time, a little nurse ran over and said very excitedly. Yesterday, they performed an operation on the old man and even issued a critical illness notice. I just didn't expect the old man to survive and wake up today. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and came to the spirit. Perhaps let the old man say it himself, the best proof. Chu Chen's eyes also lit up. The old man woke up. That was really nice. Originally, he also wanted the hospital to issue an examination certificate to determine that the elderly's condition was not aggravated because of the uncle. Now that the old man is awake, he doesn't have to be so troublesome. Come on, let's go to the ward. Interview the old man. Soon, everyone went to the ward. Rebel, you. Rebels. Seeing several family members, the old man spoke very weakly. Before I came, I said that it's not Dr. Chu's fault. Dr. Chu is a good person. I didn't expect you to blackmail Dr. Chu for money. Where's your conscience? Before coming to the hospital, the old man had warned a few children. She never expected that these children would sell their conscience for money during the few days when she was in a coma. Dr. Chu, I'm sorry for you. The old man spoke, still very weak. Old man, don't talk about it, have a good rest. Chu Chen stepped forward and asked the old man to pay attention to rest. Having said so much, the old man is already quite exhausted. Several family members knelt on the ground instantly, apologized repeatedly, and kept begging for mercy. They were scared. To be honest, they really didn't expect the old mother to wake up. Is that so? It's actually a few family members who blackmailed the doctor. Reporter from Tian Media, what do you say? You made a promise. Just now, what about now? Where's your evidence? All the reporters asked questions to the male reporters of Tian Media. The male reporter was instantly speechless and fled in a hurry. The TV station took the initiative to prove to Uncle Chu Chen. On the same day, many TV stations exposed Tian Media, an unscrupulous media company. The next day, Tian Media was closed down and all the staff were taken away. And the family members of several patients who blackmailed Uncle Chu Chen are already at the police station. Nothing else happened for a few days, so Chu Chen went to Tianyun Jewelry Company to take a look. He was a little curious about what happened to the blue diamond. Although the blue diamond is not worth more than 700 million, it is also worth between 300 million and 400 million. Not to mention domestically, even internationally, such a large blue diamond is rare. If it can be made into a world-class piece of jewelry, it can definitely bring huge potential benefits to the company. At that time, Tianyun Jewelry Company, Limited will not only become famous at home, but also increase its market value. It will also create a reputation internationally, which will help Tianyun Jewelry Company, Limited, develop foreign markets. After all, as the second largest shareholder of Tianyun Jewelry Company, Chu Chen is still more concerned about it. However, when Chu Chen came to Tianyun Jewelry Company, he found that Lu Ruobing was a little depressed, not as excited as he imagined. Should not be After seeing Chu Chen, Lu Ruobing told Chu Chen what had happened in the past few days. It was rumored that Tianyun Jewelry Company had obtained a huge blue diamond. Several companies competing with Tianyun Jewelry are naturally unwilling to let Lu Ruobing make the blue diamond into a world-class jewelry. So they joined forces to win over many top jewelry design masters in China. For a time, Tianyun Jewelry Company could not find a designer. Without a designer, the value of blue diamonds would be greatly reduced. The fifth is more, and it will continue to erupt tomorrow. Because of this incident, Lu Ruobing has been having trouble sleeping in recent days. As one of the top 10 jewelry companies in the country, Tianyun Jewelry Company, Limited, its competitors are naturally very terrifying. In the past few days, Lu Ruobing has also tried to contact the top jewelry designers who had worked with her before, but the result was no exception, and all of them rejected her. Mr. Lu, Vice President of Yifeng Jewelry Group, Mr. Kong Lianzi, is here. An employee comes in and reports to. Why is he here? Lu Ruobing was very surprised. Yifeng Jewelry Group is one of several jewelry companies targeting us, and it is also one of the top 10 jewelry companies in the country. Lu Ruobing explained to Chu Chen. If you have to compare, the total assets of Yifeng Jewelry Group are more than Tianyun Jewelry. At this critical moment, as the vice president of Yifeng Jewelry Group, how did Kong Lianzi come? Invite him to the conference room. A few minutes later, Chu Chen, Lu Ruobing and Kong Lianzi met. Mr. Lu, today I am here on behalf of our president, Mr. Wei Jingyao. After sitting down, Kong Lianzi got straight to the point. Faced with threats from several major companies, does President Lu want to solve such a dangerous situation? Kong Lianzi said if he had something to say. I don't know what President Kong means. It's very simple. Our group is willing to help Tianyun Jewelry, but there are several conditions. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Chu Chen understood. Yifeng Jewelry Group wanted to betray that alliance and took the opportunity to make conditions to Tianyun Jewelry. We can help Tianyun Jewelry find a suitable designer, but there are two requirements. First, after the jewelry is designed, the naming rights belong to us. Second, we also have to design half of the jewelry. Yifeng Group can be described as a lion's big mouth, asking prices all over the sky. Too much. What if we don't agree? Lu Ruobing was unwilling to give in. Then don't blame us. Kong Lianzi sneered and pouted. When the time comes, your blue diamond will be in your hands, and we have joined forces with several companies, not to mention the top domestic designers. Even if there are powerful domestic designers, none of them will cooperate with you. Lu Ruobing changed his face. Among the top 10 jewelry companies in the country, Tianyun has the shortest rise time and the weakest connections. And several other companies, especially Yifeng Jewelry Group, after 3 generations of development, the network is even more terrible. If they join forces, Tianyun will definitely have a huge crisis. You are so confident. Chu Chen sat there and said lightly, if we can't find domestic ones, why can't we find top international jewelry designers? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Kong Lianzi sneered and said sarcastically, also top designers in the world, do you match Tianyun? Don't talk about you, even we can't invite internationally renowned jewelry designers. You know, those top jewelry masters in the world have strange temperaments. And most of them have positions in the world's top luxury companies, such as Tiffany, Cartier, Bulgari, and so on. Wanting to invite them is simply a fantasy. Dong dong dong. Kong Lianzi had just finished speaking when the door of the conference room was opened. Mr. Lu, good news. A senior executive of the company came in with great excitement. We just received a call from the internationally renowned designer, Tiffany's chief designer, Ms. Francesca Amphitheatroff, who expressed her willingness to cooperate with our company. What? In the conference room, several people were stunned. Others may not know who Francesca Amphitheatroff is, but they do in the jewelry industry. Ms. Francesca Amphitheatroff, an internationally renowned jewelry designer, has worked in the industry for more than 20 years and has designed jewelry and accessories for Chanel, Fendi, Gucci, and other luxury goods. Now it is the chief designer of Tiffany & Company, a world luxury brand in China, let alone their few companies, even the top 3 jewelry companies, may not be able to invite Ms. Francesca Amphitheatroff. As a result, people are calling now and want to cooperate with Tianyun Jewelry? Are you right? This is the world's top design master. Kong Lianzi sat there, the whole person was stupid. Not to mention Kong Lianzi, even Lu Ruobing was ecstatic and extremely excited. On the way to the conference room just now, Chu Chen made a phone call and said that he would contact the designer. Lu Ruobing believed Chu Chen's words, but she never imagined that Chu Chen had invited a world-class jewelry designer. With the participation of Ms. Francesca Amphitheatroff, the design of blue diamonds, Lu Ruobing is confident to take the opportunity to expand the influence of Tianyun Jewelry, and it is possible to become the top 5 in the country, or even the top 3. I spoke to Ms. Francesca Amphitheatroff in person. In order to show importance, Lu Ruobing personally answered the phone and discussed the specific details with Ms. Francesca Amphitheatroff. In the Conference room. Kong Liangzi was speechless and sat there foolishly for half an hour. He is not dreaming. Tian Jewelry has invited international jewelry design masters? In this way, isn't their company in vain in order to win over the money of those domestic design masters? Bamboo Basket is empty? In fact, the leaders of these companies are Yifeng Jewelry. Yifeng Jewelry has spent a lot of effort and a lot of financial resources to get a share from Tianyun Jewelry Company. So now they're shooting themselves in the foot? Actually, invited Tiffany's chief designer Chu Chen was also a little emotional. He had previously called the general manager of Hilton Asia Pacific and wanted to ask him to find a designer. It seems that the general manager should report to the president of Hilton. Otherwise, with the status of the general manager of the Asia Pacific region, it is impossible to invite the chief designer of Tiffany. The crisis of Tianyun Jewelry Company was resolved, and Chu Chen was ready to leave. Ding, pick in task, go to Hangzhou Fortune International Financial Center to check in, task time, 6 hours, task reward, 1 International Financial Center, International Finance Center? Seeing this, Chu Chen raised his brows, as if he had heard of it. Taking out his mobile phone, he was surprised. After checking the information, Chu Chen was shocked by this International Financial Center. Hangqing International Financial Center, about 400 meters high, overlooking the entire Hangzhou city, is magnificent. It is a 400-meter-high building and a vertical city with a construction area of up to 390,000 square meters. The business function area of the IFC includes Grade A office buildings, boutique hotels, luxury single-story and high-end duplex service departments, as well as a podium and a wave-shaped plaza. Hangqing International Financial Center has a total of 65 elevators installed with a speed of up to 10 meters per second, which is one of the fastest elevators in the world. And the reward for Chu Chen's punch-in task is such an awesome International Financial Center. This is too cool. Just when Chu Chen was about to leave, the long-legged beauty Lu Feifei from Tianyun Jewelry Company stopped Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, can I invite you to dinner? Because of Chu Chen, Lu Feifei was fortunate enough to become a temporary model and took a lot of money. Lu Feifei wanted to thank Chu Chen. It won't waste your time. I know a restaurant in Hangzhou International Financial Center is delicious. Afraid of Chu Chen's rejection, Lu Feifei explained nervously. President Chu is so handsome. Every time I see him, Lu Feifei's heartbeat can't help speeding up. No problem. Chu Chen nodded. He happened to be going to the International Financial Center as well. There are beautiful women who take the initiative to treat guests, which is naturally very good. 20 minutes later, they came to the International Financial Center. Seeing this towering 390,000 square meter behemoth overlooking the entire Hangzhou city, even Chu Chen was shocked. From today, it is Chu Chen's property. Ding, arrived at Hangqing International Financial Center, check in or not? Pick the card. Check in successfully. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Hangzhou International Financial Center. Stopping the car, Chu Chen, led by Lu Feifei, went straight to the high-end restaurant of Li Palace. When they came to the Li Palace restaurant, the two sat down and prepared to order. Lu Feifei? A surprised voice came, and a young woman spoke at the dining table next to her. Pay you? Lu Feifei turned her head. It turned out that the two used to be neighbors and good friends, but because Lu Feifei moved, they gradually lost contact. Didn't expect to meet here. Introduction, this is my boyfriend, Shui Xianming. Pei Yu introduced her boyfriend. This is your boyfriend, hello, I'm Peiyu. Peiyu greeted Chu Chen. Hello. Chu Chen nodded politely. At this moment, Peiyu envied Lu Feifei a little, and found such a handsome boyfriend. In fact, she only discovered Lu Feifei just because she peeked at Chu Chen. Because Chu Chen was so handsome, as soon as he came in, Chu Chen attracted the attention of countless female customers. Among them was Peiyu. When she was looking at Chu Chen, she suddenly noticed that Lu Feifei next to her looked familiar. It was recognized. Peiyu's boyfriend Shui Xianming looked at Chu Chen jealously. Didn't he just look handsome? The girlfriend he was looking for was actually more beautiful than his girlfriend. It was too much. It's hard to meet, why don't we join a table and catch up? Peiyu suggested. Yeah, let's go together. Shui Xianming spoke maliciously. This is his territory, do whatever he wants. He wants to hook up with Lu Feifei, such a beautiful long-legged beauty. But she is superb. After seeing that Chu Chen did not refuse, Lu Feifei agreed. The four sat and ate together. Shui Xianming wanted to attract Lu Feifei's attention, so he took the initiative to ask, Brother Chu is a native of Hangqing? No, this is my first time to Hangzhou. Chu Chen replied. So this is the first time for Brother Chu to come to Hangzhou International Financial Center? Shui Xianming's mind flashed, and he had already figured out how to pretend. This International Financial Center is one of the landmark buildings in Hangzhou. It took a full 8 years to build it. Shui Xianming looked unpredictable. When the construction was successful, it almost refreshed the height of Hangzhou's real estate. Originally, the developer purchased this land, but it cost a full 2.5 billion. At that time, it caused a sensation in the whole Hangqing, arousing the amazement of countless bigwigs. Besides, Peiyu and Lu Feifei were also shocked when they heard this for the first time. Oh my God, it cost 2.5 billion just to buy this land? Then how much will it cost for the construction, decoration, etc.? Peiyu said in amazement. She couldn't count anymore, it was too terrifying. Bravo! Even Lu Feifei said with emotion. Hearing what Peiyu and Lu Feifei said, Shui Xianming showed a proud smile. Hangqing International Financial Center is a super high-rise large-scale urban complex integrating a large-scale shopping and entertainment center, high-end office buildings, serviced apartments, and an international platinum 5-star hotel. Where we are now is its shopping mall area, which is as high as 100,000 square meters. It integrates international famous products, fashion, Chinese and Western, catering, and leisure and entertainment. There are about 400 domestic and foreign brands and 50 international famous flagship stores. Wow! So amazing. It was the first time for Peiyu and Lu Feifei to hear so much information about Hangzhou International Financial Center, and they were shocked for a while. Seeing the shocked eyes of Peiyu and Lu Feifei, Shui Xianming was also very excited. The preparation is done, he is going to start pretending. Beside him, Chu Chen ate indifferently, quietly watching Shui Xianming pretending to be forceful. Being able to open a store here requires not only huge financial support, but also terrifying connections. Shui Xianming spoke proudly. Yup. It's definitely not easy to open a store here. Peiyu sighed. For example, this Li Palace restaurant is very powerful. The per capita consumption is about 800 to 1,000, which is very scary. The owner of this restaurant must be a big man. Not long after Peiyu and Shui Xianming were together, she only knew that Shui Xianming was a rich second generation, but Peiyu didn't know exactly What a big man, an ordinary person. Hearing Peiyu speak, Shui Xianming finally couldn't help it. I won't hide it from you, this Li Palace restaurant is actually opened by my father. Shui Xianming pretended to speak modestly, but his face was filled with a proud smile. What? Xianming, your father opened this restaurant? Peiyu screamed, shocked. Hearing this, many guests around turned their heads and looked here. It's actually the master here. Is such a powerful second-generation rich? These guests discuss. Xianming, why didn't you tell me earlier? Peiyu said excitedly. She really didn't expect her boyfriend's family to be so powerful. Compared with him, Feifei's boyfriend, apart from being a little more handsome, has no other advantages, not even his own boyfriend. As expected of my boyfriend. Peiyu spoke proudly. Enjoying the shock and admiration of everyone, Shui Xianming was extremely proud. Pretending to be so cool. However, when he noticed Chu Chen and Lu Feifei, he was surprised to find that both Chu Chen and Lu Feifei behaved in general. Pretend yourself, isn't your pretentious enough? Just then, from the back of the restaurant, a middle-aged man came out. Dad? After seeing the man, Shui Xianming said hello. Pulling his father over, Shui Xian said clearly, Dad, these are my friends, Chu Chen, Lu Feifei. If you want to get them some gold membership cards, they will get discounts in the future. Chu Chen? Hearing this name, his father Shui Jiao suddenly looked at Chu Chen, his eyes widening. The next second, Shui Jiao stepped forward and asked respectfully, Are you Mr. Chu? Shui Jiao didn't know Chu Chen before, but when he heard his son say Chu Chen's name, he asked nervously. I'm. Chu Chen nodded. It's such a coincidence that I actually met Mr. Chu. Shui Jiao was very emotional. Mr. Chu can come to our restaurant, it's really bright. Shui Jiao said very humbly. Hearing Shui Jiao's address to Chu Chen and his respectful attitude towards Chu Chen, Shui Xianming and Peiyu were stunned. Dad, who is he? Shui Xianming couldn't help asking. This is Mr. Chu, the owner of Hangzhou International Financial Center. Shui Jiao introduced it to his son. What? Shui Xianming took a few steps back before stopping. At this moment, Shui Xianming looked at Chu Chen in astonishment. This international financial center is actually his? A real boss? What the hell? Shui Xianming's mind was blank. Originally, he thought he was the future owner of this restaurant, but after laying the groundwork for so long, he was already awesome. It turned out like this? He is actually the owner of the International Financial Center. Compared with the International Financial Center, this restaurant in their house is nothing but drizzle. It turned out that after working for a long time, I was pretending to be forced in front of such a powerful bigwig. Isn't this an iron plate? For a time, Shui Xianming was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to dig into. The owner of the International Financial Center? Peiyu muttered with a trembling voice. Didn't Shui Xianming just say that buying this piece of land alone cost more than 2 billion? Plus construction, decoration, etc., the price is unbelievable. And as the master here, how much money does Chu Chen have? Peiyu took a deep breath. Can Chu Chen's money add up to fill this restaurant? There was a super boss sitting beside her. The more she thought about it, the more in awe Peiyu felt, and the more she admired Chu Chen. As expected of a boss, a super rich man, so arrogant, yet so low-key. Lu Feifei was extremely surprised. OMG. President Chu's identity seemed to be higher and more terrifying than she knew. As such a super boss, to be so approachable is simply perfect. The more she looked at Chu Chen, the more moved Lu Feifei became. In the restaurant, those guests also looked at Chu Chen with shocked expressions. Incredible. Incredible. After eating, Chu Chen left. In the evening, Chu Chen suddenly received an invitation from Jiang Hua, saying that the hotel of a rich man in Hangzhou will open tomorrow. And there will be an opening reception, and he wants to invite Chu Chen to go with him. Can Chu Chen agreed. After all, the uncle could become the president of Rand Hospital because of this old brother Jiang. The next day, Chu Chen and Jiang Hua reunited, along with Luo Yongning, the big man in the Hangzhou media industry. After the meeting, several people took Jiang Hua's luxury car and went straight to the reception. Finally, they stopped at Hangqing International Financial Center. Brother Jiang, is the hotel that opened here? When he came here again, Chu Chen asked. In surprise. Yes, on the 62nd floor. Jiang Hua introduced. The 62nd floor of the Hangzhou International Financial Center is where the hotel is located. To be able to rent an entire floor in this place, where an inch of land is worth the money, Jin Xinran really has the same surname as his surname. How much money? Jiang Hua was very emotional. The rich man who opened that hotel was Kim Xinran. Jin Xinran used to be a big boss in the financial industry. For various reasons, he began to set foot in the hotel industry. Today's hotel is his first attempt. Yes, to be able to rent a floor here, Jin Xinran is worthy of being a former financial tycoon with terrible financial resources. Luo Yongning also spoke. Although they are all very rich, most of their assets are the entire company and various real estate, and they do not have much liquidity in their hands. Chu Chen nodded slightly. He guessed that Jin Xinran should have rented it before he got the Hangzhou International Financial Center. So he didn't know. Soon, Chu Chen, Jiang Hua, and Luo Yongning came to the reception on the 62nd floor. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a big back and shiny face is receiving congratulations from everyone. Congratulations to President Jin. Mr. Jin opened the hotel today. Congratulations. Mr. Jin's business is booming. Jiang Hua and Chu Chen also stepped forward. Congratulations to President Jin. Jiang Hua said. Mr. Jiang is very polite. After seeing Jiang Hua, Jin Xinran responded. It's good luck for President Jin to open. Luo Yongning also said. Thanks. Jin Xinran shook hands one by one. Jiang Hua stood beside Chu Chen and introduced to Jin Xinran, President Jin, this is President Chu, the Vice President of Tianyun Jewelry Company. When he first heard Jiang Hua's introduction, Jin Xinran stretched out his hand, ready to shake hands with Chu Chen. However, when he heard Tianyun Jewelry Company, his expression changed immediately. People from Tianyun Jewelry Company? Jin Xinran had a bad look on his face. Welcome. After saying something coldly to Chu Chen, he turned around. Excuse me. After saying a word to Jiang Hua and Luo Yongning, Jin Xinran left. Jin Xinran really didn't expect that. People from Tianyun Jewelry Company actually came. Jin Xinran and the chairman of Yifeng Jewelry Group are brothers. I heard that there was a conflict between Yifeng Jewelry and Tianyun Jewelry. As a result, Yifeng Jewelry failed miserably. Because of this incident, the chairman of Yifeng Jewelry Group was unhappy, so he didn't come. Jin Shinran was very dissatisfied with Tianyun jewelry because his brother didn't come. Now, seeing Chu Chen, if it wasn't for Jiang Hua and Luo Yongning's face, he would have driven Chu Chen out long ago. No, you must beat this kid and let Tianyun jewelry pay attention. Jin Shinran thought that this was also a warning to Tianyun jewelry for his brother, and he should pay more attention to things in the future. Jin Shinran glanced at Chu Chen coldly, and then went to greet the other guests. What is Jin Shinran doing? So rude? Seeing Jin Shinran, who suddenly changed his face, Jiang Hua and Luo Yongning were also very dissatisfied. Especially Jiang Hua, he invited Chu Chen to come, and it turned out like this. Jiang Hua recalled what he said just now, and it seemed that Jin Shinran changed his face when he introduced Chu Chen's identity. How about Tianyun jewelry? Jiang Hua was extremely surprised. He only knew that Chu Chen was a billionaire and the vice president of Tianyun Jewelry Company. When Jiang Hua couldn't be introduced, he directly said that this was Chu Chen, a billionaire. This was like showing off. At the beginning of the reception, Jin Shinran stood in front of him with a microphone and thanked him. Although someone who opposes me came today, I still welcome him. Finally, looking at Chu Chen from a distance, Jin Shinran spoke. Against his brother is against him. Hearing Jin Shinran's words, everyone was in an uproar and looked at Chu Chen. Who is this kid? Why did Mr. Jin say that? Jiang Hua and Luo Yongning were also very surprised when they heard the smell of gunpowder. After all, it's on my territory. As a guest, I treat you with courtesy. Jin Shinran opened his mouth and prepared to warn Chu Chen. But if outside before Jin Shinran could say the next sentence, a faint voice interrupted everything. On your territory, not necessarily. On your site, not necessarily? Jin Shinran and all the guests were dumbfounded, not understanding what Chu Chen meant. Jin Shinran didn't want to pay attention to Chu Chen, and began to make bold statements in front of him, talking about his future goals, dominating the hotel industry in Hangzhou or something. After Jin Shinran finished his speech, Jiang Hua found him to question him. Brother Chu was the guest he brought, and Jin Shinran went too far. Mr. Jin. What do you mean? Jiang Hua spoke, very dissatisfied. Brother Chu and I are here to cheer you on. It's a bit too much for you to do this. Excessive? Jin Shinran didn't care. Isn't he just the vice president of Tianyun Jewelry? My brother, the chairman of Yifeng Jewelry, didn't come today because of their Tianyun Jewelry. I didn't drive him out, it's already a lot of face. After hearing Jin Shinran's explanation, Jiang Hua and Luo Yongning understood why Jin Shinran's attitude changed drastically. They really don't know anything about the jewelry industry. Facing the rebellious Jin Shinran, they had no choice but to prepare to leave. After all, they are on other people's territory, and they are just guests. Seeing that the boss was not entertaining, Jin Shinran's secretary came over and handed Jin Shinran a document. Mr. Jin, great news, the owner of Hangzhou International Financial Center suddenly changed yesterday. After learning the news yesterday, the secretary was ready to report to him as soon as possible. But unexpectedly learned that yesterday Jin Shinran was not at the company at all, and went to live with his lover in a two-person world. At this time, no one dared to disturb Jin Shinran. Today, Jin Shinran has been entertaining those guests, and the secretary didn't dare to interrupt. After finally seeing that Jin Shinran had time, he came over. What? Jin Xinran was extremely surprised. The boss of the International Financial Center said to change it? Which super big shot was so terrifying to buy Hangzhou International Financial Center so easily? Boss, we signed a half-year contract with the International Financial Center before. Now that the International Financial Center has changed its owner, if you want to sign the contract for the second half of the year, it may be a little troublesome, you should pay attention. Secretary reminds. It doesn't matter, I know the vice president of the International Financial Center, and he will help him when the time comes. Signing the contract is not a problem. Jin Xinran said confidently. By the way, what is the name of the new owner here? Jin Xinran asked. Curiously, which super boss is actually able to come up with so much liquidity in one go? Chu Chen, Mr. Chu. Hearing the secretary's answer, Jin Xinran nodded subconsciously. However, in the next second, his face changed greatly, and he reacted. Chu Chen? What did you say? What's the name of the new owner here? Jin Xinran questioned the secretary. And was extremely surprised. Because Jin Xinran's voice was so loud, it immediately attracted the attention of countless guests. Chu Chen. Having said that, the secretary pointed out the information on the document to Jin Xinran. Chu Chen. Just now. Jin Xinran just glanced at the document and didn't look at it carefully. This time, he stared wide-eyed and looked intently. I saw that the name of the new owner of Hangzhou International Financial Center was written clearly on the document. Chu Chen. The next second, Jin Xinran suddenly laughed strangely and walked towards Chu Chen very politely. Mr. Chu is here, and Jin has lost his way to welcome him. It's rude. Please forgive me, Mr. Chu. Jin Xinran spoke politely, his attitude extremely humble. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Wasn't Jin Xinran still aloof and arrogant to warn this young man just now? How did it become like this in the next second? It's changing too fast. What are you doing? All the guests were frightened by the 180-degree change in Jin Xinran's attitude. Mr. Jin, who are you? Luo Youning opened his mouth, very surprised. Didn't you warn Mr. Chu just now that he should be careful not to provoke your brother's Yifeng jewelry? After Jin Xinran listened to it, with a look of confusion, he asked, Brother, what brother? What is Yifeng jewelry? How can it be compared with Tianyun jewelry? I believe it won't be long before any junk Yifeng jewelry can be defeated by Tianyun jewelry. In the future, Mr. Chu's direct acquisition of Yifeng jewelry is a trivial matter. Jin Xinran answered in a serious manner. Hearing Jin Xinran's words, everyone was stunned. I go. You've changed your face too fast. The legendary chameleon is just like that. Impressed. Mr. Chu, it was Xiao Jin's fault just now, please forgive me, don't have the same knowledge as Xiao Jin. Jin Xinran apologized to Chu Chen, extremely humble. Little gold? Hearing Jin Xinran's claim, everyone was dumbfounded. President Jin, who is he? Someone couldn't help it. This is the new boss of Hangzhou International Financial Center, Chu Chen, Mr. Chu. Just acquired the International Financial Center. Jin Xinran introduced. Is he the new owner of Hangqing International Financial Center? Jin Xinran's words fell into everyone's ears like 9 days of thunder. How is this possible? Everyone looked at Chu Chen respectfully. In awe. In their opinion, Jin Xinran's ability to rent an entire floor of the International Financial Center is already amazing. But now tell them. The young man in front of them, who was younger than them, actually bought the entire International Financial Center and became the new boss here. This is too arrogant. How much capital does he have? Dignified International Financial Center, buy it when it says buy it? Are you kidding me? There is only consternation left in everyone's heart. When they recalled what Chu Chen said just now, they suddenly realized. On your site, not necessarily? Jin Xinran rented the 62nd floor and was barely the owner of the 62nd floor. But Rinjia is the owner of the entire International Financial Center, and the entire International Financial Center is Rinjia's territory. You Jin Xinran are fucked up. The next second, the guests who were still complimenting Jin Xinran just now walked towards Chu Chen and spoke respectfully. President Chu is indeed a talented person. Mr. Chu, I'll give you a toast. Compared with President Chu, we are all ordinary people. President Chu is too great. Compared with Jin Xinran just now, these guests are not inferior at all, fully expressing what it means to be courteous, before and after, and what is called licking a dog. Jiang Hua and Luo Yongning also stood there stupidly. They also didn't know Chu Chen's identity. The new boss of the International Financial Center? I'll go, Brother Chu is too arrogant. It's only been a few days since I came to Hangzhou, and I actually bought the behemoth of an international financial center. I admire you. At this moment, they are extremely fortunate, their vision is really good, and they have made good friends with Brother Chu. Otherwise, I am afraid that now, like Jin Xinran, he will call himself Little Jin. Xiao Jin stood in front of Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, what happened just now is my fault. You must not have the same knowledge as me. Xiao Jin is short-sighted. Please forgive me. Did you see the contract after that?